Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and gold, you know the aim is. Living lavish and small, don't know the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the graves, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what he needs, leave him watching like woo.
Nigga, you gave my mother's crack, nigga. What you thought you was gonna get? Gang. You put dope in the hood, what you get? Gang. Look at a nigga like me running around. Creeping through your back door, pause. Look at a nigga like Wade out running around. Let's go. This is the reason why I am the way I am. It's poison, baby.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know it's these nights. The government's eating they steak while they sitting there feeding us nothing but lies. The people they stuck with their faith and they praying, but stuck with the sky. Why would we ever know change? How will we ever know cause? All that we know is this lane. All that we know is the laws. How will I grow? How will I ever see gain? How will I ever get paid? How will it stop? How when I'm talking and talking, but all that they see is a slave? Why when I'm talking improvements ain't first? Why when I'm speaking my movements is words? Why when I'm teaching the real shit is curb? Why when you see me as curse? Let me divert, nothing but truth that I'm speaking. Shots go off at the beacon. All of my leaders been killed. Wonder why we stuck with figures that's preaching. All dirty cops at the precincts. All politicians that's leeching. Can't find no doubt for no treatment. This is the life with the demons. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know it's these nights.
All I ever knew was game. All I ever know it's pain. Bobby Brown moving Ricky Bell, call me poison, can you stand the rain? How my game supposed to change? All this Henny in my veins. How I'm supposed to feed my seed, mind full of greed, do it for the game. Teachers lying where the school is found. You say you love me, then you shoot us down. Gave me cranks, label me a slave. Destroy my hood, put me in the grave. A lot of people, they don't wanna change. All my homies fell in love with game. Without burst the enemy. When you see me, had that energy. I ain't going to no FEMA camp, turn no trauma to a memory. If I rule the world, it be Chinnicky. If I rule the world, it be Chinnicky. All I know is getting paper, praying to the Savior. Had to get it right. All I know is pulling bangers. Baby mama had to give me life.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know is these nights.
That's all y'all gave us, man. So we taking the rest. It's anarchy in the streets, nigga. Huh? That's all it is, nigga. Blood dripping. For the red, black, and green, nigga.
Yo, what's goody, black family? Late night startup. We was over at Truth Crib and shit, walking around, kicking over his carpet and shit. He tried to keep his house clean and shit. We want to fuck his crib up, B. I ain't gonna lie, spilling drinks. Yo, said, man, dirtied up the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? We had to violate his crib real quick. You know, he bougie, so we had to clean it. You know what I mean? And then let him clean up. He didn't invite none of us over there, but we let him clean up the best. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, shout out to Truth, though, man. Hopefully you get the mess cleaned up. What's goody, chat? GA was good. I should have made this a nerd title.
You did the right title, bro, because, yeah, that's a conversation driver. But, hope a lot of nuggets came out tonight. Jokers go do some research and refine the conversation, you know. But I came up to say, hey, I need your help this weekend to build my cart, man. I need to know which ESP32s and 345 Sierras to get. 485s.
Yeah, I just got a bunch of them right now. I got like 2 different ones hooked up. I'm trying to figure out the I got the level shift that's coming tomorrow, but I should be able to hook it up without it because I got the 345 too, so that should work.
Yeah, that's what I'm just gonna try to go with that way, man. I got
the USB too as well because it you still
the adapter.
Yeah, because we still have to program them, and you can't program them through Arduino. You got to program them through a separate you got to change the slave ID.
Yeah, but yeah, we're gonna work through that then between I don't know tomorrow or Sunday, whatever your schedule look like.
Yeah, I might nerd out. I just need to promote and nerd out this weekend.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to have a behind the scenes on that one, bro. I got some smoke for you.
I'm in super nerd mode, so I gotta catch up. I've been playing like the student with the professor, so I'm like, let me jump out the window this weekend. I got all the pieces right here. So I got 3 setups right now. But for some reason, the Arduino's not connecting, so I don't want to have to restart this computer. But I'm gonna have to restart Arduino to see if that's why the board isn't connecting.
Yeah, flash the driver. We gonna be too nerdy tonight, y'all. I know it's the ratchet hour.
What's up? Who's on Pacho?
I don't know.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, you threw me off, Pancho. Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, hey, what's up, y'all? Just excuse my background. It is 5 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, so just excuse my background. If it does get a little loud, just let me know. Um,
Where you at?
I'm in London.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. I came and I've been trying to catch y'all live for a minute. Um, I came,
You
huh?
naturally from London?
No. So this is really interesting that exactly what the title is. I think I could give a what's the word? A kind of outsider's insider's perspective because I grew up in different places and I could be pretty much anything in the diaspora. So I grew up in East New York,
Okay,
but I
okay.
was born in London.
Cause
Only
you don't
thing, only
sound
thing,
like you
you
from
cool.
London.
I was like making sure you ain't no weirdo or nothing. That's all that matters. You cool. All right, cool.
Oh yeah, I'm not a weirdo. Trust me. I need to speak to you, Q Butter, because I came across you through the lecture with Black Dot, Professor Griff, and I think Red Pill. And I'm very interested in that school. And I really, because I come from a background of not exactly STEM, I'm more the creative industry, but that kind of relegated into STEM. So, like, I don't know if you know about Silicon Roundabout in London.
No.
Okay, that's our version of STEM around the finance district.
All right.
Yeah. So I'm interested to get into this conversation on the many different levels that it can go to. And
Well, one, let me just tell you, don't let the YouTube channel
mhm.
be an introduction to the conversation professionally because it gets a little hood sometimes and little, I
I'm
know
from East New York. I
I know.
know
I just don't
hood.
want. I don't want somebody. I don't want you to act. Be cool now, and then like a half hour later, you might turn up on. It might. It might. I'm just saying. Let's just. I'm. I'm saying.
It's okay if it gets a little niggery. It's fine. I'm
Yeah,
used
I
to
just want
it.
to be clear, y'all. I know you
I'm
want to
from
eat.
East New York. It's fine. I'm versed in all aspects. Don't worry. We can take it corporate. We could take it Pan African. We could take it metaphysical. We could take it wherever it needs to go. We're black, multifaceted. I got it.
All y'all demons. All y'all damn demons in the chat. Be careful. Jesus is available for love. So yeah, since you got the flow, I'm on nerd timing, so I just put the show up there. I really don't I really want to hear what people got to say. So the link is in the chat. If you are an FBA, please tell us your issues. If you want to click the link, I'm trying to make sure nobody cuts y'all off. There's certain people that you may not know that are co-host, even if you don't know. So of course, like Marley, GA, there's Goldmine, there's Damo, there's Taz, there's Psycho, there's Dev. So just in case you don't know, because they be like, yo, Q, I thought you was hosting. Man, I done left the whole building. I don't know what's going on, and now you getting cursed out by somebody else or what. I just, but you good, all right, y'all. So, hit the link. Don't be scared, all right. So we want to hear what's your issues with, Pan Africanism or your perspectives on the conversation or the, whatever. So you got the floor, sis.
All right. Thank you. You guys are mad hospitable, so thank you to everybody. What I would like to say is, as someone who basically, like I said, I was born in London. I grew up in different parts of the world. When I say things, a lot of people assume because of the way that I speak that I'm basically some kind of snob or something like that. And then because I say like, oh, I'm Yoruba, they automatically think that makes me Nigerian. But there's a lot of Yoruba Brazilians. And then people think, okay, who are you? What are you? How do I categorize you? I think Pan-Africanism has a romanticized view of Africa that I don't think is pretty much accurate. And I think it is not. I think people had a certain view during that time and they hoped certain things would happen. But I think there's a disconnect that now we're seeing kind of like come together as this overall existential crisis that every generation kind of the blind spots that they had are now coming full circle, where each generation has a blind spot and they kind of live through that. So everybody's living in their own alternate reality, but yet these blind spots have had a second consequence and a ripple effect. And I think not until we get out of the whole marginalization of what it is to
Mhm.
be nations, because like I said, I can, on any kind of census paper, I can tick Latino, I can tick British, Black British, African British, everything that we have listed in all these different censuses, depending
Mhm.
on what quote unquote country and jurisdiction you're in, I can fit a certain level of blackness. And because of that, I've been able to see a lot of the hypocrisies on all sides of the coin. You know what I mean? So it's like a lot of people, like I said, when I say, oh, I went to private school, a lot of people assume that means of white people. No, I went to private school in Nigeria, in Lagos. And when I went, there's nothing but black people there. There's nothing but rich black people. And I was not considered Nigerian. Even though I'm Yoruba by clan and tribe and all of that, I'm not considered Nigerian. And if I am Yoruba, they just kind of look at me like you're a watered down, stepped on version. And you're basically a foreigner. Do you understand what I'm saying? But then growing up in East New York, there's a whole different vibe of growing up there. Like grew up in the trenches, you know what I mean? So I have a very multifaceted look at everything. And I think this is such a pivotal time because I think of the technology. It's allowed a lot of the barriers to entry and understanding each other. I think it's allowed the younger generation to actually see things a lot clearer, but then also there's little bits of distortion, but I don't think they're going to have as much as the issues that older generations have carried on through the blind spots that I was talking about. Because obviously with YouTube basically, like even in London, as much as people assume that London is this kind of like first world country, it's not, you know? And when I try and explain that to people, there's a cognitive dissonance because of what they expect or the stereotype. And this is where it's like travel is really important. And even if you can't travel, just exposing yourself to like, I don't know, travel vloggers or like travel shows or just understanding culture period is so pivotal. I don't know if
Wait, why do you say England is not a first world country?
because England, all of the money is made in central London. England is basically so England
I
is a
get what you're
very
saying.
yeah.
Are you talking about as far you talking about as far as like the infrastructure and stuff like that, right?
Yes, it
And
is
and,
a
and, and compared to like to the outskirts and other places. It's like that in America too, right? You can have it's like cities like Chicago, New York, Dallas, LA, and then when you look at other places in America, like some places like in Jacksonville or in
yeah.
certain places like Mississippi, it'll look kind of, or and even in Texas and like Third Ward, it'll look like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're not even in America no more. You're like it's a completely,
Yeah.
or even in Pittsburgh. So it's like that in all, it's like that in all, even in China, right? If you go to China, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna have Shanghai, the city, and then they're gonna have Hong Kong, and then on the outskirts, you're gonna see people, you know, using the bathroom different in different places, like in the back of their homes or something like that. Like, you know, so they got that like all over. But I think but England is a first world country, but then there's other places that may not, you know, be that like that.
Yeah, so exactly everything
Yeah.
you said, but even more so
Hmm.
why I put the delineation of it's not the first world country in the way people think. It has very
Right.
good PR, right? And the whole thing
Hmm.
of like the royal family and things of that nature, but even in the city of London, everybody comes from different parts of England as it is, and they come to London, which is the major, the biggest city and the major city, right? And then you
Hmm.
have places like Manchester, Birmingham,
Hmm.
Leeds. These are like more towards what you would call up north, right? And I don't know if you guys have watched like Game of Thrones. So when I say up north, think about like the Starks. and things of that
Mm-hmm.
nature, like how they kind
Yeah.
of sound and how they kind of think. And, the Lannisters would be how people would assume London is. But
Mm-hmm.
London is a very feudalistic society still.
Mm-hmm.
When I explain to people just how much in terms of it's a first world country with a good PR,
Mm-hmm.
where finances, people in this country really didn't have emergent thinking until
Mm-hmm.
YouTube. And I'm going to be,
Right.
and I know
No,
I may,
that's true. That's true.
yeah. So, I know I may sound facetious to other people when I say that because they're like, what, YouTube? But I'm like, not until about 2000 and probably 12 did they start to pay attention to what us as Black Americans have done. You know what I mean? And this is something, again, where I say, like, me coming on right now and the title of this build is so apropos and on time, because this is why I feel like there's a certain romanticizing of what Pan-Africanism is, because over
Mm-hmm.
here they have a heavy Rasta. If we think about their version of Black culture, it would be first Jamaicans, and then
Oh,
later
but
on,
you
it's
talking
like,
about in England?
yeah, in England.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, 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 and then you got the yeah, you're right. They got you got the Jamaicans, and then you got the Nigerians, and
Yeah.
but
And then
it's
every
more of
other
Rasta. It's more of Rasta culture though. More of Rasta
100%.
culture.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
100%. So,
And but it's
you
also attached with the Ethiopians too over there too, because then the Ethiopians is also a part of that Rasta culture too. There was a
not
lot of
really.
Ethiopians there. Yeah, yeah.
Not
Well,
They
yeah,
don't
that's
fuck with
true.
each other. They don't fuck with each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like you start to see certain delineations of a
Mm-hmm.
certain level of, because Rastas at one point they were teenagers, right? They were the ones in Jamaica called mop heads. They had to go up in the hills and all of that, blah, 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 blah,
Mm-hmm.
blah. And the ones of them that actually came over to the West,
Mm-hmm.
London, Windrush, Mother Country, all of that, they basically, you could look at it almost like subculture, right? Youth culture. So the same way in modern day, let's say like skate culture, especially with like Supreme, skate culture became commercialized through like Supreme, right? At the highest level. So then we could
Mm-hmm.
look at that and say like the young Rastas coming over to the West and with reggae,
Mm-hmm.
that was them with their youth culture now
Mm-hmm.
becoming the predominant Black culture, right? In England. But then what they thought would emerge from that, now put that
Mm-hmm.
with the system of actual England, it's very
Mm-hmm.
different to now how it's amalgamized to the point where we're at now. So yes, they have respect for Ethiopians, but Ethiopians as a community, they
Don't
don't
fuck with
really
them.
fuck with
Yeah, the East
Rastas.
Africans, yeah, yeah, they
Yeah,
don't mess with like the West Africans, and some of
yeah,
them don't even consider themselves to be black neither, due to the admixture that they have.
exactly.
Some of them,
Yeah,
right? To the
yeah, exactly.
admixture, right? Hmm.
Yeah.
Hey,
So there's a
hey,
lot of layers. Hmm.
Sister Pancho, I want to ask you a question then. So what I hear you describing, just talk about the dynamics now. So when you say this is the delineations,
Hmm.
are they antagonistic, or is it like, what are those relationships like? If I don't know if you've been listening to what we've been talking about over here a couple of days, but it's
Yes, I've jumped in and out, like I started following, so basically like you guys will come up in the feed and then I would catch it. Like I remember, I think it's Madan Kemi, he was talking about the t-shirts going for like 500 and like vintage and things of that nature. So yeah, I've been tapping in with you guys. So when you say is it antagonistic? Yeah. The culture of the English, and this is me talking about the Caucasian English, it is very much, and when I say the Caucasian interest, I actually mean more so the ones that are high society, the ones that come from
Hmm.
some kind of legacy,
Old
right?
money, yeah,
Yeah,
old money,
but
yeah, right.
yeah, the title and the legacy, right?
Hmm.
So it's
Right.
a thing where it's now, English culture by default breeds a covert narcissistic behavior, right? As the
Hmm.
overall cultural behavior or societal behavior, I should say, right? And because of that, other people who come in from other places, obviously it happens everywhere that there's a colonial empire, right? They have to assimilate. And what you start to find is, again, some of that quote unquote tribalism. And I use that
Mm-hmm.
word because I think that's the best to give people the idea and conceptualize what I'm actually explaining and conveying. Um, it becomes a thing of like an internal implosion in their level of self-hate in
Mm-hmm.
context with assimilating, right? And you have a lot of Africans, period. And this is where, if you don't understand some of the, I don't know how to explain it, like some kind of like some of the politics amongst different African countries, and basically
Mm-hmm.
when the lights came on for each country, right? Meaning when they were able to kind of modernize, right? And so the same way I was talking about, with London, they didn't really start to view themselves in a point of empowerment and modernization of Blackness and really have space to express that until YouTube made it kind of like democratize that for them, right? And this is really in the 2010s. So the millennials from London were the ones that were able to basically like, okay, we're Black British and we're trying to find our identity. I'm saying as much as 2016, there was no culminative Black identity over here. Everything was fragmented. People will say they're Black, yeah, but Jamaicans don't like Nigerians, like I think most people know, and Nigerians don't like Jamaicans. But then you'll find some of them that actually did come
Cool with
together.
each other. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
No, no, no. You talking about in England, right?
Yes, this is all about England. So I'm
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
answering
But
Agent
it's
Freeman's.
it's like but it's more like too. It's like the Caribbean people, xenophobic with the Africans, and the Africans xenophobic with
But
the
it's
Caribbean
vice versa.
people.
Yeah, it's vice
Vice
versa.
versa.
So
Right,
if
right, yeah, yeah.
moms
So it's
had,
just yeah, right. But then too, you got it like a lot of the Caribbean countries they have easier access to coming to England as opposed to like the Africans and stuff like that. So they feel like they're more like favored, I guess. So they see themselves as as better, like what I'm saying, as
yeah,
like
but
yeah,
you
in a
see,
sense, because they feel more closer to the white dominant society based off of that little privilege that they have. So, and then you got to remember too, some of the Jamaicans that went there and some of the Caribbean people that went there in the early, I think it was like 1930s or 40s to build
yeah, Windrush and everything.
as workers, yeah, to build a lot of them were Caribbean, so they've been there, so they kind of like the Caribbeans is kind of like the FBAs and
To a
like London,
degree,
yeah,
to a
they're like the
degree,
FBAs, yeah,
Wait.
because it's like, and this is where social class comes into play. And
right,
because like you're saying, yes, that did happen, but that's a segment
mm-hmm,
for a certain level of a socioeconomic class, right? So the
mm-hmm,
ones that came in the Windrush were usually the civil servants, right? So they were
mm-hmm,
like nurses, doctors, all of that, and they had to come to the mother country to help them rebuild after the World War. But when it comes to Africans that were able to come over, they were basically high society Africans. So that would be my parents, where they were able to come. Like my mom came to England um off after watching Mission Impossible. Do you understand what I'm saying? And she was in
right,
Nigeria.
Wait a
So
minute, which
mm-hmm,
she
one? Like the Tom Cruise Mission
no,
Impossible,
no, no, no,
or
no, no.
like the old show
The
Mission
old
Impossible?
one. She's a boomer. She's a boomer.
Oh,
So
okay, okay.
she watched Mission Impossible with her two other friends, right?
mm-hmm,
And basically they did it on a whim. Like, oh, you go to Paris, you go to Italy, I'm going to London. And then let's see, like basically we're gonna like defy our parents and subvert the social norm for what young women are supposed to do, because you're supposed to, even if you come from a rich family, back when she was growing up, she went to private school, she had a driver, she's living a different kind of life than most Black people across the globe, right? And she's a very small segment of a certain group that came out during this whole Pan-Africanism inception. Do you understand what I mean? So it's a thing where we have to be able to now start to track the different levels of perception that the diaspora, or whatever we want to call ourselves, there's so many layers to it. And there's so many different aspects in, like I said, this is why for me, with everything that I'm saying, a lot of people wouldn't think I grew up in East New York, but I did. You
Yeah.
understand what I mean? A lot of people will be like, oh, you went to private school? I understand that. But then where did I go to private school? Do you understand? Because it's like, that's why I'm like, there's so much going on. So you're correct in what you're saying about, Jamaicans feeling like they're the original for like, over here, the FBAs. But then there's a segment of Africans that were coming because they had money. They really had a lot of money.
Sis,
Right.
so can I just interrupt and I want to ask a
Yes.
question, because so
Yeah.
when I hear you, are you familiar with like the Great Migration in the States, on how it happened? From the South, jokers left the South looking for a better life.
Yes. I'm
Okay,
very, yeah.
okay.
Because
So
my
when
father's from LA. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm normal, but then at the same time, there could be so many different aspects. But I
yeah,
understand.
I don't think you
The
normal. No,
intricacies.
I get it. So
Yeah.
that's what I want to ask you about your mom, because you say your mom like left Africa, and her and her friends, like some went to UK, some went to France. Was that like a migration rebellion type?
That
Uh,
was so basically, let me put it this way. That was basically rich kids who had access to money watching a movie, no different to, other kids who watch movies and get inspired to basically, I want to do this with my life, right? She watched that at 19. Her and her friends, so it's like 3 of them. And then they all left because basically what was left for them after going to boarding school, if you're not going to finishing school, right? Finishing school was learning how to be a secretary. It doesn't matter how much money your parents have. It doesn't matter anything. You have to now become somebody's wife. So this is now where the diplomatic class starts to emerge in Nigeria, right? And the thing is, my mom will always be like, her father, he was an entrepreneur. I would say basically the way you think about maybe Jewish people owning a lot of systems, right? Businesses. He owned
yes.
the whole block that she lived on. He owned, where they built the what's it called, the airport in Lagos, right? He owned that land. And basically, when he died, they sold it to the government to be able to build it. This is all of the infrastructure, or all of the things that before Nigeria became colonial, he already made his money. And he's from Lagos. He's not from any other part. So he has a certain cachet amongst Yoruba people because he was there first. But then his lineage goes back to Brazil, where in his family, they were always going back and forth from Brazil to Nigeria,
Oh
pre-colonialism.
man, this is
So
like a
this is a
perfect
whole bunch
storm
of,
talking with you tonight. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm just
no,
saying,
like we're
that's
talking, that's cool.
yeah, you got oh man. So your pop's from LA, but he got lineage back to Brazil.
You
It's
said pre-colonial.
Yes.
Break that out.
So what I mean is, Nigeria, I don't remember the specific date because the school I went to, we didn't really get taught all of the kind of like imperial knowledge, right? But by the time my mom was born, her parents' generation was the last generation that basically they were quote unquote free, meaning that they weren't born into a colonial empire, right? Or a subset of the British Empire. So Nigeria got colonized by the British. So they came in trying to do business, and then they were like, we're going to turn you into a country. So when I say pre-colonialism, I mean before the 1950s, where Nigeria became Nigeria, right? According to like the Western world. So with
I just want
that,
to make sure that there's some weirdos who are here pre-colonial and think Columbus.
Oh, okay. I got what you. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I get what you mean. I didn't even think about that. That's so true. That's true. That's true. That's true. So no, I mean modern day colonialism. So with that, her father, his family, they always went between Brazil and Nigeria, right? What is known as Nigeria. So he's always been in Lagos. There's a part of Lagos where literally it is known Brazilians came back in a certain number to stay. And this is all before the colonial British whatever. And there's some of them, like my mother's family, where they kept ties. But then after, obviously you can keep ties, but for so long where it's like something broke. So I don't know who my family is in Brazil. That's a tie that's been broken. And there's nothing, they didn't write it down. You understand what I'm saying? This is like oral history passed back and forth. And due to certain landmarks that are in Lagos, hey, Brazilians lived here. Brazilians came back from Brazil, some of them that were quote unquote enslaved, but a lot of them were not. Do you understand what I mean? So when I'm saying this,
Yeah.
if you're familiar with like the Moorish, of the land in what we call North America, it's pretty much the same thing for some of the people who will consider themselves Brazilians, but they're Yoruba. And then when you look at it, Brazil has the largest population of Black people outside of the continent, and most of them come from a Yoruba or a Congo lineage.
Right,
Got
right,
you.
right. That's a fact.
So were you saying that that like in an analogous to how people perceive the Moors?
Yes.
Mhm.
I
So meaning, yeah. So keeping those ties where people just think every Black person in Brazil was brought over, even Brazilians there right now who but then it's like they kept the Yoruba tradition of like Ifa. So if
Mm.
you go deeper into like Lensois and places like that, they still, because I had my mom watch this movie called Basura, and she was listening to it, she was watching it, she was like, wait, they actually speak like real Yoruba. They don't speak the watered
The
down version.
broken. Right,
Yeah. So she was just
right,
kind
right.
of like, wow, I didn't think that they still had that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, there's just a lot of intricate. I hope I answered your question, Agent Freeman.
No, you are, but see now the chat is tweaking on the term Moors you use. Could you elaborate a little bit when you say Moors? I think when you say Moors, you mean different than Moors that
but she
sovereign
was
No,
citizen.
I
This,
mean Moors in North America, which pretty much every Nubian person, right? If we're gonna say whatever, if you consider yourself quote unquote FBA, everybody didn't come from slavery, right? So when I say Moors, I mean basically you are indigenous to North America, even South America. You were there first. Ivan Van Sertima, before Columbus, this is your people. And I'm just saying that right now,
uh,
you can call yourself a Moor for a better kind of diplomatic title. Do you understand? We've been tricked so much as to like all the different things that we can call ourselves. And hey, it is what it is. But with every generation, there's a different label of identity the more they got us to assimilate. It's no different from like Prussia, when they basically went in and they started to reconfigure Poland. And one generation still knew their indigenous Polish identity, right? But then the younger generation, their children were indoctrinated into a Prussian perspective of who they are. So when I'm saying Moorish, I just mean it from that. I'm not adding all of the other added stuff of the dogmatic aspects that Moorish Science Temple has become. I'm
Wait,
literally
hold on. Wait, you are more?
No, I mean you're a Moor. We can say we're all Moors. If you are FBA, if that's what you want to call yourself,
Hold on, We not, wait. We not FBAs. Well.
sorry.
Wait. Hold on. Oh,
Hmm.
wait. Hold on. Let me just make sure I clear. A lot of us here have other lineages and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Even though niggas was born in the country and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But even with the
Mhm.
FBA, still, even them niggas ain't Moors.
Yes, sis, you
Okay,
just opened up Pandora's box by mentioning the name Alvin Van Sertima. You just
Yeah.
opened up
but
YouTube
that's why I
Pandora's
was
box.
saying it's literally just from if we have to do this through diplomatic identity, I would use that to try and explain what I'm saying about Brazilians and Yoruba, right? And understanding how my grandfather and his family, they were still going back and forth. There was no problem until his generation. His generation is like the last generation, and he would be considered, I think, the silent generation or older than that, right? Because he died before I was born. So his generation is like the last generation that actually knows, remembers their Brazilian origin, so to speak. Do you get what I mean? But at the same time, they're Yoruba. That's what I'm saying.
No,
So
we got
I'm just, mhm.
we got you. It was just the Moorish part. Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't
the
rock with
Moors part.
that.
Yeah, yeah, we
That
don't
was
rock
like
with that. We
everything else
pan
we got
Africans. Yeah,
into.
we can't. You know, yeah, we not
Okay,
Moors.
Yeah, we don't do that.
okay,
Yeah,
okay. When I
yeah.
say that again, it's just literally for if we're talking about international, just basically like how can we kind of like if we have
Mm.
to do this
Well,
from a quote unquote
we all
country.
not Pan Africans though. Wait, we all not Pan Africans, and I mean, keep in mind, some Pan Africans are, you know, what I'm saying they're Pan African to tether themselves to us. You know what I'm saying? All that Pan African shit ain't what it cracked up to be now. Let's be real. So like I get what she's saying and whatnot, but I'm listening, fam. I'm wondering when the questions gonna start now. Like, ain't this what y'all be going against?
Going against what?
Honestly, it was a perspective. I was just listening to her perspective. It was everything. I was just listening until it went to the Moorish. The Moorish thing stood out like, hold on, I
Why
understood
did
that.
the
I understood
Moors?
that as an
Okay,
analogy. I, I,
y'all just
I took
yeah,
it as
it's
an
just
analogy.
yeah, it is just literally because, like I said, this thing is so convoluted based off of a lot of identity, dogma, indoctrination, right? Because there's some people who can say, okay, well, Pan Africanists, all of y'all are supposed to be back in Africa, right? So why are you still in America, right? So what is, or even the perception of what Africa is, do you guys even understand what that is, right? So there's
Mm.
so many things in terms of what we choose to quote unquote identify with, talk about. And I'm saying in terms of context, in terms of context, bringing in the Moorish science aspect or the label more, it's just because, hey, when it comes to the last known indigenous title that put all of us who basically, whether your people came through slavery, because not everybody came through slavery. Do you know what I mean? And this is
Mm-hmm.
a scientific fact. It's not even just, oh, yeah, we want to claim that we're the original, Native Americans. But it's like, bro, we were here before. We are the first people on the land. I can even take it to NOI. You know what I mean? All of their teachings.
Mm-hmm.
I can take it to that. I'm saying we have to get to the point to understand every lens
That's
matters
right.
for us to get a full circle of basically everything that
But
happened.
but hey sis, can I just chime in because we just got through having a discussion, man, about a 3 hour conversation on the whole origins of this and how the
Mm.
diaspora and the network of the diaspora had moved through Europe, even more so than in the New World up to about 1550. So I'm not
Mm.
trying to be argumentative of anything, but when you start trying to not trying to, but see now you're talking on a global scale because you're from the continent, you got roots in America, and you reside in the UK and got lineage that spans back to hell, Brazil. So when you start saying we've always been here, that gets real complicated, and the methodology is not lining up with
Yeah.
what the record is saying, and that's where the pushback for me will come.
Well, I'll
And I
say this
say
as
that
an
respectfully.
introduction.
What record?
No,
I
that's
was
fine.
on.
Like, I don't listen, I am not, I don't get easily offended. You know what I mean? Like, we need to get past the point of a hyper fragile ego where we can't speak with each other on a truthful level and understand everything is rooted in truth. So I'm not offended by nothing.
Right.
And I take everything that everyone is saying. That's why I was like, oh, when Q Butter was like, that Moorish thing was like, so I'm like, why? I want to understand. And then you said, I'm speaking from a global context. Yeah, because, if we're going to now talk about, look at Malcolm X. Look at what he chose to do, where he was part of the nation, but then he understood, hey, I need to take this to the Geneva Conference, right? I need to make this a human rights infliction, right? Rather than just making it a racism, perspective. I need to make this a human rights violation regarding what is taking place in America when it comes to us, right? It is bigger than quote unquote racism. Do you know what I mean? So that's what I'm talking about, where we need to be able to contextualize everything from the different fractals in which all of this is emerging. You know what I
Can
mean?
you say that again, sis? Would you say hyper
Sorry?
fragile
I'll
what?
you, bro.
Hyper fragile what now? You said hyper fragile what now?
No, before you go into that, sis, I'll just and in the chat, let me invite some more FBAs to the panel. More FBAs to the panel. Wouldn't hear where y'all some of these talking
They
points.
chat rats for the most part. They're not going to do that.
Yeah, I'm like, come up here. Somebody was asking for the link. Hit the link. It's past 12 o'clock. I'm gonna put a protective coat in front of sis. So yeah, sis. So yeah, let me reintroduce you myself though. So I know I was on the platform, and I tend to stay away from certain platforms because I know in our community the information is mixy, and I'm a straight atheist and straight science head and black nationalist Pan-African. So I do parade in certain circles, but I do know that like I am not a Moor. I am not an Indian. I do not subscribe to us always being here. I don't subscribe to the Moorish stuff, the Native American, like facts on facts, evidence-based approach to everything. And many of us over here have that same basis. So this side of YouTube, inside of the world, tends not to be light because a lot of the ideologies that have been permeating the community over here, they get like beat up and diced up real quick. It's like, nah, you can't. No, sorry, not pull up. Just share your screen. Share your screen. Oh, you read it wrong. And so people tend, over here we don't play like that. Just so you know.
I'm not mad. No, I understand. I'm not mad. It was just to help contextualize what I meant. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
And this is further evidence. Like I said, Pan-Africans birthed these engines. Yeah, Pan-Africans got to hold that L. We did birth these engines. We birthed all this FBA nonsense and with all this blackology stuff on steroids. And yeah, like, so hence why I always laugh whenever they talk crap about Pan-Africanism, because they wouldn't exist without it. And I'm not even talking about the slave ship. I'm talking about ideology. Your ideology wouldn't exist without Pan-Africanism, because we birthed you. Alvin Van Sertima was a Pan-African. He birthed you engines. All you FBA weirdos. He birthed y'all. Every single one of you. All y'all think y'all indigenous in this landmass, which y'all can't none of y'all back up or prove. Alvin Van Sertima himself couldn't even prove it. He was a whole Pan-African pseudo, right? One of them culturalists, right? That's an issue with Pan-Africanism, right? The issue about Pan-Africanism that I got a problem with. That's why I don't do all the culture stuff. I'm Pan-African, but I don't do all that culture nonsense. That's what takes you down these little pseudo rabbit holes. Now, real quick, can I address something? I want to address something that I wasn't even talking about right now. I wasn't able to talk earlier. Truth got to upgrade his shit or something. I don't know what the hell. I was back there waiting for dumb long. I just wanted to just say something about the roots thing. Jeez, that shit took forever. But yeah, the roots thing. Y'all was talking about roots. That had came up earlier. And it was a lot of misconceptions about roots. Like these Indians lose their mind about the roots and everything else. Roots this, roots that. Talk about roots movies, root movies. Roots was not a movie. Can we get this?
That's a show.
Roots was not a movie. It was a mini series with 8 episodes. 8 episodes in the entire series, and only one of those episodes was they in Africa. That was the very first episode when they snatched Kunta Kinte up, and by the end of the episode, he was on the slave ship, on his way to America. All the other 7 episodes happened here. That Roots was not about Africa. It was about slavery. That's what Roots was about. Or it had nothing to do with
Part
Africa.
one is about Africa. Though. Part 1 is about Africa.
Part one may have
about Africa. It was about a motherfucker. It was about African getting enslaved and getting put on the slave ship on his way to America. It was the entire series is about slavery and the generations of it. That's why it's called Roots
in America.
I would say most of it, but his roots are traced throughout the entirety of the book and the movie. I thought they started in. They started in
Africa. Kunta Kinte was born. His mother and father birthed him. He was born, and then by the end of the episode, he was on the slave ship.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that most of it was, but I mean, it is in Africa though.
One episode was in Africa. One episode was in that, but it was about the boy being born and raised and then getting snatched up and put on the slave ship. I'm saying the movie in itself is about slavery. It was talking real history. Now, mind you, Roots was plagiarized. Truth mentioned that, and Roots was plagiarized. But if you actually watch the movie, it's centered around real historical events. Like they talked about the War of 1812. They were in depth about that. They were talking about that family going through the war. They were talking about the Civil War, all the stuff they was going through the Civil War. So it was real historical events that was being talked about in Roots, even though it was plagiarized. It wasn't a real story.
So is Roots a grift? Was Roots a grift?
Hold on real quick. Let me see. Vino? Who's Vino?
Yo, man, I'm here.
Yo, General Dave?
What's up?
We'll chop it up on that another time, though, Psycho, because I don't want to change the topic too much.
Yeah. I just wanted to get that in before, but
but it sounded like Roots was a grift, like we was talking about last night. But
I was Roots a grift. I was in a grift.
Another
thing, it
was plagiarized. I would say it's plagiarized work. I mean, that in itself would make it a grift.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I wouldn't say it was. Well, the grift was him selling it, pushing it off as his own story. I would agree.
Yeah.
If you say him pushing it off as his own story, I would agree because he did push it off as his own story.
He made it his part of it. But
the series itself was based, like I said, on real historical events. Now it wasn't an actual real story, but it was based on real historical events, though.
Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right.
And I would argue, and I made this argument, Roots actually killed all that Africa stuff. Because that Africa stuff was going on before Roots. Well before Roots. I could do a rundown on it. People was all into that African culture stuff and everything else. This was a beef between the Black Panther Party and the US organization. The US organization was all Africa'd out and everything else, talking about we need to trade libation and talk Swahili and all this other stuff and everything else. That was way before 1977 with Ron Karinga and all of them. They was beefing and shooting up each other up at UCLA College and everything else. That was a war ideology. You had the Panthers that was more politically and socially conscious against these culturalists, these people that want to change our language, change our names, and all this other stuff.
The specific context was Black History Month, though. That's what we was talking about, and it didn't start till 1977. So that was, you know what I'm saying? That was
but the 80s, though, we wasn't on that African stuff in the 80s, like for the most part, dog. Until the apartheid, that was like the late 80s.
Wearing a medallion.
That was like the late 80s. That was the late 80s, early 90s with that whole, I would say around 88 to about 92. That 4-year time span. You have people that were supporting the apartheid and everything else, and wearing the African medallions and all that. By the end of 92, people wasn't even talking about that.
Yeah, Boys in the Hood killed that when they came out. Like we was talking about last night, African booty scratches and the kids with the pot bellies with the flies on their face. Yeah, they killed their African shit in 92.
Yeah, Roots, after Roots, all that African stuff. I stopped seeing the beads all in the house and everything else. We used to have beads all in the house except for doors. People had these little beads and stuff and everything else. Everybody had incense everywhere, burning and all that thing else. By the time 82 came around, everything else, but that shit, you ain't seen none of that shit no more. All that stuff was gone. That was 70s shit.
Yeah, I say that's the 70s Psycho. The green, black, and red RBG pics with the fists. Yeah.
That's not
Yeah,
that's not true because we had cross colors. We had all of that.
That's the 90s.
Black
Bro,
people
do not
went.
That's
Black
like I
cross.
people.
said,
Do
91,
not. Don't
92.
Black
do
people
cross.
in
Yeah,
America
cross
went
colors went out in
absolute.
92, 93,
Black
bro.
people in
That's why I
America
said
went
like that 4 year
Come on,
window.
absolutely
get back on
nuts
topic,
until
Lil.
they
Come on, get back
freed
on
Okay.
topic.
Mandela.
What happened?
We went absolutely nuts here in America until they freed Mandela. So
Go with nuts
I
how?
Hey,
How
we
you
went
go nuts?
I
bonkers in the
remember a lot,
Get
man.
nuts in
That
what way?
Hey, we
Wait,
went
you just
bonkers,
get
huh?
nuts in what way?
what do you
Yeah,
mean? What way?
please.
We dog, you couldn't tell us
Oh,
shit.
I just
Okay,
You
tell me.
couldn't
Give
tell
me
us
No,
examples.
shit
no.
until
Hold on, get back
Give me
on
Mandela was
topic. Get
examples.
back
free.
on topic. Get
Give
back
clamoring
me,
in
on
the
give me
topic.
streets.
examples of us
It
going
starts in the
nuts.
streets
Hey,
first. Clamoring in the streets. First, first
We
it
was
rolls
not
out to the
clamoring in the
streets.
streets. We was not. Show me
no,
us protesting in the
Maybe
streets,
you
Mandela.
wasn't
no,
there.
Yeah,
Show
we
me
didn't
Maybe
even
us
know
you
who the
wasn't
hell
protesting.
there.
Go
Mandela
ahead,
no.
pull
was.
it.
If
Pull
Right.
that up.
no,
Pull that
stop.
up.
Wait.
Pull that
Most of
up.
us didn't know
I
who
can
the
pull
who
us
he
up
Right
was.
marching.
signs in
I
the
can
Wait.
pull
streets
us up.
first.
I can
Yo,
pull
the
us up.
topic,
I
y'all.
can
Let's
pull
get
us
back
up
on
marching
topic,
for
y'all.
Tawana Brawley. I can pull us up. Pull us up. Marching for a whole bunch of other violations, even though that wasn't real
No.
violation. But
Well,
we was
okay.
marching for things in the '80s, but it was not Mandela. I promise you that. Where is
Yeah,
it?
I
Where is it?
think the I
Okay,
think
just
that
because you saying it ain't,
God
I'm
I'm
from
saying show
damn.
me.
Chicago
I'm
and I
saying
know
show
what
me.
we did.
I'm
I'm
saying
I
trying to
don't
show
know
me.
where you
Chicago,
from,
okay.
huh?
man. I don't know
I'm
where
saying
you
Okay.
show
from,
me.
but I can
I'm
tell
I
you
giving
think
for a fact
Okay,
in
show
Chicago
me.
we went
I think
ham
no.
Q I
until they
think
Okay,
freed
Q is
show me.
right,
Mandela.
Show me
man.
y'all going
You gotta
ham.
go back
I
to
Show
the
don't
me
know
y'all
what the
topic.
hell
going
you
ham.
Homicide.
talking
Show me
about.
Right
examples.
Yeah.
huh?
Show me y'all going ham. Show me some video evidence, some articles, something. Show me y'all going
No,
ham about
let's
Nelson Mandela.
let's
Show
let's
me.
be real. Let's
I
okay.
bet you can't. I bet
I'm
you
gonna get
can't.
I'm gonna give an example and just try to prompt people's imagination. It was the
No,
boy.
okay, let me hold on.
No,
Forget
no,
all
no.
of that.
You hold on. It was the
Do
boycott on
you remember
Reebok.
Man in the Mirror
Now you can
by
go.
Michael Jackson?
What does Man in the Mirror
Hold on,
got to do with
you
anything?
gotta let GA go, bro.
Man in the Mirror ain't had to do with Africa. What are you talking about?
Never mind, man.
Man in
I'm
the
just
Mirror
gonna
had nothing.
mute
Man in the Mirror was not
because
about Africa. That was a
I
humanist
guess
song
whatever
about
you say is
global
right.
peace. That was a humanist
I
song
guess
about
whatever you
global
say
peace. You
is
want to
right.
make Man in the Mirror
Just
about
like you think
Africa now?
everybody in the streets
You
is
want to make
Pan
Man in the Mirror
African,
about
man.
Africa. When that was a whole humanist global
just like I said
song
at the
about
end of
global
Pac
peace.
thing, you in a small
Wow.
field room thinking you talking about the masses, bruh.
Nah,
No,
I think
you go read. Go look at the song. Go look at the song. You don't know what you're
I
talking
was
about.
alive,
It's a
fool.
dumb
I don't need
YouTube
to
talking
read my
point.
life.
Man in the
I
Mirror
think
was about global peace. Man in
I
the
think
Mirror
my
was about global
Reebok
peace. It had
beats
nothing
his
to do with
man in the
Africa, you weirdo. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Don't
and
make
it was a
make
grip
no
and it
sense.
was a grip.
I think Reebok beats the Reebok boycott beats Man in the Mirror though.
Man in the Mirror. This is wow.
Dude talking about we wasn't
Yeah,
no
I ain't
black
never
color.
heard that before. Psycho, man.
It's almost like dude don't remember cross colors.
I do
Bro, it
remember.
went out in
You don't remember
93.
false colors. You literally are
But
proving
you
my
were saying
point.
it all
You
left in the
literally proved
It
my
80s.
went out in
point.
92, 93, bro.
I said in
Right. He
82
said
we wasn't
everything
on it
left in
like that, and
the
then you bring up
70s.
cross
In the
colors
80s, it
that
was
didn't come
nothing.
out till like 92. You bring up something that came
But
out a
you
whole
said it all
decade
stopped in
later,
the
and I
70s.
already
But you
said
said it
you
all
had a
stopped in the
4 year. I
70s.
already
It
said you
didn't.
had a 4 year
No, he said it
window
stopped in
from like
92, 93.
88 to like 92,
Oh my God,
where
man. All
motherfuckers
right, man. I'm
was,
just gonna
was
mute
being
because whatever I
supportive
say, I'm
of
just gonna change
Africa,
what
whatever
y'all
the
say
case may be.
to say I'm wrong. Let me just mute.
Via
Y'all
clothes and all this other stuff, whatever the case may be. That was it. After 92, that was gone. That's what I just said. You ain't do nothing to back up what I just said. So I don't even know what you're talking
Nah, all
about.
you gotta do is rewind, and you said it
Are
was
you
over in the
listening?
70s and
No,
the
he said
80s.
92,
It was
93,
gangster
bro.
rap.
He said 92,
Oh
93,
my
bro.
God, man! Like, all right, man.
I
Hold on a
literally
second.
said you had a go back and rewind. I said you had a 4 year window from 88 to like 92 when we being on some African medallion stuff and everything else. Is that the third? That's what you're talking about.
Okay, so this is 1985 DC.
Okay, where the black people
There were movements here in America. I'm just saying there were movements.
Where's the black people in the hood? That's what I want. I want to see black people in the hood because he said black people in the hood in Chicago.
Yes, dog.
2009. That's
Yes,
what he
dog.
said.
All you got to do is ask
I see
anybody
white
from
people.
Chicago, dog. It was all in
I
our
see white people.
schools. We was all up at the mayor's office. All that shit,
Show
dog.
me.
How do you,
Where?
Show me.
We was saying
Can you
every
pull up
time.
something? Can you pull up
All
something?
right, I'm gonna
Showing me.
mute till
Show
I can
me.
talk. You're right.
Show
I'm
me.
gonna listen to you
Okay,
until you
show
tell
me.
me
You're
I
doing
can talk.
talking. I hear what you're saying, but you're not showing me nothing. Anybody can say that. I can tell you we was doing all types of wild stuff out here. And so I can prove it don't mean nothing.
Psycho. I just came from Chicago, and the brother just told me how he got displaced by the Venezuelans.
What's this?
It would be trolling of me to say, "Oh, show me." I can't. He's telling me.
One second, Diddy. What's this I'm looking at? What's this?
Let me see what we got here. There's another rally. I don't know where it's at. I'm trying to see where it's at. It says.
I see 1948. I don't think it's 1948, but I see 1948.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about apartheid right now, or what? Now, what are we talking about now?
I don't know
It's
what we
apartheid.
talking
That's what they
about.
They
talking about.
still talking about Mandela.
Black
I don't know
Americans.
what we talk about.
We're talking about
We
whether or
was
not
talking
Black
about-
Americans were exhausting any energy as it pertains to our brothers and sisters abroad. You know,
Right, but I see Arabs here, I see Latinos here, white people. This ain't the hood. Like this ain't like I want to
They're
see
like a rainbow coalition.
My argument ain't about the hood. My argument is about Africa, pushing Africa.
Okay,
And if
well,
it
yeah,
happens
but you make a
around-
different argument than old boy is making. Okay, well, what's your
Yeah,
argument?
that's a different point.
We might as well go back to the main topic.
Different point. No, it's the main point. The main point continues to be this was put in front of you in the 80s. I don't know why. I don't know why.
No. Q was talking about some other shit.
I acknowledge black people in the country was against apartheid. What I'm saying is we wasn't marching about it. What we did was we found out what companies was supporting apartheid, and we didn't buy those products from those companies.
Just
that's
say
about
you
the most
wasn't,
That's
bro.
about the most black Americans did to support to go against apartheid was not buy certain products. That's it. It wasn't no marching. It wasn't no screaming, hooting, and hollering. It wasn't none of that.
Say it wasn't where you were at.
Well, show it then. If I'm wrong, show it. If I'm wrong, show it.
Chicago, man.
Show it. I don't care. Show me in Chicago.
Okay, I swear to God, I can't outscream you.
Show me y'all screaming, hooting, and hollering like you said y'all was. Show me y'all stomping the ground, kicking up dust for Africa.
I can't outscream you. That's all I can tell you.
Okay,
because every time I talk, you just seem to scream at
I don't
over
need you
me.
to talk. I need you to show me.
Exactly. I'm a mute then. I'm a mute then. You're right.
Do you know how to share your screen like he's doing? Do you know how to actually share your screen? Can you do that?
What's that, Taz? What rally is that? Because I'm on the phone, bro. I can't see.
Let's see.
Springfield,
Massachusetts. I can't see the year.
Springfield,
Massachusetts. Hall City. Where's this at? Is it 85?
Yeah, I'm about to say that's probably 85 because I got an apartheid shirt from 85.
And where's this at?
Springfield, Massachusetts.
Okay. I see congressmen and stuff like that. This is political. This is a political rally. Like I see congressmen and all this other stuff, everything else. Like now,
political.
Huh?
That's what I'm saying. That's how I got in front of us. It was 100% political. But that's how I got in front of us.
Oh yeah, I would agree. There was a political movement to go against apartheid and everything else. It's like it's a political movement to go against Israel or Palestine, whatever. Like all that shit is politics. So yeah, it was that you had that going on. But just like you don't see people kicking up dust in the hood for Palestine, marching and doing all this wild shit and all this stuff, that wasn't going on with the apartheid either. You wasn't seeing people running around here kicking up dust and all this other shit, saying, "Oh, we got no."
We was focused on Jesse Jackson at that time. Old Message Jesse.
No, we did the Reebok. It was the Reebok.
85. Jesse Jackson was popping, bro.
We was in the middle of this, fam. You almost you got to be in denial to say we weren't. I mean, come on, fam. That ain't Africa.
No, it was the
games, fam. Like, cause that for real. This is now the 5th example. How many cities we got to go to? This is New York, New York. That's a whole Africa symbol right there. Cut the games, fam. This is what they put in front of us. Africa. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't remember black people. I just don't remember black people going out
Chase
picking up dust.
Chase Manhattan Bank. That's a midtown Manhattan.
No,
right
I'm saying
that is not Brooklyn. That is not the Bronx. That is not Harlem. That is not Queensbridge. That is literally midtown Manhattan. It is not the hood.
So you're saying that roots, and this is how culturally you got introduced to Africa?
Ooh.
No, I'm saying this ain't really got nothing to do with roots. This is in response to him saying there wasn't anything happening. No, there was big movements all across this country for Africa. And then we can say, yeah, that's probably because you were tired.
I'm not saying it wasn't movement. My argument is the hood, because that's everybody's argument. Is the hood got all this Africa pushing all this Africa
man.
stuff.
Whoever was saying, look, I'm showing you was nationwide.
Into Africa. That ain't what the hell was going on.
Jesse Jackson was from Chicago, bro. While he was running and all that other type of stuff, dog.
Like one topic. It's all over the place.
Yeah,
I'm saying the hood was not. I know it was movements, and it was a movement to go against apartheid. I acknowledge all that. I'm saying this whole idea that the whole hood was on this Africa stuff and Africa. That ain't what the hood was on.
No, we
White
wasn't on
people
no
was talking
Africa,
about the
Africa,
apartheid way
Africa.
more than black people.
We was on
White
fuck that
people
apartheid
was talking
shit.
about the apartheid way more than black people. I promise you that.
No. We wasn't on no Africa. We was on that fuck that apartheid shit.
Oh, we was on vote for Jesse Jackson.
So
Nigga.
why you sitting up here saying now that we was all about the apartheid? One minute you
Because I
saying
just
we
said
was
it. I
kicking up
said
all
it
this
in the
stuff.
beginning.
No, wait,
and
you can't.
cussed me
You
out
talking
when I
out both
said
sides
it.
of your mouth.
Ain't
Because first you
nothing,
just
ain't
told me
nothing
y'all was
changed
going
about what I
crazy over
said,
the
bro.
apartheid and y'all was kicking up all this dust. Now you saying we was on some fuck the apartheid shit. Which one was it? Make up your
That was
mind.
the New Testament.
Man, you
to
delulu.
us.
Let me
I
get
kick
off
y'all
of this
pseudo as
shit, man.
hell,
You
dog.
just
Like,
don't
what
like
y'all
me,
talking
man. You
about? Y'all
just
didn't
want to
even live this.
scream at
Most
me,
of y'all
man.
motherfuckers,
Fuck
most of
it.
y'all going off with people
being-
telling y'all because y'all didn't live this shit because y'all ain't even old enough.
Yeah,
I actually
yo,
lived
Dave.
this shit. I lived through it. I'm telling you
How
what
old
the
are
fuck
you?
happened.
Yo, Dave,
How old are you?
Let's get back to your Dave. Are you?
No,
have
how
issues with-
old are you?
do you have issues
I'm
with
a
Pan-Africanism,
70s
Dave?
baby.
Yo,
I'm an
Dave,
old head.
you got issues
I
with
remember all this shit. I
Pan-Africanism?
remember all that apartheid shit.
All right,
Yo,
well,
Dave.
I was born in '79,
all
dog.
that shit. I remember all the cross
I-
colors. I
look,
tried to tell you what
listen.
year it was out.
I was born in '79. Now you gonna try to tell me
older than
that
you.
my lived experience with this shit didn't happen?
I'm out.
Now I ain't gonna argue it. I ain't gonna argue it because I can't outscream you, bro. You got mic supremacy. I can't outscream you.
What I'm saying is the
I don't know what happened in New York.
about.
I'm just telling you what
Okay, go
happened
ahead,
in
finish.
Chicago.
Right, I'm telling you, if you're saying Chicago, out O Block or out in Cabrini Green, they always
Man,
kicking
O
up
Block
rocks.
wasn't
and
even
kicking up
O
dust.
Block back
I'm
then, bro.
calling
What
cap.
the fuck are you talking
I'm
about?
calling cap. Now I need some evidence. Now I need some evidence.
Man, the
Show me
projects
some
was
evidence.
still up. O Block wasn't no O Block back
Oh,
then,
show
bro.
me some
You had
evidence.
to deal with everything on
Show
the
me
low
some. Show
end.
me
You
Can
had
I
to
ask
deal
a
with the
question?
green and all of
Can I
that,
ask a
man.
question, y'all?
You making
Can I
shit
ask
up.
a
That shit
question?
wasn't even no big deal back
Don't
then.
show me down there by the Sears Tower. Don't show me down there by the Sears Tower. NAACP by the Sears Tower. I don't care about the NAACP by the Sears Tower. I want to see Cabrini Green kicking up dust over Africa. That's what the fuck I want to see from you.
NAACP
you show me that?
by the Sears Tower. What the fuck?
Can you
are
show me
talking
that?
about?
It was
No,
called
I
Wick
ain't
City.
finna, no, I ain't finna show you.
It was called
I'm
Wick
just gonna say
City,
you right,
Psycho.
so you
Wick
stop
City.
screaming
All
at
this
me.
stuff, this stuff is
I'm
a
just gonna
myth.
say you
Y'all
right, so you stop
creating
screaming at me.
revisionist history. This stuff ain't happening the way y'all say it happened.
Of course.
No,
You
right.
right.
Damn
You
right.
God.
You damn right. I'm right. You goddamn right. I'm right.
Damn, Dave, you done ran Q butt off, man.
So
Wow,
what's
I
the
just said
so
one
wait?
thing. This nigga just kept screaming at me.
So what's the goal of Pan-Africanism right now in like modern day time? Because for me, it's like, you know, we have all of these younger generations coming online and it's really real for them, just like it was for each of us. I'm a millennial, and for me, I understood from 11 years old what type of time everything was on. So my thing is, what are we going to do for the next generation? And what is the point of Pan-Africanism? Because like I said, I've explained some of my history, my, you know, where I've lived, all the different aspects of my quote unquote blackness, right? So if you look at me, I quote unquote could fit Pan-Africanism, but I don't really identify with it like that because I'm like, I don't understand what it's supposed to be right now, modern day. How is it a utility?
Oh, that's a fair point.
Can I answer
So
after
Because
you?
we can argue about apartheid and everything else, but it's like, what are we doing right now for
Exactly.
the young niggas that are out here? Because for me, from 11 years old, I lost a lot of people, meaning a lot of niggas that I grew up with didn't make it past 14. So we can do all of this, and all of y'all are men. You
We got the
understand?
NOI. We got the NOI.
Well, I'm not asking about NOI because this is Pan-Africanism, right?
I'm saying, what do we got?
I'm
not
saying,
even
what
talking
is
about that, bro.
Pan-Africanism? What is the point of it right now?
After y'all answer, I want to
fact that
answer.
you just
What
labeled
is
everybody.
the
The
point?
fact that
What
you
is
just
the
labeled
utility? What is the
fact that you just
utility of
labeled
it right now?
The fact that you just labeled everybody niggas and you wasn't specific, because what niggas are you talking about? Because to me, niggas is
Okay.
Africans, Jamaicans, Haitians, FBAs. All these are niggas to me. You just said niggas, and that's a blanket ass statement. What niggas are you talking about? The fact that you just said niggas and you didn't make a distinction means you're talking Pan-African talk. You're talking Pan-African talk. You gotta be specific because y'all not race first. Ain't no FBAs are not race first. Niggas, they not. They anti-race. They against the race. right?
But
They
you
all
see,
about
but
ethnicity. They
okay.
about ethnicity and culture. That's
All
all they
right.
care about.
All right. All right.
Ethnicity and
All
culture,
right.
entertainment. Ethnicity,
We've
culture,
been
and entertainment. That's
Ma'am,
all they care
I
about.
can
All
give
right,
you
but
an
I
answer.
asked, but
I
you
can
see,
give you an answer.
listen,
Then
I asked,
everybody's
I'm
mule.
gonna psychopath, right?
Ma'am, I can answer.
Whatever I'm saying, you can take it how you want to take it because the term is now a colloquialism, right? So please, let's just do this in terms of, I'm not going to argue minutia, right? Y'all want to argue about what was going on, apartheid, that's cool. But the
That's the
context of why
past.
we're all here, I'm asking, what is the utility of Pan-Africanism? If you want to get reductionist and say this is about detail, who am I referring to, da-da-da-da-da-da, we could be here all day.
No,
But
you
answer
missed.
the
You obviously
question
what I said flew over
regarding,
your head. What I
answer
said
the real
obviously flew over your head.
question, answer the
I can
real
explain
I
it.
question
got
of
an answer for you,
utility.
Shawty. I
Thank
got
What I
an
said
answer
just
for you,
flew over
Thank
your
you.
Shawty.
I
head.
would
That's
love
what
to
happened.
hear it.
And
What
the
is the
fact that it flew over your
utility of
head just goes to show you
Hey,
don't know what
Pan-Africanism?
ain't no
Pan-Africanism is.
such thing.
You obviously
Ain't
don't know
no
what
such thing.
Pan-Africanism is because you did what I said, what flew over your head.
Ain't
My
no
head
such
isn't
thing
It flew
as,
blown
over your head.
up. My head isn't blown up. You see, you make
ma'am.
a
I got
lot
an
of
answer
So I
for
said
you.
flew
assumptions.
over your
I'd like
head.
You
I
to
make
didn't
a
answer
say
lot
your
of
blew up.
question
I
going
said
into the
flew.
future.
I said flew
You make
over
a
your
lot of
head. I didn't say nothing about your head being
assumptions.
blown up. I said flew over
You
your head.
make a lot of assumptions, right? And I get it
Well,
that how
I'm basing off what you just said because you're misrepresenting everything I just said.
I didn't misrepresent
Ma'am, I
anything.
think
I said you're going
Pan-Africanism
off
going into the
of
future is built off of rush hour. That's what
rush hour.
unity is. Listen to me.
I am
Unity is
listening. I
what
just
you
wanted to
see in the
understand what.
morning when you wake up and you see all them cars driving
I'm talking
together
about
in rush hour, trying to make money on one accord.
Okay.
Until whatever this movement, whatever your movement is
right.
able to
You don't even
yield
know.
business
Criticize something you don't
and
even know.
commerce. That's where everything should be going. Because that's the only unity I know.
Commerce.
How do
It's
y'all
rush
criticize
hour.
something y'all don't even know what it is?
My brother,
Most of y'all that
That's
criticize
not unity. That's not
Pan-Africanism don't
unity.
even know what
Yeah,
it
it's
is. And
unity.
y'all can't even make proper
And
arguments
I think that's
against
the
it because
problem.
y'all
Y'all
don't
down
know
with
what it is.
RBG, but y'all
That's
ain't down
people.
with
That's
the
people
goat.
are fine by law.
Talking under me every time I talk. Every time I
So what
talk, I
is
wait for him
it?
to finish. As
So
soon as
what
I
is
start
I'm
it?
talking, he
trying to
starts
say
talking
it.
right under me. He's doing
It
it again.
should be about
He's still
commerce.
doing it.
It
It's
should
about
be about
commerce.
commerce.
Okay.
Right.
So then
Strictly.
Like I
psychopath.
said, most people that
What
got
do
criticized,
you?
God damn, y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead and finish having a
So
conversation.
psychopath, right? Because you're saying this is about argument. This is my first
I
time
ain't get
being
to say
here
nothing
live.
because y'all keep cutting me off.
What do you mean? You talked through everything I said.
I just
Okay,
listened to
look.
you, and then I went
No,
to
you
respond to
didn't.
what you
I
just
heard
said, and
you
you
all the way
cut me off,
through.
and you doing it again. You still talking.
Yeah,
All
you having
right,
a conversation
listen.
with the sister, bro. Let Psycho talk to the sister, man.
Okay. This is the thing. Dave spoke. Psychopath. When Dave was speaking, you were interjecting in the background, talking about we don't even know what Pan-Africanism is, right? So Dave is saying you've been talking. You also said,
Okay, y'all talk with
if
each other.
we
Fuck
want to
y'all,
talk
motherfucking
about,
weirdo.
okay, so
Okay,
when it's time
perfect.
for
Go
clarity,
ahead.
then it's time to
Man.
basically, all right, you just want to be dysfunction.
Okay,
No,
sis.
go
What's
ahead.
your definition of what's your definition of Pan Africanism, sis?
For me,
Yes. What's your definition of Pan Africanism?
For me, growing up, Pan-Africanism for me looked like three different things. There was Kwame Nkrumah, there was Lumumba, there was Thomas Sankara. To me, that's the African on land perspective of what Pan-Africanism is, right? In that context. Then there's when I grew up and I'm seeing it in America, where basically it is a whole thing of Marcus Garvey. You know what I mean? All of that aspect of this is where Malcolm X came from. This is what he was grown on. Harlem came from the whole Pan-Africanist Garvey movement, and then other aspects that came through that. Then coming to London and seeing the Rastas and basically the Jamaicans over here, they have a different version of how they see Pan-Africanism. But what I see with America and London, it's about going back to Africa. That's what I was informed with.
But
I don't
can't
know if
we
that's their way.
now by all that what you said? Can't we see that the common denominator between all that you said is liberation for all Black people across the globe, right? And that's what Pan-Africanism is: the liberation and salvation and unity of all Black people throughout the diaspora of the whole planet. The unification. That's what Pan-Africanism. It ain't all about just moving Africa, no matter where you at. Long as you doing something to try to unify and uplift and sustain Black people throughout the planet, that's Pan-Africanism.
Okay. So then my thing is, in the current version of Pan-Africanism right now, so if it's all about liberation, y'all come in and y'all doing this, do y'all like have a movement? Because I heard, I became aware of Q Butter with the Zayak school, right? So I'm like, for you guys, what else?
Well, see, Pan-Africanism is a mentality first. You got to have a mentality. Once you develop the mentality of Pan-Africanism, you see that you don't have to join a group. All you have to do is
have a mindset.
Help and build amongst our people.
Okay.
You
cool.
see?
I got that. I understand. So then basically it is just about nation building on a mindset level and on the ground. So it's like grassroots, all of that.
It's basically just like all people in Africa want to come from up under the yoke of the colonizers and to have a free Africa. That's what Blacks want in America. That's what Blacks want in Haiti. That's what Blacks want in Jamaica, to govern ourselves.
Okay.
You know, that's Pan-African.
Just pull up the
govern
definition,
ourselves.
Madonna.
You know what I mean? Under the Black rule, with our laws, with our forces enforcing our laws, because that's the only reason why. Because when you look at it, laws ain't really nothing but a bunch of words written on paper. But what make them stick is the reinforcement behind the paper. You see?
Okay. Okay, that makes sense to me, and it's still the same kind of aspect that I got from the different people that inform me about it. But my thing is like, okay, so what do we do now? Because every movement, because I'm not particular to one school of thought. My thing is, it is truly about understanding every aspect, and then what do we do from there? You know.
So what are you trying to imply? Are you implying like there's
I'm not
some type of
implying
form
anything.
of?
I'm
No,
just
wait, hold on. Are you saying like there's like a flaw that we need to acknowledge in Pan-Africanism, or like what are you trying to say?
say that again. Is there a flaw in Pan-Africanism? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
No. I'm not asking if there's a flaw. My thing is, I'm not here to be divisive. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to. I actually want to understand what is the wider application for this.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it's like utility. We are, this, as a kid watching all of this, we've seen this iteration go over and over and over and over in all different aspects, right? The ego is going to distort things. People's different, the way they
So what's
grow
the
up,
next
where
step?
they grow up, Yeah, because it's like,
So what's the next move?
Yeah, because if I'm
So
11
do you
years
feel
old,
so you feel like it's like on a standstill, like when it comes to certain things? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and you want to and you want to know like what's going to be the next move, like what's the next step for Black people collectively?
Yeah, because now we are at a point where we've reached a tipping point of every single generation, right? And there's a collective existential crisis right now. So I'm saying if Pan-Africanism is basically about the liberation of Black people across the globe, no matter where they're from, our own governance, how are we actually going to do that?
Right. And I understand. Are you trying to? And you're talking about in the sense of being in power, right? Like taking over and being like a superpower nation, something like that, and having our own. Is that like what you're talking about?
I'm not even contextualizing it to that level. I'm just saying I don't have any assumption. I'm not trying to, I'm saying what do we have as a thought of, okay, look, you guys said this is what Pan-Africanism is, liberation for Black people across the globe. We are now at a point where, hey, all of us are able to connect. Right here through technology, right? So then what are we going to do? What is the application past, this is unity?
Can I answer your question, ma'am?
Well, sis, we still, our people still waking up. Our people, you got to understand.
You asking, sis, you asking all
you got to look at,
sis,
you got to understand, right? Our people went through a 400+ year conditioning under our slave masters, or what we call colonizer, all that, right? So if it took 400, if out of 400 years of indoctrination, we just ain't gonna come out of that in 100 years. It don't work that way.
Hey, well, look, to answer your question about the practicality of it, I think I think what happens is we misunderstand the purpose of ideologies in the first place. Because the ideology itself isn't what the solution is. The ideology is supposed to shape the impact of the solution and who the solution benefits. You feel me? So like because I operate from the understanding that Pan-Africanism is just the idea, the concept that
of a united
people from the
mindset.
right, like people from the, and not even just a united mindset, but that we have a shared fate. Like people of the diaspora have a shared fate. It means like like the global imperialist powers impact people, like people who look like us, people who are impacted by the transatlantic slave trade, people who were impacted by the colonization of Africa. Those same imperial powers still control society today, and the perception of African people and people who descend from African people, the perception that was created by those imperialist powers still shape how those people are treated today. And so the idea is that when I'm in America fighting for civil rights, when I'm in America fighting against racism, it's connected to the global struggle against imperialism that we see in other places. But
they'll tell you. I said until they bring their ass over here and tell you it's not connected.
I mean, just because they say it's not connected don't mean that it's not connected. Yeah, because I think what y'all do.
That's what like, but dumb. Nah, bro. And my experience is that though, and it's not even a umbrella. But if that's all I've heard, a few of them say that I know, shit, that's what it is, bro. Why would I take it out of context to make it something different just to benefit them?
But look, you have a point though, right? You have a point. But here's the thing. Like for example, my mother-in-law did not fuck with me for the longest. My African mother-in-law did not think I was good enough for her daughter, any of that shit. You know what I'm saying?
But my still don't learn to accept you, bro. Like I have, like for real.
Shut the fuck up. Like, but my sister-in-laws, you feel me? My wife and her friends and I haven't experienced that from them. Because that's not to say that disconnect and that type of thing. Because East Africans are some of the worst when it comes to being anti-black. I'm not gonna lie. Like West Africans, they got their ways, but East Africans would be like, "Well,
can I ask what part of East Africa?"
Eritrea. She's Eritrean.
She's Eritrean. Okay.
Yeah. So you know what I mean. So like, I've even seen it was on TikTok. This one Somali nigga went viral because the nigga was like, "Somalis are not black. Somalis are not black." But the people who responded to that video was other Africans.
Right, right. So we were speaking about that earlier, Dom. Yeah, we was talking about that earlier, Dom, on how the Ethiopians and the East Africans be beefing with the West Africans, and they think that they better. Yeah, they got it's like that over there too. Like the same thing in South Africa. The South Africans don't really, you know what I'm saying, consider themselves to be like, you know, West African, but a lot of them come from West Africa. They descendants of West Africans.
This is the thing that like how Marley Ma, right? This is what I was saying about understanding, you know, even on the continent, there are so many different layers and facets in terms of how people perceive themselves, right? Their self-concept. And a lot of that has to do with when they were colonized, also what level of education they had, and then also what was their economic infrastructure, you know, before and after. Because a lot of, you know, that's why I asked Damo what part of East Africa, right? Because if he said Uganda, they have this very weird perception of blackness because they've now adopted not just the colonial white perception, but then they've also been indoctrinated with the whole caste system from the Indians that were controlling or playing middleman, even though they came under a certain, you know, economic class. So now, you know, I have.
And they was colonized. Shit, India was colonized.
They were indentured. They brought them over as indentured servants.
Yeah, but it's the funny thing is they even do it within themselves in terms of, and then the thing is it also goes from the whole Indian caste system amongst black people, Africans
amongst black people
who were born there.
That's how it is. That's how it is Yeah, that's how it is in Trinidad. The same thing.
Yeah, because
It's
of
just
the
But
yeah.
whole
shit,
Indian
we low key
push.
got caste
Mm.
systems in America though. Everything is broke
Yes, we
nigga this,
do.
broke
And
nigga
that's
that.
but
Nigga,
this
you
is
niggas
but
is
you
broke
see
nigga. You niggas ain't got
exactly
no.
that, but then there's also a
Exactly.
socioeconomic aspect to it. Do you get what I mean? I think sometimes
Agreed.
this is why I'm asking about, the Pan-Africanist question, because I don't want to assume anything, right? Because I can step in here with you guys and you guys all have a certain collective idea of, okay, this is Pan-Africanism. This is how you guys all agree. This is what we all know to be the truth here. But then if I go somewhere else, it may be skewed a little differently, and everyone is under this perception of like, this is what it means to be Pan-Africanist, right? But at the end of the day, I'm just kind of like, look, we're all Black. It's been the same thing day in, day out. You understand? And it's like you also start to, when you actually track all of this stuff, you start to see how it's the same thing going on in different cycles, in different pockets of quote unquote Blackness. And what BYT the GOAT said, I agree 100% as someone who would be considered quote unquote African. But even for me, Nigerians don't accept me as African. I don't see myself quote unquote as,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I'm African from the motherland in the way that, or actually, let me put this correct. I don't perceive myself as Nigerian in the way other Nigerians will see themselves. I go strictly by, look, you know what? I'm Yoruba, because that to me covers everything in my perspective when I'm dealing with people who are from the continent. But am I now saying that I'm not African American too? No, I'm not. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I'm just like,
Let me.
depending on who.
I was just gonna say. Let me add this though, because I do want to be clear about something. I do think that like just as a cultural human phenomenon, like culture act as a human phenomenon, it's always going to be some level of like tribalism, like some level of gatekeeping, like in groups and out groups are inherent to like the human experience. But I think the issue that we have though is what the concept of race has done to how we understand these things. You feel me? Because I
Right.
think like when you had tribes existed that warred, that beef, right? Like when you had different ethnic groups that had static, those circumstances were a part of natural human conflict, right? Like we form a group, somebody else form a group, and and there are resources that we got to compete for. Like that's nature. You feel me? But when we're talking about being man, right, being civilized and being like operating in what we understand as modern civil society, right? Like the concept of gatekeeping that way doesn't necessarily go away, but it doesn't mean what it did, right? So like we could still like to me, like I delineate between niggas. Like you got regular niggas, you know what I'm saying? Like you got real niggas, you got suburban niggas, you got sellout niggas, you got coon niggas. You feel me? But those are still different in groups and out groups that we exist in. Like I'm not necessarily wholly against gatekeeping or wholly against certain forms of tribalism. You know what I'm saying? I think where the problem
It's
comes in
necessary.
that is that in modern society, right? In modern society, that type of tribalism shouldn't impact the ability for another people to survive in modern society, especially when we've opted into the social contract that we exist under, where you feel me, like we look at things like there are conscious decisions that we make about how we interact with humans on a day-to-day basis. You feel me? And so the reason why the type of tribalism that we see with racism and the type of tribalism that we see with white people and why it's different from the tribalism that we've seen in the past is that it creates a society that it considers egalitarian, that it considers open, that it considers, you know what I'm saying, to be innovative and forward progressive moving, and then turn around and say, but we're going to cut certain people out of it, or we're going to create, or we're going to take and make some people subservient to it, right? Like if America and whiteness wasn't like its basis wasn't freedom, you feel me? Like if the basis of what civil society and modern society was about was opportunity and everybody having access, then it would be one thing, you know what I'm saying? But to on one hand create the type of political dynamic that we see in like America and that we see in Europe and the way that they praise democracies and shit like that, but then still see the type of circumstances that people who look different or people who don't have as much money or whatever have to deal with, then that's where that shit become problematic. And it's no longer just about identity, but actually shaping society to be destructive towards certain identities. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to coexistence.
Man, sis, listen, sis. This is what it is, sis. Pan-Africanism is just like Black Power, right? It's an outcry of the oppressed for empowerment, right? It's an outcry of the oppressed for the oppressed to have some type of form of power, some identity, and things of that nature, right? So you got to look at it like that. Pan-Africanism is just like Black Power. It's an outcry of the oppressed speaking out against the oppressor and saying, hey, we are people, you know, we are human, we need power, we need unification, and why, you know what I'm saying? And that's it. To me, in a nutshell,
But that's what I'm saying. No, I ain't even gonna do it. I'm gonna let you make it, Madonna. I ain't gonna do it.
That's what it is. It's an outcry. Pan-Africanism is an outcry from being oppressed. That's the only reason.
I was just about to stop you, Damo.
Bro, that's all. That's what Pan-African is an outcry from being oppressed. That's why people came up with the term.
Pan-Africanism, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like,
bro, if it wasn't for slavery and being oppressed or colonization, we wouldn't even have to talk about Pan-Africanism. Only reason we talk about Pan-Africanism,
bro. Even though that's true, the actual purpose of Pan-Africanism has more to do with a intra-ethnic, intra-cultural conversation than who we speaking out against. It's like more. It's like
it's the unification of all oppressed Black people.
Yeah, but it's not a call out against oppression. It's a unification of what has been oppressed identities. Those are separate.
Right. It's a result. It's a result of it.
No. Yeah, yes,
because,
it's a result.
It actually wouldn't exist anyway because they already had, you know, on the continent before colonialism, they already had xenophobia and wars going on anyway. So because of that event that happened, that's what caused that to happen. You know, people decided, well, you know, we got to all stick together in this particular moment, all because of this event that happened in order for us to get out of this situation.
But I also think though, niggas need to stop acting like, bro, like identity formation, identity and cultural creation are a thing. You feel me? So yes, our circumstances may be situated around colonization, imperialism, and the transatlantic slave trade, but the way that we've created culture and what Pan-Africanism means in terms of creating those connections is much deeper than just pointing the finger at look what you did does.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
Right. Yeah, because that I agree with Donald just now said too, because it's all about, you know, taking that power into your own hand instead of you, you know, feeling like somebody got their foot on your neck and feeling like, you know, like you getting bullied or you getting like, you know, you want to take it, you want to be in control of your own destiny. You know what I'm saying? And be able to make decisions.
First.
Right.
You gotta recognize.
Yeah, but you can recognize the problem without staying a victim. I think that's why I was asking the questions in the beginning about. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I said that's crazy to say after listening to a whole fucking day of slave talk. But go ahead, I'm listening.
Right.
What's crazy?
What's the pattern? What's the pattern behind the pain? What's the pattern behind the pain? That's what I want to know. What's the pattern behind it?
Yeah, but you were saying
No. To answer your question, yes, nigga, you are lying. Yes, talking about slavery, bro, is not equating to making our only experience. Like if we're having a historical conversation and we talk about slavery, that's not the same thing as contextualizing our entire identity around slavery.
Yeah,
and around calling out oppression.
It's a cry out, like Don said.
Once you start quoting Madonna, you know niggas stop taking you serious. Once you start saying like Madonna,
everything I say is said by either Malcolm X. Everything I say is said by Malcolm X or one of the political people that we have.
Malcolm X would slap you in your mouth.
Everything I say.
Malcolm X would slap you in your mouth for the shit that you be saying.
Nigga, please.
Nah,
bro,
but
y'all
yeah,
don't know the
like
real Malcolm. Y'all just know the
but
TV Malcolm. Y'all don't know the real
yeah,
Malcolm.
but it is about taking that power and being able to. But it's also good to be acknowledge the history as well too, like to know things that happen. I mean, you might not know everything, but it's good to know just this is what happened and just have a good understanding. Sometimes people might have discussions about it and stuff like
I
that.
probably ain't
But
heard the speech about Malcolm that was banned.
Taking your power into your own hands or some shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I heard. It was more like a conversation of moving forward that was being presented as if that's been the discussion. It hasn't.
I ain't been in discussion with who though? Who
I
ain't been
said
talking
all
about?
day. I said all day.
Who you been
So-
watching all day, nigga? Like shit, nigga say, who you been watching?
True story.
Ah, nigga, you should
Oh
raise a
man,
true story. That's
true
what
story
you're
and history in a bottle ass man.
No, I mean, but it's no different than when I popped up here. Niggas talking about 1560, 1545, and FBA, and you know what I'm saying? Like, but that's where we at.
But the reason why those conversations all like they matter though is because when we talk about oppression, that shit is cumulative. Like these aren't just instances that happen and then it's a fresh slate. Like nah, like all of these instances created a dynamic that shapes how we experience society today still. So if we can look at all these instances historically and be like, and we can draw a line between how and what's acceptable and how, you know what I'm saying, how niggas are treated or considered today, bro. Y'all niggas be bugging. Y'all, it's like where's the nuance, bro? Y'all niggas don't believe, don't appreciate.
It's not.
You know
It's
what I'm
not
saying?
everything.
Subtle.
Everything is not.
We just need the truth.
Everything is but everything is not black and white.
Chat GPT.
That's what I said. We gotta. Well,
dumbass niggas who don't know shit and always talking is killing the nuance. There's no need for nuance. Let's just be honest. Do you think y'all use?
Bro, y'all niggas think. Taz.
That's right, Taz.
Why is it every time something go left, niggas just think, well, it don't need to exist at all? This is the same thing as when that nigga who was it the other day on Psycho Channel when they was like, well, if Donald what do you say, if Donald Trump could do this, then free R. Kelly. It's like, why do y'all niggas go that way?
Oh,
You know
that
what I'm
was
saying? Why do we go to
stupid.
Yeah, stupid. But when I say why do y'all go that way, like why do we go towards the but why do we go towards the just abandoning nuance because niggas is fucking it up? Nah, we should push back with nuance, nigga. We should push back with, you know what I'm saying?
How did y'all push back against some fuck nigga saying free a pedo? Did you push back
nigga,
as much as you pushed?
Yes, nigga. Yes, nigga. What is you talking about? Go back and watch it, nigga. Yes.
No,
yes. I repeatedly told that nigga, you are bugging. That is not the solution, and this is a part of the fucking problem. Repeatedly.
Nah. Yeah, I forgot you in your new bag, so yeah, you're bugging. I guess.
Yeah, but at the end of the day.
Because actually, hold on, because to be honest, Taz, hold on, look, to be honest, Taz, I nipped it in the bud, bro. I told that nigga, bro, before we not going that direction. We not doing that, bro.
That is crazy to say.
It's crazy to say, right? But that's what I'm saying. But when you say, like, just say fuck the nuance, that's what I'm saying. That's crazy, bro. Like, no, the subtleties is what matter, bro. You wouldn't study history the way that you do if you didn't feel like that shit didn't have some type of relevance to the way society operates today.
I'm not cut off point for me though, fam. In terms of studying history, I'm not studying 1300 BCE and all this shit. No, sir. No.
Well, nah. I mean, yeah. Well, nah. Of course, like, yeah. I that shit ain't relevant. I agree. That shit
that's relevant for us today. Things that matter today for us right now, not things that don't matter that we just arguing about for the fuck of it. Can you decipher the meta now?
Like whether or not that's what I was about to fuck you, nigga. You beat me to it.
Yeah, I had told Madonna to pull up the definition in the
My
beginning.
bad. I had to go into nerd mode. I was just, I was doing the topics.
Should be unified.
I feel you, Q. I feel you.
Often taking the shape of political cultural movement.
Somebody's praying.
Oh no, that's me reading. Sorry.
Yeah,
That's
sis,
me
so
reading.
that'll
So that's somebody playing. Stupid.
Like, perspective isn't really needed with definitions.
Right.
So oftentimes when we allow people to give their own.
Like, look, because by that definition, you could call me a Pan-African. I think everybody should be unified, but it says should be, right? So, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm saying how much does that go further than that in terms of like true action and actually living it out, though?
This is why it's important that the story is understood from evidence and from and with context. So like the articulation and the summarization of our actions and it being labeled as Pan-African versus the context and the actions that went into development of the ideology, those two things get often, misconstrued. But that's where you see Psycho and I often say, like, yo, it developed as soon as we got off the ships and was like, yo, we got to work together. You know what I mean? It was just simple. It was like, yo, we got to work together. And if you make a free town, who's allowed in the free town? So like, so you got St. Augustine, you have black people from Georgia escaping British. You have black people escaping who was it? Who else was it? I think it was the French, or I might have mostly the British or some shit. But they, if you was black, you was escaping, you was good there. You know what I mean? That those are the tenements to me of the history of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, but that shit it should be, bro. Niggas should be, but they ain't. So now what's that? What we dealing with after that?
But that's
so then, I guess my thing is, sorry, who's talking?
Nah, niggas Pan-African, they just don't know it. They practice it every day. A lot of niggas practice Pan-Africanism every day, but they just don't recognize it.
I mean, because I think it intersects somewhere with just simply being pro-black or black first. I think it intersects at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pan-Africanism, the basis of being black first and black nationalism started. Like black nationalism, Pan-Africanism, the basis of it was tied together, bro. Y'all niggas is bugging. That's some modern shit for y'all niggas to separate that shit.
Yeah, I'm on that modern shit.
I mean, can I ask this? So then, when was black now used? Because my thing is like, do we see black as a political term?
Black is always used. There's never been a time when black.
Yeah, they made it political.
Okay.
We didn't make it political. They did.
What you said? What was it political?
I said, because basically, like, I can't remember who said, or I didn't see who was talking and said that. I think it was the GOAT. The whole thing about basically Black power, it all intersects with Pan-Africanism, right? So then I'm like,
yeah, I was saying that.
Oh, sorry. So then,
the fuck up. Don't dumbass, you never said nothing worth repeat.
Bro, I said Pan-Africanism is an outcry just like Black power.
And I said what she just said. Now continue, sis.
That's true. That's what I was talking about now. So yeah, y'all both right. But so what I wanted to know is basically with blackness, so Black power, when the GOAT said that, I'm thinking, okay, more so the Black Panther movement. That's the first thing that came into my mind as like, okay, this is the anchor for me. But I'm like, was this term being used? Because that, to me, when I think about Black Panthers, it's a political thing, right? And Black, as how I've seen it in my lifetime being used, it's very much a political term for all of us in America. Now, have people come in and quote unquote people from, Africa who've migrated in modern times, they will now come and take the term of Blackness, but do they truly identify as Black? No. They identify as Black from a political gain or socioeconomic gain, but then they're African. But then now, does that make them Pan-African?
Yeah, but see the issue we run into with that though is that like because I think it's very interesting that like we can all recognize that we live in an anti-black society, but then we'll say that people take blackness for their benefit, and it's like people take everything but blackness. Like they'll take the music, they'll take the art, they'll take the culture, but just leave the niggas though. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's why I agree that the term is political, but I agree that it's political in the sense of the definition of politics, meaning who gets what. You know what I'm saying? And the niggas, like how whatever, however labels are created to situate you in society, those are political labels. Like nationalism, like your nation, your connection to that nation is political. All of it. You know what I'm saying?
Sis,
Every social label is
but
political.
sis, you familiar with Negro Land?
I haven't seen this map before, no.
Yeah, Negroes is what they call Africans. So Black is just another way of saying Negro. It's Spanish.
Yeah. And Negro is another way of saying Black.
That's Senegal right there. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole region. That's what the British called them, Negro Land. When they went there, yeah, that's Negro Land. Let's call that whole shit Negro Land.
I know it's the same way with Nigeria. It's Portuguese. Yeah, so I get it. These are some of the things I understand the interchangeability, but because I'm here and I've never spoken with you guys before, I just want to get like how you guys see it. What, before I just kind of like, I don't want to make assumptions about anyone or what you guys think on a perspective. So I'm just asking certain questions like, I'm just really trying to understand what is the full-on effect of Pan-Africanism, and really and truly, if we're saying it's a unified perspective, but then we still have all of this quote-unquote infighting, I'm just like, so what happens with the next generation? I know someone was saying that we can't expect all of the, I guess, psychosis, if I'm just going to put it under one banner, to just disappear after 400 years.
Right.
I get that. But then we
you
also
gotta
have
clean
to
house
deal
first,
with.
though, sis. It starts in house first. To me,
But
that's why.
No, I know,
it's
know.
also like context is like, so one, Black empowerment, Pan-Africanism, all of that centered around the same ideas of Black people having some level of power, autonomy within colonial systems, and that is historically not something that sits well with colonial powers.
Of course,
right.
You know how it is developed, or rather illustrated in different colonial regions, is going to be expressed differently. And that's to be studied and canvassed for us to understand, like, how have Black people
been
adapted, rather adapted. That's what we did. One of the classes we discussed is like, how have we adapted, and what are the ways that we have applied a political pressure for gains. And so like Queen Nanny, the Maroons, some of those conversations,
or the Quilombos.
Say again?
I said, the Quilombos. That's like the same as the Maroons if we're in South America or Central America.
Depending on, and so the Spanish, what I usually tell you is that the Spanish colonial system was totally different than the British one. Even though they go back to slavery, the way in which they gave out their asientos, their monopolies on the area, if their factories or whatever failed, that was on them. And if the Africans escaped, that was on them. Spain wasn't coming looking for the Africans that escaped. So that created an environment where Maroons could develop. When the Dutch and the British came in with their colonial stock system with corporations, the Africans enslaved eventually through policies became owned by the corporation no matter what. And so that created areas where you could not free Africans. And so in America, that developed a whole nother system where the culture of how Black people acquired freedom was a whole nother conversation, where you had to be taxed, the city had to pay, you had to pay fines, you had to pay freaking what you call it, bonds to free, you know, all these different things.
So it's kind of like the IMF relationship with like Haiti and even Jamaica, like colonial, you know what I mean? Like now Commonwealth. So that's what you're saying, right? Do I have that correct?
And then everybody developed a different, you know, direction on how they fought it, but it was definitely fights. And so how we fought regionally, how we looked at each other regionally, and then within the entire diaspora view, and then the entire African diaspora view, those things, you know, they wasn't really together as much as we wanted. And that's the ideology point, where we recognize that there's a huge enemy in the room, and we need to awaken up as much as possible to the fact that there's an enemy in the room. And then the enemy in the room is looking at us like, all right, how are we gonna keep y'all from fighting? How are we gonna keep y'all from organizing? So that's
when they seen Madons around niggas.
Oh,
bro, I know I heard this beeping sound behind me. I just didn't know what was beeping. It was my hater meter. My hater meter going
So then can I ask you, how do you approach this with your school?
From the perspective we just said, that way it encompasses the perspective of a running theme that Black people have been consistently fighting for empowerment, and the way in which part of the way in which has been expressed is underlined with a Pan-African, you know, we're together, like we got to do this together. Like, you know, Black people in the North who are funding the freedom and the Underground Railroad didn't know these people in the South. You have Black people who were just brought there from Barbados. They might have been brought there from the other parts of the islands. However, they got to North Carolina, they got somebody in the North that's like, look, I got your back. I'm going to figure out a way to get you. If you listen to this person, you know, we're going to get you there. And that was Black people who developed the ability to be economically sound in the North, because the North had an earlier exodus of slavery in the context of the rest of the country. So you have Black people who own property early in the 1800s, 1820s. Not to say you have in the South, but you have Black people who in some ways flourishing in other ways compared to what people were doing in the other colonial regions.
I mean, recently I came across Mound Bayou, and that's a whole city. Well, sorry, not a city, a town in Mississippi that basically, I think it was around the late 1800s, and they survived until 1942, meaning when I say survive economically, but now it's kind of dilapidated. There's not a big economic backing to the town itself, but I know that they were saying, like, after Reconstruction, this and Jim Crow, this was the safest place in the South for any Black person to be, and how they were doing a lot of the things on a political level that we try and talk about now, or we try and, you know, basically, you know, when they say, like, as a group, we need to become more politically active, and we need to lobby and buy politicians. Basically, we need to learn how to do the game. And in this town in Mississippi, they were doing that, you know, from the early 1900s. So yeah, for me,
have you ever heard of Tashula, Mississippi?
Pashula?
Tashula. You spell it, it's Tchula.
No.
It's 99% Black up from slavery. Yeah, check it out.
Okay, I will. Thank you. Because my thing is,
familiar with Weeksville?
Say that again?
You familiar with Weeksville in Brooklyn?
You know, funnily enough, because I was doing I was looking at your school website, and I saw that, and I was like, in all my years of growing up in Brooklyn, I've heard Weeksville, but I thought it was out of state. I did not know it was right there by, like, I don't know if it's by Marcy or like Bushwick. It's like literally like right there.
Right there on Atlantic Avenue, owned by a Black man, mid 1800s.
I had no idea. Like no idea. And my actual teachers, like growing up in East New York, I have to give like them 100% credit to the kind of person I am now. My middle school teachers, junior high school, they went in terms of, if I would say seeing Pan-Africanism in motion, all of my teachers from 6th to 8th grade, they all worked across the board. Like they treated us like we were their younger siblings, and they were like our older brothers, or like older brothers and sisters, or like our aunts. And it was basically they were in like their 20s. Like early, when I think back to it, I'm like, they were probably like early to mid 20s, and they just had it on lock in terms of doing what was necessary on a collective level to have us all like understand, I guess, to be ready. I think that's more so just to be ready on a greater intellectual level.
See, look, this is Pan-Africanism.
Ruggles.
Black man David Ruggles was born a free man in Connecticut around 1810 and arrived in New York at the age of 17. He quickly became an activist for African American rights in the abolitionist movement. Ruggles' home at 33 Lippensnard Street was a veritable
hub.
Hub for both the Underground Railroad and African American activist intellectual culture. As part of the Underground Railroad, Ruggles hosted an estimated 600 escaped Africans in transit, including famed abolitionist Frederick Douglass. I'm gonna stop right there because this article doesn't highlight he paid for Frederick Douglass' education.
That's I'm about that. And I want to know. Yeah, go ahead.
And on the thing, it says 1,000 people he paid for. Like, and there's other black people like him, because a lot of times they say white people just like no. This is black nationalism, black power. This is all of that in one. Black empowerment. It doesn't say African. Hold on, let's understand. Mark Truck, would you like to click the link? What it says is slave, escape slave. And so what I did
is change it. Like, do we need to say that?
Yeah, so I want to be clear for that person there, because some of us like to refer to ourselves in the perspective of the enslaver.
Yeah, like,
oh man, this is crazy, man.
Why?
This is crazy. Nah, these niggas in the chat.
Oh yeah, that was just not necessary. It wasn't.
Well, people don't really got nothing to do, in the morning time.
I wish they would go to sleep, allow their brains to like reset a little bit and grow some extra neurons. Like,
well, you got to remember, sis, a lot of our people are traumatized. They traumatized from identity crisis, so.
You talking to some brainless people.
Say that again?
You talking to brainless people.
Nah, man, they've been traumatized. You got to remember, sis, these are victims of colonialism, sis.
Bro,
they still victims.
Bro.
So we got.
I'm just saying. Colonialism on trolling,
yes, we can, bro, because they trying to find out who they are, so they attach themselves to things. And we know how when we attach ourselves to things, how we do.
Niggas be like,
just like we did with the church. Just like we did. I'm just saying, bro. Come on, let's be real.
The chat is undefeated as being pieces of shit.
No, I'm just saying though, when our people, you could tell he represent FBA. By that comment, I know that's FBA.
Yeah, and that's why you wouldn't want to be associated with them fucking people.
No, I'm just saying, bro, when our people attach themselves, when our people find an identity and attach them to ourselves, a lot of time our people just, hey man, that's the effect of not knowing who we are. But go ahead.
Nah,
basically what Madonna is trying to say, to simplify, he's trying to say that how when we come across new information and that's appealing to us, that says that we are this particular type of people, and it makes us feel good about ourselves, we just automatically attach ourselves to it blindly without even investigating it and doing all that other extra shit that niggas is supposed to do in order for us not to be blinded by the situation and not to be victims of being a part of these cults and shit like that. But being that we suffer from low self-esteem,
as much as all that shit makes sense, Marley. As much as all that shit makes sense, Marley. At the end of the day, new information shouldn't turn you into a piece of shit. Just because now believe that you FBA does not mean that you go around antagonizing every other motherfucker that has a different understanding of blackness that you do.
That's not a good thing, bro. Them is just
Like,
bad character traits. These are just not
Nah,
good people, nigga.
I agree. I agree. It is the same thing too. Like this is like the same way how we hold those white folks who teach their kids or raise their kids to be racist and shit like that with a certain perspective. We hold them accountable. So yeah,
I see them as
you
hurt
gotta
people.
hold them. You gotta hold those people accountable in the same way. You know.
These are hurt people. Whoever put
Yeah.
that
Nah.
comment
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
on
That too. Hurt.
that
Low
person is
self.
hurt
Yeah. Hurt.
internally,
Yeah.
psychologically hurt from not from a knowledge of self. That's what I see.
Yeah, but I mean, right, but we should still call out like we're hurt or not, right? Like we can get to the point where we understand the hurt. But I feel like to use like spaces where Black people are able to kind of proliferate the information that they find important and have conversations that they find important is extremely valuable. You know what I'm saying? Especially having these type of online spaces. But when we over proliferate like just negative, divisive, detrimental ideologies just for the sake of quote unquote finding ourselves, we undermine what really make these spaces, beneficial and productive. And so it's like the problem is like we don't have honest conversations about Black identity. Like we have dogmatic conversations about Black identity. We
That
don't
I
have
agree with.
objective, yeah, we
Yeah.
don't have objective conversations about, like what the future looks like, or even how we understand our history, right? Like it's all situated in trying to take and gain some political ground when it's like outside of how white people understand that shit, like culture just matters to a people in like within itself. Like,
Period.
cause there's even a criticism of when we use the term, and this may be getting too deep for niggas, but I'm gonna do it any motherfucking way. 'Cause that's what I do. But when we use the term productive to talk about like Black culture or Black ideology, that's situated under the logic of capitalism. Because when it's asking production, it's asking what material wealth can this shit create, and it devalues the internal, the spiritual, the mental. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Preach,
Exactly.
brother.
Effectiveness of culture, like that. You can't make
Yes.
money off
Yes.
like self-worth. You feel
That's
me?
yeah.
You can't, you feel me like that. So that's why you the sister when you was asking like, what is the result or what come out of it? It's like the result is if I look in the mirror and I have a greater sense of self because of what I understand about my culture and what I understand about my history, that in and of itself is valuable, regardless of if it produces a dollar at all.
Hmm. Hmm.
Now that's a fact.
Respect it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love exactly what you said about the culture part, because when I'm asking about utility, again, I don't want to assume anything. So what you just said about being able to use culture in the point of being holistic. You understand what I'm saying? I feel like that's the part that I'm like, all right, I understand Pan-Africanism, from different subsets of, I guess, Blackness. And I'm just kind of like, okay, now that I'm an adult, the same conversations are still being proliferated, still going on. Like we haven't been talking about this before, some of us were even born. So I'm just kind of like, how do we get to, a cultural standpoint of now using this to better for the next generation where they now have a more tangible, concrete perception of what Pan-Africanism is, right?
Because and my answer would be because a lot of our people, unfortunately, are educated and trained to solve white people problems instead of solving our problems.
Yeah, I understand all that, but then, I mean,
One system of education,
mm-hmm.
using the internet, like Dama was saying, to connect. Like no matter what, like I say that, like this is a perfect time to be a Pan African Black nationalist. Like you got all the people
Mm-hmm.
connecting together. Like you can weed through people and just keep looking for people that's willing to work, put in work.
Mm-hmm.
That's the what the work is what's gonna last to the future.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else is going to be a conversation that's going to eventually get deleted, end up in the back of some server that nobody cares about. But
Mm-hmm.
the work is what's going to be, tangible. And Pan Africans have been putting in real work for a long time. So that's
Yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
reading what you just brought up about the dude, I'm annoyed that I forgot his name right now, but the fact that he died penniless It reminds me of like another town founder. And the same thing happened to him, you know, where he was able to put a town together. I think it was by sheesh, I forgot. I've been doing a lot of research. But you know, it's just seeing the same thing of like the people who actually put in the work and that are true to the cause 100%, you know, buying people they don't know, they don't have to know them because it's like, you know, it like you're me. You know what I mean? Like this is we all got like we got. Like that's it. So my thing is I'm just looking at it as, you know, having options, and it's like where do you actually put your energy into? Because my thing is I know what I can do. You know, I'm
Mhm.
hoping other people who say, you know, I'm X, Y, and Z, no matter
We'll
where
be
they
able
come
we'll be
from.
able to we'll be able to step up and play because each individual, even though it's a group thing, individuals have to collectively do their part in order for it to be, in order for the group to move forward.
I get that. I get that. And I agree. But I'm
Yeah.
like, when are we go? I mean, are we going to have Gen Z, Gen Alpha just basically rehash the same thing again? You know, so that's why I really wanted to at some point join this because I'm like, okay, I was listening to Q Butter um, through the means that I found him. And I was just like, okay, in Brownsville, like the guy grew up there. Like, okay, what is he doing? And the fact that it's STEM, because I think as much as you know we are quote unquote hurt blah 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 blah, I feel the wider problem is a lack of systemic thinking. A lot of people only think linear, so even the person who wrote the stupid comment is like, how old are you? You know what I mean? What is your reading level? What is your, and then it's like, even that, what is your comprehension level? Because it shouldn't, you know, you shouldn't have to say this, like, you know. And I'm not
Yeah.
even saying this really as a diss or trying to ridicule. It's like real objective truth. Like, how old are you? Like,
Hmm.
really, like, that's why I'm like, maybe you need to go to sleep and let your brain knit itself together because the new information you've got, like, really, do we need to denigrate each other at this point? Like, it's fucking real out here. Why are we arguing over Africa, over a slave? Like, if you want to be called a slave, or if you want to refer to your ancestors who were kidnapped as slaves, so be it. It's your prerogative, but don't stop a man's thought for something so fucking inconsequential. It is stupid. And that's being nice. It is really just really, yeah, anyway. But my thing is systemic thinking. I feel that if we taught more systemic thinking, a lot of
Hmm.
the emotional intelligence would be forced
Hmm.
to grow. And people who
Yeah.
make stupid comments like that wouldn't actually have to, because it's like systems thinking. You know how to build and compound on thought. You are not
Yeah.
just a linear polarity thinking knuckle dragger. You can
But then you
think
also
in a
too, but
higher
then too you
octave.
gotta, yeah. But then too
Some
you
of these
also
niggas
gotta,
don't.
but then too, yeah. But then too is like, you know, I used an example the other day. Like some people too are just traumatized. They don't believe that they can, you know, achieve. They don't believe they, you know, they down. Like, you know what I'm
Because
saying?
they
So
don't think
I like
in
to,
systems. They
yeah.
think in hollow linear perspective. That's
Hmm.
not reality. And this is why people are stuck going back and forth between their linear perspective of polarity, because because guess what? People who think like that, like, I understand what you're saying, but I think we also need to contextualize it from a mental perspective,
Hmm.
right? And
Yeah.
that thing is, can this person who feels down, all of that emotional aspect is telling
Hmm.
them that their mentality, their brain has not been taught how to think on a quadratic level. You do not know how to think recursively. You only know how to think in fight or flight, which is polarity. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm like, I
Yeah.
feel
Yeah.
our mental
So can
health.
I ask you a question?
Yes,
Who taught black people how to think?
This nigga.
I
This
don't know.
nigga here, son.
It depends. Because I mean, you could say for me, it really depends. Damo's word nuance.
I mean,
We can say white people, we can say white
I mean,
people, we can say white people, we can say other black people who what behave really on a mental level as white. So
I'm saying
much.
in this country, right?
Hmm. In this
From the
country, the
time we got
structure
off the
would
boat,
be Yeah,
who educated black people?
I would say Caucasian people, right?
Right. So
That's the
so
dominant
are we
culture.
on are we on the African mind or are we under enslaved mind? I
But
just
then
want to know.
even the African mind, I would have to argue with that because like I said, I went to private school in Nigeria, in Lagos, and these are people who actually are okay,
Hmm.
quote unquote educated, have money, da 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 da, but their mindset is it's like a
No, when I say that, well, let me
schizophrenia.
say this. When I say the African mind, right? When I say the African mind, right? What I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is, okay, I'm referring to those who was on the boat, right? When they was on the boat, they still had their African mind, right? But once they got off the boat, when I say African mind, meaning the original thought that they had, the original morality, custom morals, all that, right? They still had it while they was on the boat, right? That's their true African mind because they said they got them from the coast of Africa. Those that that apply. So my thing is, once they got over here through generations, uh, we clearly see that African mind was wiped away and a new mind was installed.
Yeah, but then
Well, that's
again,
that's the he's talking about as far as in like culture and language and
That's going.
things of that nature. Like that's what he's
I
talking about.
don't
That
know.
that that
I don't
that
know about
distinguish
that.
there that distinguishes us from the continental Africans.
yeah, but I think again, and I don't know if I'm gonna be all pseudo blah 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 whatever to
I
people,
mean, that's
but
why some say we out of our African minds. But go
Hey,
ahead.
pseudo is welcome here. Don't worry. Pseudo is
my
welcome.
thing is this: it's kind of like
Don is on the panel.
the brain. Okay, the brain works. The brain works, right? It's blueprinted, right? It's architecture. It's blueprinted. So my thing is, when you say, "Oh, who taught Black people?" I get what you're saying, and even when you're saying, "Oh, the Africans that came over" or the African mind, but I'm like, not everyone has basically utilized their mind to its full capacity. There are certain cultures and empires in Africa that they use their minds to a higher level than what you see of remnants now before colonialism even got there, right? And then even when colonialism got there, you can see, in my opinion, based off of my interactions, based off my lived experience of going to different African countries living, it's like, however short the time is, but you see that with the colonial aspect coming in, what was done in each country. Because to me, that signifies the way these people use their minds beforehand,
Right. So
before
what
the
she's
white
trying
So let
so
me
what
let me
she's
ask
trying
you.
to say, hold on real quick. So what she's trying to say in other words is that even if you was to say that was the case with the slaves that came over here, Madon, the Africans were still colonized underneath the European rule. So therefore that wouldn't be a good excuse because there was the same type of effects as what she's trying to say as in terms of being influenced by European powers psychologically.
Well, I understand exactly what she was saying. That's why my next question would be, um, why do we have terms like, why do we call it amongst us sellout, coons, step and fetch it? Um,
I mean, bro, that
why?
can be explained in the easiest of sociological
You know
terms,
what,
bro. Like it's
Madan?
simple. It's called in group, out group. In group is associated with a particular behavior. Anybody who displays something counter to that behavior is then positioned in the out group. Like you.
Right.
So if you were a coon, that's because the in group has decided that your actions contribute more to whiteness than it does the group itself, and that's
Exactly.
how you
So
get positioned.
so right. So that's why we got house niggas and field niggas because
Right, but
it was a
every group
process.
has that though. Everybody has that. Everybody has that.
But
Yeah, that's what I'm
ours is
saying.
unique. Ours is unique in a
No, it's
way.
really it's unique because it's our shit. Like it's but just like white people shit, it's unique to them.
But I think, you know what, when you say unique, I think, all right, let's call it a synthesized version, right? Because like you said, like Hugh Butter was saying, when they got off the ships, all of them were not from the same part of Africa. They didn't even speak the same language, but there was a common set of like, look, we all are the same over here, right? And we need to figure this out because we need to know what's going on and we need to be able to survive, right? And we need to adapt to our circumstance right now. You know what I mean? So my thing is, this is a synthesized aspect of the whole, well, not the whole continent, but a couple of different peoples across the continent, right? Tribes. They all got synthesized, and this is what we call quote unquote African American culture, right? And I'm like, even before that, when we go back to the continent, there are different levels. What happened in Songhai, Timbuktu, all of that is not the same kind of infrastructure, the same kind of thinking, the same kind of system when we look at, I don't know, the Benin or the Akan, right? Or the Ga, and this is in Ghana, or it's like there's different varieties of it. And I'm like, that's not from fucking white people. That has nothing to do with white people. And that doesn't mean that they didn't, basically come across white people during their time, or what we call white people, Caucasians. But it's like, I think we give Caucasian people way too much credit at times, because even their culture of coming over here, white people over here are also an amalgamated group and we have to look at it at the different points in time that they came, because even whiteness is a level of imperial colonization to all these other, Germanic,
European, yeah, like
Let
just,
me let
yeah,
me
they
ask you
have their
something.
own
yeah.
tribe. So
Let
it's
me ask
kind
you
of
something,
like,
sis. Let me ask you something, sis. Up from slavery in America, blacks in America, who problems have black people been solving the most?
what time? Because
I'm saying
before,
up from
yes,
slavery,
up from slavery,
up to
black
2025, up to
people,
hold
2025.
on.
Hold
I'm
on, let
just
me
saying.
answer your
I'm
question.
no. You asked me.
No, let me answer
You
your
asked me the time
question.
period, but go ahead.
Let me answer your question, right? From coming up from slavery, black people solved their own problems, right?
Are you
There
sure
was a
about that?
period. Yes, I'm sure about that, right?
Okay,
I'm sure
expound.
about that. They solved their own problems. Look at all of the patents, right? Look at all of the patents. Look at all of the towns that were built. No matter if they were destroyed, right? Whether that was through physical burning it down, all of the terrorism that happened, there's a point where, guess what? It starts to deviate from that. And I think we need to be very clear about that. Everything is not always about basically being in servitude to white fucking people. Sometimes we knew better and we did better. And that's what I'm trying to get back
Well,
to.
sis,
The
when
man,
you look
hold
at it,
on. The man that Q Butter brought up, he wasn't solving white people's problems. From when he wasn't solving their problems. And he's not the only person. And he's not do you understand what I mean? Yes, there is a group that went to now solve white problems. And we could technically say, if you went to university, if you went to college, then you were trained to solve quote unquote white people's problems. But then we can also say, guess what? If
You
you
can
have a
turn.
knowledge of self, if you have a
Mm-hmm.
knowledge of self, even if you
Right.
are in captivity, you are
Right.
able to do what? Reflexive thinking, and think
Right.
recursively, and take the
Right.
tools that the master is trying to indoctrinate you with and
Right.
build some real shit for your fucking
but
Right.
people.
I mean, that sounds good. But like I
No,
said,
it's not
for the long
sounding
part,
good.
hold
It
on, hold on,
happened.
sis. I mean,
No,
calm
it
down, sis. It's
happened.
okay.
No,
Just
because
calm
you
down. It's
keep
okay.
trying to
Because
take it.
hold
You
on,
keep
wait.
trying to
Just let me.
take it to
Hold
some
on, sis.
base
It's
level,
okay.
but I'm just like,
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm just
why?
saying.
Yeah.
You
No.
gotta.
No. You ain't
What
saying
I asked you
nothing.
the question.
You
is
ain't
that?
saying
Question
nothing, nigga.
was.
Nah.
I asked
You
a
ain't saying
specific
nothing.
question. I asked a detailed question. I said, up from slavery up to 2025, who problems have black people been solving the most? That's what I asked.
We had this discussion last night, Madon.
And your answer
Bro, I
is
just
yes, and your
asked him one.
answer is right, because you're saying whose problems have they been solving the most? They haven't been solving nobody's problem the most. They haven't. They haven't. There are a lot of us now, like I said, who do not know how to think.
Mm-hmm.
So they are not solving any problems. They are just basically cogs in a wheel, and they are
Mm-hmm.
dysfunctional. They are not
Mm-hmm.
solving anything. You keep thinking because people are
sis,
indoctrinated, it means that basically they're solving a problem. No, a lot of people have been
you looking at it.
indoctrinated to be in. I'm not look. You asked me a question, and I'm answering your question from an objective perspective. You just don't like it because you want me to say, "Oh, they're solving white people's problems." Let me answer the question because you're asking me, and that means you want to hear what I am
You're
saying.
long-winded, sis.
I'm not
I'm just saying
long-winded.
because
If you wouldn't keep interrupting, just like you asked a detailed question, I'm giving a detailed answer. And you don't have to be reductive and tell me that I am long-winded. I am answering your question. I answered it before and you didn't like it. I'm answering it now in the context in which you want it to be answered, and you still don't like it. And now you want to tell me I am long-winded. No, I am actually correct.
Trying to gaslight
because I am correct. Don't try
manipulation and deception.
Now that's subjective. I mean, you think
yo, Madonna, let her finish. She got
I mean, come on, man. This is. I asked a detailed question and she's giving a wrong answer.
Yeah, nah.
Oh,
See, he's trying to gaslight.
See, that's
messed up.
It is the wrong answer.
No, it is not. This is not.
Yes, it is. Your answer is mundane. Your answer is too mundane, sister. I'm just being real. Your answer is mundane. It's not well thought out. It's not well thought out. I'm just saying.
You see, you have to go. You see, you have to go to personal insult.
No, it's not personal, sis. It's not personal. It's not personal.
Yes, you are.
I'm just saying it's not well thought out. With all due respect, it's not. It's not well thought out, sis. Your answer was not well thought out. In all due respect.
That's crazy. All right, thank you. I answered your question, and then you're saying I didn't answer it right. It was wrong. How is this wrong when it's basically about, you know what? Go ahead and linear thinking. And if you think my way of thinking is not correct, it's good. That means you think linearly and I don't. And I'm proud to not think linearly.
I'm only going by observation. Hold on. I'm trying to show her. I'm just trying to show her what she was wrong at. I was just trying to show her what she was wrong at, bro. You know,
do you understand what she just said?
yeah, I heard everything she said, man, and it sounded like a bunch of nigga babble. Sound like a bunch of babble to me. It sounds like a bunch of babble, but at the same time, I'm just saying, bro. Okay, Q. I asked you a question like, up from slavery to 2025, who problems black people been solving the most? And she went on all this tirade, and bro, we've been working for them. Hold on. Let's deal with it, bro. Most of all the jobs we had was working for them, in their jobs and all that, bro. That means we're solving their problems, my nigga. So we've been solving their problem the most. If we've been hired by them the most, and most of our jobs that we got, even me right now, 2025, I work for them, so I'm solving their problems, nigga.
Yo, she smoked you, bro. Shut the fuck up.
She said he a linear nigga.
So up from slavery. Hold on. So up from slavery. When we look at the help, when we look at things like the help, when we look at things like they even had a movie called The Help, right? Where black people was, tending white babies, all that, bro. Most all our jobs up from slavery was provided by them, sis. So what I'm saying to you is that when you doing that, so by us,
you're not a quadratic nigga.
So by us, so by most of us being hired, hold on. So by majority of black people still working for white people, we're solving white people problems.
Madonna, we had this discussion last night.
Can I just say something? Really and truly, Madonna, right? Because I understand what you're saying. I don't agree because I think you're missing quite a few pieces, right? And this is part of the problem when it comes to us on an economic level. Do you understand? Amazon, right? People who work at Amazon. And if you work at Amazon, please do not take this from a personal perspective. Please, whoever's laughing, I'm just saying. Look, I'm saying, you know what? Forget Amazon. People who work in corporate, right? We know now that there are a lot of jobs in corporate that are useless in function. They are just there to keep a populace busy. So they are not paying attention to what is happening. So when you're saying, oh, we're solving white people problems because they gave us jobs and we're hired by them, I need you to understand something in terms of how businesses run, and economics is a reflection of that, right? You can be hired. You can be hired to do a job, and that job has no consequential movement to nothing. You just show up, clock in, and you do whatever you do just to keep yourself busy. When we're looking at it from an economical perspective, it does not do anything. It does not do anything. There are a lot of people who work in tech that think that their job meant something, and it means completely nothing. Do you understand? So I'm saying people are not solving problems. Even white people who are hired in corporate are not solving white people's problems. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's levels to colonialism. There's levels to imperialism, right? And my thing is, if I can make people think that they are actually getting somewhere in life, they can be going around in a circle. But if I can get them to think that this circle is actually going up levels when it really isn't, my nigga, they're not solving no problem. They're going around in a circle. They're a glorified circle.
Stay in the same spot. Stay in the same
like
spot.
I said, man. Bro, like I said, man.
Just because white people hire you,
what's gonna happen? You're gonna stay in it.
Problems.
Bro,
what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
I can agree with you. You're keeping a system in motion. Yes,
I'm not keeping nothing in motion. I'm just calling it like it is.
Problems. You're not solving problems.
You're not solving problems, bro.
I mean, you might not accept the way I framed it, but it's the fact. The fact remains, as long as we working for them and not building our own system, we're solving their problems. I don't give a damn.
Everybody doesn't work. Everybody doesn't work for them.
I'm talking about black people, bro. I'm talking about those of us up from slavery, bro. Most of our jobs,
yes, we worked
in their factories, right?
We were forced to do
solving
their labor.
problems in the factories. Black men was fixing shit, all kind of shit. I mean, we
weren't solving their
we was making
problems.
money. We was getting paid for it and had a decent living, but we were solving the problems of keeping their institutions, their factories running. And that's all I was saying, bro.
We weren't solving their problems. What the fuck are you talking about?
Bro, that's solving their problems. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Madon, what you're saying is that black people should own their own businesses, is what you're saying?
Bro, I'm saying the reason we don't own our own businesses because we've been helping them run their businesses, meaning we're
okay. So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you another question, Madon, real quick, right? When black people go to get a business, an LLC, right? Who they got to go to get it from?
Oh, it don't matter. They can go. I don't care if we got to get it from the white man.
I'm saying right. But
they can get it from the white man all day. But guess what? They own the building.
Right.
The black man own that building no more.
Not all the time. Not all the time. You can rent the building. Not all black people own businesses.
Okay, what if you build? Okay, let's say you get the money. Just say a black person get the money and build it from the ground up, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's his shit.
No.
People do.
Where'd you get the money from? Where'd you get the money from?
They build up skyscrapers.
At the end of the day, Madon, you still got to pay taxes with your business.
So
you still got to pay taxes.
I don't care about you got to pay taxes.
But you still, at the end of the day, guess what? But you still, at the end of the day, Madon, you're still contributing to white people, bro.
Hold on,
bro.
So what are you talking about?
Madon, where you get the money from?
It don't matter where we get the money from. You stuck on the one day, right? You still stuck, bro. I don't give a damn because the white man faces on the money.
Right.
Because we understand. Hold on. The fact is this, though, right? Our whole plight, our whole movement, it was always talking about building something of our own and hiring our own people, right? So if we're not hiring our own people, that means we solving another people's problem. Because
so wait a minute. So hold on. Let me ask you this question. So hiring your own people when you own your own business, who problem are you solving then?
You have been solving your own people problems because y'all building something amongst blacks. You know, you can
So
create
you think?
generational wealth, right? And you can create generational institutions
So
and all
no.
kinds of things.
Wait.
So what I'm saying is this,
Hold
right?
on.
Bro,
You're not understanding how America works. If you own your own
I know
business and
exactly
you
how
hire,
America works.
if you're building your own business and you hire all black people, they have to go to the white grocery store. They have to go to the white clothing store. They have to go. Like, I'm confused where you think that we're
Right.
building.
It's it,
We're
like you bugging, bro. At the end of the day, we're
Nah,
still
bro.
contributing. Listen. It doesn't matter what you say, right? You can say whatever you want to say. At the end of the day, if niggas is still here in America, niggas is still going to. It's going. It doesn't matter what you say, unless niggas get their own shit, own language, their own country with an own government. That's something
You know what
completely
though?
different.
But you know what though?
Bro,
This
y'all
This is what we
niggas,
nigga
got caught up.
wildin', son.
y'all
Molly,
niggas is
Molly, you
crazy.
know what we got caught up though here? I gotta throw the Jews in here. This is not the same way. You know what I mean? You literally pay for what you want. I know the ideology building up, but it ain't the kingship system. It ain't a feudal system. It's like, yo, just pay your taxes. And if you understand the tax system, then I ain't gonna say no more than that. And then, you know, you make your money. You don't have no allegiance to nobody. You
Right.
ain't gotta pledge nothing to nobody. You ain't gotta kiss nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Jews really hoodwinked the white folks into getting this whole, you ain't gotta be no religious about what? All right, just go in your corner, make your money and shut up. There's no real allegiance here. Right? I mean, it's like, that's why so many foreigners is like, y'all can go here and make money. I ain't gotta be that, man. Like,
Exactly, and that's all I was saying. I mean,
But
just
nobody.
because we
But
gotta
nobody.
hold on, just
Yeah,
because
but
the white
nobody.
man facing
But
all
you.
that shit on the money, that don't mean we can't build and do what we want with that money,
Yeah, but
Mark.
no,
that means, but
but
that doesn't mean
nobody,
everything you was doing was for white folks.
but that's the point that
Like,
we're
I don't
trying to
care who
make, though.
face on the
Like, hold
money,
on,
let's get the money.
but that's the point that we're trying to make, Madon. Just because you're even if you own a own business or you're working like for a private company or you're working in the government sector, it doesn't mean that you're necessarily that's crazy, bro.
I'm saying it's this, Marty. Would you rather work for a black man and build up his corporation or factory, or work for the white man and build up the white man's corporation or factory? If you had the choice, right? If you had a black man on the west side of town, he had a factory that he was trying to establish and
That's
all
a
this, and
dumbass question.
bro, it's not dumb, bro. You got. I'm just giving you an analogy, bro. Which one would you prefer?
Which one would you want to do?
Here we go, bro.
That
Question with a
wasn't
question.
even
Never mind.
on
No,
Madonna.
because you asking a question, we want to know
Yo,
what you
Marley,
would
how you
do.
gonna sit him down while you on the panel? You ain't shit, Marley.
Nah, it's like this nigga be talking, saying some crazy shit. I'm like, yo, how the hell he saying that, son? Like, it doesn't matter. You still gonna be, as long as niggas is here, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. You could work for somebody, have your own business. You could take care of your family, take care of whoever's struggling, whatever job you've got, whatever business that you own. It don't matter. Now, if you're talking about just having your own sovereign country where that's different. Now you're away from white people. You know what I'm saying? You're not really dependent on them, like you know what I mean. But you can't say we just gonna stay in America and just be like, we're not gonna do nothing. We just gonna sit. You're just gonna sit still, like sitting ducks, and not do nothing, not get no money, and not do anything at all.
Bring
Like,
that
that's
weird ass nigga
crazy.
back.
Not even to like start off from scratch and then build a foundation and then leave and you know what I'm saying? Be like, all right, now we did this for the first generation. Now the second generation for the kids, they ain't got to do this, and the next generation after that because we made a sacrifice to do X, Y, and Z. So it means that this generation is going to sit still and then not do nothing, not set it up for the next generation. And then the next generation gonna come. They're gonna keep that same cycle. Like we not gonna do this and that and the third. And gonna sit like sitting ducks and go in a circle. That's stupid. That's dumb. That's dumb. That shit is mad dumb. What the fuck is that? Why is that? Why is that even cool?
True story and birth these niggas, man.
Yo, that's crazy, son. Niggas even think like that, son. So you just gonna sit down. You're not gonna say, well, we gonna come up with a plan. This generation, we gotta do this, and we can set it up for the next gen. Nigga, you don't know how to come up with a plan, nigga. You're gonna just sit still in this generation. Then the next generation picks up on those talking points. They gonna sit still. then they're gonna talk to the kids with the same talking points. They kids gonna sit still in the same circle, you know what I'm saying, and not do nothing.
Listen, it,
That's
it it was a thing that I don't know if you guys thought this about this. Eddie Murphy did a thing years ago on Coming to America when remember her pop
America.
when her right keywords Coming to America when her pop when King Jofi came through and dropped some finances on the brother talking about when you find my son let him know I'm here, and he went to his daughter and was like, yo, he got his own money. And when I mean his own money, he had his picture of his face on his own money. We don't own no currency. Like no matter what we talking, we don't own a currency. We don't have a dollar that backs the black people.
this nigga wildin', son. This nigga's not even dealing with reality and shit. Niggas just be talking just to hear they self talks and just be wanting to be right and shit. This nigga
Madon is
is
a
that shit. Is that shit even wise?
Madon is a
Is that
Bible
nigga? Look, is
believer, bro. Like
And
it's
unfortunately, black businesses
yo niggas.
in advancement and education will not close the black-white wealth chasm. So, not saying
no.
we shouldn't espouse or not espouse. We shouldn't aspire to to that level of attainment, but nah, like that like yeah, I ain't,
Yeah, and then you know what I'm saying, going back like then niggas, niggas do got lifestyles and shit. This nigga's not like niggas is you rolling with 50 Cent, where you Tony Yayo, you living good, nigga 50 could buy you a mansion and shit like that in Long Island, and you could fly around the world and shit like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, come on, son. Like we start from from scratch. Yeah, so yeah, it's gonna be take certain things we're gonna have to build and do X, Y, and Z in the future. Yeah, it could get there. But so you gotta start from somewhere. Like even when white people was taking over the world, they got help from other people. They literally went to Africa to get slaves from Africans.
Right.
Literally, bro. Like these niggas, they just come into Africa by themselves on some be snatching up niggas. Like what type of? This is what I be talking about, son. This is the shit that I be talking about.
That's your
That's
boy Madon,
crazy.
man.
Nah,
Madon
son, that shit is crazy, son.
Madon say the same shit every fucking show, bro. He says the same shit every show.
Yeah, he made this shit sound like it's love and hip hop or like some live reality TV show.
I mean, if anybody in the chat, listen, he say the same shit
Yo,
and get roasted every
yo,
show. This time the young lady
yo,
cooked
yo,
him up nice.
that's crazy, son. Like, nah, son. That nigga thought what he said was wise, bro. Like, that's crazy.
He's a Bible believer, bro. He
Yo,
gonna
that's
say
crazy,
anything.
son. Oh man.
You notice he always talk about the white man. The white man did this. Like, what? The
Yeah,
white man did this. White man
niggas
did
gotta have
that.
a little bit of confidence in themselves to believe in themselves that they could do shit, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this shit is crazy, dude.
They probably make him like the crash test boy at Mercedes. Like, get in
Mm-hmm.
this joint, drive 100 miles per hour, and crash into the wall. You see what happens.
there's a level of hypocrisy imbued within his message saying that Marty wants to work for, but you work for Ben, but you can't say you like and that's the thing. Like I would never, I don't demean no black men that work. You feel me? When I was
listen, people, bro, people who's come, bro, like oh god, this nigga, I don't know, man, I don't know, bro. Like I said, man, people just be wanting to hear they self talk. That's all. People just be wanting to say shit, and it's just like I don't know, man. Like niggas just ain't gonna learn, son. Niggas just ain't gonna learn. Niggas don't want to set up no plans and shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas just want to have this ideology. That shit is crazy, son. That shit's gonna hold you back. So this generation gonna sit still. Next generation gonna sit still. Next
I think
generation after that gonna sit still. Like nah, that shit.
Right,
exactly. Yeah, that's
We all can invest though. We all can own a piece of a business You know what I
Exactly.
mean? Own some stock. You can. Everybody can be an investor. Everybody can
Right.
learn. You know, learn the stock market. We can
Right.
study. You know, we can expand our financial realm when it comes to financial literacy. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Everybody can own
Right,
whatever.
right. Right, and just like how Q, like just like how, hold on, just like what Q is doing right now, right? He started off, you know what I'm saying? I've seen how Q first started off and everything. Now he is growing, he's moving, he's going somewhere else now, new location. Like things you set it up for the next generation. Things take time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it
Right.
took us like what 200 and something years so it's not gonna happen overnight. Like, so you gotta have a plan. You're gonna have to make sacrifices on the chessboard when you're playing the game. Like, you know, so you got to prepare for everything in life is not black and white, it's nuance. So whatever decisions that people are making, they can be making it for whatever specific reason that you may not even know. You just looking at the situation in black and white and not even looking at the nuances of the situation because you're looking at it on a surface level. You know what I'm saying? And you can't just judge everything like that. Because now you're looking at it from a limited perspective, like Shorty said, a linear nigga. You know what I'm saying? The niggas is linear niggas.
Yeah.
One trick pony.
And
Niggas
we
is
let them
linear
up.
niggas.
And we let them up every day.
That shit crazy, son. That shit don't make no sense.
We should
That
put
shit was
terror.
crazy.
We should put a tariff on Madon.
You say it again.
That
Put a
was that was crazy, son.
put a put a tariff on the Madon. Let him at the.
Yo, that nigga really said, yo, son, nigga, I don't know, man. Like, that's crazy, son.
Marley, you do a lot of things that a lot of people. I'm not disrespecting nobody in the chat for this, but I think a lot of people need to travel.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. No, a lot of us do because I be telling people like if they go and they try, they'll see, bro. Like they can build
Yeah.
connections with other groups of people, other Africans, even like not even just
Yep.
in Africa, but let's go to other places. You'll see like is everything is not yeah, man.
Yep.
Niggas do need to travel, son. Especially niggas like Madon, son.
You
Like
travel, your
yeah,
whole mindset changes about everything.
yeah, about a
Especially
lot of
when
shit, about a lot of shit. You
especially
know
when you
about a lot
connect
of
with
shit.
other people that have the same understanding you got. You like, damn, you live over
Mhm,
here. You think like I think.
mhm,
Like where'd you get that from? And like it's crazy. Like yo, man, meeting people over abroad, man, and especially black people when you talk to them, and
mhm,
they be like, man, this shit fucked up. You like, damn,
mhm.
it's fucked up for you too.
No, but then again, too, you know what? Then too, you can't really 100% always too blame people like Madon too as well because that's what a lot of niggas has been doing for that has been the narrative, the popular narrative. So but at the end of the day, is I don't know, man. I just think that people should always try to look at things from another perspective and just looking at things one way.
Well, he will never because that book
Yeah,
got him where he at. So
yeah.
once he grows outside that book,
And
then he
and
can.
that's what I forgot what's her name. What's the
Pacho.
good? What's the? Huh?
Pacho.
Yeah, Pacha.
Pacho.
Pacho. Okay. Yeah, that's what she was saying earlier. Like, I was like, man, I don't know, bro. I can't get with this shit. That shit is weird. That's a weird way of thinking, man. That's
Like
that's a
let me
that's a
ask you this.
non-progressive way. Like, so wait, so niggas don't plan on leaving America. Niggas don't plan on taking over America. The only way if you just take over America or you leave and you go somewhere else, it's either two things. It's either you take over America
Or you
or
leave.
you leave America. It's either one of the two. It's not we just gonna stay here and work or own businesses and then say like no, it's either you gonna leave or you just gonna take over the whole shit. It's either those are the two options.
But let
And
me ask
niggas
you
don't
this.
wanna leave. And hold on, niggas don't wanna leave. And then niggas don't believe that we could even take over in that sense, as far as
Right.
like to be as brutal and do the type of shit that they did. So it's just like we just hear it's like niggas is in a relationship. Like you know what I'm saying? Like in a relationship where
An
like
abusive
like
one.
you like yeah, like you married to somebody and it's like yeah, you built all of this shit with them and it's like you don't want to leave now because you got all of these material things and You know what I'm saying? He's like, yeah, we did this, we did that. Nah, we ain't like, you know what I'm saying? So it's niggas is stuck.
Yeah,
Niggas is stuck.
they never
Niggas is
travel.
stuck.
You got people
Yeah,
Gotta
niggas is
travel.
stuck. Yeah, niggas is stuck. Niggas is stuck in a relationship. You like, we built this, we did that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Niggas is stuck. Yeah, niggas is stuck. We stuck. Niggas is stuck. Niggas here. So yeah, I'm telling you, niggas don't want to leave. Niggas don't want to take over. Niggas don't want to be in power for real.
No.
Niggas really want to be empowered, like with the E-M, empowered. This is the
Yeah.
truth. This is the truth. This is the truth.
nothing wrong with being empowered, but you got to take that empowerment and initiate, some type of practical.
I mean, but hold on, I think you said it wrong. Empowerment means that you're doing for yourself, though.
Yeah, there's definitely nothing wrong with being empowered. But
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, now I always thought empower was when the authority and the person who's in power can empower the other people, like get niggas rights and the right to rule, and so they get privileges and shit. Like, yeah, you empowered, like but then you can say use the term, yeah, you empower yourself, like, you know what I'm saying? But like, I mean, yeah, man, I don't know, man. That's how I see it, man. That's how I see it, and there's nothing wrong with that because I'm a little afraid too. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with saying that we afraid.
Don't fret.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. I think that is something that should be done, but yeah. You know what I'm saying? A lot of niggas is afraid. A lot of niggas don't even believe that niggas could even do some shit like that. That's even niggas believe more in Jesus than they believe that they could take this shit over. That's a fact.
How many tanks we got? I think Master P got 3 tanks.
Like, this is crazy.
I think the sister trying to talk, y'all.
Thank you. What's it called? Do you really think we have to take it over? Do you think it's a necessary thing of having to take it over, meaning America or the power structure, whatever? Because you were saying it's either and this is to Marley, like it's either, people don't want to move or they don't want to take it over. And I'm like, I don't think we're in the position to quote unquote take it over. Like
right.
was saying in terms of the Jews, how they were able to establish, even if you look at other groups that have come in, and they're able to establish a certain base. And with Madan, I think, again, not applying the economic layer to your thinking these are where we have the gaps, right? There's only so far ideology can go before you have to now start looking at the real reflection of it in real everyday modern life. So are we at the point of being able to take over and basically, no, not really. But what we can do is diplomatic ties to different aspects of the diaspora. So I don't know the brother that just came in. I don't know your name, but him saying that people need to travel, I concur. Because when you're able to travel and he's saying meeting different people, we can actually build economies now.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly. Because
we can build economies through blockchain where we don't actually need to go through all of the older ways of doing things, and you can actually take over power from that perspective, and we're not in a silo of isolation, and basically everybody in America has to be the forerunner for everybody else, and then they basically gain off of us while we are basically broken beyond repair because we're always the one fighting the battles first for everybody else. So I'm just like, can we get to the point of looking at this from a higher perspective and look at it from a systematic thinking point of not just what we have to do insular on the ground, but also outside, because we do need diplomatic ties to different parts of the diaspora where if people are like-minded,
Right.
but they may be lacking a certain level of infrastructure that we can now outsource and
Right.
give them and build businesses that, I
Or
mean,
information that will lead them to the resources where they can obtain those things. You know what I'm saying? Or
Right.
even like Bill, like you said, the connections like overseas, like you can meet people in black markets overseas, you know what I'm saying, regular markets and stuff like that. You have connect, like if you got a business over here too, and you know somebody who has certain products overseas, like directly, instead of you having to, yeah, hell yeah, especially if you meet somebody, if you go to Dubai, or if you go to like Japan or one of them, you meet somebody out there, and you own a business and you want to what?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
come on, man. Like, and that's just from you, and that's just from you traveling and meeting people.
Yep.
Cause I do it. I know man, people from the places that I've been to that I still keep in contact with. That you know what I'm saying, that's good connections. That if I need something, whatever situation it is, I have them as a connection
Hey,
directly.
do you use WhatsApp?
Yeah, I use WhatsApp. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
That's the thing. Like when we went to Turks, the driver dude that drove us from the airport to our resort, he was like, "Look, brother, take my number, hit me up. I got you for anything." I paid him wherever we wanted to go, and when he took us back to the airport, he said, "Look, man, stay in touch." He was like, if you ever want to come here and try to buy something, I'll be a partner with you. Like you have to have like a citizen
exactly.
from Turks.
Facts.
Exactly.
That's facts.
And
Right.
Exactly. Like an
Unfortunately,
Right.
emissary.
what you
Like
do.
we have to start thinking on a
Right.
diplomatic level. Like this is foreign affairs. As much as we don't want to think that way or be like, oh, well, we haven't solved our problems here at home. It's a thing of due to technology, due to being, the group of people behind enemy lines and taking on and seeing how this shit works. There's a
Mhm.
lot of places where when you actually look at the ripple effect, we were talking about this earlier in terms of some people are stuck in 1950s in their country. Some people are still stuck in early 1900s. There are
Right.
different
Right.
points in terms of infrastructure, fucking knowledge. People don't have that. Okay, we're here with all the technology. We're here with certain understanding, but we need to start touching hands in a way of actually doing something more, right? Where we don't have to be overtly political, but the fact that you went to Turks and the guy gave you his number and he's like, you know what, anything you need, keep in
Yep.
contact. This is why it's like, why do we relegate, and I'm not everyone, but why are we relegating everything to, oh, the white man gave us this, the white,
Right.
did we not have empires before the white man even fucking came into his own power? So why are we acting like we didn't do business on a global level before all of this colonialism? We have all of these different people have existed forever. So why are we acting like now it's something new to be able to think for yourself or build an economy without the hand of a white person? Yes, we know they've put in a lot of the infrastructure in terms of people's minds, all of that. But now what can we do? Because my thing is, I'm not trying to be a deadbeat elder to none of
Right.
the generations after
Right.
me. I'm
Right.
really
And then
not.
talking about they gotta respect you because you were elder, because you older and shit. You ain't
Yeah,
putting no work.
nah.
You don't have an established career, nothing that they could follow, nothing. You know what I'm saying? No inspiration to give them. There's niggas out here that's like that.
Yeah, but we need to start giving them something because it's like I didn't inherit anything. I know my generation didn't inherit nothing at all in terms of
Hmm.
things to step upon, to build upon. So my thing is, yeah, what can we build upon? And that's why with like Zayax, I really want to just understand it to a deeper level of like, Q, like, do you guys teach economics? Because I know you do the STEM, but what aspect with the mathematics do we touch on that? Or do you want to partner with people like that? Like I really want to know what can I do, if anything, to help and not even help, more so build. Because my thing is, I'm like, Yeah, I've never seen a STEM homeschool before in my life.
Mm,
Yeah, me
yeah. So
neither. And I like it. It's pretty dope.
My bad. I guess that's my cue. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it
On
is.
connect, bro. Hell yeah, sis. My bad. I'm in nerd mode right now, but hell yeah.
Oh, you're working.
Now you good though. Finances. It's
yeah, definitely finances too. I definitely finances. To be financially literate is definitely important too.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
supremely important.
Hmm.
Finances is what it is. You know, like I said, man, I just tell people in the chat, travel, man. You know, meet people, meet different people. You know, you can meet that one person that can be the link to your future to be very, very successful.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
just by it could be a conversation at a coffee shop, and it'd be like, "Yo, where you from?" "Oh, I'm from Philly." "Oh, you from America? That's what's up." And next thing you know, y'all talking about trying to buy a boat or something. It's crazy. It's a good thing, man. It's a good thing, like that we connect abroad. As much as people say we don't, um, all the places I've been, I never had a bad experience talking to another black person.
Okay.
Yeah, me neither. And then too, I just look at people as people too, like with black and shit like that. Like I just look at even if I do have a negative experience, I don't look at it like, oh, it's, you there, so you that. I mean, sometimes I might make jokes and shit when I talk about Jamaicans and shit. Like I be playing them, but for the most part, yeah. But for the most part, I be playing. I just be joking. Nigga Buddha and I mean, they be cool and shit. But I just be looking at it like, well, you just if you don't like other black people, like you got some colonial shit that you got going on or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, I don't just be like, oh, like they all like that, like So everybody, I don't know, man.
But
Yeah,
but
people
see,
just people just need some healing. They need some healing. You know what I'm saying? Healing. Niggas got low self esteem. You
bro,
know.
listen. When I was in Colombia, they thought I was Jamaican. I'm like, nah, I'm American. I'm not Jamaican. Like, really? I'm like, yeah, I'm not Jamaican. You don't hear the accent. I'm American. Nah, you look Jamaican. Well, I'm not Jamaican. I don't have a problem with you calling me that, but I'm American. So it's like I said, man, just traveling is one of the best thing my wife put me on. I love it.
Hmm.
Can't wait to go somewhere next.
Can I
Yeah,
ask,
man.
um,
Yeah.
you don't have to, I don't know if guys get particular about their age, but what age were you when you first started traveling?
I went to Aruba maybe 35, 36.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I asked that just because I just like to know, in terms of just how your perspective is. I just want to know, like, when did you start traveling? Because I think also, these are things that, should we start implementing these kind of things with our kids? You know what
Yes,
I mean? With
yes.
like
I
how
think
we start to talk to younger people, or because I caught something that Q did, and I think he was saying they were sending kids to Africa, and I'm just like, okay, cool, because I feel like the earlier the better
yes,
to cultural exposure in any means, even if you can't travel.
yes. Even not even abroad, but even out
That's
of state.
crazy, man.
Even out
Yeah,
of even out of state is good. Like
yeah,
you don't even have to take them to another land. Just take them somewhere different. Different scenery always kind of helps. The youth.
Yo, GA is lit.
TA.
Fucking year.
Who?
Fucking year. Yeah.
Hey,
Fuck.
hey, 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 Q, I asked you about this before. Like
Yeah.
I used to do the
Took
fresh air
long
fund.
enough. Long enough. Fuck. Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, like you from the New York area, and I used to be a counselor for the fresh air fund, and it takes the I don't know, I don't want to call them at-risk youth, but the kids that never probably been anywhere, they take them upstate and we would camp. So, I always say just taking kids somewhere, even places they've never been in their city is a good thing.
True.
Right. Yeah. Now traveling is definitely a good thing, man. You know.
You can see it on their faces when they're going somewhere different they never been. You can see it on the kids' faces, like, what is this? Like, I never seen it. Like,
you in the UK right now?
No. I'm
not you. I'm talking to her.
The lady.
Yes, I am.
Oh yeah. I was just in the UK not too long ago.
Oh, what part did you go to?
I was in Central and Brixton.
What did you think
about South London?
Oh, what did you think?
It's all right. I mean, it's like New York a little bit, but it's just I mean, that's my second time there.
You think it's like New York? Are you a New Yorker?
Yeah. I'm from East New York.
Yo, GA, where you at, old man?
Yeah. Huh?
What part of East New York?
I'm from Lincoln and Atlantic.
Lincoln and Atlantic?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's over there by Cypress. It's like not too far from the Cypress projects.
I know Cypress.
Yeah,
So
like Cypress and nah, I didn't go to junior high school. I went to Lane. You know Franklin K. Lane?
You went to Lane?
Yeah.
Okay. So you from the town, right? So you think it's like New York, South London? You're just African American?
Nah, my family from the Caribbean. I was born here though.
Okay. So do you have family? Do you have family in London?
Yeah, I got a few cousins over there.
Okay. So then for you, did you go to like East London?
Nah, I can't remember. I probably didn't even know.
Damn. Yeah, South London. I get why you feel that way, like kind of like a New York, but
yeah, and you got some of the other parts like the outskirts too, though. Like like those other towns and where it's like more rural. And,
like you get to like Croydon areas and like.
But for the most part, when I'm out there, I feel like I'm home. So I just be moving around, So it's like regular to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's another thing to live here for like a while. It's their mindset is very different. You really start to see the different level of just how this country is a different kind of animal. So yeah, interesting.
Would you say it's different as in worse or?
Yes, because you have a lot of it's like one time I was in my friend's barber shop, right? And he's, most of the people are Caribbean, West Indian, whatever. And there was a kid who came in, like a younger dude. He was like maybe 21, I think. He was like in college. And obviously they hear my American accent. And then we're talking, kind of having a conversation like this. And he literally is like, oh, African Americans are so dumb, just with such conviction. And I was just looking at him like,
Who said that?
The Ghanaian kid that came in, like he's from Ghana, right? But he's British, basically, right? He's born in England, but his people are from Ghana. And he was just like, oh, black people are just stupid. I'm like, where are you getting this from? I'm like, black people are stupid when black people have done a lot for everybody globally. People who aren't even black, but all people who are pretty much oppressed. Like black people have put in work for everyone. And he was just like, nah, they're stupid. You see them on internet and da 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 da. And I think this is good couple years ago. So it's kind of like, I don't know if it was like World Star, YouTube, that kind of stuff. And then he's just kind of, and I'm like, so you're basically thinking about black people.
Did they ever been around? Hold on. Have they ever even been around Black Americans before? Because I noticed that a lot of times when people start saying stuff, I notice a lot of times when people start saying stuff like that, whether it's they from another place or they black, it's like they never really been around these people before, and they'll make these these statements, or they'll make these assumptions about them without even experiencing them themselves.
Yeah, and it's
Hmm.
just with so answering homie's question like about do I think it's worse? Yeah, I think it's worse because there's a false sense of proprietary that I think a lot of Black British people have in terms of their own psychosis with their master, right? And they want to perceive themselves kind of like as the English PR standard of like, we're higher, you know what I mean? Like, we are the educated, we are the prim and proper, we are the stiff upper lip, the Winston Churchill vibes of, that kind of perspective. But then it's like, no, you're not really. Like, let's not act like, Black people in England are not marginalized. Let's act like y'all don't have y'all versions of projects. Let's not act like y'all don't have a lot of the same dysfunction. But my thing is, for me, I'm just kind of like, you say a lot to a people who have constantly been barraged with a lot of psychological warfare that
Hmm.
even in this little island,
Right.
you guys don't even have a middle class. You want
Okay.
to talk
But you
about.
know what?
Mm-hmm.
But you know what though? A lot of that too comes from ignorance of not knowing. Because what it is too is that a lot of those people, they don't be knowing the history over here neither, like that, like things that happen, like in detail, like, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying. So they'll come over, and then they'll see people in a certain a certain way, and then they'll start to make those judgments without knowing the history and things, and vice versa. So you have ignorance on both sides, and then you'll see,
Yeah, definitely.
the Black Americans will be on some, we have a certain sentiments as well without knowing their history, and how, or their perspective of putting ourselves. So you got, two groups colliding, out of ignorance, without just judging each other based on what's on a surface level, as opposed to empathizing and putting ourselves in their shoes to understand their perspectives and how they feel about the situation and what they went through. And it's hard for people to do that, especially if you don't know their history. And then you got some people over there on the continent too that don't know their own history neither. They just, just going along with other culture that they was born into, just like some of the people over here in the diaspora. A lot of us don't know our history and shit like that. Just growing up and being born in America, I used to always have this misconceptions that Africans knew their history and things like that, until I actually, was interacting with them and even went to the continent itself. And then I'm just like, oh, nah, it's not like that. You know what I'm saying? And some Africans on the continent is mad ignorant to a lot of shit.
I agree. But yeah, I feel like it's worse because there's less I mean, not to say they're not marginalized over here, but
Hmm.
it's less in terms of how intense it was for African Americans in terms of like constantly. But over here, you're coming out of, your country, so you have somewhat a semblance of identity. But then it's like when you come over to, England, it's kind of like, how come you're so ready to assimilate and you are not like I said before, Black people didn't really have a collective identity over here until about
Hmm.
2016, when
Right.
probably like late millennials, probably early Gen Z started
Hmm.
to get the cues from Black American culture. And this is something that when I bring it up, a lot
Hmm.
of the time they think they're more free than they are. So like, obviously, because you came, so you probably saw that on the trains. They've even put their like social class system into the trains, where there are different zones. It's kind of similar to Paris with the arrondissement or whatever, but it's like you have zone 1, which is basically
Hmm.
central London, and then it goes all the way to 6. And it's literally, the closer you get to central London, you're literally being taxed. And I'm like, that's a form
Hmm.
of racism. That's a form of classism. That's a
Hmm.
form of so many levels of oppression. And I
Hmm.
have friends who studied Black history and studied anthropology and
Hmm.
all of this pedagogical science, blah blah blah, but then they
Hmm.
still will argue and say, no, America is more racist. And I'm just kind of like, just
Nah,
because.
it's even like that when you taking the train and you traveling on a train. like certain places cost. I think it costs more to go there as opposed to other places.
What you're saying in New York?
No, I'm talking about in London.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah, so yeah, so in New York, everything is just one. You know, when you're taking the train, it's just one price. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think it's like 290 or something like that. But if you over there, it's like if you try and you pay when you leaving, like when you get
yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
yeah, that's just how embedded all of it is. So even in terms of like Cash App, you can't have like they basically did away with Cash App. They kind of outrolled it, and then they just basically was like, no one in England can have Cash App. There's a lot of things in terms of economical advancement that they stamp out very quickly, and people have no access to it. And sometimes they're not even aware that something like Cash App was available for a period of time, but then not until they plug into like American culture. I'm like, oh, everybody's talking about Cash App, Cash App, Cash App. You can't have Cash App in London, in England,
right,
period.
right. Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah,
not,
yeah.
it's not
There's
doing
no cash up over it.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, the best you're gonna have is PayPal. Like they keep a tight
PayPal.
rein. Like they keep a
Mhm.
tight rein on
I
any
think you
kind
gotta
of
pay for. I think you gotta pay for regular TV over there too. You gotta pay for
yeah,
regular TV. You gotta pay
yeah,
for regular TV.
yeah.
You gotta pay for
You
regular TV channels.
so yeah, there's a lot of underlying
Niggas is
things
paying
that
for
just
regular
stop
TV.
a lot of progression.
That's crazy. You gotta pay for Channel 11, son.
So that's
Watch
one country.
WB.
That's one country black people should roll out moving to, huh?
I mean, a lot of black people in the Caribbean and Africa, yeah. You know, a lot of if a lot of Caribbean people could come to America back in the days, that's one of the places to go to, either Canada or London. That's where you got a lot of people. You know, see, America is like the NBA, then London is like the G League. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like the G League. So if you're not a good enough nigga, you got to go to the G League and shit like that. If you know what I'm saying, if you come to the NBA, you know, you get drafted in and shit like that. You know, but that's what it's like. And then Canada is like them overseas teams and shit like that. International League,
Yeah.
America NBA.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise anyone to move over here like that. It's not unless you were in finance, um, then I could understand, especially with like private banking. Then yeah, I would say come here. You're gonna learn a lot, and maybe even the real tech industry. So not human resources adjacent tech, but the actual.
Hmm.
You can get something started, but anything else it's not really feasible. You're just unless you want to live in the English countryside, it's not really feasible. Even a lot of people, who like English people of means, they go to Scotland. They send a lot of their kids to Scotland in order to basically live. Because in Scotland they have certain different rules financially. They're a bit more like what can I
I think they got a social democracy in England. They got a social democracy, right?
what do you mean?
From the last, from what I vaguely remember, that's what I thought that they had in their country, a social democracy, where um
In
I
England?
think that, yeah, a social democracy. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I thought
I
they
mean,
had a
I could be
monarchy.
wrong. No, no, no. That's just a symbolism. That's just that because it's been there for so long. It's just symbolized. It's not a monarchy though. It's not a monarchy. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. I heard you.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's not a monarchy.
Yeah, I don't. I definitely wouldn't move there. I'm not hating on where she live at, but I would visit, but I'm not staying here.
Yeah.
Like it probably would be dope though. Like you said, I probably would feel at home because I travel by train when I'm in the city and all that. So I wouldn't be worried, but just not knowing where the fuck I'm going would probably be confusing. But
Need some sunlight, man.
I need some sunlight.
Okay, I just wanted to clear something up. I think people are kind of getting misconstrued what I said about the guy at the barber shop, right? My thing is, I use the example of in England, Black people do not have a middle class neighborhood to call their own. Indian people do, but Black people don't. So if you're from England in the chat, I would really, if you want to step in and say something, like please do. But let's really be real. Black people don't have, other than Brixton, South London, where people are relegated to, and Hackney, these are not middle class neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying? There may be some middle class
They're not.
but
They're
that
really
is
not.
few and far between. And this is what I'm
Facts.
saying about sometimes when it comes to Black people in England, you guys kind of have a certain perception that it's not true. And no one's trying to hate from a place of like, oh, well, it's because you're American. No, like I was born here and I lived here partially and I have an experience. And it's like, it's not cap. There is no Black middle class neighborhood that y'all own to this day. It's never been built. It's never been created. You can be in Brixton and it can be seen as, oh, it's a Black neighborhood. South London can be seen as, oh, yeah, that's where Black people are. Hackney can be seen as that, but they are not middle class neighborhoods. Any of the housing or the real estate that is basically a certain amount, most Black people do not own it. Brixton has been gentrified a couple of times. Clapham, like it's just facts. It's not my opinion based off of my interaction with one person. Like, please give me more credit than that.
Wow.
Oh, and you expressing, you said based off of, you living in London and living in America, you said you feel like that the anti-blackness is more prominent abroad than over
Yes,
here.
in London, yes. Yes, it is very much more. If I'm talking about English, I feel like Black people in England do not, like I said, only recently have they started to have a Black collective identity. Before that, yes, they will check Black on the census, but when it comes to actually working together, it's to the point where when I first came back here for university, it was literally like I see Black people walking down the street, I'm smiling, right? You get to like the workplace and you start to see they start to other you. They want to be the token Negro there. And if you're basically trying, and this is, I'm talking about like more corporate, maybe in other aspects, it's different. But to me, it's kind of like I've seen this continuously. It is not like, oh, just one anecdotal experience that I'm now basically extrapolating to everything. This is in different aspects. And it shows because no one has built anything. They have Pan-Africanist, communities or groups or organizations and da 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 da. There's another thing that they don't talk about a lot is the codependency on welfare. Like there is a high codependency on welfare here that only within the last, I probably say late 2010s, they started to do things to basically make it that you can't live off of their welfare system anymore. They're now doing it where it's trying to force people to go back to work. Then when we talk about the education level of most people in England, it is not high. English schools do not churn out great thinkers that can compete across the globe. This is why when it comes to it, when it's like, oh, yes, you have your Cambridge, yes, you have your Oxford, and there are Black British people who actually get into those schools. Yes, but in terms of the quantity, no. And in terms of basically outside of being like teachers, certain professions, you don't really see Black people in corporate. You don't really see them in places where it's like there's a certain level of socioeconomic progression. Now, when a lot of their people came in terms of like Windrush generation, they were able to do a lot of group economics, and they were able to basically buy up a lot of real estate. But then by the next generation, and I've seen it up front close, by the next generation, they were on what's it called, welfare. They were on state benefits, and basically if they inherited the house from their their Windrush parent who actually went and bought homes, because this is the thing, they did a lot. I'm not even trying to shit on none of the Caribbeans. They did a lot in terms of home ownership amongst the poor working class. A lot of white poor working class did not buy their homes until Jamaicans and Caribbeans came through and started buying their properties. That's when they started to kind of like, okay, I want to compete. Other than that, after that generation, there's a whole lag in terms of like their housing. There's a whole lag in terms of their economic progression. And this isn't anecdotal. This is very true, which is why I'm saying there is no black middle class. And there hasn't been since the Windrush. There hasn't been a place and be like, okay, well, this is where they live. Historically, outside of like, this is where everybody ended up because of immigration, because of migration, there's no collective black neighborhood of middle class people that is known as this is a black middle class place. If I answered your question.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, yeah. All right, y'all. But I'm gonna holler at y'all though. All right, Q.
Gone.
All right, DT. Yeah, I'm going, man. I gotta wake up in the morning.
Yeah, work on
We'll talk to you
Saturday.
later. Yeah.
And work on Saturday. Work on the weekends, huh?
Yeah, yeah. All right, P.
Get that money, get that bread, man.
Hi, nice speaking to
Don't work
you.
yourself in the ground though.
They asking, did you say there's no black middle class in America?
No,
you said England, right?
Yeah.
No, I said in England.
England, London.
Y'all just make it because that's what I heard. But somebody, did y'all in the chat? She said,
I said England. I didn't say anything about.
okay, UK
America.
Arsenal. You be talking mad spicy in the chat. Yeah, we got somebody that's out in your town now. Talk shit about your ass. She said you ain't got no middle class, man. Y'all been out there all them years and y'all just broke, pop, getting online talking about black Americans and y'all out there subservient to white folks. Yes, sir.
Very. And that's what I'm saying is there's a hypocritical aspect where your allegiance is to the crown a bit too much. And it's like, Philistine, I did do my research. Like, this isn't, again, you're just saying what I said. Yes, the Windrush generation bought homes, and then their children sold it. Most of them sold it. And a lot of them, I have friends who their parents got into social housing, and only in terms of Brixton on the back street, Shannon Street, that used to be a whole block full of Caribbeans who basically lived in social housing. These houses are nice houses, right? They are even historical houses in terms of real estate. Only one family in a street of like 20 homes, right? Only one family was able to produce their paperwork so that they could keep the house, so that the council couldn't take it back. Everybody else got shipped out and they got moved somewhere else. And they didn't buy their house. They didn't buy their house when the house was about 50,000, and they had the option to through Thatcher. So again, let's be for real about what Black British people, both African and Caribbean, did not do. Past the first generation, no one was thinking on a collective level. Hence why there is no black middle class. And there is a lot of shit that is thrown to African Americans thinking you're better. But it's like, even with less psychological warfare, what have you built? Black people in America have built a lot. And they have built a lot, and they've let a lot of other people know that under colonial rule, you can still build and you can still do something. So give respect where respect is due. And how about you learn your own history?
Boom, pop, bow. They ain't gonna like you.
Well, that's too bad. A lot of people don't like me. African Americans don't like me. Latinos don't like me. It's like, people, we have to be real about our collective blind spot with every part of the diaspora. Or what's the point? After how many years are we not going to realize some of the impediment? How are we not going to realize some of the things that we can actually extend across? Because it's like, you know what? My eye has been blinded over here for this generation, but in your generation over there, your eye is clear to see what I don't see. Why can't we talk to each other from a factual place and get out of our feelings? What are we going to do for our kids coming up? You going to give them feelings? Talk about do research? Okay, yeah. And what? Windrush came and went. That's why they deported how many of the Windrush generation? And what did their children do? Nothing. They literally in England, like Theresa May, I think that's her name. She was like the MP before. She was part of the Home Office, right? And she literally shredded a lot of people's documents and paperwork. She got rid of it. Nothing happened. How many people that came from the Windrush had to be deported back to Jamaica with no ties? They don't know anyone. So it's a thing of like, you can't come for African Americans, and y'all can't even basically safeguard your own families. Y'all can't even safeguard your own lineage. Like, come on. Like, let's not play games here.
I have one question for you before I leave. Do you have any of the people over there claiming to be original to that land? Any blacks that say that they were here before anybody?
No, no. What do you mean on like before white people as well? Or you just mean like
Yeah,
around?
before like over here we have these group of people called aboriginals. They believe that they always been here.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no. I haven't come across that. No. Everybody is on some, we all emigrated here and we all know why.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that.
No worries. Telling you that we black people in the United Kingdom are multicultural. What does that have to do with anything if you're multicultural? Why? What do you mean that black people are multicultural? What does that have to do with building a black, like, what? What does that have to do with anything? If you're multicultural, you can still be black and you can still build a black middle class. What does multicultural have to do with anything? This is part of the problem. Y'all want to reduce it to what? So because you're multicultural, what does that mean? When it comes to Southeast Asians, they're multicultural. You got the Sikhs, you got the Bengalis, you got all of this stuff, but yet they still have their neighborhoods in Ilford. They still have their neighborhoods in Surrey, in Epsom. What are you saying?
Did it cut out?
No, we here. I'm just thinking
No,
about
I'm
the
still
lack
here.
thereof, the lack, the lack of a sustainable black middle class in where she's from, and just so you're seemingly like, or not even seemingly, like you're placing the culpability like on that following generation, correct? As far as to why they were not able to remain rooted in home ownership. I'm just trying to, because I'm trying
Yeah.
to grapple with, exactly, is it solely and only, their fault? Is it external factors, like, because in America there's a lot of external factors that attribute to why, there's a lack of black home ownership, land,
Yes.
etc. So
Yeah, there's external factors, but what I'm saying is that the external factors do not supersede the ones that the Windrush generation had to deal with. Do you know what I mean? And their next generations, they got taken out through social benefit, meaning that you get paid to look for a job, right? In England, you get paid to look for a job. How much you get now, I have no clue. But it was something that was so shocking to me when I came over here. Like, they pay y'all to look for a job? Like, they pay you weekly to look for a job, right? And then after that, you can get social housing, which, if you're a teenager in certain position, I can understand that. That would actually help a lot of teenagers who are in dysfunctional homes. But in terms of now upward mobility and actually doing for self, the social benefit system has taken out people's self-respect. So you have the generation that came in and they fought tooth and nail to buy property, right? And to send money back home. They practice group economics. Do you know what I mean? And then now their generations after literally just assimilated. I was just kind of like, yeah, not everyone, but you have a majority. And as I've said, in England, they are very, 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 in terms of knowledge, they keep most of the working class deaf, dumb, and blind on purpose, right? But I'm saying, if your older generation could come in to England, like, I know someone through family where he is literally functioning illiterate. He's like silent generation now. He's like mid 70s, right? Or late 70s. And he worked in construction. He literally owns how much property now, but he's that Windrush generation. Do you understand what I'm saying? So even without understanding, quote unquote, Queen's English grammar, couldn't pass a test in school, whatever, he's been able to own how many homes in his life? He owns property, the one he got before he got married, in Dulwich, which is basically like a middle class suburb, right? He owns his house, then he bought the one next to it. Then he went to start investing in upper North in North England, Hull. So he's able to do that. Now look at his grandchildren. They're not on that. They're not on that level. So when he dies, if he's taking his son and making sure, like, hey, all of my people who I came to England with, they either passed away or they're back in Jamaica, right? We're not long for this earth. So now he has his sons and he's like, look, y'all have to understand how to keep this in the family. Don't sell it. And this is where trust law comes into play. Do you understand what I mean? So yeah, there's just a lot of dynamics. And yes, there's external factors, but it shouldn't be a deterrent to sell your people's property just like that.
Okay. So there's not like certain mechanisms in place where they'll raise the property taxes or they'll do certain tactics to to ultimately uproot that individual or that that next generation from the abode or state. So I'm
No, most of the time, the stuff that I come across is mostly it's just a lack
nuisance
of financial
laws.
literacy.
Okay, because they got all different. So yeah, so see. Then again, I'm thinking it's really so. Yeah, so I'm not privy to that. I ain't privy to the history over there. I just know the tactics that they deploy over here as it pertains to us historically and contemporarily. From like I said, from uprooting or I want to say unjustifiably extracting us from our home. So many tactics that they like a laundry list. But yeah, so it's interesting that you're not outruling that, but it's like you're not directly concurring that that isn't like a real phenomenon out there as far as the raising the property taxes. What else? Like nuisance laws. It's another term. What's another term?
For them,
To deem
it
your house inhabitable, or just
no.
deem your house just inhabitable, not safe, just so they can take over. It's a lot of scope.
No, they haven't. You see, they haven't gone to that level yet. Now they're doing it. Now they're starting to implement it, right? And this is like the political class. The thing is, in England, it's what happens is it will be about social housing, where the local authority, which is like the borough, they will now want to claim back the social housing that they gave to whoever, let's say 20 years ago, because now they've sold it to property developers. Because a lot of the local authorities in London, especially, but all over the UK, are going bankrupt. Why? Because most of their working class have been on social benefit, and England doesn't really have any kind of real economy outside of the city of London, right? That's the finance district. That's private banking. They're the private bankers for European, legacy, multi-generational family, right? So if you're not in the banking industry, there's not really any other except for the creative industry, which is the biggest export for England, period. In the whole of England, most of the money is made in the city of London. Do you understand? So it's not even
concentrated.
yeah, the liquidity is definitely concentrated to one place and one industry, and they keep very much tight reins on just information, period.
Wow.
So that's how they kind of sideline people with information, but you can hold on to the asset that your family was able to buy. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be gone within one generation.
And then, like you said too, like the the black populace up there, like they're not like they're in comparison to just not even blacks in America, because we know we are like the face of black consciousness of just of the face of being on the front lines, etc. But basically what I'm saying is that, like, when it comes to their consciousness, it seems like the people up there are not like, they're not like the black Brits, or is it like people are they like as far as their state of consciousness, is it like like I'm just trying to understand it, like, because I've always been told like the black people over there, like they're not trying to really ruffle no feathers, so to speak.
That's exactly correct. They don't. They're very much, they want to be the token Negro. As much as they want to act like they're, and when I say this, I'm not saying this from a point of every single person, but there is that where you will be the chosen one. And yes, they do use like football or sports. And then, music was definitely a big thing. Like they did, in terms of like drum and bass, grime, right? That's like their version of hip hop, you could say. And these are markets that they're making. But then do you understand how to make that market liquid? Because that market is a cultural industry. Do you understand what I'm saying? So therefore, they're going to have to rely on, the upper middle class kids who are in the creative industry. And then now they become the gatekeepers of a whole industry now that they didn't really help make. But due to them having access to certain capital, they can now come in and understanding certain infrastructure due to working in the creative industry, meaning film, advertising, things of that nature. They can now come in and be like, okay, well, this is how it goes. This is what we're going to do. We're going to be the managers. We're going to be the producers. We're going to put the shows together. So now it's a thing of the market that you once owned now becomes a closed market. And there is no way to funnel liquidity back to the collective in ways that should really matter, in ways that could actually build a whole middle class.
I ain't gonna lie, when you said middle class, you kind of I ain't gonna lie, I ain't get lost, but I got a little misplaced, but because remember we was specifically talking about, well, I was referencing their state of consciousness, and as
Okay.
far as like the collective black body up there, like, as far as like just basically like seemingly and what's conveyed to me, and like is there like any like black historical institute, like like black, just like fight, people that's basically that's striving to combat those external structural societal anti-black mechanisms that's in
No.
relation to America? Like, is there any like like
No, not really. No, not really. Like you will have Pan-Africanist organizations who are more like grassroots, right? So they'll do like homeschools, right? They'll do Saturday schools, like supplementary schools. There was that, but those are people who are a mix of the boomer generation. Now, when it comes to the younger generations, there's not really that much. There's no institutions. There's nothing really. Sometimes they'll be given certain like glorified versions, right? So in Brixton there was like the Olive Morris house, and then they gave like another landmark in Brixton. And but you see, that was really just to be able to be seen as a multicultural location, so that Brixton, the borough of Lambeth, can now get tourism dollars, but it's not going to Black people. There really isn't a collective Black institution identity pushing for the same things that you will see in America with Black people. They are quite comfortable with the bare minimum.
That's a quagmire. I mean, I would say that is. I mean, honestly, if I was a Black person from Black brick, quote unquote, and I had my state of mind, like, but out there, like that would be. I mean, that's an issue. Like, that's an issue. So it's safe to say it's a lot of, like you said, it's a lot of. I don't even want to castigate nobody, but it's a lot of, like, I want to say comfortable, like it's so like ain't no below grassroots movement, like underground type of, like, it just seemed like there's got to be some type of like some type of something going on to where like there's like that's heart wrenching.
Yeah, it's sad, but no, there's not really that. No, I think, the younger generations, like I said, around the mid 2010s, 2015, 2016, they started to create like social media platforms and, taking over the VNA, which is this, institution. It's a museum, and they will have like Black culture nights in the museum, right? Teaching certain kind of Black history, or, kind of doing like an avant-garde kind of inception of like Black identity. But that was just a trend. It's just to be able to look like England is progressive and and especially for London to be seen as a multicultural equal to New York. But in the real everyday living, it is not that. It really isn't that. There isn't that collective. Nah, it's not. Like bigger than nah, it's not. It's not.
So it's true, like the main entree up there is like beans and toast or something like that. Like, is that like
It's being what?
beans and toast or something like that? Is that like that's like a staple up there or whatever? Beans and toast?
Yeah, that's the British diet. But obviously with Jamaicans, like it'll be ackee, beans and toast. Like, they put their culture as like ackee beans and like plantain, like, they will, they do, they eat their cultural food.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying that? So you're expressing that they clearly, they clearly eat their cultural food. But
Yeah.
are you saying that they've also incorporated, like they've been acculturated, like with their culture as well? So they kind of, but it's with a spice, with a twist, though. It's not a cultivation of like brainwashing, like type of. It's a
But
with a remix.
there is, I think if you understand the dynamics of mother country, right, with Jamaicans,
yes,
that's how they saw England, as the mother country. I'm coming to do my civic duty to build up the mother country. And, they told them, get on this boat and we're going to make sure you live like this, and whatever you put in, you're going to get out. Yeah, but not really. You know what I mean? They got displaced as well. So there is a lot of.
England is deemed the mother country.
Yes, for the Windrush generation that came, that was their mother country.
Okay.
So they came with a certain indoctrination already. Not everybody, but a lot. And that's just relative, within the last couple of decades. So they really haven't had their full, I guess, collective come to Jesus moment. You know what I mean? If you want to say it like that, in terms of having a collective full mindset and kind of, because there's that mother country mindset from the Jamaicans, especially, but then the smaller islands. And then when you think about some of the Africans that came over, they have a contention thinking that they're better than the Caribbeans, right? There's an elitist perspective. And that's not with all Africans, right? But there is a certain subset that came with money, and they're looking at Jamaicans like, you're not on the same level as us. And then they socialize into the upper white middle class. So now this thing becomes about socioeconomic levels as well.
It's interesting how you've actually uttered that more than one time, emphasizing that there was a segment that came with money, and I find that just interesting as far as within the Windrush. Like, so not everybody was destitute or effed up, so to speak.
Yeah, because this is what I'm saying. Like, even some of the British people in the chat, it's like, also understand the nuance that everybody who came over didn't come over in the same way. The same with the Africans. There are Africans that came that, they're emigrating for a better life, for a better chance out of Africa, right? But then it's like, what's their education level? What do they know about the West other than what they may have been told, right? From a cultural standpoint, it's no different to like certain, South Americans that come, let's just say like the Mexicans, right? That come into America, and then they have certain perception of Black people in America due to what? You know what I mean? If you're from a certain time period, it wasn't because of what you saw on TV, it's what you were told. But then the more that media is pushing a certain image, then you start to think that this is what it is. There are certain people who think in the Caribbean, in Africa, that, oh, you come to England right now and the streets are still paved with gold, while England is going through a financial collapse. What are you talking about? There are people killing themselves to come over through Calais. You know what I mean? And it's like they're thinking, oh, I'm going to play football, and no, you're not. That's not going to happen. The football industry is over here. It's not. There's no buy-in. Do you get what I mean? So, yeah.
So what prompted you to? So when did you relocate from East New York to out?
Well, to go to college. So I wanted to go to design school, and my mom gave me the guidance. She was just kind of like, look, if you really want to be known, or you really want to understand craftsmanship in terms of clothing, you have to go to the place of high fashion, luxury fashion. So go to school and thing, because they still take craftsmanship seriously, and then come back to America, in terms of understanding marketing, understanding how to really tell a story. Do you know what I mean? In terms of what it is, you now have the skill from Europe, now parlay that into something else. So that's why I came, and I did fashion interpretation, and I did jewelry smithing, and yeah.
So when you say jewelry smithing, so you have the physical and intellectual ability to manufacture jewelry, or like as
So
far
like
as elements
metallurgy.
or metalworking, and
Yeah. So like metallurgy, so like like a blacksmith.
Yes.
Yes, but with like fine jewelry. Yeah.
Okay, so is that like, are you borderline or past the line? Is that like so a jeweler would know that know-how, like that particular, like would a jeweler know, like what I mean? I'm trying to, how can I convey this?
So a jeweler, I think what you're trying to say is like a jeweler would be the person who maybe they design the jewelry, maybe not always, or they basically just opened up the storefront, right? and they have the personal skills, but they may not have the craftsmanship. Now, when you're a jewelry smith, it means that you have the craftsmanship and you basically can make everything. So I can take a bullion of gold and make it into the chain that you have on. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's jewelry smithing.
Okay. Yeah. So okay. I see. I definitely. Okay. I want to say because my jeweler, like, he does everything in house. Like, he doesn't. Some jewelers, they send it out.
Yeah.
It's to where it's, but he does it. Like, everything's in house. It's it's him doing everything. But yeah, that's interesting though. That's interesting though. Jewelry smithing. I ain't never heard that word before. That's the first time hearing that sequence of words. Interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say in terms of the UK also, it is good for certain lost arts or certain cultural, craftsmanship, being able to do certain things with your hands and having those skills. So like saddle making, things like that, or even like making shoes from scratch, yeah, being a shoesmith and all of that. So they keep that heritage. Let me say that.
And you said fashion interpretation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that entails exactly as far as like your interpretation of fashion. I'm just trying to, understand that.
Why is this lady saying I'm reading a script?
Yeah, the chat. Well, yeah, you gotta. I don't even look at the chat. I might scan every now and then, but I don't even be. I don't even be too in tune with it.
But yeah, fashion interpretation, that's just like pattern making clothes from scratch. That's it.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so you can literally yeah. So so the whole concoction, you're rendering clothes like manually. You're doing it. Okay, with using fabric and all the various material. Correct.
Yeah, so like Dapper Dan, Rick Owens, like that.
Interesting. Okay. Now, are you and don't what's what I want to say? Don't be affronted. Don't be offended when I say this. But are you threatened by AI? Do you feel like you're
No,
not threatened by AI? You're
no.
trade's
We
good.
need to use it. Yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah, we need to. AI, blockchain, that's important. That's why I was like with Q Butter. That's why I was on the chat. I'm like, I wanna know with the school because these are things that will definitely be needed. We need to also know how to convert certain analog skills in this digital age where, don't lose the memory of it, but learn how to adapt it to the technology coming out. So with AI, I think a lot of creative people can use it effectively, to circumvent a lot of the gatekeeping or limitations that have existed. It's democratizing certain things. But if you just use it to make spectacle, then you're not really doing anything.
Make spectacle.
Hmm.
Do you read a lot?
I used to.
Used to. What you mean? Used to? What you mean? You used to read? What you mean? You used to read?
You said that, did I read a lot?
Well, like you're right. So well, not just historically, but I mean, like, well, actually, let me repreface my 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 question. So it's I mean, so it's evidently clear that that you're very, how can I say this? You're very eloquent. So based off my observation of that, you have a historical background in like reading. Are you an avid reader? Like, do you read? I mean, like, is it ongoing? Not just history. I mean, not just historically, but right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said like Yeah, like I read, I pay attention. I think life is one of the best things that you can pay attention to. I talk to a lot of people and I talk to a lot of older people. My thing has always been trying to understand context in the different ways. So that's probably why I am eloquent. Um, that too, and like my teachers in junior high school, um, like I said earlier, they did have a huge effect in terms of how I see myself and my capabilities. So I will read and I'll be open. Yeah. So, but I'm not someone where it's a thing of like I have like this extensive library. I'm not really into that. My thing is kind of like if you're reading books, how useful is it if you don't utilize it? If all you do is index it for argument, it's like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not reading every single day. You know, I have my moments of periods of time where I'll read, um, and then I'll go apply what I've read. You know, whatever it's stoked in terms of thinking, then I'll apply it and see how it works in the real world. And I like documentaries too. And the last, I think, I haven't. What's the last? The book that I'm reading now, halfway reading, is Why I Write by George Orwell. I just picked that up at a store, and I was just like, okay, looks interesting. That's it. But yeah,
Okay.
yourself.
I definitely agree with you on the concept of you know the application of that's vital. That's what everything in life. You want to consume. Make sure you're consuming healthy entrees of food. That's in many different forms. So and then not just that, but applying that. Like that's definitely big. I'm big on the application of law. In return, there's going to be, as a result of me of applying myself and, T's is crossed and I's is dotted, there's going to be a tangible financial gain as a result of that. But, yes, definitely. I'm definitely, I've always been a reader. That's all, like my favorite, my most relished curriculum.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
In school is reading. So I've always I was reading at college level and like middle school, So yeah, I've always been an avid reader and yeah, so definitely.
Okay. Yeah.
And
You ever read? Hmm?
presently, always reading articles, always reading something. Every a day don't go by where I'm not reading. It's some type of I don't it's not a day does not go by. I'm reading, and not just something. Like I'm reading some type of article, something, a book, something. I'm reading something.
So what are you reading now?
I'm actually reading right now. I'm ironically you brought that up. I'm actually reading this HR 40 because this lately there's been this the what's on how can I say this the lingering the elephant in the room is it basically been like people or certain can I say this? Pardon me. I'm a stickler. I really try to. How can I say this? So basically, my dilemma that I have with not just not, and that's the thing too. It's not just Pan Africanism. It's because I don't want to even just single out Pan Africanism. It's any black person that's in America and that is portraying whether they're Black American, domestic or non-domestic. If you're infringing upon lineage-based reparations, then I have a problem with that. And just doing research on Cobra and NARC, and they're basically based off my findings, the renowned William A. Darity, this brother was on Dr. Phil arguing. He's he's a professor at Duke University. He was basically presenting the argument on why reparations is needed, and basically lineage-based reparations. And he's basically exposing NARC and NCOBRA, and these organizations are they're prominently more known for being under the umbrella or just being under the guise of Pan-Africanism. So I'm doing research, and I've been in my research has brought me to the conclusion that these organizations are they've been compromised. They've been compromised due to the fact that they're opposed to lineage-based reparations, and like I can read it to fully expound and not
I get what you're saying.
yeah,
I
you
get what
can.
you're saying. It's kind of like with what is it kind of like with like NAACP and like organizations like that, how they kind of like, segue
Yes.
out of their original, I guess.
Well, and the NAACP, when it comes to the grassroots, I won't put them down. Like I'm not Black Lives Matter. I'm Black Lives Matter with the slogan, but I'm also Black Lives Matter. Rest in peace to the brothers in the book too. Darren Seals. I'm
Yeah.
like
Okay.
grass like but not that executive level type.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not I won't support that. But basically, yes. In relation to, but NAACP historically, NAACP, they've always nitpicked and only messed with the elite. With the whole Rosa Parks
Talented
story and how
talent.
they so they've always have a history of only messing with black elitists, or what
Mm-hmm.
they deem as yeah. So I kind of
It's
but
like the talented 10th kind of
yes.
perspective. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So but so basically my conundrum is, or yeah, the conundrum is just really start, just really what's the word, lift up the rug and expose everything, like I said, not just pinpointing one, not just pinpointing or being hyper focused on one element, which is Pan-Africanism. No, because I know we got some Black Americans that's also, standing in the way of lineage-based reparations, and they wanna try to apply it to everybody. And no, Belgium owes the Congo, France owes Haiti plus
Yeah, and they
taxes.
all,
Yeah, so
yeah,
you can't try to
bring
merge
everything
and
together.
meld, and it's disrespectful. So
You know what? So it's funny you bring. I saw where I can't remember where I saw it. So like, please forgive me with the quote or whatever. But it was basically saying that some I think some African Americans want to sue Africans. So African countries, they want to sue them for a certain level of reparations. What do you think about that?
yeah, honestly, that's a that's a rabbit hole, and it's
Yeah.
gotta be, if people already, it's a lot. That's why I said this book is really, I've been studying. This book is like, yeah, pardon me, I want all the smoke tasks when it comes to why the federal government is shouldn't be the culpable, and they're capable as far as them providing the legal framework that supported local municipalities, churches, private organizations, and enslavers. They provide the legal form. They provide the legal framework. But basically, this book is imbued with so much information as far as like how to locate. Basically, there's this notion that that it's hard to how we gonna try to find, and or there's like mounds and mounds of evidence pertaining to our enslavement. And this brother, he really gives you, like, this is literally like the trajectory. Like, this is the perfect trajectory to put you on that route to to locate and pinpoint, whether if it's the north or the south. So basically, the brother, he does his this scholar really does his his
Due
job. He's
diligence.
very, yeah, that definitely does his due diligence. Him and his wife wrote the book, and they're just like, I had the utmost respect for him, because he actually was opposed to reparations. Initially, he had a opposing reparation. He had an opposing viewpoint to reparations, but see, he was unlearned. And then until he started to dredge and do research, and he was like, oh, hold on. And then ever since that light got ignited based off him doing the knowledge, he's been on a whole crusade of just lineage-based reparations for Black Americans, direct payments, and his focal point is to close the Black-white wealth chasm. That is the main, and it's to tackle it at the mean and not the median. So yeah, at the average and not the middle of the wealth, because most of the wealth in America is concentrated by white folks. So you have to, so it's deep. I respect his mind. Like he's not just an Africana. I ain't throwing shade, but he ain't just a Africana studies. No, he's a real decorated. Let me go to his if you don't mind. I'm gonna go to his whole. He's very very well decorated. He's an economist. He has a plethora of degrees in multitude of areas. So he has a degree in economics, psychology. Like so, it's deep. So his it's profound, and I respect it, and like I just have I respect and maybe it's his story too, because knowing that he was opposed to reparations, and then how as opposed to embodying this ignorant being of just no, we don't deserve it, and going on this this campaign that we don't deserve it. But he actually took the time to do the knowledge, and then not only just do. Remember, we talked about he did the knowledge, and he's taking that knowledge and he's applying it in real life by writing this book first, and from more than one book. He got this book. I had to crack open the where's his other book at? But he got the reparations. This one right here. Reparations. It's called From Here to Equality: Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. So this is the first. This is the prequel to this. So the brother, as I'm saying, so he I respect the fact that, like I said, he was ignorant. He didn't. Because remember, the root word for ignorance is to ignore. He didn't remain ignorant. Some people, a lot of us know, a lot of black people know. They know damn well we deserve reparations. They know what the hell happened to us, but he didn't remain. He didn't ignore. He didn't let his ignorance
stop him,
keep him in a perpetual state of ignoring, as opposed to rejected that. And like I said, did the knowledge, and then coupled with that, he wrote books, and like I said, and he's going around colleges slaying white people that try to ask them, just stupid questions on why we don't deserve it. Talks about just the land that was stolen arbitrarily through white violence, just acre. So it's just pardon me, you can go ahead, but
no, I'm not. I'm listening because you're teaching me something. I'm like, okay, like this person is interesting.
His name is William.
What was his cool, thank you. What was his view of in terms of why he thought we shouldn't even get reparations?
Well, see, I don't want to botch it, but I can look up his article real quick. I mean, because I can look up his bio real quick. Let me see, William A. Darity, and I pull up his
because it's making me think of how Malcolm X was going into the whole Geneva Convention aspect. You know what I mean? Circumventing the whole, I guess, United States racism, civil acts, rights, and all of that, where it's civil rights acts and stuff like that, where it's more so let's go to the whole unilateral commission and let's deal with that from a global scale, of the same way the Jews got their payment, the same way that the Japanese got their payments. Like, we should be getting our payments as well.
You talking about as far as with the brother Malcolm going to the UN?
Yeah.
To put forth our
human rights violations.
Yes, I was trying to find the. I was trying to. We getting ready to talk about that the horrors of slavery. So I don't like to just say. I don't like to just say like a nutshell term. I like to be very meticulous and deliberate with how I explain
the atrocity,
the trials and tribulations. Yeah, exactly. So, yes. See, when you pose that, I mean, I think about the UN, in these modern times, and how they've actually, they put out statements that validated that black people, we're being done treated. It's all these human rights violations, but they don't have like there's no remediating proposal. It's just like them acknowledging it, but there's it's like when they do studies over here, black people, oh, they help us bad and but they don't propose. What's the solution? Don't just highlight the aggrievement, or the trans the injury, like provide a remediating solution to for the ailing group, which is us, so
Yeah, I think I think this is where, we're in that unique position in terms of we're still on the land. We don't, when I say we don't have an external country, because obviously it's like, okay, yeah, you can do some of your tracing back and blah, 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 but it's kind of like, yeah, it's very nuanced. It's very different from everyone else, because the Japanese, even when they were, they came over here, and some of the being put in their own internment camps and stuff like that on American soil, and they got paid for that. Do you know what I mean? But then it's like they have a whole country that can kind of put pressure in terms of like global foreign affairs, and then for Americans, us, it's like, how do we do that when we're not really in alliance with some of these African countries that we can say, yeah, we did come from, right? That we can kind of say. But then even with these countries, they're under their own level of oppression. And I don't think a lot of these heads of states of these different African countries even understand I don't know. I don't think they're ready to rock the boat in certain ways to claim a certain level of ownership before. I think, it's easy for them to just give passports rather than actually be like, you know what? Nah, we're going to back African Americans to be like, we know you took them from our shores as, you kidnapped. So it's kind of like we're going to back them on a global, foreign affair level and actually push for this to happen, not just African Americans as a group in America. It kind of seems like, oh, you know what? This is domestic affairs. Like, we're going to stay out of it. So we'll recognize it in lip service, but we're not going to step into another country's jurisdiction in terms of like their history. I think that's the technicality that allows them to get out of doing what they need to do. But looking at Burkina Faso, if someone like that can come in, well, he's not in power, he's just kind of the transition Traore. But imagine if more African leaders were like that. I think we would be able to get reparations a lot quicker through the UN. I think so.
Yeah. I would agree too. But but I don't want to deviate from too far off because I want to read this article.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
From William A. Darity, but that see, like, I actually agree with you on that. But on the flip side of that, we're still dealing with the black judges in Africa still wearing white wigs.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
So it just it points to the level of brainwashing that
they're so
layers. Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
So pardon me. So real quick, let me go ahead and bust this article down real quick. William Sandy Darity Jr. interview. If this is profound to me too, if you think something is the right thing to do, then you pursue it. His recent focus has been on reparations for African Americans, but his scholarship spans decades and ranges from imperialism to psychology, from price specie flow to rational expectations. Reparations for African Americans are in the news these days as presidential candidates consider whether and how to support initiatives. Pundits weigh in. Pundits weigh in. Writers opine. Politicians test waters. The debate is far from new. Obviously, Union General Sherman promised 40 acres and later the mule to former slaves in January 1865, a debt never paid. No economist has addressed the issue with the persistence power. That's why I say I'm call it what you want. I'm placing him at he's the forerunner. He's like, and this article is even saying no economist has addressed the issue with the persistence and power, that Duke University's William Darity Jr. has for nearly 3 decades. 30 years. So put some respect on his brother's name. Sari Darity has written papers and given presentations discussing the rationale design of reparations policy. Next year, he will publish a book dedicated to the question, co-authored with his wife, Kristen Mullen. I know that's right, black man. Black woman too. He married to a black woman. So he wasn't always. So this is your question right here, sister. He wasn't always a proponent. He wasn't always a proponent. Asked to write an introductory essay for a 1990 volume on papers on reparations, he told the editor he might not bring a favorable contribution. But after careful study, he changed his view and has been a forceful advocate for ever since. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean by I'm gonna stop right there real quick, unless we can have a. But that's what I mean by when I hear certain rhetoric about certain black people are lazy and when I hear we don't deserve reparations, I literally think about his story. If his story, it makes me harken back to his story. Like, if you're opposed to reparations, it makes me think about William Darity because he was opposed to it. But what did he have to do? He had to clearly go do some history. He had to go do some knowledge, and I'm assuming that he had some degrees at that time. You feel me? So
degrees don't make you smart.
Academia, intelligentsia. So it shows you too in that level. There's got to be he ain't the only person that suffers from lack of knowing, the truth, to have a more affirming and cemented. Pardon me, my mind is racing. But cemented proposition as to why black people deserve reparations. He had to do the knowledge first. So, and I'll stop there if you want to expound on just him on his epiphany. His epiphany he had as a result of simply picking up a book, but not just a book because what happened to us is not just in one book.
Yes, in a couple. I mean, I feel like you see with that, it's just being able to see your blind spot. You know what I mean? So, that level of cognitive dissonance that we all, if we're all going through, the schooling system in certain countries, you start to see, if you're paying attention, that each generation has their own blind spot. And especially in America, if you think about it in terms of what is being sold at the time, right? To keep the working class engaged with quote unquote the status quo. So it's like, I would love to my thing is kind of like, I wonder what was really his blind spot, because like you said, he's quite educated, but then it's like, how can you kind of like undervalue the fact that, I don't know, it shouldn't be a question in terms of reparation. To me, it was just kind of like, why should that ever be a question? It's kidnapping, it's human trafficking, like, and it's a whole bunch of other things after that. That's just the initial, you know what I mean, infraction. But yeah, I think with him, he's just showing that literally we need both eyes. That's it. And if you can actually get yourself to, if you can see outside of the silo, you know what I mean? Because I think a lot of the time his epiphany, I wonder, especially being an economist, it's kind of making me think of like Claude Anderson, where he's been predicting everything and he was saying it, and now it's coming to full fruition. So then I'm looking at this guy who's an economist, and it's kind of like, what personal blind spot did he have that he couldn't coincide the fact that economy and everything he's learned still that should kind of make him feel like we should get reparations even more so, and it should be lineage based, but good he came back to the other side, or swung back around, or to the middle.
Wow. That's honestly, I would say this. I'm definitely glad I was able. I'm able to the internet, the digital internet. Me being able to digitally interface Somebody said I can't put a complete sentence together. Stop that. But digitally interface with a black woman that has that dual comprehension of both worlds. But seemingly it's and like I said, seemingly seemingly that's like saying complete and utter, but seemingly you seem to be like cemented in black, and I don't find a lot of black people that I mean, a lot of black people that's not from America that's not that know about our our Dr. Clyde Anderson, that that can as far as being versed in the calamities that we face too as a people in America.
Well,
Social.
I think it's because I actually, I have my father's from LA. So, it's kind of like there's that. So I can't ignore that, even though I didn't grow up with him. But it's like there's that. Then I grew up in East New York for my formative years. So I feel like that gave me a certain groundedness that even though my mom doesn't identify as African American, it's still a thing of like it's there. It's not something that I can ignore, she can ignore. And again, I know like I've been put in a certain specific point where just due to my heritage, I've been able to move around and kind of like I fit in the different pockets. So therefore it's like I get a more rounded view to everything. And yeah, even though I've lived in London for like the last 10 years, I don't consider myself British, even though I have a British passport. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, none of that. Yeah, I just don't really past what it's there for. I don't label myself or identify myself based off of nationality and things of that nature in that way. My thing is more heritage, and it's like at the end of the day, we all black. If that's if that's the collective term we're going to use, we're all black. And there's nothing else to it. There's different aspects of it, but collectively we're all black and we're all going through a certain version of the same event. That's it.
That's true. We are all black, but unfortunately, due to us being some of us being like you said, it's a as far as cognitive dissonance. I mean, there's a what's the word? You got the 85%, 10%, 5%, and basically, what I'm trying to say is that is as a result of that, there's not a collective psychology though. Like, yeah, we all black. Hey, my brother, I see you. I see you on the surface. Okay, that's my brother. Until further notice, until I get the, until we, we get, until so until the universe unveils. Yeah.
But you know what? With that 5, 10, 85, I think there's a certain point that we have to come to it where it wasn't everybody. You know what I mean? The whole 85 didn't come to the same collective reasoning as the 5%, right? The 5% moved and created, first on a liminal space and then made that shit concrete for people to walk into and to step into, because they need to see the tangible before their mind can even start to conceive outside of, you know what I mean? So it's like, I feel like, yeah, we're all black. And then we have to understand that not everybody is on the same wavelength in terms of what can be done. Now, is there potential? Of course. You know what I mean? As long as you're alive, you're walking potential. But how many people are going to actualize it? We don't know, right? But let's just say the 5% are the ones that are ready to actualize it in their day and time. You know what I mean? They're not going to wait until their next generation to basically try and enact. So I feel like the 5% just got to keep going. We got to be the ones that lay down the rails, and whoever can see the rails, they see the rails. And if it takes the rest of the 85% where maybe it's their children's children that now, oh shit, these are the rails, then go ahead. Because, harkening back to Madan, is that his name? But it's like, we have so many of our scholars that have put forth so many blueprints that haven't been executed, right? And they were solving Black problems, and some of them were working in white institutions, but they've solved Black problems. So it's a thing of, we just need to bring it together now and think, what's the best and what can we improve on? How can we level it up for the time that we're in? So you even asking me about AI, like, nah, and any creative who may be, listening on the chat, like, do not be afraid of AI. It is a tool. You can use that to be able to produce at a higher level than, with less money. You don't need as much capital. And then also with blockchain, you're able to now fractionalize the same way that a bank does. But a lot of people are only going to look at blockchain and see it from the perspective of crypto, and they're not going to understand it past, oh, I'm going to buy, a token or a coin, whatever. I'm going to buy this, and basically I'm going to wait for it to inflate in value, and then I'll sell it from a transactional point, where it's like, no, that's an asset that you can eventually stake if you know how to buy the right coin. But then even from there, it's showing you, if this can happen from this level, where is this coming from? The blockchain. So yeah, we just need to be able to really pay attention to where the real power resides and utilize it.
Oh, definitely. I definitely would concur with that, as far as, AI being an instrument of being an instrument of not just, of efficiency, but yeah, you have to employ and deploy it right. That's like being on anything you do. Is just, as far as like just social media, like I'm deliberate. I don't, post, like y'all might see me smoking, but I don't have nothing on my social media with drugs, or I don't take pictures with blunts in my mouth. Like, I just don't. Like, yeah, y'all see me on here live, but because that's just me. I'm on live. I'm being transparent, as as much as possible. But as far as like what I want to, like, as far as like campaign and brand and endorse, like, I'm not endorsing it to where it's like you go down my page, all you see is a blunt. Nah, you don't see no drug, what's the word? Drug paraphernalia.
So with the guy in the book, what does he say in terms of like the
real quick,
practice?
if you don't mind, if I could finish that article real fast, because
Yes. Sorry, I thought you did. My bad.
No, you do. We just had our little interlude. No, what is it? It's not interlude, but intercession.
Yeah.
Pause. That's what I mean, right? Pause, right? Intercession.
Yeah, intercession.
Okay.
Or segue.
I'm a word guy. I can tell you're a word lady, so.
I'm a who?
Word lady. Word.
Oh, wordsmith.
Yeah, wordsmith. Let me see. Okay, so yeah, Darity's scholarship goes well beyond this single topic, of course, and it's difficult to peg him as an economic historian, a development economist, or a monetary theorist, though he is all three. So you see what I mean? As far as like he's layered. I respect that. One of his first articles developed a theory of imperialism by extending the arguments of Polish economists Mikhail Kalicki and Rosa Luxemburg. And another early paper re-examined David Hume's theory of price flow in light of decreasing costs, a topic relevant to trade theory. A book in 1988 examined the role of commercial banks in the international debt crisis. A 2001 article discussed the early history of rational expectations. A 2014 paper analyzed the long-term psychological impact of stalking. But by far the greatest of his research is devoted to inequality, its extent, variety, causes, and effects, often in the context of race. This is why, you see what I'm saying? I love this to see you're not just, All lives matter. All lives matter. Like he said, this is why I'm studying this brother. Like I'm studying his videos because he's literally like he's fortifying any white person is gonna try to think they're gonna try to ask me about reparations and think I ain't gonna be ready. But he outlines how black poverty and white poverty is not the same. Like it's literally not the same, and basically emphasizing that black poverty is much more abysmal than white poverty.
Of
So
course.
yeah. But by far, oh yeah, I already read that. So boo boo. Okay, so this interview, yeah. So boom, we know. So yeah, boo. So this interview reflects that focus with discussions of labor market discrimination, skin shade, slavery, and the racial wealth gap, and policies to address it. Their scholarship is respected, but also controversial. Of course it is. Of course it is. And he seems comfortable with it. I love it. And he seems comfortable with that. He takes intellectual risk. He takes intellectual risks that many scholars won't. I love that. I love that syntax of. I love intellectual risks. I love that. I've clearly.
See, that's the blind spot I'm talking about where they don't wanna basically lose their status.
Yes, you're
So
right.
this is where Madan, where he could say what he said to a degree in the same context of yes, in this part, yeah, there's that allegiance, that kind of like shit. If I go out here and do this on behalf of us, I'm gonna lose my my footing economically. Am I ready for that? But then something else you said is what ensures that if you have a job, why are you not learning how to invest? Do you know what I mean? Because then you now have like that runway to be able to now get free for real.
Especially if you got
I mean, if you're an economist, why not?
the power of working together. I'm actually in the process of doing a video of it's really talking about black family reunions and black family reunions, but it's also pivoting into the power of the black family unit, but working together, like just working together with interdependence, like like that is it's just powerful when like let's say like if I'm like actually let me read. I'm finish the article because I can start going. I start talking about just how we could just take a excerpt of something and start have a whole discourse about that. And I want to finish this article because I'm almost done with the article. Let me go ahead and finish decomposing this article down real quick. Okay, so all right, so okay, boom, okay, so yeah, Darity's scholarship is respected but also controversial, and he seems comfortable with that. He takes intellectual risks that many scholars won't. Speaking at forums, and this is as far as him taking his knowledge, and he's not only has he written works, tangible works, that dispels the irreverence of. Pardon me, I'm gonna just go ahead because I get to like man. Let me stop. I'm gonna go ahead and finish it because woo man. All right, man. This is why, yeah, man. William A. Darity, man. Pardon me, y'all. Man, y'all. I love yes. Like what he said. He said, if you think something's the right thing to do, then pursue it. That's William A. Darity. I know that's right. All right, y'all. Let me go ahead and. Okay, so boom. Okay, so pardon me. Yeah, speaking at forums and contributing to publications that academics shy away from. See, so this goes back to the black. Yeah, we got to stop. See, this goes back to remember the elitists, time to 10th, black bourgeoisie. You get in those positions, you get comfortable. We already talked about this. Politicians, I want to attack the system from the political realm, but you get up in that system and you get acculturated, you get hit over the head with corruption and with the social political trappings of success, and then that detours you from your people. It detours you from the primary objective of
Actually
your
doing what you
civic
said you're
duty,
gonna
which
do.
is yeah. But go ahead, sister. You want to say something? So
No, continue. I was just adding to what you said, like, yeah, doing what you said you were gonna do. This is how you
yeah.
get.
Yeah, and they
Not
said
at all.
most academics shy. Most implies most is most mathematically is more than is more than 50%.
Mm-hmm.
Say most of something so. Yeah, see, getting back into the how many and the words that define mathematics too. But yeah, let me stop. Let me stop, man. Let me stop, man. Let me stop, man. That's why I be loving it. Y'all gotta put some respect on not you, but Black Americans. That's why I'm saying they run into me. They run into a brick wall fucking with me. Let me stop. But yeah, man. Most academics shy away from essentially, yeah, embodying the spirit of fighting for your people. Just to keep it, to cut out the big words. We just keep it short and sweet and simple. All right, let me see. Because the OG always told me if a $5 word, there's nothing wrong with using the $5 word over a $10 word to get your point across. It ain't always about trying to necessarily be verbose. Verbose means to be overly wordy. You can be, but at the end of time, I also say too, nah, we live in a society where they expect black men that look like me to be mush mouth. You feel me? To not know nothing. So that's why I think I lead with that, and I got the spirit of the ancestors in me that literacy, education, words. You feel me? Like but yeah, my bad. You see, so that may reflect. So boom. Okay. So boom, boom, boom. So yeah. Okay, so most scholars, yeah, and many scholars won't. Pardon me. So boom, boom, boom. He takes intellectual risk that many scholars won't. Speaking at forums and contributing to publications that academics shy away from. That may reflect his background. He was exposed to risk and discrimination early on. My bad, y'all. That resonated because that kind of that resonated with me because it's crazy how I've really read this article, but it's crazy how you can reread something, you can dissect something, and you can necessarily or a certain aspect of it, it can penetrate your being and really be like
So what's the risk that is saying that he was
exposed to risk and discrimination early on, growing up in Lebanon and growing up in Lebanon and Egypt, where his father, a professor of public health, worked for the World the World Health Organization, and afterward in North Carolina during the Jim Crow era. Okay, so see, that's why it's important to having roots. You can't get me. Yeah, you got some domestic coons, but you can't convince me that Barack Obama didn't have that. He wasn't attached to the root. So it makes sense why he didn't do nothing for black folks. He says, oh, now he's saying that every black heterosexual man needs to have a gay friend. Like what? Or he's literally just came out and said that Obama's on some black men need to have gay. Listen, Obama. So basically, pardon me, I don't mean to go off on a tangent, but just made me just think about like I'm the kind of person that I'm literally like I'm dissecting it, like I'm like every iota of this, and it's like it's hitting home to me on so many levels because it's making my social political mind, ping pong with so many different, like Obama. He just came in my mind as a result of him not being from the soil, and basically is letting you know that this brother was exposed to risk as a result of his upbringing in the ecosystem that he resided in, and yeah, like I said, Lebanon and Egypt. So hold on, okay, so Lebanon, where's Lebanon at?
That's quote unquote. It's not Middle East, but it can be considered Middle East.
Okay. So interesting. So he's sort of like you, kind of reflects that, reminiscent to the having that experience abroad and having that experience, because it says too, and afterward in North Carolina during the Jim Crow era. So that just gives that further, like it's incumbent upon you. Like you cannot have that type of background come from the soil of that and ascend to that level of academia and then remain in a level of thought process that black people don't deserve reparations. Like, just no,
exactly.
Can't, to me, that's treason. Like, to me, I don't know. That may be deemed abrasive or deemed, harsh. But no, that's treason. To be from the soil, to be in his father, he could tell he comes from a level of prestige. People worked with from, his that like worked with very prestigious entities. That's the World Health Organization is not that ain't no small, that ain't no small fry. You feel me? So yeah, that's just deep. Pardon me. I'm going to go ahead and finish it. Another reason to speak his mind. Another reason to speak his mind. Pursuit of justice. Yeah, it is. It is for real. I still think the odds are long. He said about reparations. But the older I've gotten, my position is: if you think something's the right thing to do, then you pursue it. Keep bringing off in my mind. So, but I'm saying that to say that we've already deployed that, as far as like, putting myself in a position that can, as far as that can, my legacy. I don't want my legacy just to be, like Ziax. That's going to be forever part of Q's legacy. You feel me? That's cemented. So so boom, boom, boom. Then you pursue it. So yeah, and I want to say, the article's not. I didn't realize how extensive this article is. Okay, it's very extensive. I don't know if you wanted to say something following that, but it's very
Is that the end of the article?
no, it's not the end of it. I mean, I want to keep going.
Oh, you're taking a pause?
Yeah. I mean, you want me to keep going? You want me to
Yeah, keep going.
Read the article? Okay. So boom. Let me see. Okay, so boom. So okay, this interview was conducted in 2019, March 6th. Discrimination in labor markets. So is this okay? Boom. Okay, so Region, in a 1998 review article with Patrick Mason on discrimination in employment, you documented significant and continued job discrimination in the United States. And though there have been periods of decline for both women and black males, at that time you noted that neoclassical theory of competition predicts that discrimination will diminish over time, and you called for alternative theories that could better account for its persistence. Two questions: 20 years hence, has there been progress in reducing discrimination in labor markets? And have economists come up with better theories to explain persistent discrimination? Darity, those are great questions. Just yesterday, I had a conversation with a reporter in Houston who was trying to unpackage why there was evidence of a widening racial gap in wages. Region widening. Region is the person who's interviewing the Darity. So okay, Darity says yes, a widening racial gap. Come on, brothers. He said that Texas, in particular, had displayed the greatest increase in the gap. She was puzzled because she said, actually, we have evidence that educational levels have converged somewhat. So there wasn't any obvious. So there wasn't any obvious explanation for this. I said, well, perhaps the degree of labor market. Perhaps the degree of labor market discrimination has intensified, particularly in the climate that's associated with the Trump presidency. That was entirely speculative on my part, but she was intrigued. By that response. I think that the period in which we have evidence of racial wage penalties actually falling is within the decade after the passage of the Civil Rights Act. Damn. Hold on. Well. Okay, yeah. So he said, I think that the period in which we have evidence of racial wage penalties actually falling is within a decade after the passage of the Civil Rights Act. It's relatively flat after that, with some mild variation, and now apparently there may be an uptick. This suggests to me that to the extent that we think America has a competitive economy, that doesn't appear to be sufficient to eliminate discrimination. That doesn't appear to be sufficient to eliminate discriminatory wage penalties. Wow, Region, does that point to a problem with economic theory? I think so, because in economics, In economics, labor market discrimination is anchored on two kinds of arguments. One is the Becker case for one is the Becker, like Becker, Becker case for discrimination framework. The other is the statistical theory of discrimination. Statistical theory of discrimination. Neither one of them really provides a story that suggests that discrimination is sustainable in the presence of employers who prefer profits to prejudice. With respect to the statistical theory of discrimination, if employers are correct in believing that one group on average has lower productivity than the other, then really it's not a theory of discrimination. With respect to the with respect to the statistical theory of discrimination, if employers are correct in believing that one group on average have lower productivity than the other, then really it's not a fact. It's not a theory of discrimination. Human capital theory provides the explanation if they're incorrect in that belief. One would think that over some period of time, employers would learn. Some would experiment with using the ostensibly less productive workers because they can pay them less. They might discover that they're just as productive. So the information might spread about, and other employers would also hire them. Region, or the others would die off in a Darwinian struggle. They would be less profitable than those who did experiment and learn. Yes, because those who experimented could pay lower wages for the same quality of work. Absolutely. Damn, that's what I mean. Even like this is whoa. This like the brother, like he's like the. I comprehend, but this type of, like I say, this book is like, this not a book you just read through. This is a study. It's called a handbook because it is a handbook. You don't just read through this. This is a study guide. You have to go back and inculcate and like make sure you like I said, because I'm rereading, like damn, like it's re-resonated with me because I'm getting like the demystifying is the more I go back and read it, it further demystifies and the clarity becomes more cemented and just like clear as to why we deserve it. And yeah, I mean, it's yeah, pardon me. I'm gonna finish this up. Yeah, so stratification economics region. To provide a better explanation for discrimination in labor markets, I believe you developed stratification economics. In 2005, in 2005, you delivered a lecture on the theory. This brother is just very it's just he's just his like I said, his academic attainment and is commendable. In 2005, you delivered a lecture on the theory, which is stratification economics. In a 2017 chapter with Hamilton Mason and others, you elaborated on it and concluded with a dramatic challenge. It calls for a rewrite of the rules of economic analysis. In a nutshell, if you can, what is stratification economics and why does it call for a rewrite? Or rather, how must the rules be rewritten? Stratification economics is an approach that emphasizes relative position rather than absolute position. What's relevant to relative position are two considerations. One, a person's perception of how the social group or groups to which they belong have standing vis-a-vis other group that could be conceived of as being rival groups. Now it's an interesting issue as to who constitutes groups. No, it's an interesting issue as to who constitutes groups that are viewed as rivalous or oppositional in some sense. But the first thing the individuals value is a superior position for the groups with, pardon me, hold on. But the first thing the individuals value is a superior position for the groups with which they identify. The second thing that they value is a superior position relative to other members of their own group region. So within group as well as across groups, yes, there are two sets of comparisons that are going on, and and a cross group comparison and a within group comparison. This kind of frame as the cornerstone for the analysis comes out of in part the old work of Thorstein Veblen, and also out of research on happiness. The latter increasingly shows that people have a greater degree of happiness if they think they're better off than whoever constitutes their comparison. So that's deep. So
Yeah, that is.
that's deep. That's deep. The latter. So the okay, pardon me. So the old work of Thorstein Veblen, also out of the research on happiness. The latter increasingly shows that people have a greater degree of happiness if they think that they're better off. Whoever constitutes their comparison group, rather than simply being better off.
That's
Ooh,
that remember that quote? I forgot which president said it. I think it was the president that said that it doesn't matter what happens as long as the poor white working class feel that they're better than black people.
precisely.
That's it. You know what I mean? Like it's a gotcha. Like we can, and it's even with Trump right now. You know what I mean? If you can think about what he's doing, where he's making them feel that they're better off, whether that's reality or not, it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? It's that's what I was saying. Like with each generation, there's a certain level of delusion. If we're talking about America, like manifest destiny, in terms of like they always got to feed a different level of the story to this generation to make them feel as if they're moving forward, but you're not really going anywhere. You know what I mean? You're just going around in the same circle. So yeah, what you just read, and I feel like that stratification point, again, that's implicit bias. And that's, if we're going to be real on a mental health level, that starts to create a certain level of narcissistic view when it comes to having, which is how they keep people competing for these quote unquote opportunities rather than going out and actually market making and building something.
Wow, when you say implicit bias, that makes me that you just using that implicit, because I'm literally using implicit bias as a mechanism to show how that can violate how that can be that can violate the equal protection clause. Implicit bias in that, and I'm putting forth uh, empirical evidence from legal scholars, from just various fields of academia to uh, buttress my case, my pro se case. So when you say implicit bias, I was just reading up on implicit bias in the unparticular. I mean, pardon, in the unequal protection clause, but basically in this outlining how although we live in this, this egalitarian society, implicit bias is rampant, and most notably it plagues. um I'm paraphrasing. The only thing I'm not paraphrasing is this latter part, which it basically, the article highlights that it most notably affects Black individuals. So it does say that in the article. So yeah, but that's this. I'm gonna finish reading it because I'm almost done. But that's like I said, I definitely I comprehend everything beyond uh beyond like I would say surface to to that like intermediary level. But I'm basically in reference to this article, and far as like just like the fields of study that he's a student in. Like he's I never heard of stratification economics, and just learning about that, and just like it's the type of article that you, like I said, I'm gonna go over it a few more times just because it's not like I said, it's not something you just peruse. Well, yeah, you have to peruse through it, but you don't
You got
really,
to digest it.
yeah, you have to really digest it. This ain't no article you just, because this is very interesting though. It's very thought provoking, as far as, like I said, the connection of happiness, and how people, society just they're more enamored with hold on, wait. It's just like just basically, pardon me. So, in reference to their happiness in comparison to that was deep. Hold on, let me read it real quick. I don't read everything, but just that part right there. So, boom. Hold on, wait. So basically, boom. The research on happiness. So the latter increasingly shows that people have a greater degree of happiness if they think that they're better off than whoever constitutes their comparison group rather than simply being better off. That is crazy. Like it's like you said,
It's
I got
hopium.
I got a little bit more than you. So even though I'm still a victim, so to speak, quote unquote, but just because I got a little bit more social cachet, then hey, I'm satiated. I'm satisfied with with these so-called gains. Okay, boom. Okay, so all right, boom. Okay, so go ahead, finish that. Okay, boom. Okay, pardon me. Boom. All right, so all right. So okay, it's comparative. So it's comparative position that comes into play. Conventional conventional economics doesn't start with an analysis that's anchored on relative position as opposed to absolute position. So I think that's the fundamental shift in stratification economics. But also important to stratification economics is the notion that people have group affiliations or group identifications. People feel like they're a part of a team. there can People feel like they're a part of a team. There can be varying degrees of attachment, but in some sense people think of themselves as being part of a team and they want their team to win. That's somewhat different from conventional economics. Region, you've also done work at an international level with Aswani Despiade, looking in a variety of nations at inter-group disparities, variation within different groups as well as among them. Darity, we were thinking that there are multiple ways to decompose measures of inequality. Some people have decomposed them. Come on now, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I mean, man. My bad, because I remember when Donald tried to tell me I was using the word incorrectly. I'm not using the word incorrect. My bad, because I use the word decompose, and I meaning to break down, but I don't mean like a body's decomposing in the street. No, I mean like I'm about to decompose this, but to see this brother who's more decorated than me when it comes to the academia, and I love how he breaks down how there's four modalities to learning. You have formal, you have non-formal, you have okay. So the four modalities to learning is formal, non-formal, informal. Pardon me. It's like the four agreement. I always forget the four agreement, but there's four modalities to learning. And informal, which was the last, he was William A. Darity was emphasizing how social media, and yes, we know that it can be a bad thing. I'm talking about the good aspect of it, meaning that he's saying that social media is literally it's becoming the new medium for new. It's becoming the preeminent medium to learn. Like, to sum it up, to not only learn but to emphasize socio-political realms of education. He basically let you know how, like, in this book, I love in this is it's just man, like it just further, and like I said, I respect academia because really, because more so because of him. I mean, because of him, not because of him. Zayaks, because of him, but just our ancestors. But really, I'm saying, but the reason why I'm saying that I respect it more so because of him, because he's not like he's not demeaning a person who's autodidact. he's showing you how that through education we would lose we would basically employ what's the term, it's lyceums, which is like a institutional house that would basically showcase debates. We would have political. Basically, this brother is. I want to get back to the article, but basically, in his book, he's literally showing you how like that education can be attained in more ways than one, and not just through a formal way of learning.
Of
So,
institution, yeah.
pardon me. So, and I respect that, and like I said, and I respect his academia, man, because he's like truly like wielding to wield, and he's weaponizing his academia in favor of his lineage. Yeah, so I hats off to this brother, but yeah, pardon me, I done went off on the tangent, y'all. I do that sometimes. My bad. My bad, y'all. All right, get back to this learning. All right, okay, boom, I read that. Boom, okay, so okay, boom, boom, okay. So we were thinking there are multiple ways to decompose measures of inequality. Some people have decomposed them on the basis of spatial variations. Am I saying that right? Is it spatial? SPTIAL?
It's spatial. It's
Okay,
spatial.
spatial variations. Others have performed the decomposition on the basis of occupational variations. We were thinking that you could just as well perform such a decomposition by making use of intergroup differences. Whatever the salient groups are within a particular society. It could be ethnic differences, it could be caste, it could be, in the case of Ireland, for instance, religion, or other kinds of ethnic divides are linked to religion, as in Bosnia and some white
Herzegovina.
yeah, exact. Thank you. Okay, or India. Um, you, she making me blush. Took the words out of my mouth, literally. You stop. Or other kinds of ethnic divides, are linked to. Okay, I already read that. Okay, so India, where there also is, pardon me. So yeah, or in India where there also is the caste divide. There are many different ways in which human beings appear to differentiate themselves. I hope it's not something that's fundamental to what we call human nature, but it certainly has a long and persistent history. The importance of skin shade region. In addition to your work on labor market discrimination, you've done intriguing and disturbing research on discrimination by skin shade, and also on the,
Yep.
pardon me.
No, I was agreeing. I was like,
Yeah, that's deep. Yeah. And also on the psychological impact of employment. I would like to ask you about your 2015 paper that looks at the intersection of all three, specifically the psychological cost of employment for Black women of different skin shades. Come on, I love that. Okay, you find a strong evidence of a gradient on depression, that, for example, unemployed Black women of darker complexion are more likely to suffer their first onset of depression than those with lighter skin shade. That's deep, man. That's deep, y'all. Hold on for a second. Let me see. Okay, boom. Okay, yeah. Wow, man. Wow. Okay, yeah, okay. So, yeah. Could you tell us about this research, your findings generally? Why do you focus on women? Why did you not say Black woman? I don't because clearly he's focusing on a particular, you know, but because this is his question, he still asks. Yeah, okay, so yeah, okay. Could you tell us about this research, your findings generally? Why do you focus on women, and what is the mechanism behind colorism, discrimination on the basis of skin shade? Let me start with the reason to focus on women. Our initial work in this area before the 2015 paper that you mentioned was focused primarily on labor market experiences and whether or not skin shade made a difference. We generally found that there were much more dramatic effects for men than for women in terms of labor market outcomes. Light complexion black men incurred far smaller discriminatory wage penalties than darker complexion black men in employment, but there were no comparable difference among black women. Interesting. When we devoted our attention more closely to the experiences of women outside the labor market, we found that there were significant effects associated with marriage market outcomes than we did. No, pardon me. I gotta read that over. When we devoted our attention more closely to the experiences of women outside the labor market, we found that there were significant effects associated with marriage market outcomes. We then did a study. I'm not sure if it's actually published somewhere, where we discovered that relative to their families' resources, darker skinned women who are black get more years of schooling than darker complexioned women. Hold on, okay. So it's actually okay. I'm not sure if it's if it's actually published somewhere, where we discovered that relative to their families' resources, darker skinned women who are black get more years of schooling than lighter complexion women who are black. We concluded that this may have been some type of compensating variation, because the darker skinned black women are less likely to have income opportunities that are associated with marriage, because their odds of marrying are lower. Damn.
See,
My
that
dark
is,
skinned sisters, man. That's why I'm emphasizing. See, my bad. See, we were just on here. Now, do we need to be? No, go ahead, sister.
you know, no, this is, it's,
So I love my
yeah. I like you for bringing this book up. I already have it on Amazon now, so it's there. But it's this is what I'm saying. So you're like, oh, I talk about middle class or I talk about socioeconomic, because I'm like, these are the missing links, rather than the way people have been taught to kind of view it through kind of like a lower level thinking. And oh, it's just like, oh, UK versus US and this or that. It's like, nah, there's these other little factors that go in, where it's like, due to marriage outcome, a darker skinned woman is basically going to have, quote unquote, lower position in that market. So therefore, to offset that, right, she now has to do more schooling, even though, if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, even though he's saying that when it comes to wage disparity, there's not that much between her and a lighter counterpart. But when it comes to men, there is that disparity in wages, but then her marriage outcome is why she has to now do more schooling. And it's kind of like, that's an internalized thing of what, they call it colorism, but for me, I'm like, all of this shit is just internalized racism. That's it.
You're right. Yes. So,
and this is why we have to look at nuance.
And like he said, though, we concluded that this may have been some type of compensating variation, because the darker skinned black women are less likely to have income opportunities that are associated with marriage, because their odds of marrying are lower. Like you said, it just goes back to it's nuanced fact, but like self-hate. So why are dark skinned, not just black women, because light skinned women are still considered black women, but basically darker skinned black women, why is the marriage turnout, why is it low? I mean, why? Like I said, we know we can definitely not theorize. We can definitely put some strong cemented propositions together as to why it's like that. But this right here, man, this I'm starting. It's just his
Can you
work.
send me a link to that article?
I got you. I will.
You.
Yeah, his works is like, like I'm saying, like he's really like, man, it's entrenched, like it's really I'm put it in the back chat. I got you. I put it in the back chat, and I put it in the
Yeah, that's that's something.
Yes. Well, you made dirty. Okay, let me see.
Because that's about media. If we're going to be for real, that proliferates that kind of idea that the darker woman is, the more masculine she is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then on the flip side of that, it's, this is where we now start getting into like mental health, psychological aspects of, so I think you said he studied economic psychology.
Yes.
Yeah. And if you see now, people are now looking at it in terms of financial psychology of like, if you are doing what's the word, getting financial advice and seeing a financial advisor and blah 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 blah, whatever they're calling themselves now. But it's like there's a big part of your psychology of what you've been indoctrinated, which is part of your subconscious, where it becomes a heuristic and you don't even realize it. I would like to know in that study if the dark-skinned women who actually went and got more schooling, if they understood why, what their impetus for that, if they're even aware of, if it's that, oh yeah, well, because of marriage, or maybe they contextualize it in a different way and don't even bring it to the root of what the actual issue is.
Yeah, like you said, this article is it's like a lot. It's just a lot of. It's a series of like just as far as like what it starts to make my mind pivot to like other realms of like of why study, like why what it is, why it's just that's right, true. I think that's probably some of the realest stuff TK Kirkland never said, as far as like just like the more like the depths of knowledge, the more you embark on acquiring information. Of course, not all information is conducive, but just talking about as far as like it's just stuff like this, information about like just our history and things that are empirical, things that we know that actually happened. Like it becomes like it can become daunting. It really can. Like I really feel like some people
Yes.
know the history, and they, like I said, they it becomes a cumbersome task to where they don't want to be another William A. Darity, man. Because this brother, he's in, I think I want to say he's in his 60s. Yeah, he got to be at least in his 60s, I want to say. So we need to, we need up the upcoming generation to pick up the mantle, and yeah, his works is definitely logged into the historical archives. Real. Okay. Let me see. You want to finish? Let me see. Of course, you want me to finish. I'm asking them questions. Let me see. Okay, so then we were trying to think about. Okay, so then we were trying to think about whether there could be other kinds of traumas associated with the burden that you bear by being darker skinned in the mirror. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Then we were trying to determine whether there could be other kinds. I would be shocked if there's not. It goes back to colorism. Goes back to why people want to have babies. These light skinned baby, they want to have a Mexican baby. They want to have a baby with somebody that's I'm not saying everybody that has a. I'm not saying, but so man, am I wrong for deliberately wanting to? I want a dark. I want a woman to be. I don't, because people used to always like Omar Johnson used to always try to, oh, we got bro, nah. So there's a method. That's why I say it's a method to my madness. I knew I wasn't tripping as to, as far as like wanting to be intentional and deliberate with like courting women that are that look like me or darker. Like there's reasonings as to why I was doing that. Malcolm X. As far as you know. Yeah, but pardon me, my bad.
It's all good.
You want? Okay. All right. So yeah, then we were trying to think about whether there could be other kinds of traumas associated with the burden that you bear that you bear by being darker skin. In America, we investigated that we could learn about people's mental health. You see how you kind of already were, and so that's how we got to the findings in the 2015 paper, somewhat circuitous, yeah, like a circle, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
somewhat circuitous, but that was the path. Region, what did you find about dark? I mean, I got dark in my mind. I got just, what did you find about skin shade, women, unemployment, and psychological costs? And what is the mechanism behind colorism? That is, why are darker skinned, unemployed women more likely to suffer? I love how the person's not shying away from that too. I like how I love the person who's who's asking the interview. I mean, the interviewer. I love the
Yeah.
interviewers in the fact that they're not, because they're trying to shy away from her. Why minority women? Why is it harder for minority women to get specific? Be precise and specific with he wasn't. All right. Boom. All right. So okay. Boom. Okay. Boom. Boom. Okay. So yeah, what is the mechanism behind colorism? That is, why are darker skinned unemployed women more likely to suffer an onset of depression? An onset of depression? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Mental health. Yeah, okay. I ain't gonna lie, because I was getting it. Okay, but I was trying. But just after read, but what did you find about skin shade, women unemployment, and psychological costs? And what is the mechanism behind colorism? That is, and why are darker skin unemployed women more likely to suffer an onset of depression? Okay, I was okay. I get it. It's just what an onset of depression as a result of the societal anti. But yeah, I'm overthinking it. Don't overthink it. All right, so I think it's because their life options are generally more desperate. One example is their disadvantage in the marriage market, and that they are under more stress given a bout of unemployment. hmm. Now I'm out. I'm gonna be seeing I'm gonna be extra. People gonna think I'm favoritism to my dark skin sisters.
You know what? Quick thing, right? Is it favoritism, or is it kind of like, quote unquote, the true expression of equality, right? Because it's kind of like, I think this is also something that paying attention to. It's like, why give children a sense of false hope, right? Where are we actually gearing them for the world that they have to live in? You know what I mean? Now, I'm not saying give a child a complex, but I'm saying give a child enough know-how and knowledge in terms of how to deal with how the world will project upon them. Because really and truly, this becomes a mental health issue, because most of these women, like I said, they may do these things of getting more schooling. And like I said, I would love to see the actual like statistics, everything. And like, even if they spoke to the women, like, are they conscious of why they're doing more schooling, and how many women were actually in this study, where I'm pretty sure most of them might not be aware of why they're getting more schooling, but they're doing it intuitively on some kind of level, right? And all of these women, I'm pretty sure in the study, they don't know each other, but they're all taking the same kind of, what's the word? They're all taking the same kind of fail-safe method.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And it's like, again, when it comes to children and what you just said with the favoritism, it's like, is it favoritism if you teach a darker skinned young girl that, hey, at some point with the society that we live in, you may be treated like X, Y, and Z, and you need to be able to recognize it. And you need to be able to think on a psychological level, period. And your self-concept needs to be at such a point where these people's projections you don't now internalize it and make them, you know what I mean? Like, make yourself accountable for that, because that is really the onset of why mental health becomes this issue in this kind of way for all of us. because there's different aspects of psychological projection from other groups that we then internalize or have to feel at odds with. So yeah, this is gold right here. Yeah, this is dope.
Yeah, it's. As you know, I just that's see that. Man, go ahead and get to it. All right. Okay, so. Okay, I think it's okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I think it's because their life options are generally more desperate. One example is their disadvantage in the marriage market. I think they're under more stress given a bout of unemployment. There was a point in which we were thinking that communities that are subjected to deprivations on a more sustained basis might actually develop more resilience, but that doesn't really appear to be the case in respect to mental health. Hold on. There was a point at which we were thinking that communities that are subjected to deprivations are on a more sustained basis might actually develop more resilience, and we have black people because people always like we are resilient. We have. I mean, but that, like you said, that doesn't really appear to be the case with respect to our mental health, PTSD, post traumatic isolation. So it's interesting. The severity of the trauma is greater sometimes for members of the. Pardon me. The severity of the trauma is greater sometimes for members of communities that are experiencing continuous deprivations, ongoing, perpetual. In another study, we found that the Great Recession had worse mental health effects on blacks than on whites, despite all the popular discussion about economic anxiety among lower whites. Now the now the so I see white poverty and black poverty are not in the same
Ain't the
equation.
same.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing. It's not the same. This makes me think of Dapper Dan's book, where he talks about his whole life, but his life is very much in context, especially because he has older brothers. So it's like you see how they're born into each generation and how they deal with the effects, meaning the more market cycle of the economy. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, like this is important. This is very important, where this is a form of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And this is the recession, the Great Recession. Okay.
Are you familiar with Dr. Joy DeGruy?
I've heard, you know what? I've heard of her. I've heard of her. I've heard of her. And I think when was it? During the pandemic, or was it the whole BLM thing? She came up in like some of my circles, and I definitely listened to one of her lectures because she speaks about this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Joy DeGruy. She had the book called Post Traumatic Slave Syndrome,
Yeah.
documenting the historical, essentially how just through the continuum of time, we didn't receive there was no repairing repairing element ever instituted on our behalf to even deal with
the psychological effect,
the compounding detrimental effects of slavery, and then also showing how that exists today, so yeah, it's just
being a POW for like how long? That's no one else has done it. That's why I'm just kind of like, when just the hypocrisy when it comes to continental Africans and trying to look at African Americans as less than. And it's like, bro, I don't think y'all could have survived this, and don't forget they're still like, we're still one and the same, like, yeah, there's no distinction really.
What's going on, GQ? Please.
That's dope. That's really wow. This dude is hitting. That's
you remember asking?
We're the proof that they survived it.
What's your age?
Say that again?
What's up, young guy? I
Peace,
said,
peace.
we're the proof that they survived it,
Who survived what?
that the continental Africans survived slave trade. We're the proof that they survived it.
Oh, you said we're the proof that they survived it?
Exactly.
Okay, yes, you are. Yes, you're correct. 100%. Yeah. But I guess I was saying in terms of like the modern day, you know what I mean? Like, don't forget, like, we're
Yeah,
all
my
the
wife
same
told me the
people.
other day, right?
Yeah.
When you speak on the modern day, right, I'm gonna tell you something funny, right?
Mm.
So the other day, a couple days ago, actually, so it's hot as hell, and my wife, she steady talking about how hot she is. It's so hot. Oh, I had cut the air conditioner off because I don't like to sleep under the air. But this is the following day,
Yeah.
so she telling me how hot she is. So I'm like, all right, we'll go sit down in front of the air because the whole house hadn't got cooled off. So I'm like, just go sit down in front of the air. I'm gonna hook you up your bagel and shit. You know, what? So she's like, oh, I got it. So she stand on the stove. She still complaining she hot. So I sit down. I'm looking at her. I shake my head. I said, I don't know what the hell you gonna do. I don't know what the hell you would have did out there in them cotton fields, right? So she gonna tell me I wasn't born during the time of no cotton field. I said, what if you was born during the time of the cotton field? What would you have to do? You steady complaining you hot and you under the air conditioner. So my daddy just had to whoop my ass.
Very true.
That's what she told me. So they just had to whoop my ass. I said, see, so you right. The modern day African or African American, I don't think could resort back to those times. It'll be an issue for real.
Yeah, yeah. Even Claude Brown, another writer from Harlem, he wrote, I think, Man Child in the Promised Land. He was writing about the psychological effects of everything going on in Harlem and things of that nature. And like why a lot of like his friends or even him turned to like heroin and like, certain types of juvenile crime or whatever, or delinquency. And one thing that stood out to me that he said, he was like, we didn't want to be like our parents, from down south where they're chopping each other in the heads with like axes and basically all this kind of like, you're just like, what? It was like really a visceral recount of basically psychological, instability, but like a heightened level. And,
He
you
said they
really,
were doing that. He said they were doing that to each other.
yeah, he said they were getting drunk. He said we did heroin because when you take heroin, you just nod off and you're in your own world, right? But he said that we did that because we've seen coming up, seeing our people from the South chopping themselves in the head, doing all kinds of like, barbaric shit to each other. And because they're drunk, obviously it's underlying psychological, post-traumatic slave disorder. But I was just like, wow, I've never heard anybody speak about it in that way. And for me, the only time I've come across that kind of psychological instability is really with like, what we would say during the what was it Manifest Destiny, or like when they went into the West, when they started to colonize the Midwest and they sent the European immigrants out towards there, and then they had to basically contend and fight with the Native Americans. You know what I mean? So it was like a lot of that. When I read back in like history and stuff like that, you see that kind of level of it. But I've never heard of it in the context of like us as Black people. Like I never heard that shit before in my life. And I was just taken aback, like, wow, that's
I mostly heard stories of unity when we migrated to the north. When we migrated from the cotton fields and sharecropping and shit, and migrated to the north, I heard mostly stories of unity because it was a necessity. We didn't have much of anything, so everybody was kind of together, like the immigrants are now.
Yeah.
When they come and they got three families living in a 2-bedroom house.
Yeah.
So that's how we were when we hit the land. We came up out the cotton fields. We were pretty much sticking together. It wasn't until certain ones started getting more bourgeois, getting a better job and turning their nose up on the other ones and shit, that's when, we started falling apart. But prior to that, we was all sticking together, in the 60s, late 50s, 60s, going into the 70s. We was a lot of unity. I mean, of course, we had fights and battles, and motherfuckers were quick to cut each other because gunplay wasn't as prevalent then. So when you talk about axes and knives and shit, that was the weapons that motherfuckers was using, the preferred method of taking care of business back in those days. But I more so heard the stories of unity than I heard like what you were speaking of just being outright violent towards each other. Just it usually probably was a reason behind some shit. I don't know about that, just getting drunk and cutting each other up and shit. I don't know about all that. I mean, of course you had instances, but overall, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
That's when we was together then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
We started breaking and falling apart. 80s, cracking epidemic. Like I said, big eye little U syndrome, when motherfuckers start getting upper mobility and looking down on or I'm not dealing with them and I'm not, everybody want to break off on their own. But before then, we was all together.
Do you think like corporate, like us going into corporate, do you think that had a play in it in terms of the separation and like, well, I'm better?
Definitely at a certain point, but even before corporate, it was just even better jobs, railroad job, electrician job, just any form of upward mobility. Now you want to separate yourself from the ones because
the collective.
Yeah, the collective who mainly were getting maid jobs, janitor jobs, busing kitchens and tables that had not high paying jobs, had to work 2 and 3 jobs. You start getting a little better job, city job, garbage man,
Yeah.
That's before even the corporate, before we even start really getting into the corporate spaces,
Okay. Thank you. You want to keep reading?
Go ahead, young guy.
You stopping?
You making me blush, girl.
No, we wasn't never all.
You making me blush. That's why I put my thing down. You want to keep reading?
That's what I saw.
So we wasn't never all together, Anthony. I feel you on that, but we did have more unity coming up out of the South when we first hit the Midwest and New York and Cleveland and all the major cities and started migrating up here. We were more unified at the time. Like I say, out of necessity. It was when you start getting more comfortable. That's when we started breaking away. We stopped noticing that we, But I feel we weren't never all together. That's a fact. You always had the house nigga in the field, nigga.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So boom. Okay. Boom. Okay. So I read. Let me see. Make sure I'm on point. So boom, I read. Okay. So So in another study, we found that the Great Recession had worse mental health effects on blacks than on whites, despite all the popular discussion about economic anxiety among lower income whites. Now the comparison issue is, why does colorism exist? And of course, I think that has to be associated with the unfolding of the history of white supremacy in the United States. So people, I say, why y'all say white supremacy? Man, they called Abraham Lincoln the white race is superior over the Negro race. There's many quotes from these white folks that these so-called forefathers. They ain't my father, but you feel me? The fondling fathers. A lot of quotes about them deeming themselves self-altering to white supremacy. So when we say it, we're saying it in regards to them declaring it, not like they're supreme over us. Like it's because it's in text. It's literally it's a part of historical record that that they deem themselves the white race superior over the Negro race. So yeah, my bad. All right, boom. So this is interesting too. We're gonna start getting to the house. Yeah, it's deep. It's gonna start talking about a black woman. Well, basically single head households and how black women are. Yeah, but this is gonna start talking about Britain. Eric Williams in the slave trade. Let me jump to that in a sense by asking about Eric Williams. Eric Williams actually did write about colorism at one point, but most people don't know that. Region. I'm certainly one of them, but thanks to you, I do know a bit about him. You've written several articles about his research on the relationship between the slave trade and British industrialization. You've argued that his theory is a cogent explanation for British industrialization and for the eventual abolition of slavery. Darity. He had three hypotheses. I think the third is his hypothesis about the origins of racism. He held that racism did not produce slavery, but rather slavery produced racism. And that right there, that aspect, I gotta do more further study on that. Because that's interesting to say that implying that racism did not produce slavery, but rather slavery produced racism. I get it. It's not a matter of me getting it, but it's interesting. It's like, that's a very, because you would think that racism, yeah. I'm just go ahead and
No, wait, from that, I feel that's the thing of market making. I think people don't understand how much economy plays into the psychological aspect that they will be able to now justify the means, right, to their production. So slavery is a business institution the same way that whiteness is a business institution as well, right? So before it's white supremacy, they have to promise all of these poor peasants who have, in all different points of the different European countries and the royals that they've lived under, being plebeians, being peasants, whatever. And it's like you have to give them some incentive to come over to quote unquote a new land, right? Give them the opportunity to now be what? Move up in a quote unquote social class. And this is where whiteness now becomes that marcation line, right? Of a certain status. But even that, it's kind of like, if you look at it, quote unquote, white people have been okie doke too. They're not separate from a level of slavery themselves. It just doesn't look exactly the same. So I can understand how slavery produced racism and not the other way around.
You are expressed it in that matter. I get it. I get it too. I definitely get it. Okay, so can you first tell us a little bit about him, other than the first Prime Minister of Trinidad? Who was he? Well, he was an Oxford-trained historian from Trinidad. He received what was then called an Island Scholarship after he completed his secondary school years. This was at the beginning of the 1930s. He was born in 1911, so he was probably 19 or 20 years of age when he went to Oxford, relatively young. He had been a secondary level student at Queen's Royal College off of the Savannah in Port of Spain. Clearly an outstanding student. They say he was also a pretty good soccer player, but he was extremely selfish. He would never give the ball to anybody. Exclamation point. Pardon me. He would never give the ball to anybody else. Exclamation point. What are his central theories and why aren't they widely accepted? There are three prongs. The first is, as I said, his explanation for the origins of racism. The second is his argument that the slave trade and the slave plantation system were instrumental in British economic development. C.L.R. James would make the same claim about France. Then the third argument, which for some people appears inconsistent with the second, is that when the British abolished the slave trade, it was because it was no longer of any functional value to them. On the one hand, on the one hand, he's saying slavery and the slave trade helped build the British economy. Then on the other, he's saying it ended because it was no longer useful. That's the key phrase. It was no longer useful or useful as it had been. Come on now. Region. Did he also argue that the slave trade resulted in the underdevelopment of Africa? And I had that book. That was not a Williams. That was not a Williams hypothesis. That was Walter Rodney's early. That was Walter Rodney's. Early in my career, I tried to integrate the positions of C.L.R. James in his book, The Black Jacobs.
Jacobins.
Okay, the Black Jacobins.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Williams' position on capitalism and slavery, and Walter Rodney's argument in how Europe underdeveloped Africa. Yep. I wanted to integrate the work of these three scholars into a singular vision of the unfolding of, I wonder how Rotswell, of all people to mention, would put it, how it all began. I like that phrase. Perhaps how the modern world began in some sense. All three were Caribbean scholars. Rodney was from Guyana, and James, like Williams, was from Trinidad. Okay. When I was an undergraduate, that's what I'm saying too. We know FBAs ain't saying we know there's clearly writers out there. We ain't naive to the fact we ain't saying there ain't no writers. You know, we know it's writers out there, but yeah, it's the reason why. Why is it only what's his brother's name? Ibrahim Toure. You know, why is it so far in few between? Why is it? He's only Mali, Niger. It's only a few countries that are just getting on cold with him. Not countries, y'all know what I'm trying to say. It's only few. It's only a few neighboring, black regions, that's getting on cold with them. So, but yeah. Anyways, let me see. All right here. When I was an undergraduate, someone was passing Williams' book around. It certainly was not offered in any of the classes that I took. See, that let you know too. All these schools, yeah, it's because you in academia don't mean you reading all the right stuff too. See, it makes perfect sense. Like, yeah, he was opposed to reparations. Could also that one of the elements be attributed to that is that lack of well, no, because his father grew up in because it's let me stop. I don't want to keep getting on. All right, okay, so boom, okay, yeah, he said when I was an undergraduate, someone was passing the Williams book around. It certainly was not offered in any of the classes that I took. Somebody was passing Walter Rodney's book around too. I read them and I was really intrigued. When I became a PhD student, I decided I would try to do some work that would extend their work. No, that's right. You gave Williams' argument a credence it didn't gain in his own lifetime, winning over previous critics like Stanley Labergott. There was a strange animus that a lot of economic historians had towards Williams' theories. Is that right? I wonder, is Stanley Labergott white? That sound like some cracker, but I don't know. Let me see. Reading. Let me see real quick. Let me see. I just want to see who the hell this cracker is real quick. See. Yep, definitely a cracker. Yep, Stanley Labergott. He is a cracker. All right. So let me see. Boom. Get back to that. All right. Cracker. Okay. So there was a strain. Okay, boom. Okay, boom. Using the small ratios argument, for example. Yes, that was one of the ways in which they tried to subvert the second hypothesis, slave trade aiding British industrialization. And there was a lot of criticism of Williams' view that abolition of the slave trade took place for strategic and economic or functional reasons. In contrast with the functional argument, the historian Seymour Dresker, for example, argued that the older school of thought, the argument, hold on, wait. Okay, the historian Seymour Dresser, for example, argued that the older school of thought, the argument that abolition was a consequence of increased humanitarian. Okay, his argument that abolition was a consequence of increased humanitarian sentiment in England was the valid explanation. Sounds like I'm white and I say so. I think that the critical piece of the story that determines which way the argument goes is what occurred in the context of the Haitian Revolution. The fact that the British tried, albeit unsuccessful, to capture the jewel of the Sugar Islands, Saint Domingo, French colonial name for Haiti, tells me that abolition came out of a perceived functionality rather than humanitarian sentiment. Facts. If true humanitarian sentiment governed what British officialdom did, they would have tried to take in, no, they would not have tried to take control of Saint Domingo, Saint Domingo after the French had been defeated. That's true. That is definitely true. Spot on with that, brother. Female-headed households region. Let's shift the focus. Yeah, let's shift it. If we could, to your work on female-headed households, you pointed out that U.S. households are increasingly headed by women. This is disproportionately so. This is disproportionately so for African American women, and it's a matter of concern because female-headed households are poorer than others. Darity, yes. Region. In your 2018 article with Terry Ann Craig and Sam Myers Jr., you use variation among states in sentencing reform to analyze the role that male marriageability plays in female-headed families. That made me think about dark-skinned women and all over again. Okay, so all right, man, my dark-skinned sister. Okay, so yeah. This brother right here, yeah, you gotta respect. This ain't no quack right here. You know, like you gotta start from the start to the bottom, from the start. Well, according to the high, Lord, William A. Dirty, like man, William A. Dirty is somebody, definitely somebody to be quoted when it comes to economics, like you said, in racial inequality, inequality in race. If I'm hopefully I'm not botching his but yeah, this brother, yeah, it's just, yeah, man, it's just a litany of academic achievements, and I just love his application, his deliberate, intentional. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Okay, so okay, why has this affected female? Why has this affected female headship for blacks but not for whites? Okay, Darity, because whites are not encountering a decline in the availability of marriageable males. The black, see, it makes me think about the black man being, see, man, my book, man, stop. The book by Dr. Joanna Kunjufu, who was, I would say, yeah, is, if not the, he's on whoever's coattail, the spearheader of exposing he's before Umar Johnson, exposing the conspiracy to what was this? The conspiracy to not just to stupefy black boy. What is it's the conspiracy to pertaining to. Oh no, the conspiracy to destroy black boys. Yeah, so
Yeah, that's what it was.
yeah,
To
to
where
destroy.
he was saying that they're making them accept that being dumber is better
But
than
not
actually
just
being
that.
smarter. Right?
But not just that. In his book, he's talking about how mass incarceration, homosexuality.
Okay.
There's a four prong. There was four elements that is creating this. It's creating the social chasm between black, literally, yeah, why the black male availability ratio or just overall percentage is low, and he's basically naming prong the four-prong issue is mass incarceration, like I said, homosexuality, interracial dating, and it was another element. It's another element, and this makes me think about his book in my mind. I do that. I read something in my mind, it shoots to, because he's talking clearly, just said that how white people are not dealing with the suffrage or the lack thereof of white males. There's not a lack thereof of white males. You feel me? There's not
Yeah.
a hence. There's not a white males are not under siege. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So yeah, man. Man, no, my bad. I'm thinking about, yeah, man. I gotta get on my shit. I gotta step it up. I mean, just not just in life, just with a lot of life. Cause yeah, man. Cause yeah, my bad. I'm thinking about my mind going off on a tangent. Like yeah. Cause yeah. So yeah, man, I love how he just wanted to, like, he's yeah, like he said, he wanted to take the work of Walter Rodney, who wrote Europe, the underdevelopment of Africa. If I'm saying, yes, Europe and the underdevelopment of Africa, and I have that book. But and he also, and the other, basically taking Black Caribbean forms of thought and wanting to merge them, and not just merge them, but continue their works. Yeah, I respect that, because it made me just think about a lot, just about basketball players and their responsibility. Like, some people think that basketball players don't have, like, there's not a level of culpability. Some people feel like they shouldn't mix political, social, and political parallels in basketball, and I disagree with that. So it just makes me think about, just knowing that the people before them, that's all they was doing was being vocal about what was going on with the plight of Black people in America, highlighting what was going on. So it would be irreverent, disrespectful, not reverent, irreverent. IRREV. So but yeah, so it's, yeah, my mind my bad. So I'm gonna get on it. Okay, so boom. Yeah, so clearly, yeah. So why has this affected female headship for Blacks but not for whites? Because whites are not encountering a decline in the availability of marriageable males. So to the extent that marriages are disproportionately intraracial. Region. What your paper, not what which your paper, which your paper assumes. Yes, it is a reasonable assumption, even though there has been some growth in cross-racial marriages. The predominant pattern is still that marriages are intraracial. So white women, to the extent that white men would be their partners, are not experiencing a shortage of marriageable males. Hmm. We refer to assortative mating. People have a tendency to marry someone who has class, social, and often racial characteristics that are similar to their own. To the extent that that's the case, then the relevant marriage pool for most Black women is other Black men. Hmm. One of the earlier arguments in this discussion of female headed households was the claim that incentives or inducements associated with the previous welfare system prompted so-called family disorganization of the Black family. Wait. Hold on, y'all. Pardon me. pardon me, wait. We refer to assertive mating. People have a tendency to marry someone who has class, social, and often racial characteristics that are similar to their own. To the extent that that's the case, then the relevant marriage pool for most black women is other black men. Exactly. One of one of the earlier arguments in this discussion of the female-headed household was the claim that initiatives or inducements associated with the previous welfare system prompted so-called family disorganization of the black family region. The idea that because welfare payments were made only to families without fathers present, the system encouraged men to leave. Right. That was the argument region. That was Daniel Moynihan. The Moynihan report. What's that? Moynihan. He did a goddamn Moynihan report. He did it was Moynihan. The Moynihan. It's a report. All these goddamn reports that the Kerner, it's all these reports. The Kushner report, the Kerner report, and all. Goddamn, my bad, y'all. That was Daniel Moynihan position, wasn't it? Daniel Moynihan was one of the proponents. I think that belief is. I think that belief to a large extent underlines the rationale for welfare reform. Actually, very early in my own research career, working with Sam Myers Jr., we presented what we thought was some fairly persuasive evidence that the that effective was not that strong. That opened up the door for the question of, well, if we observe this phenomenon of significant growth in female headship among black females, what's causing it? I should note that this was somewhat in line with work by somebody I frequently don't agree with, William Julius Wilson, who, in conjunction with Catherine Nickerman, introduced this concept of the male. Okay, so I should note that this was somewhat in line with work by somebody I frequently don't agree with, William Julius Wilson, who, in conjunction with Catherine Nickerman, introduced this concept of the male marriageability ratio. Okay. We made use of it. We put empirical flesh on the bones of the idea, and then proceeded to demonstrate that toward the end of the 1980s, there seemed to be a significant effect of the availability of marriageable males on patterns of family formation. Then most recently, when Terry Ann Craig, we extended and updated those findings in the context of mass incarceration and sentencing reforms. The racial wealth gap. Let's move to the racial wealth gap. Much of economic thought has focused on income inequality. You focus on wealth inequality, an area of relative neglect, and you have documented a large and persistent racial wealth gap. Would you describe the extent of the gap and discuss its source? Yes, but first let me add one thing. I think there's a reason for the comparative neglect of wealth in economics. I think it's because the study of economic inequality has been left in the hands of labor economists. Basically saying labor economists don't they in my mind they don't. That latter part alone says, what's the saying? It's above my pay grade. It's been left in the hands of labor economists. Not saying that they don't have the academic wits, but it's clearly it's no. Let me go ahead and because I don't want to jump to the gun, because that could be more than basically. He's also could be saying that it's been left in the hands of labor economists, and that's a problem too. meaning that it couldn't, like it shouldn't be only left in their hands, but also on the flip side of that, like basically, like they're clearly, in my mind, is there like another threshold to the economic field when it comes to racial, when it comes to the income inequality? Basically saying that labor economists shouldn't. I'm gonna read on because we're gonna find out. We're gonna find that out though. We're just going to read on. Okay, so labor economists, of course, are going to focus on what happens in labor markets, jobs, and wages as sources of income. But unless one takes the narrower view that the source of wealth is personal savings behavior, then there's not much of a role for labor markets per se in understanding wealth. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's definitely okay. It's definitely the clarity. Okay. Some labor economists have focused on wealth, but it really was a push from sociologists, no, sociologists. So I'm like, so okay, boom. Okay, yeah. So all right. So some labor economists have focused on wealth, but it really was a push from sociologists more than economists that propelled the most recent examination of wealth inequality, and especially wealth inequality by race. Would you describe the extent of the gap? The racial wealth gap is customarily measured at the median for households. The median for households to bypass the problems that are created by large outliers. At the median, when we're taking the middle households, the most recent data from the survey of consumer finances for 2016, I believe, places the white household median at 171,000. It's actually higher, but in the black household median at 17,600. So essentially, at the median, blacks have one cent in wealth to every 10 cents held by whites. Okay, yeah. That's the survey of consumer 2016. Probably has the most conservative estimate, which the SCF 2016 probably has the most conservative estimate of the gap.
Hold on, young guy. Arthur, you have to cut the camera off. Arthur Curry, cut the camera on. We only got to cut it on for a second. You want to come up? Arthur Curry going once. Arthur Curry going twice. Okay. We lost young guy.
What happened?
I think he dropped off for a second. He'll probably be right back.
All right.
Now, if y'all want to talk about this, there you go.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, Arthur Curry, if you want to come up, you got to cut the camera on for a second, bro. Anyway, if y'all wanted to touch on that, what came first, slavery or racism? I had a couple sources on that. This one came from Transatlantic Slave Trade, Legacy of Entangled Affair Between, and which came first, slavery or racism? Open Works. Scholars have long debated whether racism caused slavery or vice versa, particularly in the context of the transatlantic slave trade and American chattel slavery. Racism precedes different perspectives. Racism precedes slavery. Some scholars argue that existing racial prejudice, particularly the belief in European superiority, encouraged the enslavement of Africans. Early forms of indentured servitude involving Europeans highlight that initially, labor was not based on race, but this shifted over time. Slavery preceding or causing racism. Other perspectives suggest that slavery, driven by economic factors like the demand for labor on plantations, led to the development of racist ideologies as a way to justify the dehumanization and enslavement of Africans. The need to justify the exploitation created and reinforced the idea of inherent black inferiority. Intertwined relationship. Many acknowledge that the relationship is complex, with both factors influencing each other. Economic incentives fueled the slave trade, while racist beliefs reinforced the perpetuated the institution of slavery. For example, the profitability of plantation driven by cash crops like cotton created a strong economic incentive for slavery, while existing and developing racist ideologies helped to justify and sustain it. So yeah, they still don't really know. It's still a debate with the scholars which one came first.
All due respect, GQ, you're gonna have to let me bust this article down. We still on this. This was a long one. Not to,
Yeah, no, I was just giving you a break. We were just touching on one of the subjects in the article.
Oh, we asked about what came first, slavery or racism?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was just talking about. Yeah.
Which is it's important because, again, I feel like reading Frances Cress Welsing, to me, when I look at racism, it's just a projected form of white insecurity. Do you know what I mean? It's their own inferiority complex, and it's been able to gain roots as a second consequence due to, quote unquote, the royal class of Europeans in order to basically create a market or create an economy. I don't think these people really understood to what level this was going to take. Now, do they have prejudices and do they have their own inferiority complex? Of course. But, and I think a lot of the time we have to take into account these kings and queens or whatever during those time periods, how they were taught and what they were taught upon. You know what I mean? What were they reading? What were they studying? And what did they try and emulate? And what did that kind of bring up for them as a group of people? Because I think there has been this very, what's the word? They've done their own PR campaign for themselves in regards to asserting white supremacy as the new narrative and the new myth builder for, quote unquote, themselves as a collective. When if we really look at it, there have been different civilizations that have been able to do what they've done. And, slavery in a certain form isn't new, right? But it's kind of like the way it's taken shape now in the last, in the modern times, it's taken a very, I don't know how to word it, but I guess, yeah, let me think on it a little bit more. But that's what I'm thinking so far from what you're reading and what GQ just read as well.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead, young girl.
Intellectual stimuli. I was gonna say, now you got it, brother. You can go ahead and pick up. I was told myself. I just literally told myself. I said, yeah. You spoke out of. I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, you spoke out of. I was like, yeah, you spoke out of turn, and you should just use it on. Let GQ on. Let GQ usher it on. And he just came. He got a fresh full tank again. No, I'm just playing.
No. I was just. I really don't. I'm just trying to hold it down. And, somebody wanted to come up, make sure they can get up. I was just touching on, basically, that which came first, because that's a serious subject that you brought up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie, and that's what And that's what I mean too. Pardon me speaking now, because yeah, I literally just that's why I said, oh yeah, because it died down on me. Yeah, I was reading that this passage. That's what I was
Yeah.
like.
No, I wanted you to finish the article though. No, I wasn't trying to cut in. I was just just put some context to that point, because we had a few comments in the chat when you went over that portion.
Okay.
A few people had something to say about it. They wasn't buying. Basically, wasn't buying the slavery caused racism argument. So I just went on and looked it up a little bit, and that's what I came up with. That it's still a debate among scholars, as far as that's concerned. Other than that, go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish your article. I ain't trying to do nothing.
Okay.
I'm listening. I'm just seeing who want to come up here and talk some more stuff.
Yes, okay. Let me see. All right. Okay. Did we finish this already? Okay. Racial wealth gap. Okay, yeah, we on racial wealth gap. All right, boom. Racial wealth gap. Okay. So boom, racial wealth gap. All right. Boom. So in that work that our research group has done for the National Asset Scorecard for Communities of Color, we attempted to get data about individual metropolitan areas throughout the United States where it might be possible to look at the wealth position at very specific national origin groups. All of our cities have much lower estimates of Black median wealth than the national statistics. Okay, the number of cities that we studied is insubstantial but hardly comprehensive. It's been Boston, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Miami, Tulsa, and Baltimore. I pay particular attention to the data from Boston. Me and Psycho were just talking about this, how the black median wealth in Boston is $8. So, but yeah, I particularly pay attention to the data from Boston, perhaps because I'm from there and it's hard to believe. Darity, that's stunning. That stunning estimate. Yes, $8! Exclamation point. That's what we found. $8 is the median wealth of Black households in Boston. Come on now, like it's not a fucking. Oh, it's a conspiracy. Niggas be like, that's not real. That's not true. I ain't seen nobody say that, but just certain outside of this rhetoric, like certain things that happen. People like that ain't true. That ain't real. They gonna read, nigga. Fuck out of it. They gonna read the book, nigga.
Yeah, motherfucker try to challenge you on that. Motherfucker definitely try to challenge you on that. They always challenged me when I was saying that. When I always spoke on the 1%.
And this is why the media. This is why attacking the outside of white people, concentrating all of the wealth, at the this is why tackling the median is not advantageous. It's not going to be translatable. You have to hit it at the mean. You feel me? To make it proportional to the white median wealth. If I'm saying that correctly. Right. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. You have to hit it. Yeah. Watch, man. Okay. So boom. Okay. Boom. So, all right. He said it's in Miami. It's $11. I'm not sure how the national statistics get as high as 17,000. It's not really consistent with what we're finding. See, so it lets you know how it just speaks into just like, damn, are they like being disingenuous with the we need our own like Black American like delegation of people who's really going to like it's clear, like he said, we doing our research is inconsistent with the national statistics that say it's as high as 17,000. Like it's like you said, it's not really consistent with what we're finding. So it's like, what's going on with y'all? Who is supposed to be garnering the data to come? Yeah, all right, that's all. So I'm just not sure. There's something odd. We consistently found across all of these cities much lower estimates of median Black household wealth than you see in the national data. Emphasize. He reinforced that again. See that? Yeah. See, this is content, man. Just just it's not even FBI data system is flawed. This whole data archival system. Let me stop, man. You know, in conjunction with when we do our own research and we get to, you know, juxtaposing our data with that data, it ain't coinciding. What's going on? Hold on now. The hell, people's undermining the abysmal equations that we're in, you know, pretending to, you know, social index, man. All right, breathe. Okay, factors behind the racial wealth gap. What are the sources and mechanisms of that enormous gap? I'm absolutely convinced that the primary factor determining household wealth is the transmission of resources across generations. Okay. And lack thereof. The conventional view of how you accumulate wealth is through fastidious and deliberate acts of personal saving. I ain't gonna lie, I love this word. I'm familiar with it, but I gotta look it up real quick. Just get familiar with what it means. Okay, fastidious. Okay, paint. Okay, careful. Okay, meticulous. Okay, fast. Okay, cool. Okay, boom. All right, bet. All right, I just have to get reacquainted with that. All right, boom, that term. Fastidious. Okay, I'm the conventional view of how you accumulate wealth is through fastidious and deliberate acts of personal saving. I would argue that the capacity to engage in some significant amount of personal saving is really contingent on already having a significant an endowment that's independent of what you generate through your own labor. That being the case, I think that uh, that being the case, there's actually some superb research that's recently come out on that supports the importance of what I like to call intergenerational transmission effects rather than intergenerational transfers. I think these I think these effects go beyond inheritance and inheritances and gifts. I think it includes the sheer economic security that young people can explain being in homes where there is this cushion of wealth. It provides a lack of stress. Yeah, it provides a lack of stress and a greater sense of what your possibilities are in life. So I like to call it intergenerational transmission effects. And there's some excellent recent research that has been done on this. The sociologist Pfeiffer and it's like damn near like the goddamn Pizer, but it's Pfeffer. Pfeiffer and Kilwad have done very, very powerful work on the relationship between grandparents and parents' wealth and the wealth of the youngest generation when it's of adult age. It's making me think about what you just talked about, how Britain and how they, you know, the
Yep.
rush, how they came, and wow, this is I mean,
Yep.
yeah, this is a study. This is a great. Like I said, I'm gonna restudy. I'm gonna go back and study this because this is he's literally giving you so many good just so many like opposing talking points that people present. You know, like it's just man, it's literally a case study. This brother's works and his is as a case study. It's like this should be a curriculum for reparations, social justice, and Ziax Institute. Like yeah, William A. Darity for real. Matter of fact, yeah, yeah. Actually, I ain't gonna say that. This all right, boom. All right, come on. So all right, boom. All right, so the connect. Okay, yeah. So okay, the connection of the connection or the correspondence between which households have higher levels of wealth across three generations is pretty strong. Hmm. There's the work of two economists who are with the Fed, Feveson and Sabithes, and their work. What? Then there's the work of two economists who are with the Fed, Feveson and Sabithes. Period. Who the hell is that? Who are?
Sable House.
Huh?
Sable House.
Okay, Sable House. Okay,
Mhm.
okay. Um, Their work shows that.
Sound like the small heads.
Okay. Yeah. Now that you say that, yeah, their work shows that at least 26% of the net worth of a person in the current generation is determined by their parents' wealth. So their work shows that at least over a quarter of the net worth of a person in the current generation is determined by their parents' wealth. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, at least 26%. Period. Okay, and that there's and that and no, and that's their lower bound. Okay. Okay, so yeah, and the mechanisms are not just direct transfers, but also opportunity, education, lack of stress, and yes. Okay, and the mechanisms are not just direct transfers, but also opportunity, deep education, and lack of stress. Yes, and if your family's wealth, yes, and if your family's wealthy enough, you can come out of college or university without any educational debt. That can be a springboard to making it easier for you to accumulate your own level of wealth. Reparations. You have been a powerful. That's what I'm saying. You got to put some respect on. As I don't know, people don't know. That's what I mean by no. That's why I say when I say it's no disrespect. We have to update our archives. We do. We have to update our archive. This brother is criticizing
That is very
Cobra,
true.
and I feel like he has every right. If anybody's gonna criticize Cobra, it should be him. He has the academic, collegiate, cachet, whatever you want to say. Forget all the big words. He has the right to do that because of his. He has a long, extensive tenure. Exceeding over 3 decades when it comes to studying. I'm gonna just leave it alone. Just yeah. So yeah. So this is what I mean by updating because that's a common. That's part of my rhetoric. I say to people like when they say like, well, they'll say, I'm trying to give you an example of what when I say that. Okay, so when a person says, well, I don't know something, or they might not be privy to something, or this book is not opinion based. It's not opinion based. Right? Nothing opinion. He says, in fact, real quick. Hold on, man. Real quick. I ain't mean to go off on a tangent, but yeah, I'm finna turn the light on. Turn on the light. Let me see. Hold on, man. Let me see that real quick. Real quick. But basically, he's talking about Cobra in his book, and he's saying, he says, NARC. In fact, NARC is tied in with Cobra. We can't get over that. So, NARC, in fact, seeks to funnel reparations monies through a variety of newly created intermediate institutions under unspecified supervision and management. That's not good. That's problematic. Period. That's problematic. That's not good. That's problematic. I'll leave it at that. But yeah. But pardon me. I'm gonna get back to what we're talking about here. But NARC been around since they've been around for a decade, and Cobra been around since way longer than and Cobra been around significantly longer. I'm just looking at Cobra and me being able to not to because I got a gripe with them. That's why I got up. So I'm having some blockage when it comes to their date, but they precede NARC when it comes to being the leading voice for reparations. Yeah, but they're, like I said, they're interchangeable, and they have been working hand in hand, specifically pertaining to the HR 40 bill, and they've been changing it, and like you said, it's been changed multiple times, and they have changed it not for the better. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, boom, boom, boom. Okay, so pardon me. So reparations. Oh, up next after that, he got the baby bonds. and a federal job guarantee. All right, the brother, that's what I'm saying. He's very astute, man. We got to respect. Okay, so you've been a powerful and tireless opponent of reparations in a 2003 article with Diane Frank. You went through, oh yeah, you went through rationale, eligibility, methods, effects, financing, and magnitude for effective reparations for African Americans. And another piece in 2010 applied lessons from international trade to reparations to argue that programs must be carefully designed to be effective, not harmful. Just last week, I believe you gave a speech in Chicago about reparations, and you increasingly cited and interviewed on the issue. And no, and you're increasingly cited and interviewed on the issue, as you know better than anyone. As you know better than anyone, reparations have suddenly become almost a cause celebrate. What's that? Celebrate. It's like a S. I mean not S, but CELEBRE. It's like celebrate. It's like celebrate. It's saying like it's. I've never seen it. The font of this like this. It looks like it's like French or something or something.
Yeah, you're correct. You said it right the first time. It's French.
Celebrate.
And celebrate.
Oh, celebrate. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just Fran. Okay. It didn't. Okay, the notes. Okay, France signified. Okay. Okay. hmm All right. Let me see. All right. Let me get back to the article. Let me see. Boom. Okay. Several Democratic presidential candidates have voiced their support in specific or broad terms. Darity, they're actually using the word. They're actually using the word. That alone is pretty astonishing. This is 5 years after Ta-Nehisi Coates' essay "Breathe breathed new life into it, but you've been making the case for decades. What have been the sources of resistance to the idea, and is it economically viable? Darity, what's interesting actually is that I didn't believe in reparations at the beginning of my entry into these conversations. Come on now, let them know, brother. Come on, let them know, man. I was not always a advocate for such a monumental. All right, yeah, get to it. Let's get to it. I was skeptical, not because I thought it was morally inappropriate. He said, I was skeptical, not because I thought it was morally inappropriate. I just didn't think it was feasible. I didn't think it was politically feasible. I still think the odds are long, but the older I've gotten, my position is if you think something, he said he still think that I understand that kind of think interesting that he still think that he said I still think the odds are long, but the older I've gotten, my position is if you think something's the right thing to do, then you pursue it. In retrospect, if folks had not decided to fight against slavery in 1819 because it looked like slavery would last forever, the abolition movement really would not have actually taken off. That's facts, though. Yeah, man. See history. See Mezzo. You gotta harken back. You gotta represent history, man. You gotta use that history as fuel. Like that's what I mean. Like we're using it as fuel to like. So I mean, like, what have you written? Like these lawyers. Oh, I'm a black lawyer. What do you mean you're a black lawyer? All these lawyers out here with all these lawyers and these lawyer degrees. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, and I'm not saying that I got a family to feed, but I mean, damn, no. How much does I got a family to feed? How long does that elapse? Does that sentiment pass by? You feel me? To where I got enough money to where now, shit, I can at least I can spend some time with my degree, fight for black folks. Let me stop. Let me stop with my little animations and man. All right. So okay, I feel the same way about reparations. When you think about just everything, people who could need to be speaking and talking and all that, everybody. So everybody, that even if the odds are long, that this is something that should be done. In the beginning of the 1990s, I was asked to write an introduction for a book edited by Richard America that he called "The Wealth of Races." It was primarily, a compendium of chapters where economists were estimating what the reparations bill should be. I said to Richard, "Well, I don't know that I'm the right person to write this because I'm fairly skeptical. I'm fairly skeptical about this." He said, "Write the introduction that you want to write. I want you to do it, regardless of what you conclude." He pushed it on him for compelled. That was whoever you want to say, the God, the spirit, whoever, whatever you espouse, whatever you you know, adopt, endorse as a higher form of self, outside of self, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, okay. He said write the introduction that you want to write. I want you to do it regardless of what you conclude. And so I started reading these papers, and the more I read, the more I was convinced that even if this was going to be hard to accomplish, that it needed to be. Like the more I got to read, like he's like I couldn't even. It's like reality. Like it was just prag, uh, uh, pragmatism. Just it was constant. Okay, so I was convinced that even if this was going to be hard to accomplish, that it needed to be on the agenda. That it needed to be on the agenda as a potential national public policy. That it needed to be on the agenda as a potential national public policy. So I think it's from the early 1990s. I have been working on different dimensions or aspects of the reparations issue. So I do think it's politically feasible. And I forgot to mention that he feels juxtapose Doctor because lawyers are doctors, but Charles Ogletree, the lawyer, Doctor Charles Ogletree, the lawyer, and Johnny Cochran. They were opposite. They wasn't hopeful of a political remedy, so they were seeking out the legal alternative route. They were not hopeful of a political. So it's interesting, but still we still need our people to be working in both. Just because but they're lawyers though, so their mentality is going to be, of course, it's going to be in that realm of legality. So it's of course it's going to be like I don't really see politics, but somebody outside of that is like hence this brother right here, he feel it is politically feasible, but it has to be part of public policy, and the federal government is going to be the they're complicit. They're the main culprit in that. So they're culpable and capable. COVID-19, all that show you that they could get together, dole out trillions of dollars, and not suffer or not have to worry about inflation. I'm paraphrasing him. So, but yeah, pardon me. Yeah. Okay, so economically, after all, you're not a political scientist. Oh, economically feasible. Oh, okay, yes, yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. I thought, hold on, wait. So I do think it's politically feasible. Economically, after all, you're not a political scientist. Yeah, he's not a political science. But my question is, why would you? Okay. So economically feasible. So you're really asking a question about financing. I think so. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because he's still implying that politics. He's still implying that he envisions a political remedy deriving from politics. Mm-hmm. Makes you think about people that want to enter that realm of politics. So, okay, interesting. Okay. Um. Okay, so yeah, boo boo. Yes, like he says. So you really okay? Oh, economically feasible! Exclamation point. So you're really asking the question about financing. I think so. Yes, which admittedly is politically in part. Mhm. I have a couple of responses to that. First, the feasibility is contingent on your estimate of the magnitude of it. I mean, I'm very sympathetic, actually, to the MM tiers proponents of modern monetary theory. And so, as a consequence, I think that the fundamental barrier to additional government spending is the inflation risk. Exactly. I was just speaking on that. Yes, inflation risk. It's not existing. It's not existing. Oh, wait. I think that the fundamental barrier to additional government spending is the inflation risk. It's not existing tax revenue. I would think that a reparations program to be designed sensibly would have to be one that minimized the inflation risk in some way. This is not the only way. Come on now. Come on now. Forethought. This is not the only way, but forethought that is meaning there's forethought that is evolved into meaning that I devised other thoughts. If you know, like there's other realms of these backup contingency formations of thoughts, backups. Like this ain't the only one. Don't think I know this. All right, so I have a couple of responses to that. Okay, wait. I already read that. Okay. So yeah. Um, okay, so this is not the only way, but an example of how one might do it is to ensure that the allocation of the reparations takes more of an asset-based form, so that the funds received are not immediately spent in full. Okay, my wife, Kristen Mullen, because it's not Christine, it's Krsten. Kristen Mullen and I have a book coming out on reparations called From Here to Equality, which I have reparations for Black Americans in the 21st century. It will be published by the University of North Carolina Press and should be available in 2020. In the final chapter, there's a more extended discussion of financing options, which I cannot reveal at this time. Get the book, nigga. I got the book too. Oh man, like I said, the study guys though. This brother, I cannot. I know that's right, brother. Protect your intellectual property, man. No, stop. Oh man, yeah, I'm a character, y'all. I am a character, y'all. If y'all don't know by now, I'm definitely a character, man. Okay. All right. He said I cannot reveal this time. Okay, so yeah. All right, he said, okay, boop. So there's more extended discussion on financing. There's more extended discussion on financing options, which I cannot reveal at this time. Otherwise, I will be in real trouble when I go home. I know that's right. To his queen. Come on now. See? Come on now. Respect. We don't want that, of course. But let me say that I embrace the view that you don't have to pay. But let me say that I embrace the view that you don't have to pay as you go. That it is fine if you go and then pay. So the focus should be on whether or not a new major expenditure program would risk hyperinflation, and that's what you really have to be concerned about. To the extent that we can manage that, then I don't think there's a to the extent that we can manage that, then I don't think there's a serious issue around financing. Okay. Baby bonds and a federal jobs guarantee. You have been a proponent, perhaps not for quite as long as you have been a proponent, perhaps not for quite as long of baby bonds and a federal jobs guarantee, often writing on these policies with Derek Hamilton. Do you view these as complements or supplements for reparations? I view all three of those as compliments. Baby, I view all three of those as compliments. Baby bonds is an initiative to try to address general wealth inequality in the United States. I know that's right, brother. Come on now, that's a compliment, brother. So, pardon me. Uh, like he said, baby bonds is an initiative to try to address general wealth inequality in the United States. Potentially, it could have a disproportionate benefit for blacks, simply because blacks' levels of wealth are so low. But it would not come close to eliminating the racial wealth gap. Exactly. Come on now, brother. The central reason it wouldn't is that the design of the baby bonds proposal is anchored on closing gaps at the median rather than the mean, the middle rather than the average. Come on now, mathematics, arithmetic. Just water. But yeah, so that's interesting. I love how you read how he's staying on code. Do you view this as a compliment, a substitution for reparation, or substitute for reparations? Okay. Um, okay. The central reason wouldn't. Okay. Okay. Boom. All right. If we're concerned about eliminating the gap between blacks and whites with respect to wealth, then we would need a reparations program. Yeah. If we're concerned about eliminating the gap between blacks and whites with respect to wealth, then we would need a reparations program. If we're concerned about the reproduction of inequality across generations, then the baby bonds type of proposal would be the mechanism to correct for that. In my best of all possible worlds, you'd have both. A federal job guarantee targets income poverty by trying to guarantee every adult American employment at non-poverty wages with a benefits package that be similar to that of would be similar to that pardon me would be similar to the come on now, get yourself together now. That would be similar to the kind of package that's held by a federal civil servant at the current time. The premise here is that we would eliminate with the stroke of a pen working poverty. We would also eliminate unemployment in the way in which it is defined by the Bureau of Labor. He said we would also eliminate unemployment in a way in which it is defined by the Bureau of Labor Statistics because everyone seeking work would be able to find work. This would significantly alter the Phillips curve based logic that the Fed contemplates. Yes, that underlies what the Fed has to do. Yes, that underlies what the Fed has to do! Exclamation point. Right? I mean, in a somewhat twisted way, you could argue that if you had a federal job guarantee, the Fed could be more aggressive in fighting inflation. Region, provocative advice! Exclamation point. Well, you gave a very good synopsis of what a federal jobs guarantee would look like and do. Would you do the same? Would you do the same for baby bonds? Sure, baby bonds are not really a bond. They're really a trust account for each newborn infant. It would be different from other types of programs like seed accounts or child saving accounts because no contribution would be expected from parents, whether they're rich or poor. The amount of the trust account would vary with the wealth position of the child's family. It would vary. The amount of the trust account would vary with the wealth position of the child's family. It would vary on a graduate basis, so we wouldn't have any kinds of notch effects. That's basically the idea. In most of the versions of the proposal that we've advanced, we've said the federal government is essentially providing a publicly funded trust account. Ironically, Trump recently is proposing baby bonds, and I guarantee you, I wonder. No, He's not. Is he? No, let me breathe. Is he the brainchild? Is he the brain? Man, baby bonds. Okay. Okay. No, Derek Hamilton. Okay. Okay. Federal. Okay. I've also been a proponent. You've also been a proponent of perhaps not for quite as long of baby bonds and a federal. Okay. 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 Derek Hamilton. Okay, so he's not the brainchild of it, but okay. Okay. Um. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, but Trump's proposing baby bonds through his whole tenure from babies that are born from the time that from the inception period of his commencement and inauguration, whatever, when he was yeah, from that point on to the conclusion of his presidency, baby bonds. And I just, it's literally, it's yeah, it's that his art that article is alluding to what this is literally talking about. And I was just, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, like I said, if he's clearly, yeah, he's clearly like yeah, top creme de la creme when it comes to. So I wouldn't be surprised if yeah, this him and the brother Richard Hamilton, no, Derek Hamilton, pardon me, Derek Hamilton. Yeah, okay, so interesting though. So so yeah, in most of the versions of the proposals we've advanced, we've said the federal government is essentially providing a publicly funded trust account to every newborn child. So it's a birthright endowment. Mm, love that. We would guarantee. Hmm, hmm. We didn't get. We would guarantee. We didn't get. Yeah, that's what we're literally fighting for right now. Reparations is literally bridging the black white wealth chasm. Is about at the mean is about the miscarriage of our birthright endowment. And I can say that way better than I. It's so much. Stop. Let me stop, man. All right, so all right, we would guarantee a 1% real rate of interest until the account can be accessed by the child when they reach young adulthood. There's some debate among us about what that young adulthood date should be. Interesting. Rational expectations theory. In addition to all this work, you've also this is it right here. It's conclusion, y'all. So rational expectations theory. In addition to all of this work, you've also I feel like I got a whole bunch of new energy and what? In addition to all this work, you've also produced a substantial scholarship on the history of economic thought, including rational expectations. The Minneapolis Fed has close ties to that theory, of course. So I've got to ask you about it from the perspective of an economic historian. What impact do you think rational expectations has had on no? What do you think? What impact do you think rational expectations macro has had on macro theory and monetary policy? I think rational I think rational expectations has been mobilized to maintain a view that the macro economy self corrects to full employment. Hmm. Now, rational expectations in pure form would actually suggest that the economy could self-correct to full employment instantly. The only thing that would disturb that would be true shocks. Thoroughly, yeah, thoroughly, yeah, I'm saying that right. Thoroughly random events. Am I saying that right? Yeah, thoroughly. It's thoroughly. I get. It ain't thoughtly. I get. Yeah, it ain't. Yeah, it's thorough. Yeah, thorough. Yeah, it's thorough. Second, all right, so thoroughly random events. The only thing that would disturb, the only thing that would disturb that would be true shocks, thoroughly random events. Okay, all right. But anything that could be anticipated in the context of thinking about the structure of how the economy actually operates would be anticipated in such a way that would move consistently toward full employment, insofar as it doesn't appear that we move consistently toward full employment, then that's an empirical conundrum for the basic theory. An empirical conundrum. Wow. I'm familiar with this term. I love when I hear new syntax of language. An empirical conundrum. That's a solid issue then for the basic theory. I know that you can design models that I know that you can design models that deploy rational expectations that don't lead you to full employment, but that's usually because you've introduced some kind of non-market clearing phenomenon. Maybe it's the labor market where there's some kind of wage rigidity, like rigid, but rigidity rigidity, like it's a derivative of the word rigid or something like that. But if you had complete price flexibility and rational expectations, I presume you would always move toward full employment. To the extent that I don't think that's the case, and to the extent that I don't think that's the decisive factor that keeps us from reaching full employment, is price inflexibility. Hold on, wait. To the extent that I don't think that's the case, and to the extent that I don't think that the decisive factor that keeps us from reaching full employment is price inflexibilities, then I think there's something unsatisfactory about that entire theoretical approach. Region. Now I'm going to be in trouble when I go home. But seriously, thank you. But thank you very much for sharing your time and insights. Yeah, y'all. This is, like I said, this is deep, very deep, very extensive, and that brother, man, this brother right here, this is white man. It's a white man, okay? White man interviewed him. Wait, pardon me for a second. Well, no, I actually take that. Well, the white dude's the editor. That's not necessarily the Douglas Clement. He's the editor. Pardon me on that. Region. I want to find out. I'm trying to find out who Region is. That's the person who's asking the questions. Just wonder. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, it's articles. Yeah, it's very thought provoking. Very thought provoking. Use my Sprint voice. Are you still there? That voice that was back in the day, Sprint. Yeah, man, I'm on one right now though. I'm on a rampage. I'm slaying. Matter of fact, I need to save that. Like he said, man, HR40 has got to go, man. I'm not HR40, but it departs from a true reparations. It departs. Like what did he say? So we have to understand, like he said, HR40, S40 in the Senate, congressional legislation that would establish a study commission to provide Congress with proposals for African American reparations has taken on near mythical and mystical proportions. Although widely deemed a hairbringer of reparations, we have learned that many of its champions, including legislators who are its sponsors, have not read it. Shame on them. First introduced by Congressman John Conyers in '89, the bill has served as a legislative placeholder for the reparations movement for more than 30 years. The bill has been revised multiple times, not necessarily for the better. In fact, H.R. 40 is another detour from true reparations. He's standing on business, and he is not. I feel like anybody that doesn't, nobody is just. I'm a peon for me to question him. I don't have to try to question that. Like call it deifying with the deification. No, it's me recognizing that yes, this person has put in the work. You feel me? Shit. The most recent revision took place immediately before the bill finally came out of the Judiciary Committee for consideration on the floor of the House in April 2021. Had another goddamn revision, 2021. Multiple, more than one. While the original version of HR 40 hardly was a model of perfection, the version reported out of the Judiciary Committee is deeply flawed. The bill's weaknesses takes two forms. The bill's weaknesses take two forms: flaws in intent and flaws in structure. HR 40's flaws in intent involve failure of the legislation to ensure that the commission it activates will produce a report that supports true reparations. It fails. It's the failure of the legislation to ensure that the commission it activates will produce a report that supports true. So the bill gives no the bill gives no directives to the commission about the content of the proposals it develops. That's a problem, y'all. That's why we need some real grassroots. We need our black people to be reading real books, studying real black people that have had epiphanies within these institutional hallways. PWI. Let me stop. We need a rise of collegiate epiphanies, black epiphanies. So the commission's charge is entirely open-ended with respect to the reparations plans it ultimately delivers to Congress. It could recommend nothing more than a new apology for slavery and legal segregation, in addition to the apologies issued by the House in 2008 and the Senate in 2009. It could recommend a black housing voucher program, bringing the Everson plan to a national scale. You see that? You hear that? You see how I say it could recommend a national housing program. Everybody get free? And no, it's not satisfactory. It could recommend a black housing vote. Yeah, I already about that. It could propose a program of black American repatriation to the African continent. Send them. Let me stop. Or any number of other approaches to African American reparations. The bill should direct the commission to design a proposal based on the four pillars of true reparations described in the first chapter of From Here to Equality. The proposal should identify black American descendants of U.S. slavery as eligible recipients. It should direct eligible. He said it should direct eligible. He said it should direct. It could, yeah, pardon me, yeah. It said that it could. The bill should direct the commission to design a proposal based on the four pillars of true reparations, designed in the chapter of From Here to Equality. The proposal should identify black American descendants of U.S. slavery as eligible recipients. It should target elimination of the black-white wealth differences. It should prioritize direct payments to eligible recipients, and it should indicate that reparations will be financed by the federal government. The National African American Reparations Commissions, NARC, the Institute of the Black World, IBW, and the National Coalition on Black Reparations in America, and COBRA, listen now, have played an important role in the revision of HR 40 over the years, and they have done so with an eye toward producing a plan for restitution that departs sharply from true reparations. I think, yes, he is the person. Yeah, if anybody's gonna say what something departs, yes, he has to. Yes, like just like how we give leeway to elders and just out of the sole factor of them being up in age, they reach the level of of that plateau of social wisdom. We need to be giving him yeah. Like I don't think no like no bro, like it's bro, like he is definitely, he fits the bill for the person who has done the knowledge, done the research. Okay, NARC's 10-point plan for reparations calls for all persons of African descent to be eligible for reparations, not specifically those who are black and who have ancestors enslaved in the United States. The NARC plan does not give preeminence to eradication of the black-white wealth gap as the core objective of a black reparations plan, nor does the NARC plan emphasize that black reparations should be conducted primarily or exclusively by the federal government. NARC, in fact, seeks to funnel, I'm going to read it again. NARC, in fact, seeks to funnel reparations monies to a variety of newly created intermediate institutions under unspecified supervision and management. These include African American Housing and Finance Authority, a Black Business Development Bank, a National Board of Education of African Ancestry, and perhaps most significantly, a National Reparations Trust Authority with funds. He said most significantly, to develop an infrastructure of Black strategic, financial, commercial, industrial, agricultural, technology. Yeah, okay, so that's what he meant. Okay, yeah, but perhaps most significantly, a National Reparations Trust Authority funds to develop an infrastructure of Black (parentheses) strategic, financial, commercial, industrial, agricultural, and technology oriented base. Technology oriented business / economic enterprises. He's right. That is the most. I like that. I like that part of it. Yeah, I like that. That is the most significantly. That's STEM, and so much more wrapped into one. Finance. All right, boom. In short, NARC's approach takes reparations funds out of the control of the presumed See, this is important though. In short, NARC's approach takes reparations funds out of the control of the presumed beneficiaries. Flaws in structure involve peculiarities in HR 40 that will produce a defective commission. Our concerns about structural flaws appeared in a 2021 Actified Press report. The bill, as currently written, specifies that the Federal Advisory Committee Act does not apply to this commission. The Federal Advisory Committee Act ensures that all advisory groups engage in transparent deliberations, that is, hold hearings, hold public meetings, and provide ongoing reports of their activities prior to delivery of the final report. The bill, as currently written, provides each member with pay at a daily rate for up to executive IV. Remember, he talked about that profiteering activism versus non-profit. All that. That's just a problem. What the hell? With pay at a daily rate of up to executive IV level on the federal salary scale, which is up to $172,000 per annum, not annual, but annum. The commission now has a timeline of at least 18 months. This means pay could run as high as this means pay could run as high as $253,000 per member. We've long said it is inappropriate. Speak that, brother. He said we have long said it is inappropriate for members of a commission with this type of mission. Come on now, this type of mission, y'all getting paid. God damn, y'all getting paid big checks and big. big piles of lucre, bags of lucre. We have long said it is inappropriate for members of a commission with this type of mission to receive pay. They should receive compensation for their expenses. Facts. You should get paid for your expenses, and there should be a paid professional staff to support commissioners' efforts. But the members of the commission themselves should not receive salaries. The presence of the paid professional staff should enable them to maintain their normal lines of employment and to also serve. Come on now. We should not want members of this commission who will only serve if they receive substantial pay. So that's another area. That's another attacking point that I got. Why the hell is NARC being paid all this money? Why is NARC and Cobra and IBW? Why are they being paid all in excess of over $250,000? Yeah, quarter 250. Had that, had that That's So Raven look. I'm a character, y'all. That's So Raven look. If you don't let it go over your head now. But yeah, man, that is that's another like, hey, hold on now. Like why y'all gotta be paid? Y'all can look, man, y'all can get paid for y'all expenses. Gas, but they get paid top tier executive IV level overtime, unlimited. Like they run up this a runner. Follow the money. They're not regulated by the federal. Man, that's what I'm saying. This is a study guide, man. This bill currently specifies that the Federal Advisory Committee Act does not apply to this commission. Why does the Federal Advisory Committee does not apply to the commission?
Charm, Sabio, any of y'all want to come up before I shake the spot? Hit the link now. Hopefully, I'm have to move away from the computer for a minute. Anybody want to come up? Y'all want to come up on up now?
I'm finna roll me up another blunt. Continue reading and just shit. Keep,
Yeah, that's the Black Reparations Project, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like I said, my gripe is with these organizations.
I ain't ordered it yet. I'm about to get that though. I've been meaning to get it. I forgot to. I grabbed that the slave trade for Hugh Thomas. That motherfucker big as hell, 700 pages. I'm gonna get that. Like you say, that's a handbook, that you could always refer to. When you having these reparations subject topics coming up.
Yes, indeed, and it will fortify. It will fortify and reinforce why that check needs to be cut.
Yeah, we know how non-for-profits work, Charm, but we know that motherfuckers be stealing too. That's be a lot of the problem with the non-for-profit.
Yeah, exactly. Like he said, the commission is not the Federal Advisory Commission has no bearing. It has no oversight on the commission, and he's outlining that's problematic. Why are you guys not being oversighted? Why are you guys not being just no, and then why y'all being paid so much money? That's an issue for something. This is this is a fragile mission. The mission of reparation of restorative justice pertaining to. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Woo, boy, I be having the boy. That's what I'm saying. Like, man, I be like, man, I didn't read books like Without Sanctuary, man. Like, man, I'm like, man, shit, bro. I get a little bit. I be having to fight back tears, bro. Like, I kind of be damn near borderline about ready to choke up, man. Start.
It's a loophole, man. Loophole for them to steal. Been a loophole for them to steal from the pastor to the motherfucking organizational leader. It's always been a loophole, you know. Grifters always got a non for profit.
And that's what I'm saying. He got a book on that here too. That's why he's talking about. Yeah, he's talking about Black Lives Matter and all that against money. He's talking about Black Debt being the business. He quoted Darren Seals. Shout out to this brother. I'm saying the brother is I ain't gonna lie. I hate to say it, but I'm not agree. But even, that book has nothing. Just believe. Don't think the book ain't got receipts in it. But his scholarship, I'm going to some people. Like how we say that, you know, like how we say my experience, this is what I experienced. That's something that he has studied. He has dedicated his life to studying the elementary justification behind reparations from an economist standpoint, but from a historian, you know, from him being a historian, you know, a psychological aspect of it. I mean, is his academic into the intellectual engagement is interesting. He's talking with his eyes closed. I'm resting my eyes. My mom used to say, "I'm resting my eyes. I ain't sleep. I'm resting my eyes. I ain't sleep." But yeah, man. Shout out to that brother though, man. William A. Darity. For real. William A. Darity. For real. Let me see. Yeah, man. I ain't even there. Let me see.
All right, Diddy, hold it down, bro. I got to roll. I got to get to this auction.
Are you going to the car auction?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna hold it down, man. POP.
All right, bro. Peace, God.
Peace, brothers. Peace to the God. Yes, sir. About to. Yeah, man. Damn, man. Think about my sisters, man. You damn right. You damn right I'm a colorist. No, I'm stop. You damn right I'm a colorist. I'm just playing. Man, it's so much. It's so much obstacles. Particularly targeting dark skin, black, chocolate, mahogany, beautiful. You know, make black blacker. That's the only way you're gonna make black blacker. Keep black black. Goddamn. You know, beautiful. But man, intermission. So reparations, the brother really, so he okay, he feel like it's feasible, it's politically feasible from a financial standpoint and from a political standpoint. You know, that's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting, man. Interesting. William A. Darity. said, y'all ain't doing it, man. Y'all ain't cutting it. We doing all nighter. This reminds me of my all nighters. You know, all nighters can't sleep. But yeah, man. What is anything? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of black people that's going to school, in college, and walking around and ain't trying to do nothing for their people. Don't want to do nothing for their people. They don't give a damn. They trying to just get in where they fit in at, man. We need more black folks in college to have these epiphanies, you know? Like, damn, because we know brothers go to jail, get locked up and have epiphanies, you know? What's the data on the collegiate epiphany? Man, words are just now you can just that brother said economic. He said what did he say? He said empirical flesh. Yeah, brother said we put empirical flesh. Real body, real. This is real. Something solid, empirical. You know. Yeah, but. I should make me some sour sop tea. That sour sop. What y'all know about that sour sop tea, chat? You know, it helps with that digestive tract. That's what it is. People like, oh, I ain't trying to see me, man. I ain't trying to do nothing, man. Me. Oh, and then the sister came up here. Sister came up here just like, oh, man, you know, came up here just very, you know, well versed and articulate, and it's like a white person articulate, just very, just, you know. What is that? Sapiosexual around this joint, man. I'm a sapiosexual, man. Y'all get that raw. What's that? BT uncut. Man, yeah. BT uncut. Take a little intermission, you know, a little intermission. Intermission. Yeah. It's Saturday morning, you know. Saturday morning, man. The floor is literally all mine, huh? The floor is yours, buddy. The floor is yours, buddy. Brother going hard, man. I see why reading the right, man. I see why the revolutionaries was strong proponents and advocates of same thing, but of reading the right books, not just reading, Yeah, because that's going chin up, chest out. You know, that's going to put that upright. That's going to make you walk around with some upright. You know, reading the right literature, man. Reading all that. I ain't sending shots at nobody in particular. I'm just saying, in general, reading that bullshit. You feel me? Have your ass out here on that goddamn. You feel me? Ultra diversity. You know, have you on some. My mind's been warped as a result of being ingrained with Western society. Western society. You know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's just I see why the leaders advocated, or pushed, and compelled, and read this in particular. Give me that bullshit. Throw that bullshit. Read this. It's gonna impact that mind, that cranium. We trying to get that cranium cracked open. Like Malcolm already, Malcolm's cranium was already cracked open, so to speak. It's like the cranium cracked open. I mean that brother's awareness, life from a child was already there. So I'm saying, I like to say that being in a environment such as incarceration only fuel to the fire. Yeah, it's only fuel to the fire. She said, "Black man." Let me think about that quote now. I'm had that quote stuck in my head all day. That sister said, "Shea Butter Queen." She's from Rikers, not Rikers. She's from Yonkers, upstate. No, I'm lying. She's not from Yonkers. She's from Buffalo, upstate. Yonkers not upstate, but she's from Buffalo, but dark skin, pretty sister. But she what's her bar? She said, "Black woman in America." She said, "Black women in America, they took her lips, hips, kids, and she still ain't scared of you." And she said, "I." And she said, "I." I said, "She." And she still ain't scared of you. Like, damn. Okay, sister, I hear you now. They took her hips, lips, kids, and you're right. She still ain't scared of them. You're right about that. We definitely, that's undeniable. Yeah, man. Throw me up an L. Gonna get back to this reading. Take a look. Let me stop. They need to bring that back, man. For real. That reading rainbow. True, man. The hell? Placeholder. He called HR 40 a placeholder. true reparations, and we know what placeholders are in mathematics. It's a placeholder, man. What else? I'm trying to see what else. What's in the news today? I'm trying to see what's in the news today, man. What's on the mantra today? Obama, besides him talking about black men need gay friends. Black men need gay men. Like, man, bro, look, Obama, sit your ass down. All right? I ain't gonna lie. I'm trying to, where was that? I read somewhere in the comments. I ain't gonna lie. Somebody said in the comments. I thought it was funny. I ain't gonna lie. I do feel like it's applicable to because all Obama did do to Black America is do this. He swagged his fingernail. He pushed the term Pookie. Yeah, I didn't say he coined it. I said he created it, but he definitely got that joint back pumping and gave life back to it. Pookie, tell your cousin Pookie to vote. Tell Pookie get off the couch. Hence Pookie and Ray Ray. And all this Pookie Ray Ray this and that Pookie Ray Ray this. But what was something to say about old trauma? That black folks in a perpetual state of trauma. Oh. I was gonna say something about his ass. Dang. I was gonna get ready to go in. Obama. Let me see. Yeah, all he did. Oh yeah, I read in the comments. Somebody was saying Obama's the OG, big OG tethered. Somebody said, oh yeah, but Obama's the OG tethered. Something like that. That was just hella funny to me. That's crazy. You, white mama. You know, your mama is white. Obama don't get reparations. The hell? Like you said, you have to be identifying as black. 12 years or more. I got 12 years or more prior to the reparations initiative or something like that. But yeah, so that's the identity clause though. The identity clause is going to weed out a lot of cosplayers around the street. It sure is. We got a lot of cosplayers. Yeah, man. I gotta do this little parasite cleanse. I gotta do one of detox, man. You don't get this, you gotta get that. You gotta get it up out your body. Keep that body nice and right. Yeah. What's on the menu? What's on the menu? So I still got smoke for I got smoke for organizations, man. I got smoke for any Black American that's on that too. Sit your ass down. Sit your ignorant ass down somewhere now, child. So ignorant ass down somewhere now, child. So Yeah, sister don't sound like she don't sound like she's crazy. She really don't sound like she's from out there. Like she don't sound like no like they got might they usually got one of them, very distinctive dialect. It's very like oh your ass is from where you from? You know, like you from London, mate. She don't sound like she from London, mate. Yeah. He said, yeah, it's just, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, trying to see what's on the news today. What's on my mind? Before I get over to this book. What else did I learn today? I learned something else, right? Figure out what's the next. Well, get ready to open this next new chapter in my life. New chapter. You didn't shook me, huh? The sister might be asleep. Sometimes I feel like somebody's. Oh man, we done. Nigga, somebody definitely watching you on live. Y'all still live? You like we live and direct. The red light's still on. We live and direct. God damn it. We live and direct. Might turn them up all remotely. You talking to myself? And nigga gonna put you in the couch. Yo, it's funny. He said you over on the dark side. Pertaining to, as a result of white tyranny, black people were able to still triumph in many ways. So that's the sole element of me being FBA. Mm-hmm. In spite of God damn it, foundational. But even get murky with that too, man. Get murky with that too, man. Uh-oh. I hear them yawns. Those are the signs. I know after this fat one, woo. Be a bad Mama Gemma. Be sleep, Mama Gemma. I ain't done though. I got. Yeah. I know this is gonna be the one that it's gonna curtains. It's gonna be the one to put me out right. Curtains. I'll make sure that a nice proportion and fat. I ain't gotta go nowhere tomorrow. I got my hair cut, none of that. Anything, get up. I'm definitely get mine. Yeah. I need a good 8 hours in me sleep. You know. Get up and my workout. Discipline. Discipline. Real. Disrespectful. That's something else. My bad. Yeah, nothing to do with y'all. I spoke out loud. The disrespect. Mm-hmm. The Black Reparations Project. Trying to undermine our reparations, man. You can't have that. It's definitely time to And then Cam Howard, brother out of Chicago, talking about he opposed to genetic lineage-based reparations. He had one of the highest top spots, executive spots at the Cobra. So, brother, I don't know what's going on with you, brother, but you got to get your mind right, brother. You got to get your mind right, brother. Identify. Ooh, wait. That's some signs and symbols for the conscious mind. This cop on here sharp, man. Real. Acting like they plug right down, you know. Shit. Stop. Wash my hands. And shit, we good to go. Mm-hmm. Really rub my eye, and my eye get rubbing to natural leaf, grab a leaf on my eye get irritated. Now I'm rubbing my eye for the whole night. Now we ain't doing it. We ready to do on my hands, touch your face, and your face get irritated, and your face start. Going to the bathroom, so I want to in. Coach, you better be real. You gotta wash your hands. Wash your hands, man. Cheese are bad. I first smell like toast around this. I got something cooking around this motherfucker. Got me a little side dish. I'm like, I can keep me something to munch on and something to eat around this motherfucker. We're gonna make our own goddamn food around this motherfucker. Okay, cool. Uh-oh, birds chirping. The bird just chirping. Chirp, chirp. It would be the first time I pulled an all-nighter. You know, we pull an all-nighter, man. Pull an all-nighter on you one time. Curb serving days, man. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm black. I'm black. So at the end of the day, oh shit. Let me see. I'm done reading. I'm done reading with them. For now, at least. The often made assertion that reparations should be more than a check trivializes the life-changing effects of each black household having an additional $840,900 in resources measured in 2019 dollars, or each black individual claiming having an additional $357,000 in resources. Facts. As we have said before, reparations will not solve all problems that confront black Americans. For example, okay. Let me see. Yeah, that's not part I wanted to read, but it just did. All right, it should be more than a check. That's stalling talk. You understand how life changing that you're trivializing the life changing effects of damn near $1 million for a black household and damn near over 300,000 for an individual, a black individual. That's life changing money, man. I don't even nobody say if you don't think that's life changing money, then what do you say? A bad man, my jamma. So just pop up in my goddamn head randomly, just pop up. Let me see. Trying to find that chapter where he's talking about Haiti, Belgium, and white massacres, man. Like, come on, man. Like, I don't know about that. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, it's time to take my tolerance to really. That's exactly what I'm gonna y'all. Yeah, so poems and that stuff. Going over my mental strategy, man. Time now. Let me see something. We ain't playing, man. So, like you said, like, come on, man. Like, today, more than 40.8 million people identify as Black or African American, according to the 2016 U.S. Census. However, not everyone with African ancestry has a forebear who was a slave in the United States by the end of the Civil War, nor does everyone with an African ancestry identify as Black or African American, since the majority of individuals who fit this description arrived after the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1960s. They are excluded from this cohort.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, you still do you
Well,
guys do this like as all-nighters?
yeah. Like 12-hour. We have some 12-hour, 18-hour
It's
lives.
like digital speakers corner.
Yeah.
Wow.
hmm
I thought GQ was gonna he's not here
Oh yeah, he's just They can step out and leave, and
and come back.
come back.
Okay. You guys taught me a lot. I'm just like, okay, you guys are interesting.
And vice versa.
Appreciate it. Okay. So who else is coming on so we can step off? Or do you guys or does one person hold it down for like the full 12 hours?
I mean, it's typically like one person. There is somebody that will come up here and let other people that want to. If there's somebody that wants to come on, they'll let them on, and it varies. Like there's typically somebody here though that's like one or another person holding it down.
The four. Okay. That's
Well, no,
interesting.
I appreciate you. If you got to depart, I definitely understand.
Yeah. It's like 1:11 now in the afternoon.
Yeah, it is. It's 5:11. I'm about to smoke this after this blunt. It's a wrap. I'm going night night. So I'm gonna be up here, just holding down up until that that
That
wave.
doesn't make you go to sleep. I thought smoking makes people go to sleep.
It does. But me, yeah, I'm I got the ancestry energy in me, man. So I be all, but I've been yawning though, so my body's telling me though.
And you're gonna see. Why don't you just smoke like grow tobacco?
You said grow tobacco?
Grow tobacco, and it has some of the same effect without all the dehydration. Yeah. If you just get regular organic tobacco and you smoke that, it will have the same kind of effect. I don't know if you do it for like cognitive reasonings, but it has pretty much the same kind of effects without all of that added. Because I don't know what strain you smoke or whatever, but yeah, get tobacco.
Like tobacco? You mean like
Real tobacco?
Like do you see how it says not no
No,
chemical?
no. So like real. So like Cuban, that kind of real grown tobacco, not what you got in your hand.
Leaf? You mean the leaf? When you say tobacco, you don't mean like actually tobacco, like the actual tobacco. That's
Everything, because the leaf, everything.
comes. Okay.
Yeah, everything, and then you roll it up, and then it becomes that you smoke the leaf. Like,
I see what you mean.
yeah, it's a lot better than I mean, marijuana is a plant medicine, but still, yeah.
Yeah.
So I left before it. So okay. So did you finish the?
It sounded like you left. Yeah, I did. I assume you left because it was too. It got too quiet. So I assume you. I assume you left. It's cool
Had to
though.
take care of some business. Like,
You gotta move around. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do.
yeah, but yeah, this is okay. And y'all do this what every? No, not every day.
Not every day. For
Every
the most
Friday.
part, I mean, for the most part, I mean, if Psycho's not live, then yeah, Psycho's live on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But like for the most part, yes, it's every day. Yes, yeah.
What's up with the guy Psycho? Because he was the one that kind of left early in the beginning and cursed everybody out.
As far as when you say, as far as like that whole like that demonstration, that followed, or
Is
just
that what he
the
usually
whole
does?
huh?
Is that what he usually does, or?
Uh, honestly, I was, that was new for me. As far as to Psycho usually stand his, he usually gonna stand his ground and pop his, he gonna pop it. But I think maybe he just got, it happens. You reach a, we only human, so you reach a,
Okay,
you
yeah,
reach
got frustrated.
there is a limit, or it's just a, what you can tolerate, what you won't tolerate, and yes,
Okay, but he's usually the person who will be streaming.
Yes, he streamed too. He streamed.
Okay.
He got his own stream. Q got his own channel. I got my own channel. We all got our own channels. But yeah, I ain't got to streaming yet though. I haven't gotten to that area. But yeah, definitely.
Oh, so this is a channel. Everybody comes on from their channels.
Yep, from the YouTube channel. Yep.
Oh, I thought this was an extension of the school. Okay, now I get why But it was like, don't take this as a representation of the school. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well. All right. Well, thank you for putting me on to the
What's
dude.
your age?
Hmm?
What's your age? You mind me asking?
What's my age?
Yeah.
You don't ask a lady that in public.
I guess that's
a lot of weirdos.
European.
There's a lot of weirdos.
I respect that though. I respect
I'm a
that.
millennial. I'm grown. I'm not a baby.
Okay, so you're born because your voice sounds like you're very young, but I have to remember you're talking about college and certain forms of thought that actually dispels that. So
say that again.
I said the way you're speaking dispels like any type of like you're clearly not I clearly knew you was over the age of 18, but just didn't know exactly as far as because based off you going to college and your areas of expertise, would clearly put you in a age bracket that's over the age of anything that's that is frowned upon.
No, so I was reading a comment. Holla, she said, "I'm going." My kid said, "Dad, I'm going." I said, "Good, no, I don't have to pay for anything." Okay. I like y'all. Y'all cool.
Likewise, it's definitely
How old are you?
You know, you don't ask no man those age. No, I'm just playing.
Well, you know what? You don't have to deal with
I,
weirdos.
I would do that to you. I would do. I mean,
I don't think guys have to deal with as
oh,
many
bro,
weirdos
you had to
online.
guess. You see me. You seen me. So you had to guess. You had to throw a number out there. How do I look? Do I have
I'm
to?
gonna ask the chat how old you are.
No, I'm asking you just to throw a number out there. Just throw a number out there. Just guess. Am I over the age of? Am I over the age of 35? Am I under the age of 35? You think?
I mean, you could be any. I mean, black don't 28 to 35.
Yeah, 20, 35. Yep, that's a good spectrum. Less than 35.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm your elder.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
I,
I'm 43.
43?
Yeah.
Oh, you sound 43. You sound young. You sound like you got some that Angela Bassett in you, girl. Now, a picture of her actually going viral. She's looking like just like
Beautiful.
beautiful. Like God damn.
Someone say you gonna pop the balloon.
Huh?
Someone say you gonna pop the balloon.
Y'all funny.
That's so funny. These people are funny. So then wait, so then when it comes to the chat, are these the usual suspects? Like y'all be coming too?
Yeah, in the chat too is really depending on it's sometimes you gotta just ignore it, but the chat really it's a world within itself. Like they be a lot of times they don't even be talking about they be talking
What
about their
y'all
own they got their own little dialogue going on on top of talking about us too.
Got it. Where are you from? What state?
I'm from Chicago originally, but I'm in
Oh, you're
Seattle.
from Chicago.
Yep, I'm in Seattle right now though. I'm in Seattle, Washington.
Seattle?
Yep, just got back from Chicago. What, less than about 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Do you have okay, I can't I was gonna get personal, but I don't know if you
Go ahead. What you want to say?
No, I was gonna say, do you have family in Seattle? Is that a thing of
My sister. That's it.
Oh, Seattle. That's a little from Chicago to Seattle. That's interesting.
Yeah, my mom came out here, so I follow your mom anywhere she goes. Yeah.
And how is that?
How is Seattle? It's it has its ups and downs. It's I experienced a lot up here, a lot of what's that, anti-black, anti-black.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. I was like,
yeah, definitely.
Why didn't I got a question. How come like I'm sorry.
You over there giggle, honey. You got the giggles, girl.
I'm sorry. Someone a couple of comments in the chat. They're really funny. You guys are, but yeah. Why don't you go down south? Like that's one thing I wonder. Like Mississippi, places like that, where it's black, right?
Yeah,
And there's space.
Yeah, I already been like looking down south. I've been looking down south. I've been doing research on that. I'm doing that's where ultimately where I plan on relocating. Eventually, it's gonna be the South. Yeah, it's gonna be the South. Yep, it's gonna be Texas, or really more so, really Mississippi, because I see just
Yeah, that's what I was. Because if we're really thinking about this, I'm just like, those are the places where cost of living and it's still kind of there's still a communal aspect.
yeah, but I understand what you're saying. Bless you.
Think
You got the black folks. Not black folks, but talking as far as like just being the South also has a, it got, it's certain, they locking niggas up under the, not saying I'm going down there with, on some criminality, but just they are blunt. They lock your ass up for some, for the little
Oh, wait.
yeah, weed ain't legal down south, Mississippi and shit.
What they gonna please? If you stick to no. I feel like this is where what are you going down south for?
See,
To what? Just like you gotta be going to build, I think. Or just basically be on some like, you're just doing your own thing. Like just that whole thing of you just get locked up. I don't believe that. If you're minding your business in a black town,
not just
come
get
on.
locked up. I mean, as far as like just the level of crackerism, the level of just it's like I trust me, believe this though. That's not gonna keep me up here though. That ain't gonna keep me up here because I'm my shit. What's that word? I'm starting to. What's the word? I'm starting to weird. My patience is wearing thin up here as far as just this with all the social turmoil I've been through and having to go to war with these devils and white people. When I say devil, I mean white people. Go to war with them.
Yeah, I agree.
Courts and stuff. So it's basically yeah. I'm tired. I'm tired of Seattle. Shit, tired of this shit too. All this shit. I'm burnt out.
Yeah, so go where a bunch of black people are, where they don't really like drama. They have communal aspect. I think the South, I mean, for me, looking at it, I just be like, I know there may be some backwards thinking, but I mean, it is what it is. But if you can build, if you can actually like grow something, you have all the things that you need, live off the land, whatever else. Like, what do you need? I don't think no cops, I don't think no law, I don't think nothing's gonna come looking for you. Like,
true.
Tell me you don't need reparations. Yeah, these people, wow. We got, what did they say? We got matching outfits for Six Flags. Ola is funny.
They funny, ain't they funny?
Huh?
I said they funny. I told you that the chat had.
Yeah, I really like them. They're really like this year. They're really funny. I like them. Nigga, like 2 I don't have Instagram. I don't have no socials. Oh, man. But yeah, man. Go where you're loved, man. Just go where you're accepted. I don't know. I get Seattle to a degree, but yeah, if you gotta go with your mom, but man, I think we gotta make certain choices now.
Yeah, no, my mom passed away. I mean, like that's past tense.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, you good? No, straight.
Can I ask how long ago?
2018.
Oh wow! So it's just you and your sister. Okay, got you. I can understand that. Yeah. All right. Well, man, do you know where your people are from originally before they came to Chicago?
Yeah, Mississippi. My granddad.
Oh.
Yep, my granddad was from Mississippi, and my grandma's from Marlboro, Arkansas.
Oh wow.
My mom's mom.
Yeah, y'all don't still got ties to them?
Yeah. My granddad's passed away though. He's not.
No, I know, but like the wider family, like I don't know how big.
You said wider.
So basically, still the extended family. The extended family.
Well, my granddad, he outlived everybody on his family. Like he was the last. He was his only on his as far as his family. He was the last person to he outlived everybody. But my grandma, and she in Chicago. I just seen her. She's getting her health in order. She just got out the hospital, and so her health is coming back slowly but surely.
Okay.
Yeah, and then her sister, my aunties and uncles, and yeah, they're in Chicago. Yeah, so cousins and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, cousins and stuff. Yeah.
So I guess you could be the one to get everybody to go back. Go get you some land.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Listen, you talking about reparations and all of that, my nigga. Like, come on. Like, what you gonna do with reparation money? Go get some assets right now. Go get land. Land is still cheap. You
of
got
course.
water. You can grow stuff. Come on, like that's real reparations.
Yeah, self. I know what you talking about. You talking about self-administered.
Yeah, why not start? I mean, I feel like the thing is gonna. I mean, I like the guy's thesis. The article is dope. Do I necessarily feel like the US government in its current form is going to give black people reparations? Nah, I don't. I don't think so at all. I feel like is it a thing of whether we deserve it? I mean, that's nothing. I mean, shit, that's there's no we don't need to prove that. You just have to be obtuse, which they usually are. So it's just kind of like, why even have the argument? Why even quote unquote fight? I
Mm,
don't think it's
but that would remember we was talking about application. I feel like that would disrupt his post application of his knowledge. Like that would, I mean, for us to say, I mean, because that's part of his works is okay. Like that's like writing the literature and then going on a campaign of why this is valid. Getting it out, getting them, pushing it because reparations is already in the mainstream, but it's basically
Yeah, but look at what they did. They played games in California with that bill. They know, like, they're just gonna keep doing that. Like, you have people who are put in positions through lobby. I get it. We can prove that. Yeah, 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 yeah. These niggas know this already. No one's stupid. It's just a thing of, are they going to be willing to give? No, no, they're not. So I'm just like, why can't we exact some of these pieces by ourselves? So even with you, with your family coming from Mississippi and Arkansas, geez, instead of Seattle, you could go back
oh
and
yeah,
start
yeah.
building
I
something.
agree with you on that. That's really one of my plans. I've been actually looking in a place called Cleveland, Mississippi. So she got cheap real estate. The flooding,
Yeah.
minor flooding. So yeah, I've been definitely doing my due diligence, doing research, and ultimately, yeah, the real estate out there is crazy. It's cheap, like everything is cheap. So I know, just even
And it's fertile ground.
yeah, exactly. And then pouring money back into it is not going to be like paying money to fix a house up here. You know what I'm saying? Like it's because the economy
Exactly.
is different. Yeah, so it's different down there. So yeah,
But then that's the thing in terms of if we can start thinking from an economy level, I mean, our people did it before, we can do it again.
definitely with
Yeah,
that.
we could do it again. So, with your reparations, maybe in your lifetime, I don't know, in 100 years, I don't know. But getting land is always good.
I'm gonna do it way before
Land is always the safest bet.
way before 100 years. Well,
You think they're, I don't know about that.
I thought you meant me. Remember we was talking about self-administered reparation. Remember you was talking about.
Oh, okay. Yes, yes. I was saying for them, like, I don't know, in 100 years, maybe that's, but yeah, self-administered reparations, you can get that right now. There's nothing stopping any one of us from doing that. So yeah, the reparations thing, they're just gonna keep playing games and getting people's hopes up. And I think the way it's kind of being spoken about, it's a level of just false hope, more hopium.
Mm, that's
But his study on it, how he dissected it, yes, great. I think the three books he mentioned, from those authors, those scholars, I should say as well. I think it really, if we just put that into the lexicon, I mean, why not? It adds to the Pan Africanist perspective that you guys are talking about from the beginning. So yeah, just compounded, but let's just now. Zayak's reparations, that's how I see it.
yeah. It's self-administered for real. It definitely self-administered.
How can you pay yourself reparations?
How?
That defeats the point. What the
Well,
hell y'all talking about?
Self-administered reparations
Hi,
mean
Goat.
like, huh?
No, I said hello to Goat.
No, well, me in the context of me suing these crackers is definitely a form of self-administered reparations. That's an outlet of self-administered reparations, you know, because that's not the collective. The collective's not benefiting from that, but I'm that was self-administered by me. You know what I'm saying? Due to me, you know, putting in the work to get that. It was self-administered. I ain't
I
talking
don't
about.
know. I don't think you purposely like. I'm not saying y'all purposely doing that, but what it sounds like, I think when you say self-administered, it sounds like you kind of letting the oppressor who owes those reparations off the hook, because that we're talking about a debt that should be paid. If you're paying yourself for that debt that's owed to you, isn't that kind of counterproductive?
We're talking about
You're paying
outside of reparations, Taz. Outside of reparations, like one, like if that doesn't work out, then what am I going to do? Okay, I'm gonna have to have some self-administered reparations, basically. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to be the administrator of my reparations, basically.
No. See, I would argue that that's kind of why it never happened over the years, though. My argument around why it hasn't happened would center around the lack of push for it. Like, there's not a demonstration every year that says you owe us, here's why. And I think a lot of what we've seen over the years would be considered what you call in self-administered, where you do go back and build up your community and whatnot. So, like, I understand where you're coming from, but when I think about, like, again, like somebody like Q Butter, he's not doing Ziax with the benefit of those who undereducated and oppressed. He's doing that on his own and get very little support from those who would owe it, those who should be putting money back into the Black community to make sure we're educated. They don't have that requirement. So yeah, we can pay that reparations and keep Ziax afloat, but they should be paying it. The white man owe that shit. His ancestors owe that shit. His future generations gonna owe it. So I just think it's self-defeating if we're going into that moment saying, okay, they didn't pay it, we'll pay it. Nah, they still owe it, and we're gonna take care of ourselves in the process.
Well, us being the economic underpinning for Ziax is what self-administered reparations would be. You know what I'm saying? Us, the people, supporting that is what. You know what I'm saying? That's like another example of what, you know, us essentially not, quote unquote, we know they owe, but we ain't gonna just not build for, you know, we ain't gonna administer nothing for self based off our works. You know what I'm saying? Whatever we doing out here in these streets.
But see, Ziax is more so, again, a futuristic approach to fix the problem. It's not there to repair what they did. It's for our future generations to benefit from, not necessarily to pay back what the white man did. So I'm saying Ziax is outside of the reparations conversation. Unless some white folks turn a college campus into Ziax, then it'll be like, okay, you gave back, you paid something. So, you know, they give Q Butter a campus with 20 buildings on it and the ability to run a university. Then yeah, now they've given back something that repairs. But right now, they shouldn't be able to sit back and say, look, y'all, they've repaired themselves for what we've done. Nah, we've pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps.
No, I mean, see, Taz, I mean, from the context of just not the notion of what y'all waiting on, sitting around waiting, y'all sitting around y'all sitting around waiting for reparations. Because you hear that? No, we're constantly involved in. I don't mean that by like that's going to hit like basically like that self-administered reparations somehow it somehow ameliorates our conditions. No, as far as this, no, I'm talking about as far as that's just us, our self-determination to not be, to have will, to have power, which is simply just to act. Power means just to act, to do. That's really on a basic level. I ain't gonna, it's on a basic level. Power simply means to act. And when you're not acting, then you're powerless. So, but I understand what you're saying, but I'm not saying like it's like self-administered reparations is supposed to compensate for what they did. That's in response to not waiting on white folks, basically. You feel me? But still,
I mean, because I don't know the language that fits there, right? Because I agree, right, with not waiting. Like I think you spot on with that part. My only issue is the language when we say reparations, that has a specific context to it, and that context is going to be centered around what's owed. You know what I'm saying? That reparations is what's owed. So everything outside of that is going to be what we're doing for ourselves. And I don't think there's a repair in what we're doing for ourselves today. Because I would get even why somebody would frame it that way, but I'm saying it's forward thinking, it's moving forward. It's not, we're changing what we're moving forward on the repair part. You know what I'm saying? I'm not anyway. I don't know if anybody else is, but I do believe we got to move forward. I don't believe we can wallow forever.
Well, since you put it like that, I understand your perspective now. Like, yeah, and it's not to assert that we're whichever endeavor we take in and become certified in, that's going to somehow, like I said, repair us based off of our own successes. I mean, in a way, it does. When it comes to like a fight, like just when it comes to, I understand what you're saying though, but it's not that though. I understand what you're saying as far as using that term could be problematic, as far as reparate, knowing that the history and how that's typically associated with a unjust, a wrongdoing. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about like Evanston, right? And it's already in motion and whatnot. So I try to use a living example. And when I think about that, it's like, okay, yeah, they've always taken care of themselves, even through the Jim Crow years, even after '69, which is the cutoff point for the reparations, they still took care of themselves. But would I say they were paying themselves reparations? No, they didn't get reparations until the city started cutting that check. They were just simply taking care of themselves. They didn't have what it took to repair the past, which is why they need the funding to come from the city to make those repairs. I don't think we can, or even should, try to emphasize rebuilding what they destroyed. Now we got to build on a new nation that's never been set. And whatever we talking about with the past, they owe that shit. I just don't think we can do the repairs, not financially. No, hell no. That's on them.
Yeah, actually, not what you said. It makes sense because William A. Darrell, you already said it. There's notion that more black businesses and higher advancement education. He said that will not close the black white. That won't close the black white wealth gap. So I mean, yeah, in a way, that's basically what you saying.
No.
Like yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, that's all though, because I don't think y'all saying nothing crazy. Just that language, I think we got to be real careful and kind of gatekeep the term reparations. You know what I'm saying? If nothing else, I mean, I know we just on the internet, we just voice it, but when we hear that term, niggas better be listening. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we're supposed to be playing around with that. It's one of them terms where it still has its legitimacy. It still has the understanding it had 20 years ago. So let's not let that one get co-opted and taken, because that's what'll happen. It'll turn into, see, black folks doing better for themselves. They're repairing their history. Everybody don't need to talk about 1865 because some black people have already repaired themselves. Look at this community of black people. They repaired themselves. You know what I'm saying? We don't want that argument. You know what I mean? Nah.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm saying we is doing it. We do well as a community in a lot of places, but it's still some places that need that. They need that boost, and it's old from the outside. Like I said, we can try to create a reparations cause for our people and whatnot in different cities, but like I said, we'll be taking from our own pockets. We'll be doing the repairs. We'll be paying the reparations. Nah, the white folks owe that shit. And I would even say, in terms of like that federal government conversation we had, I would push for that before I would push for us to use language that says we're paying it or we're doing it. That takes away from the cause.
Yeah. So you don't feel like a national public policy can be created behind reparations? Do you think we can create a national public policy behind it?
No, I don't. I honestly just don't think that the entirety of the country was involved enough. I just think it's too many ways for states that didn't have high levels of involvement to muddy up the waters. So when you start talking a national process, I think you have to include every state. Once you start including states that aren't as culpable, I think you start losing steam in the argument. So while it's a strong argument for Alabama, the argument might not be as strong for Nebraska, South Dakota, Wyoming. You know what I mean? And so everybody's in on this conversation as an American, as a citizen. And I just think we got to be careful if we throwing reparations around in terms of everyone, because not everyone's going to have the same argument. Arguments are nuanced and they should be dealt with that way.
Yeah, man. I just got done. Did you hear me reading about HR 40 in details and how it's been changed multiple times and Cobra and Narc, they're getting paid like executive IV level. Basically, the brother's saying that the people that's part of that commission, they shouldn't be paid that much money for this type of mission. Like you shouldn't be paid that much. You should be paid for your expenses, but you shouldn't be paid $250,000. So that goes, why? How come the federal advisory board is not overseeing the commission? That's a problem. So those are things he's pointing out. Like, how come y'all ain't got no regulation? How come NARCA wants to allocate all these funds into unspecified institution? It's a lot of questioning that goes on as far as, like you said, the way they want to allocate the funds. The actual beneficiaries is not going to receive none of the money. So it's just, yeah, bro. I would definitely implore you to, like, I'm gonna see. Matter of fact, I put the article in the back chat for the sister to get. I think if you read this article on William A. Matter of fact, it's not in here, but I'm gonna put it in the back chat. This article on William A. Darity. It breaks down, his whole, like I said, he was opposed to reparations until he did further study, and then he's been on he's been invested into this for 30 years, bro. Like studying reparations. He's very well.
Darity, I know his name. Is his nickname Sandy?
Yep.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Did you read this article where it's basically like an interview type of thing? He's being interviewed and he's talking about everything from the racial wealth gap to reparations. He's talking about the female headed households. Black women are disproportionately represent that. And just he's talking about everything from like this, bro. He's just a list of questions, but I do think that this article would
It's been a while. It's been a while, but I definitely remember it.
So you familiar with
good info too. I don't think Actually, I think he was kind of respected in that conversation. It's just been a while. I have to read some of that shit again because it's been some years since I read any of that.
See, look, he says NARCA in fact seeks.
See, you dare me.
Mm-hmm. He said, look, he said NARCA in fact seeks to funnel reparations monies through a variety of newly created intermediate institutions under unspecified supervision and management. This included African American Housing and Finance Authority, a Black Business Development Bank, a National Board of Education of African ancestry, and perhaps most significantly, a national, a National Reparations Trust Authority with funds to develop an infrastructure of black strategic, financial, commercial, industrial, agricultural, and technology oriented business / economic enterprises. In short, NARCA's approach takes reparations funds out of the control of the presumed beneficiaries. So he's like that's telling the brother, this ain't no opinion based book. When you say in fact and word, when you reading what this man's saying, he ain't opinion. He ain't writing a book to give you opinion on. He's telling you that basically that, like I said, the HR 40 has been changed multiple times, and like he said, there's flaws and intent involved in the failure of legislation to ensure that the commission it activates will produce a report that supports true reparation. The bill gives no directives to the commission about the content of the proposal it develops. That's a problem. Like, I mean, it's just I'm just calling it how this man who has every right, I feel like, to critique the HR 40, how it deviates from a true form of reparations. And yeah, and like I said, he got in Cobra, NARC, and then he got their ass on here. He got, because they're part of it. They played a big role in revising it. And it's crazy that a lot of its supporters, like he says, I mean, goddamn, is it blasphemous to say that? He says African American. So he said, although widely deemed a hairbringer of reparations, we have learned that many of its champions, including legislators who are its sponsors, have not read it. Like, I mean, that is crazy to me. Like, how you gonna sponsor something you ain't even read the goddamn shit?
I'm gonna say, hey, look, not to be Debbie Downer or anything like that, but I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I don't think reparations is gonna turn out the way we think. I think it could ultimately end up being a bad thing. There's a lot of people that's out here that's trying to finesse the reparations for Black Americans. We seen what happened with Native Americans when they were compensated. A lot of the funds, you can look it up, a lot of the funds went to the tribal leaders. It didn't actually go to the people. A lot of the people out there on the reservations is strung the hell out. They have the highest rates. Some of them places is worse than projects. Like, they have the highest rates of self deletion, alcoholism, needles everywhere on them reservations. Like, and the tribal leaders end up spending a lot of that money on casinos and stuff like that. So there's people I've seen instances of white folks saying if Black folks get reparations, they gonna identify as Black. So you got that whole finesse game. A lot of the people who haven't been identifying on the census as Black American are gonna now start to identify as Black American.
You can't do
and we
that,
see
though,
that.
brother. You can't, because that's why real quick. He has the identity clause. The identity clause must complement the lineage standard, which a lot of people are opposed to. A lot of people that's in Cobra, Cam Howard, all these people in Cam Howard, I'm gonna say he's a Black American because he got all these businesses in Chicago, and so I'm assuming that. So you got some Black Americans and Pan Africans who's opposed to lineage based reparations. That I don't get. But basically, the identity clause. The identity clause must complement the lineage, meaning that you must have identified with Black Negro, African American, well prior to the passment of So it's a way to put up an obstacle to anybody that's trying to. Oh, I'm Black. No, we can look and tell. And, no, white. Your ass was identifying with white. You ain't Black based off the identity.
I think that's a beautiful thing. I'm 100% for reparations. Rather, I get it, which I wouldn't be. I can trace my lineage all the way back to South Carolina to the 1800s. My grandfather just passed away recently, so I've been doing a lot on heritage and my lineage, and I traced them back to the South Carolinas. plantations and all that. So, but even if I wasn't entitled to get it, I still want my folks to be able to get it. So I'm for it 100%. All I'm saying is that I think I'm glad that you mentioned that the identity clause and everything, because I think a lot of people are going to try to finesse, bro. And if they do, it can end up being a bad, because with the affirmative action, right? You see, with affirmative action, if you look statistically, it benefited less than 5% of black folks. And I believe only 2% of that 5% were actually black American descendants of freedmen, or however you want to look at it, ADOS, or however you want to identify yourself. And the other 3% were African immigrants out of it, but it was only 5%. Majority of it was like white women and Latinos and stuff like that. That's why when the Asian community went after it with the PragerU guy, the white PragerU dude or whatever, they actually hurt themselves. It was harder for them. They believed they weren't getting in because of affirmative action. I don't know if you, but they actually used the civil rights that black Americans fought for against itself to say that it was discriminatory. Because, in civil rights, you can't discriminate. And they say that it was discriminatory for blacks to have something specifically for them. And they got rid of affirmative action. It didn't matter because we didn't use it anyway. It was only like less than 5% of us that used it. But, you were able to still benefit from it, vastly benefit, so, which is crazy,
What's your source for that, bro? 5%? Only 5% of us used affirmative action. I'm going to call cap on that.
Sources, I know one of the, they mentioned it on Roland Martin. Roland Martin was talking about it. He pulled up a source about it too. A couple of people, Tone Talks, pulled up a source about it. I can't remember all the sources, but yeah, it was very insignificant portion of blacks that participated in affirmative action. And then blacks are still getting into these universities without it, with them trying to get rid of it. Did you still got blacks that are going to be able to get into Harvard, Yale, so. But it was majority white women that benefited from
that claim, bro. I don't think there's any data to substantiate that claim. That's too low of a number. 5% implies that virtually nobody benefited from affirmative action. I'm calling cap on that.
No, I'm talking about
cap on that part, not the part of that we know white women benefited more. But
yeah, they definitely benefited exponentially.
5% is in question.
But 5%,
yeah, I'm talking about Americans that participated in affirmative action is like less than 5%. Yeah, it was
real quick, let me read something real fast. You're gonna have to source that up because you did say it and you continue to utter said
absolutely. I mean, I'll go over on the chat.
But I'm just saying, we definitely that is small 5%. Then that ain't double digits.
Yeah, my point being, it didn't benefit us. It really didn't benefit us like that. They're saying the same thing about DEI, that the amount of blacks that are in DEI is a very small amount as well.
Right. Well, even with DEI, I guess
which makes
point.
Only 13% of
even for DEI, 5% is too low. Even for DEI,
no, I'm not saying for DEI. I'm not
researching
that. But it's not. It's in a particular field. Like it's in like corporate. Those supervisory positions is not. It's not. It's like it's 4% in that, like in the supervisory field. Yeah, but like it's definitely that.
Yeah, I don't know the actual percentage for DEI.
Right. Yeah, but in terms of leadership, management, management, upper room shit. But in terms of just helping black people, no, more black people were helped than that 5% though. But that 5% that get that boost.
I'm talking about affirmative action. But what I'm saying is they mentioned also that the amount of blacks that benefited from DEI was substantially low as well. Like a couple of people mentioned that as well. I follow Tone Talks. I follow Yvette Carnell. I follow a lot of people, Roland Martin, and they bring up a lot of these topics. So
you got to follow the information though, bro. Follow the information. Fuck them people. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes like that's the problem. Like We're not following the info, we following people. Like the info speaks for itself. You got to read the data. You know what I'm saying? That way you can tell them where they're wrong. And I think we take an info from people researching it and, you know what I'm saying, giving our own assessment on the data. If anything, they point you in a direction of data and you go research it. Come back with your own understanding.
As well, you know. So a lot of this stuff we could just pull up on ChatGPT and then go over it real quick. When I jump out of here with y'all, I'm gonna go back on ChatGPT and confirm.
No, bro. Hold on right quick, bro. No. You don't just go over some shit on ChatGPT right quick, bro. That's the problem.
Research the blackdemographics.com, the CDC. ChatGPT cites its sources. It's not like it just tells you some shit. You can actually click on the links to where it's citing its sources, whether it's the Forbes or, you get what I'm saying? So, and then you can do research through ChatGPT is what I'm saying. Like, so, because it does cite sources.
Man, shut up, Truth. Like real, bro. I'm a fucking long live fucking robot. Listen, bro. We got to get away from this microwave intellectualism, bro. This stick it in the microwave, 30 seconds, boom, you ready to roll. And a lot of that is coming from the ChatGPT understanding. Like, we don't need to put everything in ChatGPT, fam. Like, we need to go research shit outside of ChatGPT and then come back and maybe check and see if ChatGPT know what the hell it's talking about. But we need to learn the information outside of that. Then come back and juxtapose it to ChatGPT.
Absolutely. But my whole point is being, you know, if we're going to have something that's for us, it should be for us, because if a vast majority of affirmative action was white women, and my point being is that the vast majority of the blame for affirmative action was black folks. People, when it comes to affirmative action, people attribute that to black people. When you have the conversations, they don't attribute it to white women. But the vast majority of affirmative action was white women. Do you get what I'm saying? So that was my point.
Yeah, they were the primary beneficiaries of it. And I mean, I'm closer to what it sounds like your thoughts on it would be. I'm actually closer to that, in my opinion, that me and you were more so align on that. But what I'm saying is the 5% is too low. More of our people benefited from those programs than 5% of the people who participated or was accessed by it. You know what I'm saying? If we bumped it up to 20%, I would stop. I would be fine with that. Like I said, they're not amazing programs that we can hinge our history on, but there were people who certainly benefited from affirmative action and DEI. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we should downplay that.
Of course.
It's not enough.
What's his name? Clarence Thomas. He was against affirmative action, but he benefited from it. So you do absolutely, you do have a point. I will go back over it again. It was just last I checked. I will go back over it again and see what the numbers is now, because information is always constantly changing too as well. You know, there's a lot of data on all types of things or whatever that's always constantly changing. The obesity, mental illness, and it's always constant. Numbers are always constantly changing. So I will go back over it and take a peek and see what it says now about the affirmative action. But I mean, my point was being is that it didn't benefit us as much as it did other groups. You get me?
Yeah, I would agree. Specifically, white women though, because all the other groups would kind of be closer to where we are on it, but like the way white women benefited from it is definitely a different conversation than everybody else. So now that's why I said I would be closer to agreement with you on that, just with that slight pushback on that percentage. That's it though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that makes sense. That makes sense 100%. I just feel like anything for us should be for us. If it's to better our community, specifically our community, and then it should be specifically tied, you know. And even when you look at Yvette Carnell pulled it up. She pulled up articles where it shows the mission statements of the Asian caucus and the Hispanic Latino caucus. And when you look at them, the Latino caucus, they have stuff specifically for them. You don't see Black American up there. And the same thing for the Asian. It has Pacific Islanders on there, and other Asiatic groups, but it doesn't have. You go all through. It doesn't have Black America. There's no agenda for Black Americans. But if you look at the Congressional Black Caucus, there's agendas for Hispanic and Latinos. There's agendas for LGBT, for basically everybody. And I think that's kind of been.
Follow her, bro. So tell me this: wasn't she in proximity to Congress or in DC doing something at some point?
Absolutely. I believe even a lot of the stuff that she has is mostly white women. But my thing is not to the person. My thing is to take the information you can benefit from, and you don't. When you go grocery shopping, you don't just grab everything. You grab what you need and you leave behind the rest. So you know what I mean? Eat the meat, spit out the bones. You know what I mean? Whatever I can grab from Tone Talks or wherever. I listen to a lot of people. I don't agree with everything that they say, but if they have something that's up there that's factual, that we can see articles and do our own research on, then I grab that, and then we build from there. Because my whole thing is, the future of Black children, the future of Black folks in America and stuff like that. Because if we don't look out for Black folks in America, who will? Mexicans majority look out for their own people, And I feel like Black Americans should look out for their own people too. That's why I'm happy to see a lot of Black folks. I'm watching YouTubers over there in Baltimore. And a lot of Black folks is going through a lot in Baltimore. Homelessness, eviction rates, and all that stuff. Like I'm in Philly. I'm not in Baltimore, but I follow some people from some Black folks from Baltimore. And they boots on the ground. They're helping the homeless, giving donations to Black Americans, because if we don't, providing jobs and stuff like that, who will do it? So that's just my whole thing. My whole thing is however is going to help Black Americans for us to network, build, come together. And that's just my thing. So I think that it should be specifically for us, because whatever we get, it's definitely going to be an issue. Definitely going to be an issue. During COVID, they talked about it. The C-19, how every group got some type of set aside for their businesses to help their business recover. The Mexican community, even the white community, when it was time for Black businesses to get their set asides for C-19, Tone Talks talked about it. The white group and the Mexican group came together to stop Blacks from getting the set asides for C-19. And even though they got theirs, and to say that it was discriminatory after they got theirs for their businesses to help their businesses recover, which is crazy diabolical work to me. So,
wait, where did that happen at? I ain't familiar with that. You said that was nationwide, or it happened in the state?
I don't recall. I just recall Tone Talks was talking about it, that it was during C-19. Where they were given set asides for businesses to help them recover. It was only a few thousand, but they were trying to help them recover. And the Mexicans got theirs, the whites got theirs.
That's what I'm saying, though, fam. That's what I'm telling you, though, right? Keep naming these hoe ass, lame ass, corny ass niggas, bruh. And I want the information. I don't give a fuck about Tone Talks. Fuck that hoe ass nigga. I'm asking you for the info when you ain't got it, because you keep saying his name.
Yeah, well, no, absolutely not. I've had this information, but it's been so long. This was about like a few years back, but it's been so long, so I can't pull it up on the spot. You know what I mean? I would have to go back on. But these are things that linger in my mind that I know that have happened. You get what I'm saying? All types of things that have happened. So I'm recalling these things, but they happened a while ago. I can't pull it up on the spot, but yeah, these things have happened.
But see, again, because I'm listening to you, and I need to know where I could find that at for myself. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of times it just sounds like some of the cap ass shit people that follow Tariq or any other, you know what I'm saying, content creator told you, and now you just running with that. You don't have a source for that. You can't stand on that. You're just repeating something. That's a problem.
Yeah. No, I hear where you're coming from. You know, like I said, I will go back over it, try to pull it up, and be able to more cite the sources. But my whole thing is just, you know, I feel like I said, I feel like if something's going to be for us, we definitely going to get the blame for it, whatever it is. People are going to kind of despise us for getting anything, whether it's reparations or anything. So if we're going to get the blame for it and be ostracized or whatever the case may be, it definitely need to be just for us, unlike how it was with affirmative action.
I mean, I just think I mean, the things that we ask for in the future, they have to be language specific if we want it to be for us. If it don't say black people, it ain't gonna be for us. Shit, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's where we got to start the conversation. At it can't just be these umbrella terms like minority and this and that. Like, you know, things that are being done for groups of people are being done for groups of people. If we don't demand black, we're not gonna get black.
But how is that going to get done when they've already ruled it to be the discriminatory? You know, to put anything black specific. You know, I believe it literally goes against the Constitution to make anything specifically for black. So how would you deal with that language if it was like how do you think we should go about that? If it's actually like
that right
to other
there is law. You can't write law that's specific to a group, but you can certainly designate land or allot money to a group if you want to. We've seen that happen many times.
Are you sure? I might have to look into, because I didn't know. You teaching me something new. I didn't know that. That's something new. I would have to look into.
You probably just never really put it in that thought process, but you know it already. You know the Japanese Americans got reparations for themselves, for their group.
In camps, you know?
You know that already. You know what I'm saying? So that's just one example. Native Americans / Indians, whatever you want to call them, they get things for their tribes. They don't even, it ain't even for all Native Americans. It's just for specific tribes. You know what I'm saying? So we're not distant from that. We just ain't fighting for it the right way, I would argue. Like I say, when you say that that they can't do anything for us as an individual group, yeah, as far as writing a law, not as far as cutting a check. Nah. We see other groups get checks all the goddamn time. And historically we've seen
it. Yeah. There's definitely we get a lot of pushback, man. When it seems to be other groups and they pass some sort of bill. Speaking of which, have you guys been watching the Karen Bass situation? Karen Bass in California, some type of assistance that she's doing for illegal migrants who can't leave their homes. You know, one spouse is like it's everywhere. We like pull it up. It's literally everywhere. They're talking about it. She talked about it herself. But she said, you know, when one spouse is deported, the other one is still home, rent is due, you know what I mean, car insurance or whatever, and they're scared to go out because of ICE, and so they need some type of assistance. Have you guys looked into that, the whole Karen Bass thing?
Yeah, they're making it fun for the people who claim they were affected by the ICE raids and shit. That like they trying to come up with illegal immigration reparations, and this is, you know, this is why, you know, we aren't supposed to be silent. Like people were saying, you know, stand down, and like, nah, that's why I was against that shit. You don't fucking stand down and be quiet, because then it's gonna become a movement for them that you can't stop. We were supposed to be right there saying, hell no, get y'all dirty Mexican bum asses back across the border. Instead, black people thought it was best to stand down. Now you finna watch these motherfuckers get cashed out because you're fucking dumb.
That's crazy. But I seen there's a video of the Venezuelans. I think we talked about it before, Taz. Yeah, we talked about it, I think last week or the week. I can't remember. I talked to a lot of people on panels, but I do recall slightly. We talked about it before. The Venezuelans in California saying that they're first generation migrants, and that they don't feel as though they should be forced to have to pay reparations for something that they didn't participate in or had anything to do with.
Yeah.
Remember we talked about it? Well, you probably don't even remember me.
Yeah, no, I
But we
remember
did have
that. Yeah, 'cause that's real. Yeah, they got that argument. Mexicans, Asians, it's a bunch of groups using that argument.
Yeah. You know, a lot of pushback. They showed up. No, it's attributed to your point. You know, when you said we need to show up, they showed up. They showed up for that. I think you said it was it a press conference? I think it was.
Yeah, they had.
No,
and they also had hearings. They show up for the hearings. They show up for the city council meetings. They put in lawsuits to stop our shit. Like they are actively trying to stop all these reparations movements across the country. And what happens is, bruh, conservative groups go to these communities and find the outliers, use the outliers to file lawsuits that stagnates the process. It's gonna happen in Evanston, it's gonna happen in Asheville, it's gonna happen multiple times now.
Yeah.
So Mexicans are using white people to stall the process of black people getting reparations. And a lot of times we got people saying, well, yeah, it's never gonna happen. Dude, are you paying attention? It's happening currently. People getting checks cut right now. And it's also people who are fighting in court to have their checks cut because it's already been passed. Multiple cities. I said we got to get behind the push that's moving in the right direction. People getting this shit, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think if there wasn't so much pushback from these other communities, you think we would have already gotten it by now? For the people that were direct, like I said, even if I don't get it, I just want my people to have it. In a sense, like with the Tulsa, you see how hard they blocked the Tulsa survivors. Even if I didn't get it, like this is not a me thing. I would have want them to be able to get it. I don't live over there. I'm in Philly, but I want my people to get some type of. We have like a justice claim, bro. Land. Well, you know this already. Land that was stolen from us. Tuskegee experiments. Some of our relatives are still alive that lived through Jim Crow. Red Line and COINTELPRO. You know what I mean? So we do have an actual, and it's documented. And the survivors, I mean, I remember you had a lot of white folks saying, bring me a survivor that's alive today. And folks did that. The people in Tulsa, they survived. And now it's well, you know, we don't know what to say. You know, they stuck now. But the judge I believe the judge was blocking the Tulsa folks over there that they can't fight for, which I think was on like CNN or something like that, that they won't be able to fight for reparations no more. He's trying to block them. One of the judges out there or something like that, trying to block them.
Yeah, I think when it comes to like that topic, though, it's because you threw Tuskegee in there and see they families still get paid. You know what I'm saying? They do get reparations. And it for me, it's more about following those blueprints. It's not just, you know what I'm saying, making arguments to argue. Now we'll see what happens with Tulsa, but last month the mayor just announced a $105 million package. Like, you know what I'm saying? We're not dealing with what's happening right now. I showed that like 3 weeks ago, bro. Like the mayor in Tulsa just literally rolled out a $100 million package. Let's let some of this stuff play out. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to assuming that it's gonna fail.
Yeah. No. I don't believe that it would fail. That's not my my stance. I'm kind of with you. I just think that the language needs to be a certain way so that it's not finessed or exploited. Because there's a lot of groups that seek to exploit us as well. Every chance, and I don't blame them. If you can exploit somebody, go for it. You know, that's what most human beings would do, is exploit them up. But you know, I don't want our people.
I mean, why wouldn't somebody be there to try to catch it if they're throwing it around? So,
yeah,
I don't blame them for trying, but I would blame us for not being more protective of that layer. Like, We
Yeah.
have to be the protective layer of that conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe with affirmative action, I listened to Dr. Claude Anderson. If correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he wrote up everything for affirmative action. And then I don't know if it was the government or specifically the Democrats or whoever took it and kind of like changed the language. But he talked about it. Dr. Claude, there's some videos of him talking about it that he wrote up for the affirmative action. And that's what kind of like the language, you get what I'm saying? So my point being the language was kind of what it needed to be when Dr. Claude Anderson wrote it, but then they took it and changed it. You know what I mean? To make it like a all lives matter kind of minority coalition type thing. You know, so there's that too, where we get the language right, and then it's landing into other people's hands, and by the time it gets to the finish line, it's completely something different, like a rumor. You know? Oh, there's that too. Like I said, I'm not here to throw a dead cat in the middle of the dance floor on it or be a Debbie Downer. I'm just saying, like I do believe our people, you know, for 400 years they said we wasn't going to get out of slavery. We did, you know, we did or whatever. A lot of people was doubting, even some black folks was doubting it, but we did get out of it. So I do believe that we will, you know, get reparations. I just like you, I believe that the language has to be right so we don't get further exploited.
Or what other kind of language could it be?
I have no idea, brother. I have no idea. Like I said with Claude Anderson, it was right. We took it and changed it.
We're looking for. I said we're looking for specific, explicit language that denotes black people. Now, I think one of the conversations that is happening that'll come back later is this quote unquote tether conversation. But right now, motherfuckers putting the cart before the horse. How you arguing about black people and who we are and, you know what I'm saying, who should get some shit that ain't even on the table yet? Like, let's get the shit on the table first before we start making delineations on who should get the shit. It's not even on the fucking table. Like, we splitting ourselves up and arguing about shit that I don't even hear a lot of immigrants or tethers, whatever you want to call them today. I don't hear a lot of them asking for no motherfucking reparations. So you know what I'm saying? A lot of these arguments are a waste of time for real. Like, niggas ain't arguing what would actually get the check cut. They arguing with some niggas who ain't even entitled to the shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of the question right now is when will the conversation refocus on the atrocities themselves and what's owed in terms of the atrocities. Right now, I do think, you know, people got numbers in mind, and you know what I'm saying, they looking at other people saying who ain't gonna get a check, and it's like, fam, can we get across the bridge? It will be a check first.
Yeah, they said the multiple professors from different universities I don't think that I don't know, bro, because you look at what a lot of the professors are saying. They're saying that it's in the trillions. Like, wouldn't something like that bankrupt the country?
Nah.
If it's up there in the trillions, it's like 4 professors that did a study on how much, because when you look at the history that they discussed it, they said that it's linked. Oh, well, man, it's linked.
It can't, because the money's gonna go right back in the system.
Wait, say again?
No, the money's gonna go back right in the system. So they can't. I mean, it's not gonna make the economy fail. I mean, if anything, the economy is gonna grow, because we know that black folks spend their money on certain things. So I think it'll balance out.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, they said when they traced it back, they said that the cotton, tobacco, the sugar. Oh, I gotta recall it. The sugar plantations generated over $5 trillion. I'm trying to remember it verbatim. They said that $5 trillion that led to the building, construction of insurance companies, A lot of institutions, colleges, places like Chase Banks and Wells Fargo, which recently apologized for taking slave money. They said that $5 trillion back then gave America economic boom over other countries like Germany and other white nations like Russia and stuff like that didn't have like 400 years of the Confederate South, just free labor. You know what I mean? But the construction, a lot of the cotton led to the construction of the railroads was for like transportation of goods and services and stuff like that. So yeah, they said it's in the trillions. It's literally in the trillions. And then there was something about black folks getting land after the Civil War and then it being taken back. I don't know if you guys heard about that. The land being taken back by the U.S. government or something like that. And Abraham Lincoln was assassinated.
Yeah,
40
I mean,
acres.
it's a nuanced story though, man. And you know, to be honest, again, I feel like it's not taught correctly because yeah, they took land back that wasn't ever someone else's. You know what I'm saying? So for to not have to go through the whole story, I just make it simple. They only put black people on that land because the Civil War was going on. They didn't give them the land and say, here, this is your reparations. While the Civil War was being fought, they needed a place to put black people at. These people were free, but they weren't necessarily citizens. They were considered contraband. So you needed somewhere to put them. We're making the claim that the place you put us is ours. And it wasn't. It wasn't ours. That's the issue with that 40 acres and a mule conversation. That land was never transferred in terms of ownership. It was used. It was Confederate land that the government took from the Confederate, the people that fought for the Confederacy, owned slaves. They took their land and put black people on it. They never transferred ownership to black people though. And that's why they end up giving it back to the people who owned it.
Damn, so that's a conversation about fighting for land that's, well, according to how you put it, that's not ours. That's crazy.
No, it's not. It's not. I would argue that. I mean, anybody here will tell you. I mean, you know what I'm saying, I argue that that is the biggest waste of time. 40 acres and a mule is like, no, bro. It's something that, again, I feel like our scholars failed us on in terms of teaching. Because I mean, it's right there in the New York Times. The letter that was written to the president was put in the New York Times for everyone to see it, so everyone would know that Andrew Johnson is going to take this land back because William Sherman is saying black people have no standing. They only got to possess the titles. They only had possessory titles. They never had deeds. They never had ownership. And it's outlined in 1866. So there's no reason our scholars should have went forward 150 years still saying that we were owed that land. No way. I feel like they failed us.
Yeah. That's crazy. Well, how you feel about you say, brother?
I said they put it in the New York Times for everybody to see, that the letter that Sherman wrote back to Andrew Johnson. Because we don't know what happens if Abraham Lincoln stays alive. But Andrew Johnson was on the whole other side of that. And I do feel like William Sherman folded. Because if he says, no, we put black people on this land because we owed them that much, then we would have an argument. But the person who wrote up Special Field Order 15 for the 40 acres and a mule argument, he said that he didn't do it for that reason. So what are we arguing? And that's why I say that's why we have a smoke for our so-called scholars, because people lie. They lied to us about that part of history, that 40 acres and a mule shit. It's one of those feel-good stories that they don't want to take away from us.
Jeez.
And we don't need that shit, bro. We need the truth so we can move forward into Jim Crow, right? Because That's
Absolutely.
where the slavery reparations is a whole different conversation. But I think when you start talking about the years after slavery, yeah, fam, we got to get that shit right. Most of that shit documented. You know what I'm saying? Most of that shit we can see. We go back to a point to it in terms of
Not
what was written.
not only not only then, but even today, the shit that just happened recently with the Navy Federal, the denied black applicants who had like who made like six figures, had perfect credit scores and all that. The Navy
Yeah,
Federal situation.
yeah,
That was
I'm glad.
today. Like you don't have to go back so far.
Yeah, no, that shit real. Discrimination is real against black people. Still, that shit ain't went nowhere, bro.
Yeah. You ain't gonna never
My
stop discrimination either, but it's directly linked to like bias. And every human has bias. But I do feel as though we need some type of protections from other people's bias and shit, man. You know? If
I just
you are
think
an
we got to
engineer
figure
and
out.
you be discriminated because someone's biased because you're black or whatever you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think we got to figure out a way to have a conversation where everybody's experience gets heard, though, because a lot of times you got people that's not dealing with any forms of discrimination. Then they come on here and they just sound straight like a coon, but they're not.
Yeah.
They got those loans. So they got those jobs. They didn't. They haven't experienced the downside of being on the other side. So you know what I'm saying. Sometimes I think we just hard on black people for not having some of the most negative experiences. And I don't know that a black
Yeah.
person shouldn't be able to say, well, I don't experience that, fam. I don't have no problem getting loans. You know what I'm saying? If a black person say that, should we call them a coon?
No, absolutely. No, absolutely not. I think it's very much. I had the conversation with my homeboy the other day. He out there in Atlanta, and he said he don't experience a lot of that shit. But
Well, see,
we see a lot of
that's the problem.
Philly, like that. We got the Crown Act passed, so that black folks can wear their hair how God made it, grow out of their hair out here in Philly. So we fought for the Crown Act, and there's a lot of other different things that's happening out of here. We had Proud Boys stomping out here. We chased them out of Philly and all that. So, I like I told him, I think it's regional. It could be a class thing, but it's definitely regional. In some areas, you might not experience that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I think
I
a lot
think
of
that's the problem. We get caught up in individual achievements, right? We think because we as one individual don't experience these things that that's a reflection of the whole. When in actuality, that's part of the game that they play. They give you a few of them, and what I mean, that's how you create that division. In my humble opinion.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because a perfect example of that would be what Little Wayne said. I think 5 years back, he said, "There ain't no racism." He said, "What you talking about? I'm a rich young black nigga."
Yeah, see, that's individualism. He caught up in that.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, boy. Like you. Oh
The issue
man.
with that is always though if you play the role, if you're not operating on individualism, you'll be fine. But I watch quote unquote successful people all the time operate on their individual merit. That's what makes them celebratory in the black community. Their individual accomplishments. That's what the black community celebrates, what they've done as an individual. So why shouldn't we practice individualism?
Because to me, you spread yourself thin, right? And you'll forget. To me, it's just my opinion. A lot of times when you do that, you feel like you made it. When in actuality, most of your achievements is only a reflection of what you're doing to keep the white establishment in power. But I mean, see, individual achievement is good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying though, it don't reflect the whole of black people. You know what I mean?
And I agree with you 100%. It clearly can be seen. As we seen during the C-19, there was a lot of successful Africans. It was all over social media, but there was a lot of successful Africans who were doing good, had businesses and everything in China, as an individual. you know. But as a whole, when that C-19 shit popped off or whatever, the Chinese blamed them and started kicking them out of China. It was crazy. Even in the
Damn, I forgot
was it
about that. They damn sure did kick their ass out of there.
I can't like source up like on the spot, but I do recall instances of shit like this happening where I would turn on the news and see these things happening. It happened in the Ukraine too, where they were I believe, if I could recall, they were like when the war broke out, they were putting on the Ukrainian women and men first. And like the brother, as an individual, it didn't matter, individual or a whole, the Africans got put on the trains last, which was fucked. I mean, we're all equal, we're all humans, but we know that's not how the game is played.
And
Don't
the reason
nobody
they was
play
able,
that.
and the reason they was able
Though.
to. Oh, go ahead, Ted.
So I ain't to get away from that shit, nigga. Y'all gonna deal with this shit. So where do you start to because I don't know if the word is diminish or cut off, but where do you start to tell a person that their individual accomplishments mean nothing to the community? Where does that conversation start?
Well, I think I don't want to put words in my brother mouth. Who was it? I think it was either was it Sabio or Marty? I don't want to put words in my brother. I'll just speak for myself. It based off what I heard them say. It got to get bad. It got to get worse before it gets better. Like a person has to be able to see, like, oh, that, because as an individual, it's easy for you to move away from the collective and be like, you know what, I'm gonna be here in this thriving community with these white folks over here, or I'm gonna be here in this thriving community over here as a passport bro or whatever, what may have you in the. But what happens when it gets to the point where those communities, for whatever reason, like in China, don't want you there? Where do you go as an individual? If you haven't started to network and build with your people to, like I've mentioned before, a couple weeks back to you guys, there was a brother who had a lumber company and he wanted to network and build with other Black Americans who they exist. They do it. There's Black Americans in all fields. They exist. They have lumber companies. And he said they was not trying to link up with him. So unfortunately, he was forced. I know you guys heard me say this 1,000 times, but he was forced to link up with other white folks.
Yeah, because to answer, go ahead, my bad.
No, you good, brother. You good.
I was just gonna say to follow up on what Taz was asking. In my opinion, I think when you see yourself as an individual, what you do is you don't have no real reinforcement to back up your achievements, right? So you can have all these achievements, but soon as the other opposition that you work hard for to get them achievements from, sooner they feel like you don't, they want to take it, or you don't have no reinforcement to back it up. Like white folks, they got other white folks in this nation to back up. They got institutions to back it up and all that. But we, as a people, we don't really have nothing backing us up to sustain what we accomplish. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times that's why Black businesses go out of business so fast, because there's no network that or a chain of networks that are money pooled together to back those dime businesses. Just like, you know how white folks, when they have businesses, other whites will reach out and try to save that corporation or business. And I think when we see ourselves as an individual, a lot of time we create separatism and we think we're better than the next Negro, and be like, look at them Negroes, they don't want to do nothing in life. Instead of saying, hey, I got this, let me use these brothers and build them up and teach them. That way I have reinforcement.
We've seen it with the Deion Sanders. Now, I don't know too much about the Deion Sanders situation as a whole, but I do know that he mentioned that Black folks wasn't trying to like give him the money that he wanted for his talents, for his skill sets, whatever, for him being there. Like his office was ran down and all that. And he said he went over there, which I don't agree with it, but he said he went over there with them white folks. And you listen to the white dude. I don't know if you guys seen it, but the white dude, he was like, look, we ain't got the 30 million, but we gonna find it. And I guess that's them trying to make a way to pull collectively their resources to bring him over there, to get right, to get it popping, you know?
Yeah, because a lot of our people, like some of our people, we feel like if we move, once we move into a white neighborhood, a lot of our people feel like we made it, right? It's the illusion of inclusion. I mean, I'm not knocking it. Hell yeah, be successful, grind hard, get what you want. I'm all for that. I don't knock that. Yeah. But you know, once you see yourself separate from your people, man, you spread yourself thin.
Dion though. I don't think that apply to Dion because see, when we start talking about the HBCU thing, I don't think he's affecting less black youth because he's going to a different school. As long as you still in that college realm helping young black kids, I don't think it matters which school you're doing it at. So benefit yourself while you're doing it. Be a benefit to yourself while you're doing it. You shouldn't have to do it at the lowest level.
No,
that's
not
the
at all.
only
You're
way.
right.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
you saying you could be in other spaces and still contribute to your community from other spaces.
Absolutely.
I get what you're saying.
I want him at Colorado. I want him at Florida State. I want black people going to these schools and putting on at these schools as opposed to only putting on at an HBCU. I'm not diminishing the HBCU. I'm saying that when it comes to the spotlight, huh?
No, I was saying, but Taz, percentage wise, when you look at those institutions, what percentage of would you think that at a HBCU you would benefit more black youth percentage wise versus the other institutions that you're at, like Colorado State or whatever, like you mentioned?
As a football coach, no, because you can only go as far as your resources. You can, like Dion can't go no further than his resources. If y'all ain't got no resources at Jackson State, what exactly can I do? How many young black men can I give a crazy ass NIL deal to?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like y'all don't got NIL money. Now I go to Colorado, I can put money in pretty young black men's pockets instead of 10.
Right, and we got to remember that it was the higher levels or prestige schools that that gave birth to the minds of the people who created nuclear weapons, nuclear bombs. We need our people in these institutions as well to get that information, because to me that's what it's about: extracting the information. I don't give a damn what school you go to. Extract the information and see how you can apply it to help your people. I think that's the goal, or spread it. You know what I mean, and give wisdom and guidance to the next. I think that's the most. That's why I agree with Taz on that. I don't care what institution you go to.
We was having that argument before with the other brother was up there when he was saying we got to get more of us in the police departments. When we had that argument before, get us in the police department.
Yeah. I got they shot at me for that for saying we do.
Yeah, that was me making that police ass argument. Like I'm cool with that shit.
I mean, think about it. We had more hood related niggas become. If we had more hood related youth become police officers, I think
chatting that ass never hit the panel ass niggas, bro. Nobody said NIL was just a black athlete thing. I certainly didn't say that. I said if you go to a university like Colorado, you have more of an opportunity to help black athletes than you have at Jackson State. That is a fact.
Yeah, it makes sense. 100%. It does make sense when you put it like that's a crazy perspective, but it 100% makes sense. I never looked at it that way. I'm gonna use that talking point in the future too, because it makes sense 100%. If you don't have it, what's the point of being in the center but you don't have no resources to do anything about it and to change anything? That makes sense.
And keep this in mind too. He left them a staff that he put together. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like he just left them high and dry with nothing in the future and whatnot. They was in the fucking championship game again. As a matter of fact, they won the shit. Finally. They didn't even win it when he was there. They won the shit after he left, which means he created a successful program at Jackson State and moved on. There should have been no criticism. None.
Back.
I feel like I use Deion Sanders as a bad example. We need to stick with Weezy. We need to stick with Wayne.
I'm just saying, if that was a white man, bro, they'd be goating that motherfucker, bro. If that was a white man, they'd be goating that motherfucker, saying, yeah, Alabama, Texas, Ohio State needs to hire him. You know what I'm saying? But he black. So, you know what I'm saying? He still got to operate in the lower echelons of Division I. But with his resume already, even just going in and beating TCU that first game, if that had been a white boy, nigga, he'd have been in the SEC by now. If that had been a crack, for sure.
You ain't never lied, yo. I can dig it.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta understand, man. You know, white folks is struggling to help their own people at the same time, and I think we gotta stop waiting or looking for them to give us these things we can pretty much do for ourselves. Dion went out there and created that situation for himself. He he took the time and within his mind to say, "Hey, I'm gonna start off at this HBCU and I'm gonna keep moving forward and I'm gonna inspire more black men to become coaches and that way we can guide our youth and help them whatever if it's financial literacy or whatever the case is because we know a lot of times, unfortunately, a lot of our young males that play sports when it comes to financial literacy and things like that, they blind to a lot of facts. And I'm glad people like Dion was able to go out and set the standard.
Yeah, it's not
and
it's not as if what'd you say, bro?
No, I was just saying, and he used his son to set that standard. You know what I'm saying? It's not just somebody who, you know what I mean, was an NFL player and you seen his work and you know, it's like, okay, yeah, you definitely could probably coach. No, he coached his son. Now his son in the league. His son shined. His son thrived. Brought another young man on. Nigga went and see again. That's another point, bro. Just going backwards a little bit. Nigga, Travis Hunter does not win no fucking Heisman Trophy at Jackson State. That does not happen. That does not happen. That will not have happened. Okay, he's the Heisman because he went to Colorado. If he stays at Jackson State, he don't even hit the top 5.
Damn, that's a sad reality.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Taking young black men to higher heights, bro.
Yeah, look how what Deion them did change the game. Like you got white folks talking about how Deion Sanders' son, what he's doing for NFL rookies now is got NFL owners panicking because however he constructed making money off his name and his brand, whether through social media and all these outlets, Shedeur Sanders is changing the game. I'm watching white folks making content every day talking about how Deion Sanders' son, Shedeur, is changing the game for rookies when it comes to generational wealth and becoming a brand within the brand to where they got to conform and say, hey, okay, you're going to be getting this month percentage of this and this percentage of this. Yeah, check the white folks out when they're talking about how he's calling
that though. I got to call Cap.
I mean, I can't break it. I can't articulate it like they articulate it.
I think I get what you're saying. But look, this would be my pushback. I think when it comes to somebody like Shedeur or Bronny, yeah, I don't like, bro. They was all they got to do is be there. All they got to do, and that's not to take away from them making it and getting there, but their ability to make money is not the same as somebody who find it up from the bottom. Them niggas their names are going to get them some money.
Yeah, and that's what they was breaking down. How they name is bigger than the team almost. I can't break it down like they was breaking it down in full detail, but yeah, you exactly what you're saying though.
Like you go to the Browns, all you got to do is perform just a little bit, and you'll become the face of the franchise. The ceiling ain't that high for Shedeur at Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? So again, I just think it's always that possibility, but that they blow all this shit out the water. Because like I said, they did come from Jackson State, and I don't think that should be an L. I think it should be viewed in a way where we understand that level of talent is at Jackson State. So how do we get that level of talent in front of the world?
Yeah, he was shining light in dark places, schools that have been in the dark so long, people forgot they existed, where talent been for hundreds of years. I mean, raw talent. I mean, so many talent came out of these schools that got overshadowed, man. It's sad, and I think they should go back and pay them players who was all on these NCAA games and all that. Them old players should get some type of initiative, in my humble opinion, because a lot of them, knee went out, whatever the case was, and they ain't had nothing to really fall back on,
Yeah, well, let me see this. Let me see this. I'm gonna play a little devil's advocate a little bit. It's gonna sound a little nefarious, but just take a ride with me real quick. I feel like what is it about our people when we get to such a high level of success that we tend to not all, we tend to distance ourselves a little bit. And then when you look at it, it's like our people we do have the passion to build with each other and network, right? We've seen that how Umar was able to raise $1 million. It's there. Like the passion, Sonetta raised money. Like the passion is there to build with our people. But I feel like like I said, it's going to sound a little fucked up. There are groups that's trying to always have been, whether it's Koreans, Arabs, trying to tap into the black dollar, trying to tap in to our spending power. And it's going to sound messed up, but I believe that we got to do that as well. We got to find ways, which we already do. Lots of people are doing it all the time. But I think we got to find ways to tap into our spending power to try to circle that amongst ourselves. You got all Amazon, Netflix. Like we so much of our money leaks outside of the community.
But you got to remember though, bro, real quick before you go too far. This is one thing you got to remember, right? We're talking about young black males who are entering to a whole nother world that they never knew existed, right? When it comes to these leagues, they dealing with people they never knew existed. I mean, they telling them this, they telling them this. So when we look at it, right, unfortunately, a lot of our young black males, if they don't have someone that's grounded within our community, you know what I mean, going forward, it's easy for them to get swayed or swindled by these people because they enter into a world they never been a part of, right? So they dealing with white folks with millions of dollars and social successful. So the young black male a lot of times is looking like, okay, he got to know what he's talking about. This man is successful. So a lot of times they're in our young black male ears and they saying, hey, this is what you should be doing. Stay away from this, stay away from that. And in some scenarios, kind of correct by, don't get caught up in but a lot of time I think those type of things would lead a lot of our successful brothers and sisters to like kind of distance themselves from the black community because they entered into the world they didn't never exist and was molded by them.
You get infatuated, and then when they tell you something, you can kind of see an example of how, like you said, it sounds about true. He showed me examples: stay away from this, or stay away from that. And you see the example, you're like, he got to be right. I'm gonna stick over here. I'm gonna stay over here and deal with this. So
right. You have to articulate yourself a certain way in front of the media. You can't really talk like you want to talk. They tell you, hey, you can't. This is sensitive information. You can't. They have to learn a whole new world, man. So it's.
But how do if we got a brother that has like STEM programs and all that, and he's got it popping? He just needs to support. Like I seen not too long ago, there was a brother who had a comic book thing popping off, and he needed support. Like how do we? Because these other communities, when they move into our neighborhoods or whatever, and they want to finesse our dollars or whatever, they know exactly what to do. And so I know it sounds messed up, but I think we got to do that too. I mean,
that's why the hate. That's why the hate for Dion is so real. That's why the hate for Dion and his sons, what they're doing, is so real because they're coming in as an entity within its own under the brand Sanders, right?
Yeah.
And these white folks is like, wait a minute, man. These motherfuckers might spark something, but it's too late. They didn't spark it. So what Dion is doing, he's spreading financial literacy through him and his sons to the next generation and the now generation of young black males who are in sports and shit, and they teaching them the way to go about, you know what I mean, and not getting swindled to it. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Like Taz said too, you definitely do more over there than you can over there with like little to no resources. So yeah, that make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's why a lot of pushback on these what is called NLI deal. I'm privy to it, but not, but the little deals the college players get. And that's why white folks, that's why a lot of them coaches mad, man. You know what I'm saying? Because they like, wow, these people with this type of money going into these young brothers' hand, if they get the right type of consciousness, oh man, the sky's no longer the limit no more, man. If these brothers become real financial literate and start to help and build up black towns and black communities and black schools, man, it'll be a shock and awe, and they know it.
Yeah, I was just looking up some stuff on ChatGPT the other day, and they said that Black America was headed to hit zero net worth by around, I think it was 2050, 2030, something like it's somewhere around there, something like that. I got to look back at it, but they said that that's been reversed by the amount of brothers who someone on the panel said it to me too. That's why ChatGPT did and looked it up to try to confirm it, like different sources and stuff. But 2020, the stock market, a significant portion of us got into the stock market in 2020, which actually reversed that zero net worth that we were supposed to hit by like 2030 to 2050 or something like that, which is phenomenal. You know, and it's just it's incredible, bro. That's why I hate when people talk down on us, because we're a minority at 13%. I mean, you look at other 13% populations around the globe at 13%, we are doing fun. Like you said, you know, they already sparked it in them brothers. And if it gets spread, that's crazy what we've done at 13%. We've done phenomenal things at 13%.
And when we really look at the hood, right? Just look at every city, every ghetto where black people at. One thing history and we can observe and we know for a fact is that black people know how to get money. We know how to get money. Bro, we can get that shit. We know how to get it. It's just the how we construct it and you know what I mean, and organize it and goal orientated. It's kind of, you know what I mean, that's where it messed up at, because you know you see niggas got car shows. I mean, niggas doing it up. Just, you know what I mean.
Like, we've never gotten help, bro. We've never got. When you look at it, they have 400 years. The folks have 400 years to go around the monopoly board, bro, and buy up everything. And then after 400 years going around the monopoly board 400 times, they're like, okay, we bought up, you know, the electric company. We bought this. We bought that. The railroad is bought up. Go. You guys can go. And 400 years later. And I would say we're doing phenomenal. Considering like we're 60 years removed from Jim Crow. A lot of folks, I know my grandma, she's still alive. My grandma's still alive. She talks about plantations and all that, picking cotton, and all that stuff to her hands bled and all that. She tells me a lot of stories. But she tells me too, when she was younger, it was like forbidden. Like she wasn't even allowed to read when she was a little girl. And I don't know everything all about that, but I know she still can't read to this day. You know, ain't nothing stopping. I get it from learning how to read at like 87 or, you know what I mean? But she talks about that. They weren't allowed to, you know, and we're not too far removed from that. So you just imagine being prohibited to even read from going to trillions of dollars and spending power on a quality of life that's higher than like 90% of the globe, you know?
That's where the power is. When they show our spending power and how they show our spending power as Black Americans is more than some third world countries, bro. That speaks volumes, and to show that it just how we orientate our goals as a people. It's not towards real nationhood, you know. It's more towards individual accomplishment and having something like that, which is understandable, which I respect. But at the same time, I think if we focus our fundings on institutions, our own institutions, and you know, businesses and land ownership and things like that, you know, we'll have more substance than just having some big rims on your car and all that shit all the time, you know.
Yeah, but we create institutions all the time too. A lot of times when we create these institutions, it'd be for other groups. Like what Karen Bass just put for that's crazy to me, man. For illegal migrants,
right? We're solving other people's problems. That's why I was trying to tell the brothers on the panel last night that a lot of times, like me, right? I work. Right? A lot of people know I work at Mercedes, but by working at Mercedes, I'm getting money, but I'm solving their problems, because when something happened in there, when I had to report, hey, this going on, I had to get somebody on it. Somebody's on it, right? So we solving problems inside of jobs that they provide, yeah, we're gonna get the money from it, but at the same time, we're solving the problems on their jobs because, hey, what's wrong with this? Oh, I know what's wrong with it, man. The oven was too hot, or the grease wasn't changed, whatever it is the case on your job. But you're solving the problems for their corporations, which in turn pretty much keep their dominant society going, and you keep falling behind, falling behind, falling behind.
And that's what I'm saying, man. Because like even the inventions, they said a lot of our inventions that we had. There's an online Black American museum for inventions. They said a lot of our inventions were stolen. So people benefit off a lot of the things that we created, and we don't get the profit. So, and that's what I'm saying. As a minority, there's so many things that we've done.
And who problems did our inventions solve? Ultimately, overall, did it solve the problems of Black people the most, or did it solve or help create problem-solving solutions for white America?
Yeah.
So most of our inventions, what did it do? It was great inventions, but it propelled forward the dominant white society. I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's a good life invention. Yeah, let's incorporate that into our system. And next thing you know, the nigga name ain't on it. His family ain't benefited from it. Yeah, it's just like a lot of people say, we invented the light bulb. Well, shit, you ain't get paid for it.
Yeah, that Jack Daniels. They said the Jack Daniels was invented by like a slave. Someone's slave, some white dude's slave, black slave, made that Jack Daniels, and he just sold it as his.
Yeah, we create great things as a people. We created some of the most greatest inventions known to mankind. But who benefits the most from it? Do Black America benefit most from it, or do white America benefit the most from it? Because I would say white America, because they turn our inventions into corporations to where they take it to another level, which I can't blame them.
Yeah, of
That's
course.
the game. You know what I'm saying?
That's the game. Well, do you think my phone's dying? So before I get out of here, jump down. Do you think with the amount of people that we have involved and that's waking up to this and trying to reverse it, more so focus on our people and helping, and not like all the like with the Karen Bass situation on? Do you think we can reverse this, or do you think we're too compromised? Like a lot of us are in mixed race relationships, so it's like, what about my white partner? Will my white partner get reparations? What about them? I got
We could change it overnight. We've done it before. We did it with the boycott movement with the bus. By us boycotting back then, it changed just by that mere changing of our mind, changed the system overnight. So it goes to show that all we got to do is just a change in the mind. That's it. Change our mind, bro. And that's it. That's how simple it is. Yeah, it's so simple, but it's just that, to me, we've done it by the boycott movement, and we can still do it. We just got to change our mind and have a heart to stand on it.
Yep, it's a mindset. All right, I'm gonna jump down, man. I got love for y'all, brothers. I appreciate y'all letting me speak.
Oh, for sure.
No problem. Anytime you want to ramble incoherently, just feel free to drop by. Some random shit.
Oh shit! God damn. That was harsh, bro.
Good morning.
Dr. Lamb.
Top cool of the day, sis.
Top of the morning. I just want to share some things that just dropped recently. I told y'all I went to the Foreman event last week. So two things that just dropped. The Department of Labor just put out infrastructure construction cybersecurity training, small business grants for infrastructure construction cybersecurity businesses. Oh, manufacturing, I forgot one. Infrastructure, construction, manufacturing, and cybersecurity training via consultant, workshop, classroom, you name it. So there's a lot of money in that. And with a lot of the funding that's coming out, it's just renaming it. So, it's money that was there, they just repurpose it. But those are the purposes. We have, for example, we have Rolls Royce just about to put 75 million into a manufacturer in Aiken, here in Aiken, South Carolina. Um, so that's some funding opportunities. Farming, the deadline for reporting your crops was July 15th, but they extended it to August the 13th. And reporting crops mean, well, what is classified to have a farm? You could have a farm in urban or rural. You could also have a farm at your home. It's classified as 2 inch by 2 inch to start a farm. So you start by getting your farm number, which is a 1 page document, 1 page in the front and the back of just, you could do it by business or you could do it personal. And if you're doing it business, of course, use your EIN number, and you're just saying where the address, where is it located, your EIN, what do you plan to, the location. They come out, they do a little site visit, and then they map out the land of where you're gonna have your farm and possibly what you're gonna plant. But mainly initially is just to map out the area, and then boom, you get a farm number. And then as far as reporting, all that's on you. And then of course I'm sure you guys have saw where they've put out the mandatory 2023 losses. So if you were a farmer and you took a loss, you filed it and you were denied, you should have already gotten something in the mail, documentation, or maybe even a check. And if not, the second round, if you did not file with your insurance or with the USDA, and you need to, and you took a loss, then September, when they do the second round, is when you'll be able to plead your case. So how do you determine who took a loss and who didn't? Well, that's what the reporting of the acreages is about. And so whether you plant crops or not, you should always report every year. And so if you all know any farmers, you may not be a farmer, you may not have any farms, but if you know someone, whether it's in the city limits, because some people have the urban gardens and things of that nature. If you know someone who has it and they need some assistance or help, you just have them reach out to their local farm service agency, or the local, if they Google universities or colleges who partner with farm service agencies, they will be able to help as well. There's some land, a lot of universities who get land grants who are affiliated with USDA. So there's a million programs out there. If you're interested in helping any of them, you should look under agricultural marketing services, because they have a lot of funding that helps farmers. So the farmers' biggest issues right now, especially black farmers, is labor, and that means that they have to be on the farm, so they can't get out and do those, go get out and sell their produce, fruits and vegetables and things of that nature. So when you all were speaking about, how do we help our people, what are some things that we can do, uh that's an area that you can galvanize right now, whether it's from transportation, um whether it's marketing tips, or helping in marketing and branding, um, whether it's collabing or identifying those crops that could be sold maybe to your local grocery stores, restaurants, uh, military bases, schools, helping them understand how to do that. That's a big cash cow market right now. Yeah. Um, so I just wanted to share some of that information just in case you guys didn't know.
No, that's what I call useful information that people can actually take a plan of action on. Uh, I think we're in a kind of a low, a tentative type of environment where we don't really desire spending a lot of time in planning out different processes. We're used to quick fixes. We want instant results and gratitude, and we want somebody else to do it
Right.
collectively. Yeah. So we
No.
don't really value if someone has a degree from a PWI and they automatically say, "Oh, well, that didn't benefit the black community." Well, ain't the person? Don't the person still get his mail at his mom's house, and his mom still live in the black neighborhood? Why don't the PWI degree benefit the black community? If he's sending money home, if he's getting the paper, and then he's using that particular knowledge to network with people back in his community to help other kids stay off the streets, stay out of jail, and take the a more beneficial path. You don't necessarily have to lay down, thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars uh, and say, "Hey, I benefited to the community because I donated this big check, even though it's not successful." That's not. It's kind of nuanced, but
Right.
yeah.
And I had to plead a case. I asked a little pushback because I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go to. I rode up to the meeting that day, and the program analyst. She was black, Miss Maya, and then the executive director. She was a white girl, but she wasn't from the Carolinas. She was from Oregon. She's been here for a minute, but she's what we call transplanted, seed, right? And it was only five male farmers, white male farmers in there. So I told Post to text my friends. I was like, hey, I thought y'all said they had all these farmers down here. They're not here. Where they at? Like, how are we supposed to benefit if the people who needs the information are not here? So of course, everybody jumps to the defense. um Everybody don't have a chance to get out and just do what they want to do mode. They have to be in the land and farm and this that or whatever. So okay, I'll give you that one. I'm gonna get the info, and this how we're gonna play this. So we get in there, and they was just too eager because they was like, man, don't nobody be coming out to the, we have a mandate to get out in the communities, but is hard. We can't get them out. So I shared with the lady. I said, well, you know what? A lot of times they don't really know what benefits them, and so sometimes it takes, the faithful few to come out and say, okay, let me check this out, and then let me go translate to the people who need it, and then we'll invite you to our area versus you coming in because you don't know, you haven't made any connections with any organizations. And she was like, it had to be great because we've been trying to connect and we can. I said, yeah, because they don't trust you. They don't trust you, and it's cool, but you just gotta approach it from that perspective. You just gotta get with the organization leaders and allow the organization leaders to bring you in, and then you'll get more. The people will benefit better. So we're creating something to bring them back. But my issue with our own people is that if when you start to see them come out and do these community events, and because this is what's happening, the mandate is that, hey, you got to do community engagement, you got to get these plans to where the people are who needs to benefit. But those individuals who are facilitating don't know the community because 9 out of 10 they apply for a job, moved from another location, came in, and so they're not really acclimated into the community in that manner. And so somebody has to take the lead to say, okay, let me go find out what's going on and what's available to us, and let's bring them to us. And so, I told our group, I listen, I'm time out for saying what we're not getting, but then when it's available, you don't show up. Like we can't have it both ways. Either we're gonna identify a designated group of people to say, hey, you understand how these local governments or federal governments move. You gather the info and you come back and you share those resources with the community, or you're going to show up on your own. But we can't just keep standing back because we don't have a defense. We won't have nothing to fight. And my reasoning behind that statement was that we about to get all our elected officials together, from the county council, the the representatives, the senators, the school commissioners, the treasurer, solicitor, all those folks that affect the area, the district, on July the 24th. And I was explaining that, hey, if the Farm Service Agency just received all of this money for the rural area, and you're identified as a rural area, and you have a legislative meeting on the 25th and they're meeting on the 11th, your job was to come here, gather the information and the monetary understanding of what affects your area, and to get into that meeting on the 24th and demand that those people you put in office ensure that that funding gets distributed to the farmers in your area. If you're not going to do that, if you're going to get in there on the 24th and just complain about your farmers being denied on disasters, your farmers are not can't sell their crops, your farmers are, have a lack of labor, that is not good at all. You're not going to get anywhere. But if you get in a meeting and you say, hey, there's an equal program, this how many farmers we have, this how many was denied, how can you, as our representative, ensure that the Farm Service Agency do it maximize their resources to ensure these group of people benefit as well? There's the conservation, there's the smart crop growth with between South Carolina State and Clemson. How can we bridge the gap between the interns? Okay, they're capping the tuition at the schools, but our kids need money for college or whatnot. How can we get these programs or have a certain amount of slides designated to our district, because we have this many farms in South Carolina, which is da 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 da. Like, let's be specific. And if we're not doing that, then guess what? We're subject to our own demise. Like, we're not going to get anywhere unless we start really being boots on the ground and gathering the information necessary. Because the only thing the legislators going to get in there and do, they're going to ask you, what's your plan? I can't support you if you don't have a plan. What's your sustainability plan? And oh, we got one. I'll tell you guys what our plan is. So our plan is to have to erect a cold storage so that the farmers, for all the crops, that so that they can be able to store their crops prior to being able to push it out or to sell, and for the crops that are perishing, to take that and create this by this what's it called, this the great man, it's this machinery, because I'm learning the lingo. You can tell I'm learning the lingo. This machinery that actually takes those crops and turn it into some type of fertilizer, and then in turn that will be used back with the farmers, or we could sell that as well as take trees that have been that falls during disasters, uh, are that are grown to be cut down, take that and use those as well as to create some type of fertilizer. So we got this little grand plan to put up this cold storage facility, and to partner with the port on Charleston Port to have some type of global initiative going on. But anyway, that's how we're gonna. That's our direction that we're going in. So we have something that's not so far fetched that we cannot do. It's attainable. It's smart. It's needed. It also helps with food deserts. So we have a direction that we're going in, but we had to do our research and put it all together. It also has a aquaponics component because we have one of the professors that we worked with. I know I just said a lot, but that's and oh yeah, well, before y'all take over, the one other thing I wanted to share was the fact that if we not using, if we getting up here, we're talking about communities and what can we do how can we collaborate, things of that nature, and we're not highlighting what Ziax is doing. Q has galvanized a bad ass team. Man, listen, I've been privileged to be on a couple calls, and let me tell you something: the collaboration, the intelligence, the from academia to ordinary person is badass. You hear me? Yeah. Y'all talking about collaborating and duplicating processes, huh? Y'all might want to holler at him. He has a supersonic plan going on, and man, it's exciting to witness and be along for the ride. So, I know I ain't ran nobody off.
No, you ain't ran nobody off. They just they motherfuckers know they just can't fucking ramble and complain about motherfucking shit all the motherfucking time without giving no goddamn specifics on what you talking about. Like, what is you talking about? Yeah, nobody on planet Earth is going around saying I don't know what the problem is, or I can't see any type of lack of progress. And then when it's time to say, okay, you know what the problem is, and you see this is happening, what do you suggest? Or if you can't provide any specific information like you just have, do you know anybody? Do you know an organization? Do you know anybody that might know? Do you know anybody that's connected with an organization that will help, not necessarily 100% solve the problem, but maybe cut into, maybe solve this part of the problem, and then we can work on solving other parts of the problem. Take it in phases. It's not an overnight thing, but got a lot of random, incoherent rambling about look what these other groups are doing. Uh, black people,
Black
black
women.
people can't do shit. I mean, that's not looking good for the younger people, and we see the results from the millennials, the Gen Zers are really looking to the older X's and boomers and saying, "Hey, what have you helped us laid out? You talk down on civil rights. You talk down on affirmative action. You talk down on DEI and all these other things that have been put in place to help us not isolate us, to say, hey, these programs were put in place to propel the black community as a whole forward. No, we live in the United States of America. So since 1492, 1619, 1776, 1865, 19, all those don't involve black people only. We in this with other groups and always have been.
And
So yeah, not acknowledging accomplishments and accolades on top of what's been happening. So we're going to continue to have discrimination. We're going to continue to have racism. We're going to have to continue to deal with those, but trying to make that be the forefront in having a whole bunch of energy and smoke to point these things out and not point out what you just laid out as an example on how to work with it and manage it, it's even more detrimental to me.
right.
That's all
And
I'm saying.
watch this, yeah, because I see a lot of
Monica.
I see a lot of the comments
We see you,
in the
Paco. How
chat,
good? Welcome back,
but
sis.
but
Hey.
watch this. I see a lot of the comments in the chat, but here's where we go wrong. Here's where we go wrong. I'm not a farmer, right? But guess what? Because I understand federal compliance, I'm just as beneficial to the farmer. So the collaboration is that you go out there with your tractors and you do what you do, and I make sure your paperwork is straight. And then, oh, by the way, I know you guys struggle with the tax piece of it and all the different credits and things that they allow for you, but you don't really understand it and you don't know how to work it. Don't worry. We bring in a tax accountant to the team as well. Oh, and guess what? We know you don't understand marketing. We got a marketing director. We got a person who majored in marketing, very good at it. We bringing them too. And oh, you don't have any vehicles to transport your stuff? Don't worry about that. We just got some folks just wrote grants and got cold vehicles, vans to transport your stuff. Like, come on. Like we gotta know how to put you gotta know how to put the component together. You don't have to do it. But if you have some skill set that you can attach to it, that's collaboration. And I think that we have a misunderstanding on how to make something work when we actually do it every day. That's why there's departments of things, and you bring all those intellects together and you form Voltron, right? Or you all could be an individual Voltron and have a collaborative initiative and move forward. I'm sorry, sis. I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
No, no problem. I'm glad you're talking, and thank you. I wanted to ask you because I'm putting together a residency for 16 to 25-year-olds. I have my career was like in the creative industry. So for me, when you mentioned the farmers needing like branding and marketing from with the residency, my whole plan is basically teaching the 16 to 25-year-olds how to secure contracts. So instead of, while they're in school, if they want to go to art school, if they want to go to college for arts or whatever it is, it's kind of like while you're doing that, you can also, like, I can teach you everything I learned. And my thing is,
Absolutely.
I would love to connect with you in terms of I'm based in London right now, but my thing is I have these kids, different ages, where I literally just want to put them to work in terms of get them to start doing pretty much on the job training type thing through the residency and be able to see that we have businesses that can pay them. With what you were saying in terms of the brother was saying, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, devastating for
There.
you. But yeah, what he was saying, like, we literally
Right.
are watching, our kids not have anything to plug into. And then we wonder why they end up going to other places where they're exploited. Well, it's because, for me as a millennial, I've gone through that, seen it, and I'm just kind of like, we can't keep talking about the same thing. When are we going to lay down some
Right.
tracks for them to actually be able to build? Because I know when I was a teenager, I was gung-ho ready and I was like, yeah, I love myself, I'm black, I got knowledge of self, all of that. But then it's like the old heads, they wasn't ready to give me anything. They wasn't ready to pass. And when I'm like, yo, this is what's going on right now, da da da, they're just kind of like, yeah, 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 like, just yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's like, well, then I had to move on to like the white creative industry, and they gave me full reign because I knew how to move in the streets as much as I knew how to do it in terms of just creativity in a professional setting. So yes, long story, but I would love to connect in terms of your farmers if you have any links directly or however you would see fit to do it, if it is something possible, because I truly want them to start getting this experience now.
So the I'm glad you said the residency deal because we actually one of my buddies actually just bought 31 acres of land for veterans. She's about to build up a veterans facility to um one to house them and two to have all these different programs. So what I've learned or what I think a best practice is, so there's
Mhm.
a grant that comes out. I think the AMS, the Agricultural Marketing Services. I think there's a grant on there for marketing services for farmers, right? Um, I have to go to I'm learning the different categories of it. So hold on one second. You coming with us? Oh no, no. Oh, you need. Yeah. So what we're doing is for the different funding opportunities is learning which ones, how is it broken out, and how can people benefit. So, for example, you're into designing, marketing, that type of stuff, right? Well, we thought, I thought initially that USDA, you just approach them based on the small business grant or community development grant or facility community facility grant. But then I found out once I went to that meeting, they always have the inside stuff when you go to the meetings.
Yep.
We should go to AMS, which is a separate agency within USDA, and AMS, Agricultural Marketing Services, getting into the space of it. Um, One thing that we are encouraging is if you ever run across any capacity building type of grants, those grants allow you to explore resources and put a plan together, right? So that's how we started this one group off, where none of us knew each other. We just knew we had a whole bunch of skill sets. And we sought out for a capacity building grant. And that capacity building grant allowed us to explore these different resources. And so out of that, this is our second year. Out of that is how we came up with the cold storage plan for the farmers. So that would be like one of the first initiatives, even though I know a whole bunch of other different opportunities, but this is how we actually put it together. And so what I tell people now is that, hey, you don't have to have the end in the beginning. You can write it all up, and then you can approach it from the introductory stage or a pilot plan, right? So let's just use the farmers and let's use the marketing for example. In the planning phase of it, it would be you already know the number of students that you're going to work with. You already know that you want to do a residential facility, and programmatically
Oh
you
no,
want.
it's a residency. So when I say it's kind of like how do I explain it? It's basically it's kind of like almost like an in-house
Like a home.
competition. So it's not an actual physical place. So it's basically like if you've ever seen like Project Runway or like Making the Cut.
Yes, like a
So it's
cohort.
giving them different challenges. Yeah. So I even wanted Q with
Somebody
Zaya.
got some background.
Yeah, I wonder at me. No,
Hold
my
on, I gotta
background.
go out and come back. Dev, it's me. I gotta go out and come back. It
Okay.
connected to my car.
So yeah.
So what type of information you said you was looking for the
So I
yeah.
wanted to connect with her with the farmers because she was saying like they may need like marketing and branding services. So because of the residency that I've put together, it's actually more so I think she felt as like actual like physical location residency, but it's an art residency where you take, a group of people, artists, and you basically teach them certain skills or certain like grant writing or just basically how to do certain things that they need. And it's almost like you can also do it in a competition form. So that's what I'm actually doing, where I wanted one of the competitions for the young kids to basically, create the branding, the marketing for these farmers, because I want to tie everything back into like Black people, so we can see that we can get business contracts, we can actually do these things, because a lot of the agency work in the creative industry, a lot of us aren't part of it. You know what I mean? So that's what I was trying to connect with her on to, basically provide the services for the farmers.
Yeah, she'll be back. I think she was in the process of I think she was in a car.
Yeah, I think she's
But yeah, having access to the different financial grants, financial resources, network investment groups. We definitely need to be a little bit more tentative because everybody's community is going to be different.
Yeah.
A lot of Black people, they live in areas where it's people that's not Black that still live in the community. Can't really sit here and say, hey, We want some programs that only benefit black people, but half your block is Hispanic, Latino, uh, East Indian, Arab. Man, it's not going to work. But if you take advantage of the programs that are out there, uh, you know, for across the board, then we can concentrate on, okay, now this will work. Doing it like this won't work. We'll be able to use this for this, but when we get to this phase of the project, we probably need to consider this. So I'm just at a point where now I don't see the benefit in spending a whole bunch of energy trying to highlight why we shouldn't do, why we can't have what we didn't achieve. Trying to compare certain markers based on what white people do. If
Yeah,
white people
exactly.
have a wealth in terms of a number, even if black people get to the same number, that doesn't make it equal. So I don't need younger people out here trying to uh, strive and achieve. Well, as long as I get to the same point where these white people are at, then I'll be equal. You know, I'm gonna let up off the gas. And, I've done my part. You know, that's not going to be productive. I think that the expectations will be even greater, and then once you actually try to uh, practice that, you will see that the people that are around you will, you know, definitely let you know that I don't give a fuck how much money you got in your bank. You still black. You're considered. You're still considered, you know, this and that. Then the fall is going to be much harder. So we see it in corporate America. We see it when we try to make these entertainment analogies. It doesn't really work well for the average person that's just out here trying to work every day.
For real.
Yeah, I think she tried to come back up. So next.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I just hope she understands that it's not even, I mean, the grant stuff is great, but I just want them to actually get the experience. So even if it's like doing it for free, just so that they can start building portfolios and just getting, just getting into the groove of doing it, while still having like me and other people around to just basically give them any kind of creative direction as well. But yeah, and I would love to even link up with Q with Zayax because I'm like, there's certain art toys that I would want
You
them
got
to.
his email, right?
I see it going across the screen, so
Yeah,
I was
that's it.
like, I'll
He
probably.
respond. Make sure you type in all caps who he is, so he'll know who you are. You got to be getting spam.
All right, cool. Yeah, because I would love for them to be able to help out with some of the creating some of the things we got in mind.
Yeah.
You can hear? Can you hear me now, Dad?
Yeah, you good and clear now.
Oh, okay, good. I had to take it off the. I'll be moving around.
Yeah, you moving around. That's good. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she said she was trying to get a little bit more clarification on the
Insight.
how to incorporate. Yeah, the the different programs from the grants and the local programs?
Well, it's mainly
Right.
Monica, it's mainly just about basically extending the services to the farmers. So if you know
Right.
them and they need branding, like I was saying to Dev, like even for free, like I want these kids to just get into the groove of actually, you know, practicing their adulting, practicing their professional career. And that's what the residency is about. Because I'm also like getting them connected with Salvador, Bahia, where
Hmm.
they're, that's a major tourist spot now and they need a lot of rebranding. So even being able to pitch something to the different, businesses there, but most importantly, their tourism board, so that's kind of how I see this in terms of putting getting our kids to see us in that light where they have something to be like, you know what, I did this and it wasn't just kind of like bootleg or thrown together or like what we're still doing things in like an old way. It's like, no, you can work with your people and you can actually create something that you can take to any creative agency and they will respect your work and it'll also go further.
Yes. So I have. So I do. I'm becoming familiar with the farmers, but I do have one in particular who she wants me to do a pilot program with her farm. Um, and so yeah, so definitely let's collab. Let's see what we can do. Um, I'm getting into the space. I'm like I said, I'm not a farmer, but it's a passion to help from the food desert, from the actual farmers themselves, and the actual community, and really to serve as an example of this is a pathway that you can take. Not a catch all be all. Like sometimes people try to lock us in. Like
Mhm.
someone tried to lock me into a absolute success. And so, I always tell someone it's unfair for you to mandate that supporters should this should happen a certain way because sometimes certain successes happens by accidents, right? You'll be off to one setting to do something and then you look again, a whole different opportunity shows up for that person or that entity. And so I like to tell people my objective is to gather as much resources as possible and then navigate those and then find the best solutions and put you on a path to success. Like I can't guarantee it, but I know that along the way we'll gather some monetary opportunities, we'll gather some charitable, we may even gather some volunteerism. We may even bridge the gap for some students between your organizations and the institutions. There's multiple things that can happen, but to look at it as a catch all be all and just one directional, I think it does us a disservice. If I make it any sense, like I don't like people to say, "Okay, you're here for the farmers," and oh, that's not a that farmer didn't make its first global connection. Well, maybe it didn't make their first global connection, but maybe we got the marketing pop in, and now their sales have increased 1 to 2%. That's progress, you know. And then along the way, people looking for 100%, a 180 turnaround. Well, we know that takes time, right? Let's learn how to have healthy building strategies and not just come out the gate and then set yourself up for failure. Like the 5 year, I like to call it a cliche of businesses fail within the 5 years, first 5 years. I think that is because people don't plan first and then implement. They implement, then they try to go back and plan.
I hear that.
You know. So sometimes I just think that we just take some time, we take out a pen and paper, and we draw it out. You know, I'm sure Q could talk about all the different changes that he made just in his progress that they're making right now. Pen to paper or or go back to the computer. Okay, now add this, now move that, now change this. Got a good product. Okay, let's. Okay, now did you think of it this way? And then wait a minute, let me narrow this down. Like if you could, if you know what you want to do, then you have to plan it out because then you have to test it. And I think that testing phase of what you're doing, it kind of gets missed. And so sometimes we look at it as a failure when in actuality it's not. You just have to find the right services or the right pathway. So like I always when I was learning how to, y'all don't call me pseudo because I do take CMOS because it actually benefits me. But when I learned when my friend taught me how to make CMOS smoothies, right? So he had this methodology. He would take his sea moss and he would clean it up, and then he would soak it in this spring water, but he would soak it with limes, and then overnight, 6 hours, or maybe if he doesn't do it that way, then he would take it, put it over the some heat, and let it dissolve to a certain point and soak it in lime and that kind of thing, or put it on the stove with some heat and some lime, and then take it out and cool it off and all that good stuff, right? And so once I learned his method, then I created my own, and all in all, both products came out very well, very easy to blend. And then we have this recipe of smoothies that just goes off so well, and it sells very easy. So when I learned the process, I remember one time trying to, I woke up late and I needed to be at a destination at a certain time to make these sales. And I tried to streamline it, cut corners, and I had a horrible product, horrible, whatnot. So I lost a lot of money. So I always think about that and say, okay, even when I'm doing programs, or I'm gathering new information, or I'm trying to help different businesses, are trying to create different strategies to help different parts of our community, I always slow them all the way down. Like, no, 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 we're not doing it. Nope, we got to go back to the drawing board, and we're gonna take our time, and you're gonna create a timeline, and we're gonna be benchmarks. And if you're in a rush, then this is not the place for you, because we're not in a rush, because we know that it takes time. And farming is always the perfect example, because in order to grow healthy crop, you got to do what? You got to plant that seed, you got to water it, you got to nurture it, you got to keep the weeds out, you got to watch your pest control. All of that plays a factor. And so what we're saying is that, hey, everything that it takes to get involved to grow this crop, we need an entity, whether it's a nonprofit entity, individual freelancers, or corporate. However you want to do it, however you come into the table, but we want to separate the duties. Like, we don't want one entity carrying all the components. We want to separate it. So I need everybody at the table. So I don't need you being slack on healthy soil production when you over here trying to market. No, you stick to your marketing. You stick to the healthy soil. You stick to proper water irrigation. You stick to transport. You stick to. You see what I'm going with this? And I think so. When our community is speaking, we're talking about collaborations. That's how we should be putting our teams together. If you don't, maybe you can't be the person who goes out and advocate on behalf of the team. Maybe you have to identify someone who has a way with words, who very user friendly, who's professional, who knows how to balance a conversation in public. Maybe that's not you. Maybe you are the person at home. You manage people well. You know how to put schedules together. You the HR person. Maybe you good with security. Like, let's learn how to put our teams together. And I think that other communities are winning because if you don't already have the skill set, they designate you to go get the skill set. They say, hey, I need you to go get this, I need you to go get that, I need you to go get that. And then they come back together, and then they transfer the knowledge to the youngins, and then they disperse, and then they create succession plans, and then it's a continuing revolving door. Uh-oh. Me and you, Dev.
She probably dropped off. She's been kind of, in and out, pretty much the whole night.
Yeah. So I'm for, I'm for collaborative efforts. When you think of collaborative efforts, I'm thinking of collaborative skill sets. I'm thinking we all could be familiar with each other's um, expertise, but it doesn't necessarily mean I have to cross in your lane unless you're not available to do so. Like we can build on those ideas, but I need to make sure that I lock down what I do and what I know so that I can be effective in transferring that knowledge and create my successor for myself, and then we can duplicate those processes. I think we get overwhelmed when we try to do it all ourselves, or it's just a small group. Like there's a guy right now, he's doing I'm getting ready to do his paperwork. He's doing workshop sessions once a month for adults or young adults, teens who want to learn electrician and I think it's mechanic. I think it's mechanic stuff and electrician. Got to go back and look at that flyer. But anyways, it's a black male man, and I was just so proud of him. And he was like, "How do you know about my work?" I said, "Well, the person who referred you to me had I started asking questions, and she started sharing the things that you do, and I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Sure, he's already have a track record. He's already putting up his own money and his time and his efforts. He knows how to galvanize a group. He just needs to be, add that extra icing on the cake on, okay, now you can come out of your pockets and now let's get some corporate sponsorships, or let's get some people investing in to this idea. Because if apprenticeship, manufacturing, infrastructure, construction, those type of things, and you understand it and you know it and you already have an idea on how to teach it, then yeah, we need to get uh, these resources in your space where you are. So sure, let me help you get your paperwork together because they're gonna ask you for it. And oh, by the way, let's get you started over here. So yeah, I'm excited about some of the young folks who are starting initiatives and helping them and giving them those resources and sharing with them how to manage it. Because a lot of times we just don't know. We don't know what we don't know because we're not privileged to it. You know. So yeah, and then and I think this is would fall under some Pan African stuff because I'm working with a Nigeria. I think I told you before. He's teaching the cybersecurity piece. Um, so he tracked me down. He's like, "Hey, I need you to take this training because I want to teach you all how to facilitate the entry level of cybersecurity, the SOC level one." And I was like, man, I don't know anything about this. He was like, come on, I think you'll be good at it. It's very simple. Once you learn it, I could just let you just do the intro, and then I can start doing more of some of the advanced stuff. So now I'm in this 6 months training, learning how to do SOC level one, so I can help him facilitate. And then now he's getting ready to partner with Goodwill, and he's already partnered with DOL, and so we trying to create these little incubator virtually to go into like a lot of the underserved communities here in the Carolina, to places like North and King Street and Holly Hills, places people ain't never heard of, into the deep countries where resources are very scarce, so that these kids can work from home and get a beyond livable wage, right? Because we know how much they're paying in those sectors.
Right. The number don't necessarily have to be comparable to some urban environment, and that also translates into the different types of resources, like you said. So, everybody needs some sort of central place, for economic exchange, a supply of food, a supply of, uh, you know, uh, the infrastructure in terms of, electricity, gas, internet, telecommunications, or whatever. Um, it's going to vary once you start getting out in the rural areas.
Yes, yes,
So that's why,
by far.
yeah. So that's why I'm saying the people that live in those areas can take, certain parts of what's being laid down from somebody who's really giving a perspective from being mostly in an urban environment. You don't necessarily need to copy it, point by point.
Right. You can understand it and then implement what's applicable to where you are.
Yeah.
Uh, some projects you can duplicate if it's virtual.
Oh yeah, the online
You
kind
know.
of blends a lot of different
Hmm.
perspectives. Yeah, so that is true.
Hmm. And that's why other countries benefit from America because when they started allowing them to do our call centers, our customer services, man,
Mhm.
think about it. They put up those customer services, just having a phone system, internet system, um, and started hiring their own to do our customer service. Like, huh? Just something as simple as that. I thought that we could have capitalized on that area during COVID when they were doing all of those contact centers. I thought that would have been a perfect time to engage back into call centers in America because a lot of those contact centers turned into call centers for corporate, right? That needed um, that extra support. For example, like um, here is Department of Health and Human Services. They have call centers, and then they're always backed up. They're always hiring, or your insurance agencies, right? They have their call centers that hire agents to take calls, incoming calls, outgoing calls, sale calls, you know, different types of
Yeah, I
corporate.
know Progressive used to send me emails during the pandemic. Uh,
Hmm.
there were companies like Home Depot. Uh, I think there was a couple of uh, healthcare insurance companies also that were doing that. I know a couple of people right now still with uh, it's not Blue Cross Blue Shield, but one of the HMOs. Uh,
Aflac, Aetna,
mm,
Aetna,
I think it is Aetna.
Aetna. Yeah, Aetna's really
Yeah,
big.
they're in the low 20s for sure. They
Hmm.
get paid from the time they log in to the time they log out. Even when they take
Yeah,
break, yeah, they still getting paid even when they take their break.
yeah. See, those are entity areas. I was getting ready to say something. God darn it. It was on the lines of and that's really easy to take. No, I ran a call center in 2017. I told you my lived experience because I wanted to hire a certain demographic that was on assistance because thinking that I would get more hiring demand because they were the ones that needed a job. And it might work really well now with that 80-hour demand. I may need to go back to the call center concept Because now they're not obligated to just 20 hours. Now they obligated to 80. I
Yeah.
probably would get somewhere. But you know, the only issue, with my the organization that I had was learning from is that they have that earn while you learn, um, where they have this time period that you're not earning any money, and you can't stay without any earnings for like 6 to 8 weeks. That's just too much, or any earnings at all, especially if you're an adult. You got to have making some type of money. um, but I think that's where, if you're going after any type of corporate sponsorship or grants and things of that nature, that you add in stipends for the demographics that you're working with. So if it's teens, adding a stipend. Like our summer camp, we had two summer camps recently, one for high schoolers and one for middle schoolers. And you know how difficult it was to get 15 students to participate. And I know it was probably because of transportation for those students in the area where we were. But nevertheless, we did get the 15 for each of the for the week. We got at least 15. We wanted at least 15, and very very good camp. But we gave those students $750 for participating for that week. You know, and most people was like, "That's too much money." Hell, we didn't think it was enough, because
Mm.
those same students, you know, parents, you got school getting ready to start. They're gonna need clothes. They're not a uniform school. They're gonna have to buy supplies. They need toiletries. It's a lot, and that little money is probably gonna get ate up. But we gave them opportunity where it took a burden off the parents, right? Now, we should have had kids beating our doors down to get in that camp. But I understood the transportation is lack in a rural area. They're far and few in between. And you may have had some that wanted to attend but couldn't, you know. Um, that's why I wish we had opened it up virtually to help some. But a lot of it was a lot of hands-on science projects, drones, learning about drones, learning about environmental science, learning about nuclear experimental stuff. Um, they did a lot, legislative stuff. They did a lot in a week. Yeah, 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 yeah. So yeah, I think that. But I do think that, of course, I'm not a fan of the administration, but I do try to find the opportunities as it relates to how we can get involved in benefit. So, um, Dev, I'm sure your people probably on that infrastructure, construction, manufacturing, DOL funding, due to the solar stuff. They probably going to benefit in the trainings, having those trainings.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. The different certifications making it a little bit more given the newer people that are coming in that haven't been involved. Because like I say, for some of these blue collar businesses, what you see is they have family members, they have relatives.
Hmm.
They usually get into these businesses because they know somebody.
Right.
But for somebody who's coming from, a white collar job, or maybe coming from a different part of the country, that's brand new and trying to, get their foot in the door, then they may not know, a more efficient means, or they may have, they may be, fall into having to pay extra money. There's a lot of obstacles, and people get frustrated a lot because, like I said, they like instant gratification. They can't see any results in 30 days, then they out of there. They start all back over, and they write the whole thing off as a failure because they didn't you know, take, succeed or take the right necessary steps to ensure, what the progress is. But for the solar program, yeah, there are a lot of options, and specifically for electricians, nobody's going to jump into electricians and become instantly successful. You have to dedicate your time and knowing the craft. That's with any craft. So a lot of people a lot of people choose general carpentry because it doesn't take a lot of time to achieve certain uh, you know positions and advancement. Maybe 18 months, 2 years, 24 months. But for electrician, it really takes like 4 years, even longer in some cases, depending on what what you take. That's because there's a lot of detail and varying information that you have to be familiar with. So you're not just going to go in and learn how to wire up a ceiling fan or a set of lights. You're gonna have to
That's true.
understand. You're gonna have to understand the basic
Circuits.
infrastructure. Yeah, all that down to the components.
Hmm.
And then
Yep.
there's a lot of
So,
innovation that are evolving literally as we speak. Because when electricians started, they weren't necessarily dealing with IoT.
that's true.
Yeah, security systems, smart meters, and all these things that require electricity to work. So they had to
So,
really catch up. Go ahead.
so watch this. So for our entities who are starting these organizations, it's important to collaborate with businesses. So one of the things that we did with when I was helping one of the representatives before he became a representative, and he had his nonprofit, and he was working with the reentry, right? Those who have in particularly those who have felonies, but not the sex offenders. Um, would work with them, but they were hard. They were very difficult to get jobs for. But the regular felons, um, we would we took on the workman's comp so that we can leverage the jobs, manufacturing jobs, and we would go to them and we would ask them, do you hire fellas? They would probably say yes or no. We'd be like, okay, can we negotiate two slots? We wouldn't try to negotiate our entire group, but at least one or two slots. And we would go to all the manufacturers and pitch our little presentation and what we were training them on to try to cover some of the soft skills of things that people wouldn't do well, like showing up on time or dressing appropriately or money management or communications, all of those little soft skill things that we take for granted that we don't need to talk to people about that go into jobs and screw up because they ain't showing up on time and or they dress in a certain way or they want to have million piercings all over the place and all this extra stuff that folks do. And then we took on the workman's comp for it. So that way it kind of put the company at ease. So we 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 got when we went after funding, that's how we did it. We said, you know what, we want to partner or collab with these manufacturers. We're going to do the soft skills training, orientations, and then we'll pass them on to the company. But we want to. It's like was a staffing agency, but we wanted to do the workman's comp for it. And shoot, you know how many companies bought into that? And we were making really good money and able to pay staff without grants. But what happened was when the guy he wanted to run for office, of course, when you become a politician, they're all up in your finances and all kind of craziness. And he just got tired of it and he dissolved it. But man, we had like a perfect motto, and we weren't the only ones because we had gone to this place in Kentucky, and I can't remember the organization, they did the same thing, except for they started a trucking company and they would hire their own people. So they would train their people, they would hire their people, but they would staff them for 6 months to a year, and then they would let them off on their own as their own owner operator, or some of them would just remain as regular employees for the companies. But those are ways that, you know, as a group or as individuals, that you can create your own business incubator and wash, rinse, and repeat for those lucrative opportunities. Like if you have someone in your circle who's really skilled at certain things, like leverage it until you can do what you want. I just think that sometimes that we're waiting for them to give us the initiative when we kind of got it right there within our own circles. We just have to put it together in that manner. But guess what? It takes time and effort, and sometimes people really don't want to give up their time, or
Right.
they think it takes too much. You know, why do I have to do it like this? It's like our complacency with just showing up to somebody else's facility, getting our pay, and going home is much more comfortable than, us creating our own, revisiting it, uh, making our adjustments along the way, and then strengthening it as time go by. Like, no, we don't want to do that. That's too much. Like, right? That's too much work. You know, or they'll
Yeah,
come and say, "What about everybody else?" Well, shoot, we gotta start in our own little AO first. We gotta make it. We gotta make that profitable before I could come and affect Georgia and North Carolina and Virginia. Then we gotta go regional. Then we can spread like across the U.S. We all have different needs, and to obligate me for what I'm doing in the Carolinas to help you, the only thing I can help you with is probably policies and procedures to maybe management, maybe fiscal management. But what would meet the demand and the need in your AO? My business entity may not help that, but my compliance and how I deal with local and federal regulations as far as fiscal management and human capital and how we manage that. Maybe you can use that stuff, but you know you may have a different cause over there.
yeah, for sure.
The question is, can you do it though? Are you willing to do it? Because it takes time there. Shit, I, it
Yeah, a lot of
takes
a lot of
time.
people, like I was saying earlier, a lot of people attention span not that long. Especially when you're talking about uh trying to collaborate with other people for a collective project that is designed to be ongoing, not gaining or planning an event and then the event is going to be over and that's it. No, in order to sustain something that is supposed to be uh, ongoing and a collective uh,
Hmm.
program or project that is designed to help stabilize and network and provide different accesses to information and resources to propel them, to put them in a position to say, hey, this is what I need in order to gain this. I want to I want to get involved in this. I want to uh, learn how to do this so I can do that. Yeah, that's more than hooking up for a couple of weeks or a couple of months, and then if you get tired or if you get frustrated because you ran into an obstacle or had something going on, and then boom, you can just pop out, you can just leave, and then the program is not going to keep going if they're relying on your particular expertise or information. You gotta
That was a bit more
Yeah.
dedication.
And sometimes our um sometimes we can't see our initiatives to fruition because our immediate needs, right? So if your home front, if you need money now to eat and pay your utilities, then maybe, but you can't do both. Like maybe you work 8 hours a day, 9 hours, 10 hours. Some people case 12 hours a day, and you may not have, but you may not have some time, or maybe you don't have a day off, right? But if you do, and you could take that 1 hour to 2 hour to plan or to be involved in a plan to create something different, then it makes a lot. It makes a huge impact. But sometimes that people are so caught up. Like I got a couple homegirls, they're so caught up in their need and trying to do the temporary stuff that they miss the big picture. And so I always tell them, well, if in 2007 you had just stopped and took the time, like we was trying to tell you, and start chipping away some of these opportunities, you wouldn't be where you are in 2025. But if you are where you are in 2025, the same place you are was in 2007 when we first of an idea, then that's your fault. We can't keep coming back and reach for you to get yourself together when we tried to help you to say, hey, take a moment, let's put a plan together, and then let's keep adding to that plan until you get to a sustainable
Is that me?
any significance, because you didn't cause all kind of friction amongst men or women, and then you got all those problems. Like, get yourself together first. And a lot of times, you get a lot of. I think that sometimes men and women have a hard time seeing programmatic opportunities. Do that part, then maybe we can start talking. You having a hard time with your own self, you know. And sometimes, I just had to have this conversation, and because I got mad, I really probably crashed out because I was upset. I was just like, wait, now wait, y'all. We can't. One hand, we want to get something done, and then on the other hand, we tear it right back down. Like, come on, what are we gonna do now? We're gonna go for a plan, or we gonna keep saying, what's not gonna happen? Are we even gonna put forth the effort? Are you gonna count out every plan that gets put in place because of what you got going on in your own household? You know what? You go over there. You go get yourself together, and then you come back. Because you wasting our time right now.
Yeah, it's a
Hey,
lot of
Mark.
folks that's in the way.
Yeah.
They want to not be involved, talk down on it, which is cool. Everybody, got the right to criticize or whatever. But wanting to boost your own ego and satisfy your own feelings by grabbing a bullhorn and making sure that you're around other people to say, hey, if you do it like this, it's not going to work because it didn't work for me. Well, then you got to
Yes.
show that. You got to say, hey, I did this, and after I did this, this happened. That's one thing, and that could be valid. No, I ain't never.
observed or dissected or did a diagnosis of any particular plan, and it was 100% perfect. So that's unrealistic. But once we find out that you
You got
tried
the
to
gist
skip
of all
from
of
point, oh, go ahead.
no,
You,
no, no, you
no, I was saying once we find out that you tried to skip from point A and then you try to go right to point to Z without doing the other steps, and that's why you fail. Then you look. I mean, that's crazy, and that's usually what happens. Motherfuckers try to take a shortcut and then make judgment, and then they try to spread it to other people without them knowing. And I see the
I
same thing online when they talking about Pan Africanism. I didn't want to bring it back to that, but uh, I understand most people that have the criticism about Pan Africanism are not Pan Africanism, and they don't know what it is, and they don't really have any interest, and that's cool. You don't even really have to label it that, but trying to incorporate what your idea of it is and saying it don't work, but you don't have nothing alternative, to either replace it or compete with it. It's useless. You're only satisfying your own little ego and feeling. And most of this emotional shit uh, really carries over, and it don't really benefit anybody on either party.
yeah. I saw there's a picture going around or a little video going around of I think it's Baltimore, somewhere up north. It may not be Baltimore, but somewhere up north where these sisters have this 24-hour braiding shop, right? I was like, woo, we need this down here, because I promise you, I'll be in that
Nah, not 24 hours.
24 hours, honey. 24. And they have
Nah,
a hundred chairs. Listen to me. You know how hard it is to get a freaking hair appointment? And with our sisters, I be like, yo, now if I go to Louisiana, shoes, they doing hand, they house, they don't care. But I was telling my friends, I was like, boy, I wish that junk was down here or whatnot. 24 hours, yes. And so sometimes we get flack because I'll go to my the African braided shop and get my hair done. It was like, why you didn't go to such and such? I'm like, shit, they ain't never got a damn appointment and they always close early. That's why I don't go. Well, you go spend your money over here, give them this much money. Man, listen, you get what you pay for. I don't have time to be fooling around with such and such when she ain't never open. Or when she is there, it takes forever to get your hair done, or you gotta wait 2 weeks to get an appointment. I'm not used to that. I'm used to walking in and get my hair done whenever I want to. I don't have time for this drama right here. Well, so when I see that 24-hour shop, I was like, man, I will
turn that
fly
shit down,
there.
Molly. Don't nobody want to hear that shit.
Who are you talking about? That's not me.
Hey,
Turn
That's
down
not
what?
you playing the game.
Yeah, the game. Yeah, but the game is on mute though. It's on mute.
Wale, Marley.
Yeah,
So
what's
Hey,
going on?
Mosley.
What's going on? Yeah,
all is well.
that's
We got our collaborative mindset going on. What y'all got? Hey, Marley, aren't you a
yeah.
psychologist?
Now I'm a therapist, but
Okay,
I'm doing
therapist.
my my uh my program next year.
Oh, that works too. So someone told me I was so back to my little farming initiative we got going on. I was putting our little capacity building effort together. And so someone was like, our community needs to be on the couch and we need to make sure that the therapists, psychologists, whichever title they go after is there to talk to so we can get our mental mindset together or
Hmm.
whatnot. And so I was like, and don't beat me up, because I was like, I said, listen. And then somebody else came behind and it was like, yeah, because our people used to pray. We know we gonna be all right because we always come out of our situations. And I was
Hmm.
like, man, I'm sick and tired of tearing on the altar and throwing oil. Y'all better get out here and help these farmers. We gonna have to be boots on the ground. We ain't got time for no therapists coming up in here.
Yeah, but but therapy becoming much more popular though, and it's becoming much more popular in our community now because we got more black people that's going to therapy and stuff like that now. A lot of most of my clients is like black.
Yeah. I
So
was
yeah.
just mad though. I was mad that they wanted to hide behind the therapeutical piece and didn't want to do no work. I was
Hmm.
like, okay, after you get off that couch, then what we're gonna be doing? Because once you get yes, we can have the therapy. You can have your therapist session once a week. I got it. But guess what? When you leave that therapist, you need to be out here in this fields, over here
Yeah,
helping us.
active. Yeah.
We don't have time for this. We don't have time for this. All this whining.
Mhm.
I'm sick of it. I'm just sick of it. And it was like, oh my gosh, she's so insensitive.
Wow.
Because I was upset. I was upset because the older folks, they're like, they have a plan. The young folks have a plan, and it's almost like
Hmm.
we can't bridge the gap. And so, therefore, to me, it's like we create a narrative of we just messed up. We just have too much trauma to work together. And I'm sitting up here saying, man, listen, put that aside, get emotionally unattached, and let's get out all these expertise that you gathered over the years, and let's get this plan rocking and rolling. We ain't got time for that. But then I know you got to help me, Marley. We have to. I guess I have to create this safe space.
Yeah,
You know.
I do think that our community need a lot of therapy, but the therapy, this, it's kind of like a hard thing for people to go into because people make themselves vulnerable in those situations. So you know,
Mm.
and that's true. And therapy too, one of the things that I tell the clients is, you got to hold yourself accountable and you got to be like truthful, especially when it comes to your traumas and stuff like that and things that you've done, that you don't want to repeat and keep doing again. So that's kind of hard for a lot of people to do and overcome. And then too,
So
it's
did
taboo. It was taboo in our community for a long time. It's taboo in a lot of communities. It's much more popular in the European community as opposed to like Asian communities, Black, African American, Caribbean, African, Asian communities is not as popular. Hispanic communities is not as popular, but it's starting to get there a little bit more now, though, especially after COVID. So and they even got the mental health police right now. They got a department in New York City called the mental health police. The department, yeah.
Yeah, do you think that our trauma? Do you think that our trauma? Well, let me back it up. How? Let me rephrase what I'm about to say. How can we redirect, or how can we open up? Oh man, I need to figure out how to say this. How can we get someone to have their have them go get their therapy sessions to deal to cope with the trauma and still be productive in a community? Is that
Say,
possible?
repeat that. I don't understand the question.
Is it possible to go through therapy to
Hmm.
learn? I suspect you're learning how to manage or you're learning coping skills for trauma.
Right, right.
So how do we get, or what should we be doing to help those who um, go through therapy become productive afterwards? Like, how is that possible for someone to deal with trauma and have some type of productivity to community work?
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah, for sure. People do it all the time. What I'm saying? People do it all the time. Like people who are in drug programs, whether they get, they go do, do community work and stuff like that. Like, yeah, people could do that. Like,
So
outside of anything being black and white and race related, there's people who are in those situations where they are
so
doing things like that.
so so we know about those who have addictions, right?
Right.
So what about those people who don't have heart addictions, and maybe it's more of a maybe it's more of the mental traumas that the um uh I'm trying to figure it out because I don't know the terminology, but um oh, let's use this one. Trauma from white people progressing while still existing amongst white people. I think that's a trauma.
Like, this to be like being around. Yeah, yeah. I think so. I think that's an issue too. Like, I kind of had those like issues and shit like that before, and I have, looked back and reflected on the past, especially like, while I was in the military and stuff like that. Like, sometimes, like, like how you think, like, sometimes people may be being racist towards you, and they necessarily probably not even being racist. They probably just a douchebag, and some of those you might have some of those perspectives and shit like that. And then, as I look back in the past, and I was like, oh shit, like I was bugging. Like, that really wasn't had nothing to do with race. Probably he probably was a douchebag, or she probably was a douchebag, or like, you know what I'm saying, or an asshole, or whatever the case is. So, yeah, I think a lot of us do have that trauma. Um, and I think it like hinders us from making progress, if we don't get over that. Like, as even if we were supposed to, like, say we was to have our own nation or whatever the case is, like, we're gonna still have to interact with the rest of the world, right? Like, as far as like doing like trading and stuff like that. So we're gonna still have to be able to communicate with people, and you know what I'm saying, and function in society. Like, you know what I mean? Instead of
Hmm.
taking every experience that's negative from the opposition or the people on the other side, as from that as race, as a race related issue, from that trauma, or from having this trauma as because we black. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, because I was like that.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we have.
So
Go ahead, tell me
yeah,
the
so
story.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
trying to
nah, so
learn.
yeah, because a lot of us have that, and then it's like it hinders us like a lot, because then we're gonna go around, everywhere. We're gonna think like that's how we're gonna think, So I mean, it's good to be aware and know about the history and stuff like that, right? And to know what went on, and to the reason to why we are the way how we is today, and how we got here, But as far as like internalizing those things, and using it as a crutch, or even thinking or having these misinterpretations of your experiences, and thinking this is this, but it's not really that, and it's based off of how you feel in the moment. Yeah, it's not really healthy, you know. And then even like for people that's going into STEM, like because the Ziacs, they promote STEM, so there might be some people who may not even believe because they black that they could even do STEM. Like, you know what I'm saying? They might think it's like
Right.
a Asian thing or a white thing, so it could be psychological too. So, we got to find out, like, or motivate the people to be like, yeah, well, y'all could do this, because it's not because y'all black that y'all can't do it. So you just got to work harder, and even to explore some of the reasons to why they feel that way. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, and try to help them out to understand, like, nah, like, you can do this, because you can promote, STEM all of the time, right? But if the people don't believe that they can actually do it, because they think it's something that's associated with other groups of people, and this is not our thing, and it's not
Hmm.
cultural, the people are not going to do it. So there has to be some type of influence or change in the culture on a high level instead of a small level. Because, like, we make up like 13% of the population, 13 to 15% of the population in America. But then if you go and you check a lot of these universities, you go into their PhD programs and some of their master's programs, and you see the number of African Americans or people of color
Yep.
that's black that's in these programs, is not a lot of African Americans or
It's
anyone who's
not.
is not, right? So now these other small groups like Asians and Pacific Islanders, it's just a smaller percentage, and which white people of course gonna be there too, but they're high. We're not including the white people because they're a higher percentage, right? But these other smaller percentages that's here, right? There should be no reason to why they're outdoing us in these programs, like, you know what I'm saying? As far because it's cultural with them, with a lot of them, right? So it being that it's cultural with a lot of them, you're going to see a lot more of the Asians in those types of STEM fields, right? Even though it's a smaller population, if that
Right.
makes
So
sense.
yeah, no, I agree. I know that the I think that's why the associations are important. The National
Hmm.
Black Association, the National Association of Black Engineers, the National
Yeah.
Association of Black Geologists, and things of that nature, that we
Yeah.
should expose our kids or get them involved in membership early so that
Yeah.
they can be
Right.
amongst those groups.
I'm with that. I'm with
Um,
that organization. The
which one?
the Black
Black
Psychology
Association of
Association.
Black what
Yeah.
psychologists? Black psychologists?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Hmm.
in the Black Association of Black Accountants. Yeah,
Mm.
and so when you get amongst your own and you go out to these conferences, you get exposed, and you're like, whoa, okay, it's a whole lot of us out here. We just spread out so thin, you
Hmm.
know, and it helps you to kind of feel a little bit more comfortable in where you are. So like
Hmm.
when I went to that farming program
Hmm.
and I started talking about it, you'd be surprised who in your circle. I started talking about it, and one of my friends is like, wait a minute, I got family who has farms in this part of South
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, you breaking up.
Carolina.
Yeah.
What about now? Well, yeah, they started calling their family members in the smaller areas and saying, hey, there's this farm stuff going on. Did you guys know? And it was like, no, we don't know. When y'all gonna come workshop down here? And so you'll be surprised, even from the STEM piece. Like in New Orleans, there's a group called NOLA STEM, and the guy who started the program, he partnered with a bunch of universities, a bunch of corporate, different communities who want to do want to host a STEM workshop and bring out all of these different stations, different STEM programs, and uh, so
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I can't hear you. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Hello? Dev.
Yeah, she moved. She moved. She driving, man. She probably in another county by now when she first started talking.
Oh.
He actually in her community doing work on Saturday. All these other niggas
Oh.
laying up in the bed and shit, waiting to argue and fight online. So
Yeah. Yeah.
what up, Corey?
Yeah. Yeah. Yo. Yo.
Lazy ass nigga.
Yeah. Yo, that was crazy. Yo. Oh shit. Oh. Yo, niggas love to come to argue so loud, bro. That shit be crazy. Said no productive ass conversations, bro. Yeah. Oh shit. Yo, that was crazy.
Okay, there you go.
Nigga said, I just laid. Nigga Piazza said, I just laid down.
Marley be getting through that laugh, boy.
Yeah, nigga
Damn, Marley, shit.
That
Marley
nigga
be cutting
Beyonce
up.
said, yo, that nigga Beyonce said, damn, that I just laid down. So I could imagine that nigga going to lay down when he said that nigga said,
No, everybody know, but I should be up. He be up. He
Oh,
work night shift, man.
yo.
he be up all times
They
of
know.
night.
Yeah, all these lazy ass niggas know who I'm talking about. Yeah. Y'all
Oh man,
y'all know too. Shit, be the same old motherfucking character.
they'll be cutting up.
Wow.
You can hear me, Dev?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
you
was
clear. You
crazy.
clear now.
Nah,
You
what you
clear.
saying? Nah, what you saying though? Dr. Mo.
Shit, I don't know what I said.
Oh man, that shit
I
was funny,
forgot.
son.
I
Oh,
forgot.
that's exactly what niggas be doing, son. We going to come to the internet and fight all day, so that should be crazy. Yeah, but I definitely think though there has to be some type of transition. Yeah, culture, like a cultural shift, you
Hmm.
know? Yeah, so it could be a lot more of us, as opposed to less, and then too, I was thinking the other day, a lot of us don't be knowing about certain things too, like, you know, um,
You know what?
PhD programs, like resources, PhD programs that's fully funded, how to sometimes just transition to
Yep.
coming from your bachelor's into, like, you know what I'm saying, how to have about having a plan actually, like
Yeah.
for the younger generation that's coming up, right? To create a plan, like, all right, this is what you do. Because I could tell people like, all right, this is what I did, and or have a plan, help them create a plan based off of their circumstances and their situation, because everyone's situation is different, right? So once you're working with the person and you get enough information of what they got going on in their life and what they're trying to do, you can better assist them in whatever whatever they trying to succeed in or they trying to get into, But everyone has their own different situations. So, people just different.
Yeah. I have to do a podcast with a lady in August about transitioning from high school to college, or transitioning period, and what are some benefits and how are you going to be able to do that based on a lot of the changes that are happening. Because, oh, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I know here we have an influx of freshmen into
Mhm.
college. Well, guess what? There's no housing. So parents are cutting up because now the kids have been rolling these schools, and now those kids don't have nowhere to stay, and they're trying to figure out. So I just had some peers from Southern in Louisiana did this post the same thing. Hey, my daughter just showed up for orientation. She don't have anywhere to stay. There's no apartments, no school apartments. We can't afford for her to get her own apartment. What do we do? Does anybody know anybody? Man, listen, times as we know it's changing. And
Mhm.
and so we got to be a little bit more proactive. Some people gonna probably have to group up together and get apartments and things of that nature. And are
Mhm.
your kids ready to do that? You know,
Right.
it's gonna be
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. There's people who have there's gray areas in life. So people have issues to where there's a different level of poverty. Because a lot of our communities have poverty, but each individual family have their own level of poverty and what resources
yes.
is available to them based off of the level of income that they're making. Right. So
Mhm.
there would have to be some type of plan implemented, like some type of like group family plan, like, you know what I'm saying, based off of each individual family, and then provide them with resources, how to go about things, how to get into universities for free, um, based off of what scores that they
Career.
had in high school and stuff like that, and career paths, and there's other
Yep.
different grants and stuff like that they could have done. I think a lot of us just run straight to the loans, you know what I'm saying? Not knowing that we can, do certain things to get grants and not being aware of these resources, or even sometimes just being lazy to go and write some
Yeah.
of these, because you got to write a lot of like essays and stuff like that for these
Essays.
grants too, right? So a lot of people don't want to put in that work, and they want to get right into it right in the moment instead of taking our time. So there's a lot of different factors that plays a role that even I hold myself accountable for, because I was guilty of some of those things that I just mentioned. You know what I'm saying? And and
Watch,
now that you know
Marley.
about these things, huh?
Watch. So I have a scholarship, $500 scholarship for high school students, and I try to get at least four at a minimum every April. So I have an essay involved, 250
Hmm.
word essay, and I pick the topic, use it every year. It took me 2 years to even start getting students to a
Think she going in and out again.
counselor times the students, and I'd be like, "What are y'all thinking about?" So if you don't apply for my 500, which I give because when students are making their transitions, a lot of times they need things, and like you said, depending on their family dynamics, is not afford transition period. So mine, you try to $1,000 just need decent cars to go to school. Um, And so that's why a lot of the pushback with the Department of Education, whether it's on the local level or the federal level, people are so afraid of, because and these opportunities right now, because kids, if I put this application, I'm going to get it. If I'm not uh, an absolute guarantee that I'm going to be awarded.
Right.
So I like the one of the reasons I'm to the agriculture program, because if you apply or if you go into agriculture, they'll pay for your schooling, and you get a year of college. I mean, a year of employment. You're obligated 1 year of employment afterwards, and then after that, if you want to move around. But the beauty of that is that that agriculture job is a federal job, and you can move in any other federal job after
Yeah,
that.
yeah, 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 and
Um,
move from a different state if you want to too. Like say you buy,
and
that's the
move to
benefit.
different states.
Right, right. That's the benefit of having a federal position. That's
Yes.
one of the benefits. Yeah,
So
you can move to another state, or you could plan to, like, say if you want to retire and you're about to move, you want to do your last couple of years in this particular location, you got the ability to do that and implement that into your plan. You know.
right. So what I want to do is look, identify all of the programs where it obligates employment after college.
Hmm.
That's what I have to do in the next couple weeks before I go on this podcast.
And not only that too, we gotta teach them too about doing internships. Like internships is something that's very, very
Yes.
important, right? A lot of us, 'cause when I was in college, my first couple of years, especially when I was studying electronics, I was like, I'm not doing no internships. Like I'm not working for nobody for free. You know what I'm saying? That was my mentality. I'm not no slave for you. Over. I'm not being no slave. That was my mentality. You know what I'm saying? But internships is very important because it gives you, what I'm saying, you get experience. I look back on it now, like, I wish I would have had done it. You know what I'm saying? Did the internships, it would have been very beneficial to me. I would have, learned a lot. And it's like you hungry for the information, so you want to learn on job experience, um, while not getting paid for it. And then what happens is that You could also have like a part-time job at the side. You could probably do it like 2 or 3 days out the week for like 4 hours a day. You don't have to take up
Right.
your whole day, but as long as you're getting enough experience and you could be working a part-time job and still going to school and getting that experience. And while you're working a part-time job and you're doing the internship part-time, and now it becomes a full-time thing, and you're going to school. And you know what I'm saying? So you got money in your pocket, and then you're able to go to school, and then you also able to get that experience that you need. So after you get out of school, that particular intern that you're doing that intern with will want to hire you because you graduated already. And if they see how you progress there at the job, especially if it's a good organization, they'll hire you. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and so that's why the associations are important. Whether you
Hmm.
join a Black association, African association, or just
Right.
a national association, because they will put you in the mix of those corporations or
Uh-huh.
nonprofits or whomever
Right.
that are hiring, because they have the partnerships with these people already. So they're
Hmm.
entrusted in them to create that career pathway for you. So we have to leverage what's already available, and then we can benefit even more. But man, sometimes it's difficult to get the kids to understand. People, like a lot of times the people blame it on the parents, but these little knuckleheads, they got a mind of their own. You give them the information, you try to share with them, and then you even say, hey, tell me what it is that you're interested in, so I can help develop your career pathway. And then you could take the direction. I can share with you several different options, and then you could explore those options. If you don't want to take my word for it, let me help you. And then they sit there and say, well, I'm not really sure yet. Oh, okay, it's your senior year. You're going to be graduating in May. And guess what? You're going to be competing with a million other people who are already placed. And then you're
Hmm.
gonna come back and say the education system failed you.
Right, and it wasn't the education system; it was you, because the education system is going to give you a foundation. Because I could reflect and go back to grade school and all of that, and elementary and all of that, and you know what I'm saying. It's going to give you a foundation of things, right? But now it's up to
Hmm.
you to go outside of that foundation, and you're going to also get foundation from your household too, your parents and stuff like that, right?
Yep.
So you got to take the initiative as an individual to go out and find out things on your own. You know what I'm saying? You can't just put your everything on somebody else and be dependent on that individual. At some time and point, yeah, you could be dependent on them for a little while, and then you could use them as a whatever the case is, and then you can just move forward. You can just leave them behind, but you're gonna have to have some type of foundation first. If you don't, if you say to yourself, well, you're not gonna do X, Y, and Z, you're just gonna stay stuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're just gonna stay stuck in the same position. So you gotta
Yep.
find a way for you to build this foundation. And sometimes in building these foundations, you gotta make sacrifices. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes these sacrifices may not be easy, but it's something that's necessary in the moment, things that have to be done.
That is definitely true. And
Mm-hmm.
then the entities, and then one of the things that I'm learning now is like to say, okay, if you're the student that wants to stay, you don't really have a desire to live in other
Mm-hmm.
locations, you want to stay into your community, then find
Mm-hmm.
out what needs to be worked on in your community. What is the community
Mm-hmm.
plans, so that while
Mm-hmm.
you're galvanizing whatever education or whatever career field, you can also
Right.
have that at the forefront, that you can come back and
Mm-hmm.
you can help, and you could get
Right.
involved and those type of things. And I think I was sharing
And
go ahead.
And yeah, and you got to take care of yourself first before you take care of everybody else. So you got to make sure that you
Right.
good, you got your shit right before you helping other people. Because if you ain't got your shit right, if you ain't got things right with you, you can't help somebody else. So you got to make sure that you good in order for you
Hmm.
to assist these people. So that means that you have to be that individual who has to have that profession of a doctor or a psychologist or a therapist or engineer, where you could be
Hmm.
like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, like the company that who I work for now is a black owned company, right? So, and then I work for like the state on the like Monday to Friday, but they I help in that way. Like, you know what I'm saying, as far as like with therapy, like most of my clients is black.
Right. And so
Hmm.
you know
So
what,
so so
Marty?
so you have to do things on an individual basis to get yourself ready. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? People got to do things individually too to come collectively together so we can look better as a group instead of it's just like one particular individual. It has to be multiple individuals so it can look like the collective and more than enough. So it can look like it's the majority of us instead of, you know what I'm saying? You get what I mean?
Yes. Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely totally agree. Because the more it is, the more you expand, you can monopolize an area. And sometimes I know like this one group, they were like, well, we moved to the country. It was like this Hispanic group in this predominantly black township, and they're like, we moved to the country to be in the country. We didn't move in the country to have all of this development going up. So we was like, uproot your ass and go to another country then, because right now we trying to do economic development because these people need better jobs, and if you don't bring it into your community, you sure can't expect someone to bring it for you. Like, you can't come over here and tell us what we can't do in our community. You just got here. You could take your little butt down the road or whatnot. I get very mouthy sometimes with some people because I'm like, how are we gonna help our community if we bring these opportunities here? Yes, it's going to change the landscape of the community. It will. But if
Mm-hmm.
you say, you know what, I don't want to change the landscape, well, then don't cry to me that you're not making enough money to pay your utility bill.
Yeah.
Because we can't have it both ways. You just not,
Right,
that's
right,
just not
right,
gonna work.
right. It's not going to work. You got to do something out here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Yeah, you got to do something.
talking
Mm-hmm.
talking about you still
Yeah.
making 725, and I'm trying to get
Mm-hmm.
this company to come in that's
Yeah, but
gonna
some
probably give
people
you 25 or 40.
right, but that comes back to the resources too, right? Some people being afraid of hearing stories as well. Like I heard a lot of people, it's different factors for different individuals. I've heard people say, well, they don't want to go to school because of people who went to college and they didn't really do anything with it. So a lot of people hear these stories, and they get discouraged by these stories or even taking out loans and not being able to
Mhm,
pay back these loans, and they're afraid of those things as well.
mhm.
So you got people who hear these stories and are afraid of these things to take these chances because sometimes too, a lot of people may not even believe in themselves. They could be able to say, "Well, all right, I'm gonna go to college and I'm not gonna be like this individual right here," even though I heard this story because these were some stories that I heard too as well. Like people going to school and not even being select. I didn't let it discourage me though. I still went to school. Like you know what I mean. So, but some
So
people is not like that. Some people will hear these stories and actually get discouraged by it, by people telling them this, or people will just use it as a crutch not to go. You know what I'm saying? They might not even really be afraid, but they just might be, what I'm saying? Sometimes, and two, they may not believe that they could be able to repay these things or get the job, and it could be because probably the color of their skin. They might not feel like people's going to hire them. They not going, so a lot of us got low self-esteem.
So, Marley, that's the trauma I'm talking about right there. That trauma, that community psychologist conversation of
Mm-hmm.
nurturing the mindset of, you know, that nothing is absolute, and
Yeah,
some
nothing is absolute.
opportunities,
Right.
yeah,
Nothing is
and
absolute. And it's
even if
gray
you
areas.
right. So, like, my background is in accounting, right? All my education is
Mm-hmm.
accounting, masters, bachelors, all that good stuff. But I'm not even like I've done that part, and I'm facilitating other areas because I have a knit for saying, okay, I'll go read the fine print and let me help
Mm-hmm.
facilitate the understanding of the direction you may need to take. And so I think that sometimes people count themselves out when they don't know how to leverage, or when they build a skill set, when they understand about,
Mm-hmm.
you have to understand how to build skill sets and then pull the tool out the bag when you need it, right? So right now I don't need my accounting skill set right now, but what I do need is how to gather, how to the knit to understand the federal and local policy, how to bridge it together, and then how to facilitate that to people how it can help them. Like, okay, no, don't listen to this because this is available. Oh yeah, yes, I know they know they're getting rid of that, but guess what else they open up for you, right? You can use this. Well, oh shit, I didn't know about that, Monique. Okay, tell me about that. Now, how can I make this work? So I have to put down one hat and pick up another hat. And I think that sometimes people have to understand. Like, I'll teach my
Hmm.
younger mentees. I'll say, hey, you're gathering skill sets.
Right,
So at
right, right.
any given moment, you could take a skill set and you could benefit in any organization if you know how to leverage your skills, right? Let's say,
Correct.
for example, like I said, I'm very good in accounting, but guess what? Maybe there's a, like right now, I don't know nothing about cybersecurity, but because I understand details, because I'm really
Hmm.
good with details with in accountancy, the was like, oh,
Can I have my
look for
moment of
oh, sure, go ahead.
good morning? I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to I'll be brief. You know I have to warn my black people. Good morning, panel.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
weekly crash out on Trump. I really feel, and I am scared, and I'm warning. We need to be careful. Um, I'm so scared that something will happen to our wonderful platform and our black platforms. They're silencing Steve Colbert. They came for 60 minutes, and it's a matter of time before they come for smaller platforms. And I really see it coming, and I wonder how we're going to prepare ourselves to keep ourselves informed.
Well, in our AO, and I'll just use Q for an example. We've already galvanized a group of people that we communicate outside of YouTube. So I'm not sure how everybody else is doing it, but we meet in person. Outside of what I'm helping with working with Q with, we actually meet in person. So we have a group of folks that we met online that we actually meet up in locations and put and duplicate. Well, we're working on duplicating residential opportunities for business entities. So that's what I know. That's what we're doing on my end. So we don't just talk on YouTube. We actually do it. What we say we doing on what we say or what we talk about on YouTube. We're actually doing it on the ground outside of the platform.
Yeah, I wish we had something like here, or that I know of where we can be in person. I want they like how's that? I'm just saying, like, if they can hit big major, if they can get to Steve Colbert and get to 60 minutes and 60 minutes of a replicable news platform, it's a matter of time before they come for smaller ones like YouTube. I think they'll just hit YouTube as a whole and have them police it. And like we can't say certain stuff, it's going to be way worse. Or some of us will like lose having a channel because of things we said when we only trying to inform our people about this things that are going on because it's going to get worse. I just know it. Like I've been said it, and now they said the quiet part. I was like, I'm predicting it because I know I'm not stupid. I was like, I'm looking like I'm in healthcare, and when they did the big beautiful bill, I was like, oh, they passed and cut Medicaid, Medicare. That's who most of my residents are. I was like, they're coming from our facility. Sure enough, this week I saw an article, and they named all 90 facilities that are at risk for
Mm-hmm.
being closed down because of that big beautiful bill. And I was like, I was just wondering. I knew I was like, everybody on here Medicaid, Medicare. We ain't got no private pay. So of course we gonna get closed down. I see it coming. The same thing I see coming with um, information. We're gonna end up being something like China or Russia where we really can't say what's really going on. It's gonna be some dear leader type crap. I'm telling you. I see it. People are like, oh, you're crazy. It'll never happen. Just like denationalizing citizens, it was never going to happen. They're going to mess with citizens. I'm like, yes, they are. And I'm talking about the ones that are, obtain their citizenship, took the process. And it's a matter if we weaken the interpretation and the meaning and who's a citizen, they can come for us all. And they act like I'm really crazy. And I'm like, I'm seeing it. It's slowly but surely happening.
Right. So don't the is it I forgot his name. What is it? Fan base or isn't there another platform that's trying to get folks to move their direction that's black owned?
Yeah, it's plenty. We've been had the technology to create our own platform. Like I said, it's a consent to go ahead and use what's already available. So as long as that consent is still there by the collective, then these smaller platforms like Fanbase and others that we may not be aware of that don't get the publicity, uh, a lot of people may not know about because it's not popular. People know about Facebook, people know about Instagram, people know about TikTok. These multi global platforms are already available and they're already laid out. But yes, we've been had the technology to create a quote unquote black only platform or a conscious only platform or however you want to label it. So that's not out of the norm. But being popular does not include being pro for your community or pro black. So you can't be pro black and be popular at the same time. Pro black has never been popular. So the consensus is I would rather be popular than pro black. And that's just the bottom line.
Got a point there.
That's
And
the point. It's only
and I
popular when
Yeah, that's
people
a good.
feel it.
yeah,
That's a good point. I didn't. Yeah, that's a good point.
and
That's a
people,
real good point.
and as much as we hate to think about it, some people are really gonna just get left behind on the information side. If you're not latching on to those how tos right now, or creating that communication hub with whoever you are networking with, then you will get left out. And that's how we still have some of our areas that are not developed, or where some people won't go back to, because we when we see those things coming, we don't take advantage of the opportunity to get ready for it now, to create that additional space. We
That's what I'm
just kind
saying.
of watch it happen.
Preparation. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
We wa-
Yeah, we don't plan. Yeah, we don't plan a lot of shit. We just stay in the moment. That's what I said. Preparation,
Mhm.
planning. A lot of us don't plan. We don't see like look into the future and be like, okay, we're gonna do this. So we don't really play chess. I mean,
Oh, who
we don't
job
really
is it?
play. Yeah, yeah. We don't
Who?
play chess. So
Mhm.
it's kind of difficult. So we got to set ourselves up basically. So in the future, we'll have X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, or say whose job is to do it. Like I'm involved in the community a lot, but we have to fight, man. Listen, we have to fight with how tos and what direction we should go in, and that's why I always say it takes time. It really takes a lot of time, because in order for the young and the old to merge, to bridge the gap, to work together, the entrusted factor, and them thinking you know what you're talking about, you thinking that they understand what you're saying, or you know, it's woo, ooh, it's work, y'all. It's work. It's work. But um, what you can do though, you can get a collective, a group of galvanized individuals, and you can do it on a smaller scale. And I know people always say, yeah, but what about the collective and what about the whole? You got to do a little something to keep your sanity while working on the whole. You can't drop the ball on what you need for the whole. I know that probably sounds selfish as hell, but I'm just saying.
I'm just worried about these next 3.5 years. Can we survive? I
We
see it.
can.
They're taking away funding from Sesame Street. How contact PBS? What are Muppets? Muppet Lives Matter. Like what the hell?
She said Muffet's lives matter.
Like they can't. They're just trying to teach the kids,
That's
and you want to
crazy.
take 9
Muppet
billion?
Lives.
That's terrible.
But you know
Excuse
what
me.
they're doing though, Nina? You know what they're doing in their own immediate circles? They have their how to's and their own little they off there out in the woods with their and teaching their own and building their own and whatever they got going on. um it's the us's that are still in the open forefront that are saying like, what do we do? So if you've galvanized technology, or if you have someone who owns a building, or you could go back to the old school of CDs and DVDs and streams, and keep some of that, keep some of these things. I mean, it may be repeats, uh, but it's just a matter of how we see it and how we can create that survival mechanism to keep our own, but you know, to train our own. Uh, like we were on a call, and I wish Q was available, but we were on a call, and I thought this was like the most profound thing. Q said, Q was asked how he said he was asked at one point, how are you able to have a school and you're not state sponsored? I think that was the question. He said I can have a school, and he mentioned when it happened to the rules, when it changed, and how he's able to do what he's do. And the professor, the PhD at the time, thought it was like, I need to look into that. But he's mastered how to still teach the babies outside of what they say you have to do. Like there's a way to do it, and he's figured it out, and how he's doing it. And they were they were stunned, like, whoa, and how long you been doing this? And he like, I've been doing this, da, 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 da. And then, well, we don't have any certified teachers, but hold on, we got these people, and they just, and this is what they able to put together. And man, it's like the most perfect initiative plan coming from grassroots and building up into a STEM initiative I've ever seen, with groups of people that didn't know each other online, that has come together to create. Oh my God. I wish all of you all could actually just witness it as it's going along, because he's about to be one of the best examples that we could probably put our hand on in the recent times,
Mm,
from ground root, from galvanizing online individuals, in-person individuals, and bridging the gap between academia and corporate. Because when they start to begin, corporate start to come on board, y'all about to witness greatness. I'm telling y'all. I mean, like it's I can't even explain it. Like when you listen, when you watch it and you see it in action, you're like, damn, this is what we're talking about. That this is the process that needs to be duplicated in different ways, you know, on different
hmm.
spectrums everywhere. Now, I do
Right.
think that some people are doing that. They just haven't exposed it. But
Hmm.
to have somebody to openly expose it and invite people to the table and show you, hey, this is how we're gonna get this done, and this is how it's gonna be done, is
Hmm.
outstanding. And I think that
Yeah,
to
I think a
witness
lot of
it.
people is looking. A lot of people is looking for stuff
Mhm.
like that. Where to start. So I
Yes,
think a lot
yes,
of
where
people
to
don't know
start?
where to start, and they're looking for
Yeah.
someone to start it up, so they can feel
Hmm.
comfortable, as opposed to, because people don't want to look like, oh, I'm just doing this by myself, or I'm
Right.
just alone. So we're social creatures. So people want to make it seem, or to make it, they'll feel more comfortable as if it was more of a group thing,
Yeah.
as opposed to it being just an individual thing.
And you
And like I
start
said,
with
we
your
have to,
expertise. You start with your expertise.
right.
That's like you, Marley. If you're a therapist, yeah, I mean, I'm
Hmm.
sure you are. The more you counsel people, the more nuggets you're able to pick up, the more experiences you're probably exposed to, the more
Hmm.
ways that you know that the way you counsel this person, you can't counsel another, right?
Hmm.
And you probably pick up these different methodologies that helps people redirect their mindsets along the
Right.
way. Those are
Right.
skills, and they
Right.
can be taught. So you start with your expertise.
Right, right. That's what I was saying. That's what I said in the beginning of the conversation. Each individual can go, to take care of themselves and they get into their professions, and then they can be able to. And now, when you do that, and you're like be meeting clients, or you have certain clients, and you might meet somebody who might be someone of a certain particular status who you might meet, and you're doing things. That's a connection right there, because now you build a therapeutic relationship with them that could turn into something else, you know, and they can introduce you to other people.
That's right. And then you and
Yeah,
you keep stacking. And then along the way is always that one person that's like, oh,
hmm,
how can I be a part of your team? And then you look
right,
again,
right.
here comes another one. Oh,
Hmm,
how can I be a part of your team? And now you
hmm,
have a group of dedicated individuals versus a group of people who like your idea but don't have the work ethic.
yeah.
Wale, you been on here a long time. You haven't said nothing. I'm surprised.
Yeah, well, I had
Can
come
you?
up to.
Yeah. Oh,
Go ahead. It's cool.
Yeah. So yeah, stuff is yeah. So I just think that each individual would just got to do their part, and then as the individuals is doing their part collectively, we come together as a group and collaborate. Because now it's like a team, right? So when you have a team, this particular person could do this skill. He has this skill. One of the persons might be versatile in several different skills where it can contribute. So if everyone has their own, a particular job or role, and when you come together, it's like it turns into a system now.
Yeah, definitely.
Hmm.
I'm headed
Yeah,
to.
but
I'm almost.
you can't take care of nobody else if you can't take care of your own self first. So you gotta set
Ooh,
yourself up. You gotta set yourself up first, and then once you set yourself up, you will be able to help everybody else. If it don't make sense if everybody, what I'm saying, is down in the same level, you don't got, certain individuals to help, provide them with resources or even how to obtain these things.
that's
So they're gonna,
true.
so they're gonna need resources, and they're gonna need these people who went through who had these individual experiences. They're gonna need them in order for them to guide them and tell them, well, hey, this is what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Even though it may be anecdotal, they can still have some type of blueprint or a guideline on how to go about things, because you have this particular individual who went through it. So they could be able to tell you about the roads and the bumps and what to avoid and what to expect in that situation.
I always say what's written and what's preferred.
So Mo,
Because
I would respond to what you were saying. When you get ready, just let me know.
Oh yeah, you can go.
I'm ready.
My my thought about how many children you have in that thing you were talking about, your example, you were talking about how you get the children ready for this and that. What's the average number of children you be working with? I'm just curious about that.
Two,
I'm still gonna.
only two groups. We got we have 15 in the high school and 15 in the middle school.
Okay, that's 15. So, oh damn, that's five. That's a lot more than I expected. From my experience, for what I'm talking about and suggesting. When I get that many children together, something like that, I'm trying to figure out what kind of business we're gonna do. That's just automatic for me. When I get that many people together, I'm trying to figure out what kind of business we're gonna do. And I wanted to ask you something you said earlier. When you said the corporate, something like that, you said the corporates get involved is different. I was like, what do you call a corporation? Because I'm curious now. What are you referring to when you make that statement? Because I'm wondering. Then I have to ask, what do you consider a corporation to be?
Oh, I think you're referencing when I said each entity, each corporation come together as a collaborative effort. I was talking about individual business owners like transportation, irrigation, People who have different skill sets and build their businesses around that, collaborating together for one initiative. And in this example, it was farming. It was centered around farming, marketing, sales, transporting, things of that nature. Feeding. Yeah.
When I was thinking about it, I thought about it like this: every corporation is a group of people. No one person is a corporation. That's part of having a corporation. It has to be more than 2 or 3 people, and depending on what state and all that you open it up in. But the most important thing is a corporation not only can own businesses, it can own other corporations. I was over the other day riding through looking for some people I know, and I ran across a corporation in the same yard, the same terra firma that they had all fenced off. There were 3 corporations that were owned by one corporation, and that corporation had the biggest building. And all the other 3 corporations had their functions on that same landmass. 1 or 2 of them, I'm not exactly sure. I was like, what that got to do with it, kind of thing, because it didn't have nothing to do with the other corporations, as far as you would think, what their purpose is and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, wow, that's deep. I like how this corporation realizes that there are other corporations that are out and other people that are doing business. And when you conglomerate stuff together, you get a stronger portfolio, I think is the way you put it out. And you can move mountains with just cooperation. You get 3 or 5 people together and open a corporation rather than a business. Like, most people do that, a sole proprietor type attitude business. You get so much further just by opening the corporation itself. Is going to put you on a different tier of business. And then you can walk around. I'm just suggesting different ways. So when you say corporation, when the corporations get into it, like versus the government, where you can be a corporation in about no longer than a month. It took me no longer than a month to become to have a corporation, right? To open a corporation. So I'm just saying, anybody can jump in the game without waiting, to have somebody else be the corporation. You could form little corporations. And what I said about the children, when I get 10 or more children together, and I got 6 hours, because that's what I used to have, 6 hours with the children. 2 of those hours, or more if they wanted, would be in making something. I always had them making something, and we would sell it. They would sell it. They would make money off their stuff. Whatever they made, how you make this, I don't know. And we learn how to make it. They'd make it. Whoever want to make it, they make it. We all make it together, no problem. Somebody else, well, what about this? They make it, and we all make it together. They make it, and we make it, and they make it. Now they still doing those things themselves. They have worked on jobs like I have. I done worked on a myriad of jobs. But meanwhile, I still have my own, what they call it, sovereignty, and my own ability to create my own funds and generate them out of my own hands. Are you following me with that? So that's what I be teaching the children, not just how to walk through and do this or that, but how to think and how to maneuver and how to get by with what's going on, because it's constantly changing. What's going on is constantly changing. Like Lena was saying, see, they taking this and they moving this and they doing that change. That's the change is the scariest thing to people, according to the different psychological pollings. Change is the thing that frightens people the most. And so all this change and stuff got people totally frightened. And then that boy doing that other thing, what is called strategic uncertainty. That's like saying I'm injecting people with fear. It's the same concept. So I'm just saying that when bringing the children together, my thing, I like what Q is doing because of that. He's teaching them how to make things, how to work at things, how to think toward improving and innovating. So as far as a hands-on school, I love it. That's what attracted me toward it. And that he started with his children, and he's working with children like his children, which is what I did. when I was into that kind of thing, albeit much smaller than what he's doing. Meanwhile, I'm saying I think it moves the people forward with that kind of logic, movement, and thought. And that's my only thought about it. I'll be muted again for a while, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, but to add on additionally what I was saying when I was talking about earlier, those are some some things that would be good ideas to do along with Wale was saying. But what Wale was saying is true. A lot of people is afraid of change, so that's another thing, and that's what goes back to what we was talking about with